Chapter 1, You Are My Breastfeeding. The cold wind whistled. Zhu Hongyang rode an electric bicycle to send the child to school and hurriedly rushed home. As an unimpressive net article writer, while picking up and dropping off the child to do laundry and cooking, and coding a few thousand words a day, the time is very tight. Two wrapped up tightly old man walking and chatting, did not look at the road, just walked to Zhu Hongyang electric car ahead, not waiting for Zhu Hongyang reacted to brake. The side will rush out of a person, directly into the roadside green belt with his car. Zhu Hongyang unfortunate, separated by dozens of meters will only have a street lamppost, just happened to be hit by him, although the head wrapped in a down jacket hat, or he hit the sky full of stars. No need to ask is also a forehead cracked, climbed out of the green belt, but saw the young man who hit him has run away, but also turned back and shouted a voice, today there is an emergency, another day to apologize to you, apologize for what Zhu Hongyang do not want. This sea of people, he is that heart, may not be able to find himself. However, Zhu Hongyang are secretly glad that he hit a little nothing. If he hit two old people, hiss, the consequences are unimaginable. The electric car to help up. Zhu Hongyang shook some swelling head, riding on the car home, packed up the breakfast left stall. Zhu Hongyang opened the computer, ready to update their own novels. Unit recession. All rely on this to mix a bit of money to subsidize the family. Just like the house slaves do not dare to easily change jobs, he also did not dare to easily break more. His mouth recited, break is a crime. Zhu Hongyang eyes more and more heavy, in the head knocked into the keyboard in the moment, only to regain consciousness. Zhu Hongyang let out a bitter smile, felt the forehead damp, touched, hands actually stained with a lot of blood, into the bathroom and looked in the mirror, forehead a crimson, according to his rubbed a little skin, should not flow so much blood find cotton swabs, carefully wipe the blood clean. Zhu Hongyang found that his forehead is not a wound, but just more a bright red blood spot in the center of the eyebrow. A fierce look is like a red mole. If a woman has such a red mole in the center of her eyebrow, it is estimated that it can add a lot of flavor. But a big man, it can be a few points of weirdness, with a cotton swab pressed, but does not hurt. I guess the wound healing will disappear, right? Zhu Hongyang also do not want to write a novel. Simply take off the coat and pants, directly into the quilt to make up sleep. Although there is underfloor heating at home, but this winter, where there is no comfy quilt this is dizzy. Zhu Hongyang quickly into dreamland. Why is it getting hotter and hotter? Where is the fire? Zhu Hongyang face full of confused open eyes, also really see around all the flames. Hands scrambled to get up. Zhu Hongyang realized that he was not at home, but in a pile of wood on the stone platform. What's worse, surrounded by burning flames, Zhu Hongyang could not help but roar help, regardless of everything to leap out. With his feet in the air, Zhu Hongyang unexpectedly rushed out of the stone platform, screaming miserably as he fell downward, until falling into a warm embrace, sniffing the refreshing fragrance. Zhu Hongyang head tilted, honorable fainted. I do not know how long it took. Zhu Hongyang woke up, but was quickly stunned, because he actually is not at home, nor is he dreaming, but in an odd place. 5-meter-high lapis lazuli altar towered in front of him, with a blazing flame still burning at the top, surrounded by 7 people with different looks, that dressed in a way that made Zhu Hongyang wonder if he had traveled to the shooting set of some ancient costume drama. An old man in white robes, kind eyes looking at himself, somehow let Zhu Hongyang think of the Lord of the Rings inside Gandalf. But fortunately, the height is still in the range of normal people. The visual estimate is not more than 1.85 meters. 2 big men with tough faces, wearing black helmets and black armor, carrying huge swords like doorboards in their hands, like 2 door gods. A woman who appeared to be in her 30s, dressed in a long, graceful purple dress similar to a Han Chinese dress, stood there quietly, reminding people at first glance of a quietly blooming lilac. Only now, Zhu Hongyang is shamefully being held horizontally in the arms of this woman. The person who was suspected of catching him just now, is her. Next to it are 2 little girls with double maiden buns, looking at the age of at most 13 or 14 years old, one green and one red ancient-style long dress, full of nervousness staring at themselves, their eyes full of worry. At this time, a clear voice came, 4th brother, you finally woke up. Zhu Hongyang raised his head, and saw the last beautiful young woman among the 7, wearing a long snow-white dress, with tear stains at the corners of her eyes. Unfortunately, Zhu Hongyang was at a loss. He was the only son of his family, not some 4th brother, much less recognize this young girl. The purple-skirted woman who was holding Zhu Hongyang horizontally looked down to scrutinize him, her gaze resting on the red dot on his brow, and said in an uncertain tone, could it be that the young master didn't die? This extra red mole on his brow seems to contain a terrifying power. Zhu Hongyang cried and laughed. He still have to hurry back to cut vegetables and cook, to pick up the child, which have time and these people gossip. He said bluntly, stop fooling around. I still have to cook and pick up the kids. Besides, I'm not a fourth brother or young master. Before the words fell, Zhu Hongyang panicked. The woman in purple directly grabbed him, easily lifted him up with one hand and said with a smile, whether it's the young master or not is very easy to say. You're the one I milked. Just take a look and you'll know. Snort. Warm pants on one side of the pant leg was directly ripped off. Did not have time to sigh, this beautiful woman is so strong. Zhu Hongyang directly by the sentence I milk big stunned. He has been more than 40 years old. Okay, this beauty seems to be 30 years old. What called her milk big? The woman did not pay attention to Zhu Hongyang. Smiling, this scar is when you were 8 years old. Was stung by the silver soul bee. If it is not for me to go fast, your life is gone. This one is when you were 10 years old. Playing with your brother's knife, you scratched yourself, hiding it from no one and not daring to say anything, delaying the treatment time, resulting in this scar, and the birthmark on your buttocks. Do you want me to take a look at it too? My young master Hongyang. Don't. There's something to talk about. Let's be civilized and not violent. You put me down first. Seeing that the purple-clothed woman had the intention of ripping off her pants and looking at the birthmark on her buttocks, Zhu Hongyang quickly conceded. After all, is to write network novels, this point of the brain is still there. Is not himself also honored to become a member of the crossing army? Zhu Hongyang thought wildly, these people to him without defense. Not a few sentences was said out, a lot of words. Sorting out a vein, Zhu Hongyang realized that he really may be crossing over. This was the Sacred Sky continent, the Sacred Sky Imperial Dynasty to be exact. Because of the surrounding is all the detection of endless primitive forest or ocean, very much like the Empire era opening in the forest, but no map full open. And this land ruled by the Sacred Sky Imperial Dynasty is more than 20,000 miles north to south, and 15,000 miles east to west, which is even bigger than Earth. Chapter 2, Shuttling Between Two Worlds. Zhu Hongyang's replacement, the Zhu family's fourth young master, was not a simple identity. Grandfather Zhu Mingwu was one of the 8 marshals of the Imperial Dynasty, titled Marquis of Weiwu, in charge of the Imperial Dynasty's 8 million troops, guarding the western jungle for many years, killing countless barbarians. Unfortunately, the old man's life of war, dark wounds everywhere, did not live to the standard life expectancy of the Sacred Heaven continent 300 years old. In the 240 years old when the old wound recurred, unfortunately passed away. The old man has only one son, that is, this world Zhu Hongyang's old man Zhu Shiwan, awakened psychic talent, become 1 in 10,000 psychic master, continue to grow. The Zhu family has great hope. Who knows, the sky has unpredictable winds and clouds. The old man died soon. Zhu Shiwan in a psychic. The soul unfortunately collapsed and died. His wife also martyred himself, leaving only 3 sons and a daughter. Incidentally, the Shang Tian continent strength level division, martial arts practitioners are divided into martial arts apprentices, ordinary martial arts, human martial arts, earth martial arts, heavenly martial arts, divine martial arts, holy martial arts, and once a martial artist awakens a psychic talent, he becomes a psychic apprentice, and continues to cultivate an order of psychic master, human psychic master, earth psychic master, heavenly psychic master, divine psychic master, and Holy Spirit master. Back to the topic. Zhu Shiwan left 3 sons and 1 daughter. Is Zhu Hongyang's siblings 4? Eldest sister Zhu Hongfang since young was taken away by the mysterious sect, has been more than 80 years without news. The second brother Zhu Hangu, the third brother Zhu Hongbai is since childhood martial arts, relying on the old man's remaining shade, with the war successes promoted to Zhaowu general, but from the restoration of the former glory of the Marquis of Weiwu, obviously far from it. These 2 brothers are also even risk getting involved in the Imperial Dynasty to seize the throne of the fight, with troops into the capital. Just bet on the wrong treasure. The new emperor ascended to the throne, naturally, is to punish the 9 clans of the great crime. However, they are also considered to be responsible, to confess to the crime as the price, for the 4th brother Zhu Hongyang to seek a way out, or rather fish death net. Maybe it is to consider the influence of the old marshal. Maybe it is afraid of the 2 brothers to fight to the death of half of the city. The new emperor agreed to this condition, but also Zhu Hongyang a city master position, guarding the old marshal started Daiming Wu City. The last is the same name in Zhu Hongyangai, as the whole city of the imperial famous waste of talent, one cannot martial arts, muddled for more than 40 years, suddenly on the stall this big disaster, with the old master era left behind the old housekeeper, his own nurse, picked up the sister Zhu Hongyue, plus 2 small maids, a line of 6 people miserably left the imperial capital, came to adjacent to the Devil's Canyon of the city of Daimingwu. The city is the place where the old master resisted the devil beasts, located in the Devil's Canyon, the southern border of the imperial dynasty, but now the city is deserted for hundreds of years, along with 1,000 kilometers of nearby land. After the 4th young master Zhu Hongyang came here, suddenly came to realize, as the only surviving male member of the Zhu family lineage, he wanted to be angry and strong to grow the family. Unfortunately, at the age of more than 40, he barely made it to the level of a martial artist, and the only way to change his destiny was to awaken the talent of a psychic. So this fourth young master ignored the old housekeeper and nanny's discouragement and started to try to be psychic. And the result was obvious. This guy hiccuped. The two of them not only have the same name, but their appearance is also very different. Even the scars and birthmarks verified by the milkmaid are the same. So if you say it's not a person, no one will believe it. Even Zhu Hongyang was confused. Could it be that he was really the Zhu family's fourth young master? Living on Earth for more than 40 years in spirit, and now this is home? Hard hit a jolt. Even if Zhu Hongyang itself is to write fantasy novels, brain hole is big enough. Cannot believe that this is true. Chopping vegetables, cooking and picking up the child, this is a big deal. Cannot be delayed. Looking at the old housekeeper Zhu Zixing and milkmaid Farmlord, Zhu Hongyang asked, "What's next time to talk? How can I go back?" The seven people looked at each other. This is the young master's current home. Where else would they want to go? Farmlord's eyes lit up and tentatively asked, "Young master, you can still return to the world where the psychic went?" Zhu Hongyang was still a little afraid of this nanny who had just hugged him for half a day, and cowardly said, "I don't know." After a moment of contemplation, Farmlord softly asked, "Young master, do you still remember the password of the psychic?" Zhu Hongyang shook his head. Where would he know any psychic recitations? But the moment he shook his head, a phrase strangely appeared in his mind. The person who is a psychic is the one who uses his soul to communicate with the aura of heaven and earth, to use it for me, to strengthen my soul, to walk on the wind, to hook up the space, and the God to protect all things. Zhu Hongyang subconsciously read out sentence by sentence. The power of space vibrated. A lavender aura appeared above the altar. The aura was bright and soft, and the blue water curtain in the center slightly rippled. Wow! Portal! This was the first thought in Zhu Hongyang's mind, who had played many online games. Zhu Zixing and Farmlord glanced at each other. That red mole on the young master's brow unexpectedly disappeared inexplicably. It seems that the terrifying power contained there is the power of space. The two tacitly leapt up gently at the same time and landed on the altar, observing that aura with a grave expression. Even if the burning flames were below, this halo was still quietly suspended, not affected in the slightest. Psychic masters' divine souls communicate with all worlds, but I haven't heard of anyone who can open a psychic portal and travel between two worlds in their physical bodies. Farmlord muttered with an incredulous expression. Zhu Zixing looked grave and muttered in a low voice, but this was indeed opened by the young master with the magic spell. Zhu Hongyang climbed the steps to the top of the altar with a dumbfounded expression. Looking at this portal, he shouted in ecstasy, "Now I'll be able to go back." Who knows, the feet kicked a few times. Half a day did not move place. A turn around, but saw Farmlord smiling but not laughing, grabbed his neck collar. "Let him toss." Zhu Hongyang immediately anxious. "Ernyang, I have to hurry back, or really late." Farmlord's face was straight. "Then we have to make a deal. Young master, you can't just go and not come back. It's okay to go over there to have a look, but you must come back. The Zhu family is now counting on you." The old housekeeper Zhu Zixing stroked his beard and smiled. "Young master, the world over there doesn't look good. You've only been over there for a short time. Your body is in such a bad shape. You don't even have 100 years of longevity. Come back earlier. I'll give you a tune-up." I dare not say 300 years old. 250-60 years old is still not a problem. Farmlord gave the old housekeeper a brilliant look. One sentence to hold the young master. "Want to live a few more years? Fine. Come back. The cycle of heaven. But everything that has life, there is no fear of death." Zhu Hongyang also reacted. "Not to mention, just for the sake of being able to live for 200 or 300 years, this sacred sky continent, really have to come. But right now, going home is the top priority. As for whether or not you can enter the sacred sky continent again, that's a later matter." With the old housekeeper's words, Farmlord also painfully loosened her hand, and watched Zhu Hongyang leap into the halo. Farmlord let out a bitter smile. Even though she was a psychic, her divine soul was able to communicate with all worlds, and she had seen many light and strange images of other worlds. She still couldn't figure out what was going on here. The portal fluctuated and Zhu Hongyang appeared on the altar again with a face full of confusion. Through the portal, it was really his own bedroom. He only subconsciously recited the psychic mantra again. As a result, it came back. Chapter 3. How about selling cabbages? Farmlord and the old housekeeper stifled a smile and exchanged a glance. People who had lived for 100 or 200 years. Just by looking at Zhu Hongyang's expression, they guessed it. Zhu Hongyang took a deep breath, sure that he had come to the sacred sky continent again, and only then did he have the mood to look around. This is not too big a small city, 5 miles in size, backed by the mountain wall, facing the Devil's Canyon. On the left side there is a vague mountain road winding and circling Around the mountain wall leading to the back of the mountain, the altar is basically the highest point of the small city, close to the mountain wall, overlooking the entire small city. In the center is a magnificent atmosphere of the Great Hall, 3 vertical and 3 horizontal streets in front of the front, but the back is a large yard, a large area of weeds. Do not know how long it has been deserted. Zhu Hongyang's eyes lit up, finally saw something he recognized, pointing to a turquoise cabbage in the weeds. I'll take 2 back. The old butler smiled faintly and softly droned. Zhu Shong. The big man clad in iron armor gently leaped. His huge body flew down to the place Zhu Hongyang pointed to, and brushed 2 cold lights flashed by. Zhu Hongyang just came back to his senses. 2 turquoise crystalline cabbage has been handed to the eyes. Take a deep breath. 2 meters high pugilist, cloaked in full body iron armor, gently leap, appeared a few hundred meters away, and then a leap, and back to the altar. Zhu Hongyang have to calm down. This serious violation of the scientific theorem even if Jean did martial arts novels and the various martial arts masters cannot do it? Looking at the big man kneeling on one knee, holding up 2 crystalline emerald green cabbage, a light fragrance lingering in the nose, Zhu Hongyang silent. This world, ordinary people have 300 years of life, although it seems to still be in the cold weapon era, but it is a high martial arts world. This moment, Zhu Hongyang finally have curiosity about this world. Receiving the 2 Chinese cabbages, Zhu Hongyang looked deeply at the old housekeeper. It seems that his words are not as good as this old man. This young master's status is not good. Turning his head into the portal, Zhu Hongyang went back to his bedroom, staring blankly at the light door disappeared, before putting down the Chinese cabbage, handily fishing for the cell phone resting on the bedside table. Already 11:30. Fly over to pick up his daughter is also late. Anning primary school gate. Zhu Hongyang while pulling up his daughter Zhu Qingyun's small hand, while repeatedly apologizing to the class teacher Zhang Xiaowei. Back home, daughter-in-law Si Wenxiu sat at the dining table with a black face, son Zhu Qinghao holding a cell phone to check the campus group news. Seeing Zhu Hongyang enter the door, Si Wenxiu could no longer suppress her anger and growled, Zhu Hongyang, you've written a novel and you're stupid, right? Don't you know that children need to eat when they come home? Where is the rice? Where are the dishes? Zhu Hongyang awkwardly explained. That. Something happened in the morning. Why don't we eat outside? Si Wenxiu only felt the fire surging, could no longer suppress, went up and kicked Zhu Hongyang legs. Go out to eat. How much money do you earn all day long? Go cook instant noodles. Zhu Hongyang is also a burst of fire. On the first year of high school Chang Hao, on the first grade Ching Yun, the 2 children are in it. This woman crazy as how. See the tears dripping from the corner of the woman's eyes. Zhu Hongyang a burst of anger, without saying a word into the kitchen. Add water and fire to cook instant noodles. Construction industry is not so scenic before. Everywhere is money waiting to pick up, even if the good old days. Zhu Hongyang is only a marginal person with a salary. This wants the rest of the work to stay at home. Even the wages have become a few hundred living expenses. The family life all rely on the daughter-in-law a few $1,000s salary support. Even if he started to write novels to subsidize the family to earn fees, let's say it is a second venture, but the construction site to stay 20 years. He has long been out of touch with this society, the ideological concepts out of place, just for the street writers' army to contribute to a quota just. The 2 children hugged the instant noodles to eat. Si Wenxiu roared again in the bedroom. Zhu Hongyang, you actually put cabbage in the bedroom? Zhu Hongyang, who was about to cook another bowl for his daughter-in-law, frozen instantly remembered the 2 large cabbages he had brought back from the sacred sky continent. A few steps rushed to the bedroom. Si Wenxiu already split the face of the cabbage smashed over. Zhu Hongyang hands and feet to catch, but by the second one smashed on the head. Looking at the crazy woman, Zhu Hongyang also came to the gas, angrily shouted, you still over it? Si Wenxiu shouted hysterically, get out, scram, I do not want to see you again. Zhu Hongyang put on a down jacket, holding 2 large cabbage, directly downstairs, blankly wandering in the district. This day really cannot live. The new era of small area people come and go. People look at the little cute. The same gaze makes Zhu Hongyang uncomfortable, only to walk out of the cell door. Unconsciously, walked to the place where he almost hit someone in the morning, put 2 cabbage on the road teeth. Zhu Hongyang covered his face and sat down. It's you! This outfit I recognize. A voice ringing in the ear. Zhu Hongyang raised his head and saw a young man wearing an army green cotton jacket standing in front of him, and could not help but be confused for a while. Sorry, a little heavy out in the morning. Did the car break down? Zhu Hongyang suddenly realized that he didn't even remember the lad's appearance, but the other party recognized him at once. Waving his hand, Zhu Hongyang bitterly said, it's okay, I still have to thank you. Really hit the old man. I'm more trouble. The young man laughed, you don't care is your thing, but I also have a mistake. This $500 is considered compensation. You don't think it's too little? looking at the $500 bills handed over. Zhu Hongyang froze. Now in this era, everyone is used to electronic payment. The use of cash is very little, especially young people, basically all the code payment. Moreover, the boy's style of behavior, but also with the current young people are different, which if encountered a difficult master, I'm afraid that will be blackmailed on. Zhu Hongyang measured a few eyes. Young man, army green cotton jacket, army green pants, black leather boots, opened his mouth and asked, "You are on the army, right? In this era, can still have this kind of awareness? Only our sons and daughters of the army." The young man smiled, but did not answer, stubbornly put $500 into the hands of Zhu Hongyang. Zhu Hongyang quickly pushed out, "Forget it, a misunderstanding, this money I cannot take." The young man forcefully stuffed the money into Zhu Hongyang's pocket, leaned down to pick up the 2 Chinese cabbages, and ran away. "Since you're embarrassed, then this money can be taken as me buying cabbages." Zhu Hongyang froze. To say the least, he could run to the sacred sky continent to bring back these 2 Chinese cabbages. It may be really related to this young man. Back home, the daughter-in-law has taken both children away. It seems that the anger is not yet eliminated. Looking at the bedroom floor still remains a cabbage leaves. Zhu Hongyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Life is really a chicken feather. Subconsciously revisit the psychic mantra. The lavender portal appeared again. Whoosh sound to Zhu Hongyang sucked in. The big man named Zhu Zhong sat cross-legged by the altar. Seeing Zhu Hongyang's sudden appearance, he bowed and saluted, saying in a jarring voice, "Young master." Zhu Hongyang ignored him, looking at the large expanse of emerald green crystal cabbages in the backyard. The young man's words echoed in his ears, and a crazy idea grew. How about selling cabbages? This is a cabbage from a different world. It should be able to sell for a good price, right? Chapter 4, Targeted by the Military. A few miles away from Zhu Hongyang's house in the New Era neighborhood, a middle-aged officer wearing a captain's uniform growled angrily at a certain group Army Special Service Battalion station. "Wang Xinhai, you have too much guts. When it comes to the safety of the chief, there is no small matter. How dare you hide it?" With $500 bought Zhu Hongyang 2 cabbage small flat head, expressionless stand straight, the slightest intention to defend. Next to an old man wearing a white lapel coat solemnly asked, "Xinhai, tell the truth. What did the chief eat today?" Secretary Wang's face instantly changed drastically, anger bubbling up in his eyes as he stared at Wang Xinhai. As the chief's confidential secretary, his future is closely related to the chief, and the chief's poor health has always been a piece of his heart. If there is a slip-up, killing this tiny security guard can't make up for it. Wang Xinhai's forehead also broke out in cold sweat. Visit the old squad leader back. The head reprimanded him to go to make amends and apologize. The results brought back 2 cabbage, and the old squad leader is talking about the head. See the good-looking cabbage. Excited to order the canteen whole of vinegar cabbage. The results of a leaf did not leave all eaten up. Secretary Wang cold sweat also down. From the unknown things, also dared to give the head to eat. This kid is too big a nerve. If the chief has a long or short, these people around them are all dead. Looking hesitantly at the old man, the chief's full-time healthcare doctor Lu Lao, Secretary Wang carefully asked, "Lu Lao, that the chief?" Lu Lao reveals a hint of an odd look. "I just gave the chief a checkup, and it's so good. AI, do you want to be so scary? It will really scare people to death." Soon, half of the cabbage was sent to Lu Lao. The cook didn't resist the temptation to fry half of it for a taste, so there was only half left. Sniffing the pure natural plant fragrance, Lu Lao pinched a little bit of leaves, put into the mouth to chew carefully, contemplating for a moment to look up and command, "Not far from here, there happens to be a military biological research institute. Send it over to test it." Pause for a moment. Lu Lao also commanded, "Find that person. Check the source of this cabbage clearly." Concerning the chief's body, Secretary Wang didn't make any pretense, and glared fiercely at Wang Xinhai. Still not quick to go. The era of big data. As long as the target is locked, just half an hour. Zhu Hongyang has no secrets here in the military. Zhu Hongyang never dreamed that on the first day of having the ability to travel between 2 worlds, he was targeted by the military. At this time, Zhu Hongyang is receiving a full inspection from the old housekeeper Zhu Zixing and the milkmaid Fanernang. It seems to be the unspoken rule in every world that special beings are found and will be taken to be sliced and studied. Of course, Zhu Hongyang's identity is special, slicing and research is not, but a good check is unavoidable. After the inspection, the old butler slowly said, "Young master, your body has too many impurities and toxins, and you only have about 20 years of life left. Especially here, the toxins are stagnant. If you don't control it, 20 years is not even guaranteed." Zhu Hongyang smiled bitterly, looking at the old butler pointing at his lungs, staying at the construction site for years, living an extremely irregular life, coupled with 2 packs of cigarettes a day. Can it be good? 20 years of life. Zhu Hongyang also just 60 just out of the beginning. Even if relying on modern medical technology hanging for a year or two, the family's not much property tossed over, but also should be in this world bye-bye. Shu Zixing looked up to Farmlord. Can you draw the heaven and earth spiritual chi into the body, and remove the toxins and impurities from the young master's body? Farmlord shook her head and said bitterly, young master's body is too weak. If I can break through that threshold and unite heaven and earth, I might still have a few more certainties. The sacred sky continent was rich in spiritual chi. People born here had strong physiques and long lifespans. As long as they had the right techniques, it wasn't difficult to become a martial artist. It was just the difference between a high and low realm. But the psychic master is difficult. Not to say 1 in 10,000. Not more than 2 in 10,000. Not to mention the cultivation to the realm of celestial unity of the celestial psychic. In the psychic master again in 10,000. The entire holy sky continent, the famous celestial psychic, is estimated to be more than 1,000. There is no way. In the past, Zhu Hongyang is a waste of talent. Practice martial arts afraid of tired. Psychic is too annoying. More than 40 years of literature cannot be martial arts, only to have today's fate. However, if he is really a genius, it is estimated that he cannot escape in this storm. The reason why the new emperor generously let him go is simply because he does not have any threat. A blessing in disguise. What a blessing in disguise. Watching Zhu Hongyang walk into the psychic portal with 2 large cabbages in his arms, Shu Zixing shook his head and said, after this change, although the young master has changed somewhat, his character is still too weak. Farmlord covered her mouth and laughed softly. She and the old housekeeper teamed up to put on a show and bluffed Zhu Hongyang. If Zhu Hongyang was about to be finished immediately, they might indeed be unable to do anything, but 20 years was enough time for them to completely improve Zhu Hongyang's physique, and prolonging his life by 1 or 200 years would be a piece of cake. Shu Zixing stroked his hand through his silver beard and smiled. It seems that there is still a fire to be added. Yang. This time, when you lure the demonic wolves to attack the city, you can't miss the bottom. Farmlord nodded her head with a light smile. In terms of status, the entire remnants of the Zhu family's power were in the hands of the old housekeeper. In terms of seniority, she is only the same generation as Zhu Hongyang's parents, but the old housekeeper is the life and death friend of the old Marshal Zhu. The difference in seniority. In terms of cultivation, although she is 1 in a million earth spirit master, but the old housekeeper is a heavenly martial artist. Life and death struggle. She is definitely the first to die. Only, nowadays the Zhu family is dying. As the nurse of the only male member of the Zhu family, she has a superior status. Zhu Hongyang doesn't know this, and is busy frying an otherworldly cabbage to calm his daughter-in-law's anger. Of course, he is even less aware that the 2 cabbages have already set off a furor. A military off-road vehicle sped by, and the target was precisely the army station not far from his home. Under the lights, an old man wearing presbyopia glasses, carefully reading the documents transmitted from the capital. The door gently opened, and Wang Xinhai walked in with big strides and gave a standard military salute. Reporting to the chief, Director Lan has something important to report. Please instruct. A trace of doubt flashed in the old man's eyes. Then he remembered Director Lan's identity and put down the documents in his hands. To be able to make the director of the Biological Weapons Research Institute ask for a meeting late at night, it must be that something shockingly important had happened. Soon, a tall and thin military man around 50 years old walked in, the 2 bars and 4 stars on his shoulders glistening in the light. Major? This was surprisingly a major who was only 1 step away from the position of general. Snap! Director Lan gave a meticulous military salute. The old man smiled and took off his glasses, stretching out his hand and signaling the other party to sit down and talk. What wind can blow our Director Lan? Out of the lab? Director Lan took off his military cap and placed it on the coffee table in front of him, saying with a hint of eagerness, Old Chief, this project must be given to our institute. The old man asked suspiciously, what project? Cabbage. Chapter 5, So many yellow birds. Cabbage from the sacred sky continent. Contains an unknown mysterious energy. The human body tissue damage aging has a strange restoration effect, and there are no side effects, which can be more precious than 100 years of ginseng, because many need to use 100 years of ginseng when the patient is already weak, while the cabbage can be eaten by anyone. The 2 comparisons. Naturally, the cabbage is more magical. This is the real reason why the director of the Blue late at night to see, repair human organs. This is the bottleneck of the entire medical profession. The current doctors will only cut where there is a problem, cut where. This is a complete loss of vitality behavior. Under the appearance of life extension, in fact, the essence of life is getting weaker and weaker. Was specially invited over to the old man Lu, also excited. The head of the body in fact knows serious illness. Just years of hard work, multiple organ failure. He is a Chinese medicine master is also helpless, with the folk saying called the end of the road. But the appearance of cabbage, undoubtedly a life-saving medicine. In the face of the Blue director of the immediate control of that person's request, The old man slowly paced, tense face. The vocation of the military is to protect the country, not harass the people. I set a rule here. Cannot use force. Director Lun, Lu Lao, and Wang Xinhai had a look of admiration on their faces. This was the style of the chief as a human being. Even in the face of a treasure that could prolong his life, he still did not forget his principles. Meanwhile, in another office, Secretary Wang looked at the test report in front of him with an excited face. As long as this cabbage is controlled in his hands, even if the chief really can't make it, he can still climb another branch. Then Secretary Wang's face revealed a trace of ruthlessness. He must inform the family to hurry up and take action to control that person. Inside a luxurious villa in the city of Meridian, the hale and hearty old man looked at the test report, his face revealing ecstasy. A middle-aged man beside him asked in confusion, "Old man, it's not just a kind of cabbage that can be used as medicine, as to call me over in the middle of the night?" The old man waved his hand and said, "You don't understand. Pinching this kind of cabbage can make countless big shots owe heavenly favors. You go in person." The middle-aged man muttered and walked out of the villa, shivering in the cold wind, and turned back to ask, "Over there in Tu Shui, who is in our Wang family?" A burly man behind him respectfully said, "Wang Kuan, the parochial side family that runs the underground casino. Tell him to get back to me before noon tomorrow, at 4:30 a.m. The alarm clock rang. Zhu Hongyang, a jolt, hastily turned off the alarm clock, gently leaving the bedroom, panning the rice into a pot. Use the rice cooker to cook on the porridge. Take out a white carrot from the refrigerator and cut it into thin julienne strips. Mix it with soy sauce and sugar. This is the breakfast of the two children. The life of an ordinary family is probably just a lot of firewood, rice, oil and salt plus a lot of chicken feathers. Usually prepared these, Zhu Hongyang can still lie down for a while. But today, while his wife and children are sleeping, Zhu Hongyang came to the room reserved for his daughter. Softly reciting the psychic mantra, a lavender aura emerged. Zhu Hongyang lightly crossed over. It was also dawn here in the sacred sky continent. The azure blue air was glittering with starlight, and the surroundings were dark. But the instant the halo appeared, Zhu Zhong was already standing archly by the altar. Zhu Hongyang made another run yesterday afternoon, and was quite familiar with it, no matter where he recited the mantra. When he arrived at this side of the sacred sky continent, he was fixed on this altar. Moreover, it was now a cold winter month on the earth side, but it was hot as summer here. Blinking, looking toward the cabbage field, but unfortunately every day either looking at the cell phone or computer. Eyes degradation, darkness cannot see anything. There are ready-made laborers do not use for nothing. Zhu Hongyang took the cabbage, without saying a word, turned around and walked into the portal, and then the portal flashed a few times and disappeared. Back to their own small home, Zhu Hongyang found a plastic bag, the two cabbage wrapped, put in the kitchen. After sitting for a while, shouted Ching how to get up and wash up for dinner. At this time Si Wenxiu also got up and cleaned up. After eating a simple breakfast, directly drove Ching how to school. In order to save some gas money, Si Wenxiu sent Ching how directly to the unit to work, and closer to the Qingyun, by Zhu Hongyang riding an electric car to send. Then return to the road to buy some food, go home to write a novel, prepare lunch, week after week. This is life. Just today, Zhu Hongyang sent the child back, did not write a novel, but picked up two cabbage, went straight to the neighborhood of vegetable market to set up a stall. Zhu Hongyang did not have a fixed stall, can only find a place outside the food market stall. Take out the cabbage, cushioned with a plastic bag set up, wrap tight down jacket against the electric car, lit a cigarette. Quite a bit of ginger fishing, wishing to be hooked on the meaning. Just wish Hongyang simply do not know. From today onwards, his every move in the eyes of others. Not far away from the slow drive to an ordinary car, see a needle in an empty space, but no one out of the car. West Mountain Province. The head of the Military Intelligence Department Ma Rulong narrowed his eyes to measure Zhu Hongyang. Black down jacket, more than 40 years old, more or less a little vicissitude, but looked not like the people under the drudgery. Anyway, certainly not planting vegetables. Eyes fell on Zhu Hongyang beside the two cabbage, the passenger seat of the Wang Xinhai. Eyes bright. Is this cabbage? He really still have. All around are old men and women who get up early to buy food. Occasionally see a few middle-aged people. Young people are almost none. At this time, a few bags of Big Mom stood in front of Zhu Hongyang, was attracted by the two good-looking cabbage, fiddling with two, asked, how to sell. Zhu Hongyang hastily threw away his cigarette. No bargaining. $50 apiece. $200. The old lady yelled. $50 for a cabbage? Are you crazy about money? Zhu Hongyang was frustrated. This is a cabbage from a different world. Is $50 expensive? A few more people were attracted by the appearance of the cabbage, but when they asked the price, they shook their heads and left. At this time, a graceful and luxurious old lady came over. pinched a bit of leaves and sniffed, before asking, how to sell this cabbage. Zhu Hongyang said in a muffled voice, $50 apiece. No bargaining. The old lady revealed a hint of a smile. Good, I'll take them all. Seeing Zhu Hongyang ride away on his motorized bicycle, the old lady instructed the tall girl behind her, keep an eye on this man. I think I'll still be looking for him to buy cabbages. The girl indifferently scanned the two cars that left immediately, showing a thoughtful expression, muttering in her heart, a lot of yellow birds. Zhu Hongyang skillfully turned into the narrow alley between the New Era neighborhood and the next-door Ziki Haoyuan. From this side door in, closer to the second building where his house is located, a black car drove rapidly from the back, banging on the rear of the electric car. Zhu Hongyang immediately flew out with the car, fell on the road. How to drive? Zhu Hongyang barely climbed up from the ground, covered in pain, but saw two pugnacious men walked over side by side, stretching out their arms around Zhu Hongyang's neck. Oops, sorry to bump into you. Come on, let's talk over here. Chapter 6. Which language is this? People with secrets are conspiracy theorists, always think that others are staring at their secrets. Zhu Hongyang suddenly developed a bad feeling. This is sandwiched between the two neighborhoods of the alleyway. Neither cameras nor stores. Only a sliver of the roadside cannot afford to buy a parking space parked here cars. At this hour, those who should be working go to work. Those who should be going to school go to school. No one comes out to hang out at -20 degrees, and there is not even a single person in the neighborhood to be seen, even if there is an occasional car passing by. Seeing this situation will only run faster. Held hostage to the wall, Zhu Hongyang weakly said, brother, I do not want you compensation. You go. The big man said with a smile on his face, how can that be? As long as you tell us where you bought that kind of cabbage, I'll compensate you $20,000. The other big man took out 2 stacks of $100 bills and gently patted them in his hand. Say it. Brother Cohen extraordinarily open grace. A sentence can be exchanged for 20,000. Cost effective it. Zhu Hongyang almost cursed. Go to your mother's cost effective. The otherworldly cabbage just showed its head. It was stared at. Exactly where is the leakage? Zhu Hongyang was still thinking hard. The back of his head snapped and received a slap. Speak painfully, can eat less bitter. Zhu Hongyang eyes flashed a trace of anger. Mud people still have 3 earth nature. Did not recruit who did not mess with who. Actually woe from heaven. Although these two guys are strong, but in front of Zhu Zhong Zhu Chao 2 muscular men, I guess there is no difference between them and small chickens. It seems to want to get out of it smoothly is not so easy. Zhu Hongyang instantly made up his mind. Wacky syllables spit out of Zhu Hongyang's mouth. The two big men were dumbfounded. Which country's language? The mauve-colored psychic door opened up, and with a whoosh, the 3 of them appeared at the altar of Daimingwu City in their original state. Those 2 guys are still dizzy and did not come back to God. Zhu Hongyang already yelled at the top of his voice, help! Bang! The guy who wrapped his arms around Zhu Hongyang's neck was directly picked up by Zhu Zhong and flung down to the square below. Crimson blood spilled out in all directions, and even fell directly into mush. The other guy was trembling. The 2 stacks of $100 banknotes in his hand snapped to the ground, and then he was picked up by Zhu Zhong and was about to be thrown out. Stop! Zhu Hongyang forcibly resisted the urge to vomit, stopping Zhu Zhong from such violent behavior. A fishy stench filled the air, and that guy actually directly peed in fear. The old housekeeper in Fan'er-nyang noiselessly appeared at the altar, looking at Zhu Hongyang with inquiring eyes. Zhu Hongyang did not dare to look at the bloodied corpses below, and looked away from the big man being carried by Zhu Zhong. Who sent you here? Dahan almost fainted in fear, usually just called gambling debts and so on, which has seen such a scene. Shivering, took out his cell phone, scratched, unlocked the screen, and handed it to Zhu Hongyang. Zhu Hongyang took the phone, actually as a section of the internet mail chat records, a person labeled as Cohen. Zhu Hongyang's photo and details sent to this big man, detailed to the Daily Time where to do what. The target is really cabbage. Secretary Wang probably did not know that the important information he sent to the family, at the risk of court-martial, would actually fall to 2 casino punks to carry out. Zhu Hongyang's face was gloomy. The cabbage that was just sold today was definitely not a problem. Then it could only be that the 2 cabbages that Xiaoping Tu took away yesterday had a problem. Wang family? Which Wang family? Zhang, Wang and Li are the 3 major surnames in China. The country is qualified to call themselves the Wang family, not to say thousands, but also a handful. Where to find? The point is, in the Earth world, Zhu Hongyang is a small employee of a construction company. Even if he finds that Wang family, what can he do? Ow! A mournful wolf howl came, staring Zhu Hongyang with a jolt, looking towards Fan'er-nyang. Fan'er-nyang said unconcernedly, ever since we came here, there have been a few devil wolves hanging around nearby. Zhu Hongyang nodded, with 3 martial artists, Old Butler, Zhu Zhong and Zhu Chao, as well as Fan'er-nyang, a psychic master. there was really no need to put a few devil wolves in the area. Thinking of the earth side of the electric car is still lying on the road. Zhu Hongyang again a headache. Time has found more trouble. But Zhu Zhongshot no light or heavy has already messed up a dead. So why not leave this also this side? He went back to quickly leave the scene. Just as if it did not happen. Throw away the big man's cell phone. Zhu Hongyang leaned over and picked up 2 stacks of 100 yuan bills. Right as their own pressure fee. Read the psychic mantra. Fan Ernyang pursued. Young master. This person. Stay here. Zhu Hongyang twisted his head and walked into the teleportation portal. But it was just an additional case of disappearance on Earth. Zhu Hongyang did not see. Fan Ernyang raised her hand. A large dark blue water sphere emerged. Rolled up a puddle of blood and flesh on the square. Along with the big man. Far into the Devil's Canyon. This smell of blood. It can attract more demon wolves. Right. Because the chief was returning to the capital in the morning. Wang Xinhai and Ma Rulong didn't realize that Zhu Hongyang had created a disappearance case, but rushed back to the troop station. Crunching, a military van stopped next to them and a female major in military uniform jumped out of the car. Although she was wearing a military uniform, this woman in her 30s had a bookish air, and her fair face still had a hint of fatigue on it. At this time, the old man walked out with Director Lan assisting him, and all of them stood at attention together and saluted. Good day, Chief. The female major walked a few steps closer and came in front of the old man and Director Lan, casually saluting a not-so-standard military salute. Director Lan introduced, "This is the ace of our institute, Su Roland, with 3 postdoctoral degrees in biology, chemistry, and physics, specializing in biogenetic research." The old man gave Su Roland a meaningful look and asked, "You are?" Su Roland smiled blandly and said, "Chief, leave this subject to me. Look at the personnel and equipment I've brought with me." The old man laughed out loud and nodded at Director Lan. Is it necessary to play mind games with me?" Su Roland dared to bring all the personnel and equipment. Without a nod from Director Lan it was impossible. The old man had been in a position of power for a long time. How could he not see this little thought of Director Lan? "This is granted." Director Lan was overjoyed, smiled and said, "This is the Special Service Battalion residence. It is safer and will not be targeted by foreign agents. This subject laboratory will be built here." The old man smiled and nodded. Slowly said, "As for the direction of research, tend to the frontline fighters, don't hold what to delay aging, treatment of diseases, to please us old guys." Director Lan smiled and saluted. "Understood. I'll send an official letter to the Dragon Soul Special Forces to cooperate with the experiment." At this time, an SUV drove over, and the old man laughed. "I've already violated discipline this time, so I must go." Xinhai. Wang Xinhai quickly ran over and stood at attention waiting for orders. The old man patted his shoulder and said, "The head of military intelligence will arrive at night. You represent me and do a good job of cooperating." A trace of reluctance flashed in Wang Xinhai's eyes, but he still replied loudly, "Yes, guarantee to complete the mission." Now the others are impressed with this guard who is only a sergeant rank. Ma Rulong is even more cold sweat on his forehead. This is a small Buddha. Chapter 7 Military Suppliers. Lunch break up. Sent his daughter to school. Zhu Hongyang straight to the home. Shuttle 2 worlds. Cannot bring surprise, do not know. But the first to bring shock. Can barely give the child a good lunch. Has been counted on his determination is good. However, this time no longer dare to go that alleyway. Zhu Hongyang honestly go to the main door of the district. Came to the front of the door, but found 2 officers standing straight there. Zhu Hongyang did not recognize Wang Xinhai. Also do not think that the 2 officers standing there and their relationship. Take out the access card. Suddenly heard a, "Big brother." Zhu Hongyang hand a shiver. Access card fell to the ground with a snap. Looked up, and only then recognized a uniformed Wang Xinhai, side by side into the neighborhood. Zhu Hongyang did not go to the second building where his home, but with the 2 officers to the children's playground within the district. With the experience of the morning Wang's family to find the door, he again stupid also know the intention of the 2 officers. The playground is empty. There is no one shadow. Zhu Hongyang casually support the electric car, leaning on the swing, lit a cigarette, measuring the 2 officers. Wang Xinhai shoulder badge 3 thick bar plus a thin bar. According to Zhu Hongyang half understanding of military knowledge, this should be a sergeant rank, belonging to the highest rank in the sergeant. Another officer is a bit scary, 2 bars and 1 star, major rank. Seeing Zhu Hongyang silent, Wang Xinhai took the initiative to say, "Big brother, this is Chief Ma Rulong of the Xishan Province Military Intelligence Division. I am Wang Xinhai." That old man has a high status? Only those big shots with a special identity, whose entrance things have to be inspected, would be the first to notice the difference in the otherworldly cabbage. Zhu Hongyang asked tentatively. Wang Xinhai nodded helplessly. The deputy chief of the National General Staff, one of the several giants of the military, General Li Yaoming, could afford to say this. deeply inhaling a mouthful of smoke. Zhu Hongyang suddenly realized that he was quite miserable, having the ability to travel between two worlds, without even having the time to develop in an obscene manner. He was successively approached by gangsters and the military. You guys at least give me some time to understand the sacred sky continent, right? Zhu Hongyang secretly spat in his heart, but on his mouth, he didn't move and asked, tell me what's going on. I don't have much time. You don't have much time? It is not just to go to codewords to mix the few $100 of full attendance. Wang Xinhai is also spitting. The same motionless said, we need that kind of cabbage. Zhu Hongyang speechless look at the sky. Brother is not a cabbage planting. After thinking about it, Zhu Hongyang tried to say, that cabbage. I also bought it at the stall. If did not see Zhu Hongyang sell cabbage that scene, Wang Xinhai may not believe his words. But unfortunately there is no if. Seeing the two officers staring straight at themselves without saying anything, Zhu Hongyang bitterly smiled, knowing that this secret cannot be hidden. The era of big data. The military can investigate clearly. Zhu Hongyang nearly 10 days to buy what vegetables, what meals, out of nowhere more cabbage. Simply cannot be explained. But Zhu Hongyang also do not want to so quickly to the bottom of all shake out. Anyway, already moved to sell cabbage mind. Sell to who is not sell. If fixed to sell to the military, then their own waste of time stall selling those 3 walnuts and 2 dates strong, and there is no risk. In ancient times, many people want to become a royal merchant, and now a military supplier of the opportunity to fall from the sky. They will not also be a scene? Sucked 2 mouthfuls of smoke. Zhu Hongyang directly flicked the cigarette out, baldly said, to cabbage can. But I have a few conditions. Wang Xinhai rejoiced. The head of the request cannot be used to force. Cooperation to buy is the best solution. Blue Director also generously agreed to allocate special funds from the Research Institute funds. As long as Zhu Hongyang nod, everything is not a problem. Zhu Hongyang lightly said, do not ask where the cabbage from. Now temporarily only 2 a day supply. The price of $100 a good. Cash settlement. No credit. Wang Xinhai and Ma Rulong glanced at each other. All have some urge to curse. This guy really has the potential of a treacherous businessman. Not to mention the price of sitting on the ground, but also to engage in limited purchase. However, before the real person in charge of the Military Intelligence Bureau is in place, their task is to obtain samples for Su Wolin's preliminary research. The main event is to study through the large-scale cultivation. This guy nodded his head means that they have completed the task. Ma Rulong opened his mouth for the first time to state his position. Good. I promise you. Anyway, just a verbal promise. First stabilize this guy. Zhu Hongyang waved his hand. Don't promise so quickly. And what's more, protect my family's safety and ensure that our lives are not affected. The Wang family has come to the door cannot be mentioned. Otherwise it will involve the strange disappearance of 2 gangsters. Zhu Hongyang does not want to find trouble for themselves. Ma Rulong slightly pulled the corner of his mouth. Now is the era of peace. Although secretly there are inevitably some nasty things, but under the eyes of the military, who dares to mess around? Zhu Hongyang thought about it and finally reminded. Keep it secret. Pay attention to confidentiality. I don't want others to know that the cabbage was sold from me. Wang Xinhai and Ma Rulong shivered. Not frozen, but angry, knowing the need for secrecy and still going to set up a stall to sell? Eventually Ma Rulong cold and hard to explain a sentence. You can rest assured. This project has been filed in the military. Second classified. Zhu Hongyang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. There is a military endorsement. That what the Wang family should not dare to find the door again. Smiled and stretched out his hand. Then I am now also considered a military supplier. Right. Happy cooperation. Wang Xinhai cried and laughed. Big brother. Not a word from Vice President Li. You have been arrested to squat in a small black room, but also military suppliers? But the two still gave this face. After shaking hands, Wang Xinhai directly pulled out $200 bills. This is today. Zhu Hongyang dumbfounded. He does not have a cabbage at this moment and in the morning witnessed Zhu Zhong directly drop people into mush. A bit of psychological shadow. Not quite want to go to the sacred sky continent, but just reached an agreement with the military. The first sale is rejected. Seems not too good. Hesitate for a moment. Zhu Hongyang still took the money. Dropped a sentence to wait. Directly home. Can't open the spiritual portal in front of 2 officers, right? Otherwise, he would definitely be immediately arrested and sliced up for research. Snap. The light blue folder was flung on the wide date red desk. I don't know how such a person would cross paths with our military intelligence. Military Intelligence Director Fan Zhongxing looked at his right-hand man, the young officer who was promoted to major for meritorious service at less than 30 years old, waved his hand and laughed. Hongwei, it's been too tense for a while. You should take a break too. And what about this mission? It happens to be in Tushuai. Zhao Hongwei's handsome face twitched. The director was taking care of himself. Walking back to his office, Zhao Hongwei took out his cell phone, pressed a phone number. hesitated for a moment, or did not dial out. Angular face, flashed a hint of softness. Anyway, tonight we'll be able to arrive in Tu Shui. Give her a surprise. Chapter 8 Killer Attack. Zhu Hongyang rode an electric car to the front of the second building. Lock the car into the unit door. Do not know the opposite side of the purple gas mansion, a villa on the second floor. Tall girl put down the hands of the binoculars, muttered in a low voice, "That's him." A few moments later, the girl wrapped in a light blue down jacket appeared in the carport. A casual sweep of the eyes, revealing a trace of disdain. The technique is really Thai. Casually from Zhu Hongyang electric car gouged down a nail cap size, pressed on the side of an electric car, and then quickly step away, crossing the moment of the tonneling door. The mournful sound of the wolf howling like a magic sound to the ears, coupled with the hot breath that comes to the face. Zhu Hongyang forehead sweat brushed down. Two pairs of small hands gently held Zhu Hongyang, young master. It was the two so-called personal maids. The one in the red dress was called Yenner and the one in the green dress was called Yuer. Zhu Hongyang reluctantly smiled. These two maids were at most 13 or 14 years old, exactly the age of a flower child, a few years younger than his own son Shanghao. It was hard to get used to having them serve. Whoosh! A white cloud floated up from below, flying in the air towards the altar. Startled Zhu Hongyang fixed attention to see. It turned out to be Red Moon. This girl, this is the so-called martial artist? Hundreds of meters away in one swipe, seems to have gone beyond the realm of martial arts, rather close to the level of immortal. Fourth brother, landing in front of Zhu Hongyang, Zhu Hongyue instantly transformed into an elegant and skillful lady. The heroic spirit between her brows disappeared, and she converged to salute. Zhu Hongyang curiously asked, "Hong Yu, what realm are you in now?" Pretty face raised, Zhu Hongyu revealed a hint of surprise. She practiced martial arts hard. Isn't it because she wanted to hold up a piece of sky for her fourth brother? Immediately Zhu Hongyu's small face revealed a trace of unwillingness, whispering, "I've already stayed at the peak of martial artist for half a year, and I've never been able to promote to human martial artist. Isn't Hongyu very stupid?" He, "You're not stupid. You deserve to die. The remaining members of the Zhu family all deserve to die." A hoarse and piercing voice came out, then the sound of breaking air rang out. Zhu Hongyang stared wide-eyed, revealing an unbelievable expression. A black shadow flew in the air with a sword. The ear-piercing shrill whistling sound overpowered the rising and falling wolf howls, and a little bit of cold aura kept expanding in front of his eyes. This distance of flying in the air, from the moment Zhu Hongyang found out, to the altar is definitely more than 1,000 meters. The so-called light function can do it? And that speed, swept through this 1,000 meters distance. There is no 2 seconds? This was already close to the speed of a supersonic fighter dive. Human martial artist. The voice still remained in Zhu Hongyang's ears. The sword light in Zhu Hongyue's hand had already risen up to meet the stabbing longsword. Ding! The crisp sound of gold and iron clanking continued to spread, falling into Zhu Hongyang's ears. But it was as if someone was banging gongs and drums in his ears with all his might. For a moment he was dizzy and couldn't hear anything, and blood seeped out of his mouth, ears, eyes and nose. Sharp whistling sound. There is a little bit of cold from the distance shot, pointing at Zhu Hongyang. Yenner Jade. Two little girls shouted, "Stand up!" in front of Zhu Hongyang body, and vigorously waved his fist to hit. Unfortunately, the cold dawn has not yet arrived. The too strong chi has been the first to descend. Yenner Jader sprayed a mouthful of blood, body like a broken kite, flew out backwards, fell on the altar below. Powerful wind on the face, the overriding killing opportunity lock, even if Zhu Hongyang hearing has not yet recovered, was stimulated to burst goosebumps all over the body. Can only look at the sharp tip of the sword stab to his own brow, the center of the eyebrow vaguely painful, sharp beating, lavender light bloom, seems to have a star from Zhu Hongyang eyebrow drilling out. Heaven and earth seem to be quiet in this moment. Sharp cold touching the purple star. There is no sound, but the sword assassin issued a miserable scream, starting from the tip of the sword, gradually turned into nothingness, all the way to the arm, and then the body, until the whole person completely disappeared. Fan Yang timely floated to land on the altar, Zhu Hongyang into his arms, coaxing children like patting his back, just to cover his eyes, avoiding him to see that bizarre scene. The light fragrance eased Zhu Hongyang's spirit and slowly recovered, but this kind of soothing made him feel ashamed, and he hurriedly stood up straight and asked in shock, "What's going on here?" In the air, Zhu Hongyue was still entangled with the enemy. Black and white two figures intermingled. The intensive sound of gold and iron clanking was clearly audible. With Zhu Hongyang's eyesight, he simply couldn't see the condition of the two people exchanging blows. However, with Fan Yang by his side, the aftermath of the battle could no longer affect him. Fan Yang also did not go up to help the intention, said faintly, "The royal does not do it already. Move like a thunderbolt. The district of few human-level killers is probably the marquee some enemy sent to cut off the roots." Zhu Hongyang chills, Fan Yang said lightly, but he felt a thick crisis. The old master is ranked as one of the 8 marshals of the imperial dynasty. Can be against him at least is the status of about the same. If there is a bitter hatred of the unforgiving, by virtue of now down and out Zhu family big cats and small cats 3 or 2, obviously cannot be blocked. Earth's side has been what the Wang family and the military blocked door. Shang Tian continent this side and shocked the killer. But also let people do not let people play well? A few explosions vaguely came from the distance, explaining the reason why the old housekeeper in Zhu Zhongzhuchao did not appear, confirming that the killers were not just these 2 in front of them. 2 shouts came from the air, and the assassin fell to the ground with his throat covered, blood gurgling out, unbelief still lingering in his eyes. Red Moon staggered down to the altar. The body white dress has been dyed red most of the time. Pungent bloody gas led Zhu Hongyang throat rolling, extremely uncomfortable, grabbing a step up and holding on to Hongyu. Zhu Hongyang twisted his head and shouted, "Ernyang, quickly heal Hongyu's wounds." Fan Ernyang gently shook her head and said, "This girl fought a bitter battle and crossed the ranks to kill the enemy. It's a good opportunity for a breakthrough and enlightenment. Young master doesn't need to worry." Sure enough, Zhu Hongyue directly sat down on her knees, placing her long sword across her knees and slowly closing her eyes. Zhu Hongyang was not able to say anything for a moment. After all, he knew nothing about martial artists, and suddenly remembered the 2 little maids who were sent flying. Who knows that Fan Ernyang seems to guess his mind in general. Those 2 little maids are fine, but it's the young master Yu who has an unstable soul. I have a bottle of rejuvenating tea here. It's good for the young master. Looking at the hand over the disposable paper cup-sized jade bottle, Zhu Hongyang then remembered. He came over to take the cabbage. The military 2 representatives are still waiting. Casually took the jade bottle and stuffed it into the pocket of his down jacket. Zhu Hongyang awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Ernyang, can you take 2 Chinese cabbages?" Fan Ernyang guffawed, casually a move. Hundreds of meters away from the 2 cabbages broke out of the ground, flying over in the air, floating in front of Zhu Hongyang. Zhu Hongyang stunned to look at Fan Ernyang, take things through the air. This is the psychic? Picked up the 2 cabbage. Zhu Hongyang was about to read the psychic mantra. Fan Ernyang again beforehand to stop him. Last time, young master brought over 2 people over there. This time bring this side of the living soul. Try how? As Fan Ernyang gently waved her hand, a white light shot out and fell into Zhu Hongyang's arms. Looking down, Zhu Hongyang was startled. A rabbit with a snow-white body but 3 eyes was viciously showing its teeth at him. Chapter 9 Experimental Mouse 3-Eyed Rabbit. Sharp teeth are completely unlike what herbivores should have. Glowing with a cold luster, Zhu Hongyang shuddered and almost threw the rabbit along with the cabbage. What the hell is this? Suddenly, the rabbit 2 long ears upright, 3 eyes as if the crystal shining red jade, a moment not instantly staring at Zhu Hongyang, emitting a demonic light. Zhu Hongyang a dizzy spell. In front of his eyes seemed to appear a huge prehistoric beast, is smiling and gazing at him, seems to be the next moment will swallow him in one bite. A voice that resounded through the heavens and earth suddenly resounded in his mind, slowly reciting the Tongling mantra. A man who is a psychic is a man who uses his soul to communicate with the aura of heaven and earth for my use, to strengthen my soul, to travel on the wind, to hook up with space, and for the gods to protect all things. Faint purple aura flickered in the center of the eyebrow. The 3-eyed rabbit was immediately abashed, the 3rd eye of the forehead closed, and affectionately arched Zhu Hongyang's chest. Is this still a rabbit? Actually comes with psychedelic skills. Luckily, brother himself has a cheat. Fan Ernyang revealed a look of determination and laughed. The 3-eyed rabbit has a gentle temperament and won't harm anyone, so don't worry about bringing it over. This is still called a gentle nature? Zhu Hongyang secretly spat. Anyway, this guy is no longer bull, but also an experimental guinea pig, to verify that people from the sacred sky continent can enter the earth world. It does not matter. He naturally did not dare to blame Fan Ernyang, and this side has just died. The heart diaphragmatic panic, or quickly return to the earth peace. Read the psychic mantra. Zhu Hongyang directly with 3-eyed rabbit and 2 cabbage back to their own home. 3-eyed rabbit 3 eyes are spinning, confused, lying in the arms of Zhu Hongyang motionless corpse. Zhu Hongyang now also have no time to pay attention to it, casually threw the 3-eyed rabbit on the sofa, ran to the kitchen to find a plastic bag, pocketed up 2 Chinese cabbage to run downstairs. This back and forth for 30 minutes. I guess the 2 officers to wait anxiously. Ma Rulong and Wang Xinhai stand upright like a pine, without the slightest appearance of impatience, but the sight of Zhu Hongyang's appearance, both startled. Red Moon and the killer exchanged blows. Shocked Zhu Hongyang eyes, ears, mouth and nose are oozing blood. After the incident he completely forgot about it. This appearance ran out, naturally a little scary. However, seeing Zhu Hongyang's own unaware appearance, these 2 can also calm down. Tacitly did not ask. Wang Xinhai took the plastic bag. The corner of the mouth is another twitch. So precious things, just wrapped in plastic, can clearly see the marks squeezed out. carefully holding the cabbage in his arms. Wang Xinhai still kindly reminded, "Brother Yang, go back and look in the mirror." Looking at the two officers turned around and left. Zhu Hongyang still did not react. Go back and look in the mirror? What does that mean? However, remembering that there is a rabbit from the other world at home, Zhu Hongyang scattered legs and ran home. Push open the door. The home is calm. Zhu Hongyang cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. 3 steps, 2 steps into the bathroom. A mirror. He scared himself. Eyes, ears, mouth and nose oozing blood has been coagulated black. No makeup to go to the Halloween ball can. Live to see a ghost. Unscrew the faucet to start cleaning. These martial artists really can't afford to mess with. Just 2 swords exchange aftermath is so horrible. And then a little closer still shall not live shock death? Suddenly, something touched his leg. Zhu Hongyang almost screamed, threw the towel and looked down. The three-eyed rabbit is staring at him with his head tilted up. His mouth is still holding half a sweet potato. Sweet potato? Zhu Hongyang, a jolt, tugging on the 2 long ears to pick up the three-eyed rabbit, quickly walked to the kitchen to see. Suddenly want to cry. The whole kitchen is a mess. Whether it is on the floor or on the shelf, whether it is bagged or boxed, or torn apart, nibbled sweet potatoes, carrots, potatoes, rolled everywhere. Fortunately, most of the vegetables are in the refrigerator. Otherwise God knows what the three-eyed rabbit can be tossed into. Inside an army green SUV, Wang Xinhai drove. Ma Rulong sat in the co-pilot, staring at the tablet in his hand and kept scratching. Suddenly his spirit lifted. That guy went out, with the point of light jumping and stopping at a place not moving. Ma Rulong was full of consternation. This kid actually went to the police station. It's hard not to think of us as crooks and go to the police? Crunch! Wang Xinhai stepped on the brakes. The two looked at each other in dismay. There are people who are so unconventional? Frozen for a moment, Ma Rulong waved his hand and said, "Forget it, first send the cabbages to Dr. Su, the police come to the door and then say." At a certain group Army Special Service Battalion's compound, an indoor training hall similar to a gymnasium was commandeered by Su Rollin and became her temporary laboratory. Seeing the cabbages with complete roots, Su Rollin was very happy. Such complete cabbages are naturally worth more than chopped ones, and couldn't help but praise Wang Xinhai and Ma Rulong for a couple of sentences, and then she kicked them out. Experiment results and so on, naturally, is not the focus of attention of the two men, even if there are results, to their level, also not qualified to know. The two men are still pondering. Zhu Hongyang ran to the police station for what? Is it really go to the police? Where is Zhu Hongyang? He carried three-eyed rabbit has entered the Shangtian continent. Afraid of three-eyed rabbit again toss is one aspect. More afraid of his wife and children to see the three-eyed rabbit cannot explain. Send back is a wise choice. Just such a small amount of effort. Drizzling martial arts city is not much change. Zhu Hongyang is still sitting on the altar on her knees. But the blood-stained white dress is shocking. Let Zhu Hongyang inexplicably a little heartache. Although Zhu Hongyang novel protagonist overstep against the enemy is a common thing, but really see with their own eyes, only to understand, do not pay a price, which is so easy to overstep against the enemy, although the contact time is short. But Zhu Hongyang also know, Zhu Hongyang is not that playboy young master's own sister, but a certain tavern drunk, in the street to pick up the dying little beggar, was still alive at that time. Zhu Xiuanxi, collected as a volunteer daughter, turned into a Zhu family 5 young lady, in order to protect the 4th brother who gave her a second life. This girl desperately practicing martial arts, less than 20 years old, is already the peak of the martial artist, only one step away from entering the realm of human martial artist. Compared to that fopper only 40 years old to become a martial artist, simply can be said to be a genius. Usually that fopper young master can't talk much about other people, but to this hand picked up the sister is quite good. What to give? Brother and sister, 2 people have good feelings. Now this kind of feelings also transferred to Zhu Hongyang. Fan Ernyang received three-eyed rabbit. In Zhu Hongyang where the three-eyed rabbit immediately shrunk into a ball. Shivering, 3 eyes turn around, humane show begging to please look, but Fan Ernyang was unmoved, carefully examining the three-eyed rabbit for a long time before casually throwing it to the ground, smiling, "Congratulations young master, Hong you can go over there to protect you." Zhu Hongyang blinked his eyes, half a day before he understood what Fan Ernyang meant. Through the performance of the three-eyed rabbit as an experimental guinea pig, the people on this side of the sacred sky continent can follow him to Earth. Chapter 10 The Rules of Crossing. Looking down at the three-eyed rabbit that escaped Fan Ernyang's hand and immediately ran to himself to seek shelter, his 2 front legs clinging to his leg, living like a pug, Zhu Hongyang couldn't help but have a head as big as a bucket. The big cabbage has already attracted the military and the Wang family. If another big change, I'm afraid that it is not to protect him, but to cause endless trouble, right? Zhu Hongyang sitting on her knees suddenly issued a continuous whistle. Her body rose up, jumped up to a height of 20 to 30 meters, before floating down like a fairy in the 9 heavens. Zhu Hongyang greeted her with a face full of surprise. Breakthrough? Regardless of which world, the stronger the power around you, the better. As a netbook writer, Zhu Hongyang still understands this point. A hint of unwillingness appeared on Han Yu's pretty face. Nope, still a little bit short. Fan Yang leisurely said, if you break through, you won't be able to go over there to protect the young master. The siblings were stunned, and only after Fan Yang's explanation did they realize that going to and from the two worlds was not without limitations. Summarizing Fan Yang's reasoned analysis, Zhu Hongyang arrived at the rules for traveling between the two worlds. Zhu Hongyang himself is a cheat-like existence, inexplicably has a spatial power in his body, connecting the two worlds. He himself was not restricted from traveling to and from the two worlds, but if he wanted to bring other people or things, there were conditions. Bringing something, in a simple sentence, is within the range that Zhu Hongyang can move. Theoretically it can be brought to the other world, which is a bit awkward. Ordinary people on Earth, without special training, without the help of any tools, at most can move a 60 or 70 kilograms or so. If you carry it, it can be nearly doubled. Although Zhu Hongyang stayed in the construction site, but is not under the force to work. Irregular life, smoking and drinking plus the age of more than 40 years old. Physical strength than the average person is a little worse. For example, when he got married, he could easily pick up 100 pounds of siwenshu, but now let him hold 120 pounds of daughter-in-law. It is a little out of reach. Therefore, Zhu Hongyang very consciously positioned himself, more than 200 pounds of general disregard, completely forgetting that day those two punks together definitely more than 300 pounds. Plus take people. The first exclusion is fat. Especially Zhu Hongyang back cannot carry the kind of fat, seriously over the standard. The second is Zhu Chao Zhu Zhong, this kind of muscular man, big not to mention, with armor and weapons. The total weight is estimated to be more than half a ton. The third is the person who has huge energy of his own. That is, the experts of the sacred sky continent will interfere with the power of space. Martial apprentice is the stage of quenching the body through martial arts to enhance the strength of the body. After reaching the limit, it can be born true chi. Currently the two little maids Yen or Yuer is in this stage. Possessing true chi is the sign of becoming a martial artist, and then through various means, accumulating true chi, opening up the whole body meridians, to further enhance the strength of the body, until the whole body meridians are unobstructed, with the words of the earth, is to open up the two veins of the Rondu. The current red moon is stuck at this level. The unobstructed meridians of the whole body is the sign of a human martial artist, which means that it has reached the limit of what the human body can achieve, and is also the starting point for the lifespan to begin to lengthen significantly. For example, an ordinary person could live for 300 years, but by cultivating to the level of a human martial artist, they would be able to live for another 100 years. According to the concept of the sacred sky continent, they live on top of the earth, and after the individual's body is hardened to the extreme, they have to study the earth and realize the way of survival, and to be able to control one of the laws of survival, even if they are stepping into the ranks of the earth martial artist. Each person's perception is different, and not necessarily related to the earth, so the earth martial artist is only a realm, rather than control of the laws of the earth. As for heavenly martialists, it was summarized in 4 words that were catchy even for earthlings: the unity of heaven and man. The divine martial artist and holy martial artists that were further up could no longer be expressed in words, and even if they were expressed, Zhu Hongyang would not understand them. The realm of the psychic, in fact, and the martial artist is almost the same, because the psychic was born in the group of martial artists. Only a powerful body can accommodate a powerful soul, so ordinary people cannot become a psychic. Of course, the reason why psychic masters are 1 in 10,000. Its strong point is that the soul can communicate with the heavens and the world, can also use the aura of heaven and earth to perform a series of unbelievable means, naturally, more powerful than simply relying on their own martial artists. Therefore, Zhu Hongyang wanted to bring the experts of the sacred sky continent to the earth world. Basically impossible. Martial arts psychic masters bring their own energy will stir up the power of space. According to Fan Yang's deduction, the current people that Zhu Hongyang could entrain would at most be at the peak level of a martial artist. That is, the realm of Zhu Hongyue. As for the original sacred sky continent, the Zhu family's 4th young master, at least he was a martial artist who had cultivated true chi. But unfortunately, he was replaced by Zhu Hongyang, who was not even a martial artist apprentice in the earth world. Therefore, Fan Yang guessed that the poor true chi in the Zhu family's 4th young master's body had mutated into spatial power during the psychic process, and as long as Zhu Hongyang was able to restart his cultivation and advance to the level of a martial artist, he would be able to initially control this spatial power. Of course, these for Zhu Hongyang, too far away. Now he only need to know, bring a family to the sacred sky continent, travel what, no problem on the line, or the kind of do not have to buy a plane ticket, someone tube food tube stay kind of. Zhu Hongyang is the peak of the martial arts, with the earth martial arts standards to measure. That is only one step away from opening the two veins of the master of the high masters. In the internal strength has been extinct in the modern society. Do not take into account the firearms. Basically can walk horizontally. Unfortunately, Zhu Hongyang did not wait to think of a better future. The wolf howl suddenly resounded through the world, interrupting his dream. Looking up, Zhu Hongyang sucked in a breath of cold air. Facing the Demon Canyon side of the clouds could not be seen clearly, but on the left and right sides of Daimingwu City, packs of demonic wolves could already be seen. This is in addition to the three-eyed rabbit. Zhu Hongyang saw the second animal in the sacred heaven continent, bluffing Zhu Hongyang's small heart beating violently. Shang Tian continent's magic wolf. Appearance and the Earth's wolf is no different. Just this body type, almost more than twice, appear more strong and tall, and the Earth's wolves are generally yellow or gray is also different. The magic wolf whole body covered with inches of long smooth shiny black hair, eyes red, ferocious gas came. This is to pull a tiger over. May not be able to dry over the magic wolf, and still packs of magic wolves. Zhu Hongyang eyes reach the place. See the magic wolf has not less than hundreds. Hearts secretly muttered. Fortunately there is a city wall barrier. Safety is temporarily guaranteed. However, the next moment Zhu Hongyang's heart broke. The old housekeeper Zhu Zisheng walked up to the altar under the escort of two muscular men, Xu Zhong Zhu Chao, and arched his hand and said, "Young master, the demon wolves have already gathered thousands. Each one is comparable to a martial artist. The Wolf King is even no less than a human martial artist. The city walls can't hold them back at all. We need to plan ahead. The terror of the human martial artist killers is still fresh in our minds, and in the blink of an eye, we have to face even more terrifying demon wolves." Chapter 11, crashed by the daughter-in-law. Make plans early? Zhu Hongyang did have a few options. Although he had only traveled to and from the sacred sky continent a few times, Zhu Hongyang was able to ascertain that no matter where he recited the psychic mantra, the teleportation portal was opened on the altar. If Daimingwu City was captured by the demon wolves, then Zhu Hongyang would be purely giving food to the demon wolves as long as he entered the sacred sky continent. Of course, Zhu Hongyang can also go back to Earth to hide and never come over again. Then there will be nothing wrong with each other. But the otherworldly cabbage has already attracted the attention of the military, and then want to go back to the past life. It is not so easy. Once the cabbage supply is cut off, the military is still not so good to talk. It is not easy to judge. It is very likely that all kinds of means of dealing with spies will fall on him. The last option, dragging his family into the sacred sky continent, with a few members of the Zhu family, leaving the Mingwu city, looking for another place to settle down, never return to Earth. However, once leaving the Daiming martial city, it is the same as disobeying the imperial order. I don't know how many of the Zhu family's open and secret enemies, just waiting to cut off the roots. The result may not be so beautiful. Snap! A drop of sweat dripped from the tip of his nose. This pitiful way of crossing, Zhu Hongyang dead tied in the Mingwu city, so that he has no choice. After a long time, Zhu Hongyang hissed in a low voice, "Never retreat." The hoarse voice not only moved the old housekeeper, Zhu Hongyang himself was also startled. It is not easy to get the ability to shuttle between two worlds. More than a few hundred years of life in front of the temptation. At this time to let Zhu Hongyang to give up. Go in the earth to live that 1 or 2 decades. What's the point? Therefore, Zhu Hongyang made up his mind. Never give up, and keep Daimingwu City. But Zhu Hongyang still have luck? Asked in a deep voice, is there any certainty? Kill all these demonic wolves? Xu Zisheng slightly shook his head. Demon wolves are attracted by the scent of blood. I'm afraid that the more we kill, the more we'll kill. Taking a deep breath and barely calming himself down, Zhu Hongyang asked in a deep voice, how long can we hold out? Fan Ernyang and the old housekeeper exchanged a look. A hint of inscrutable smile appeared at the corner of their mouths. Right now, the demon wolves are only 1,000 or so, but as it continues, it could be more than 5,000, with the Wolf King exceeding 50, and we only have 3 days at the most. Zhu Hongyang's gaze fell on the piece of cabbage. Silent, a person would be tired. Even a martial artist was no exception. Just a few people from Daimingwu City, and Zhu Hongyang and the 2 little maids with negligible combat power. They couldn't kill all the thousands of demonic wolves even if they were exhausted. Lack of people. The only option left was to borrow troops. That piece of wasteland is the size of a soccer field, densely packed with no less than tens of thousands of cabbages. If we use this as a bargaining chip, can we ask the military to send out a special force to help solve this trouble? Once this idea grows, it grows like a weed. Even the best martial arts skill is afraid of bullets. Living in a world where guns were king, although he had witnessed the toughness of martial artists, Zhu Hongyang believed more in airplanes and cannons. Although he didn't have the ability to move airplanes and cannons to the sacred sky continent, he still had no problem carrying a few heavy machine guns and carrying a few mortars. Isn't there a shortage of people in Daimingwu City? China doesn't lack. Other than that, It's just that there are a lot of people, and there is no need for many people. There is a special force with heavy weapons, enough to solve these demon wolves. Even if the wolves are ferocious and fearless, how can they stop the bullets from the guns? When the time comes to carry dozens of heavy machine guns and place them at the head of Daimingwu City, are you still afraid of the demon wolves attacking the city? Even more demon wolves couldn't withstand a heavy machine gun assault, right? As for those wolf kings above the human level, bazooka or man-portable missile will be waiting for them, and they will be directly blown to death. Of course, now these can only be imagined in Zhu Hongyang's mind. After all, borrowing troops from the military is the same as exposing all his secrets. What the military will react, Zhu Hongyang cannot predict. 3 days, only 3 days. Seeing Zhu Hongyang's intention to leave, Zhu Hongyang said in an urgent voice, "Fourth brother, I want to follow you." Worried, Zhu Hongyang reluctantly soothed Hongyu, "You heal your wounds first, and I'll take you there to see it next time." Taking a look at the blood-stained long skirt, Hongyu bit her lip and nodded, no longer forcing herself. Reciting the psychic mantra, a lavender-colored teleportation portal appeared. Zhu Hongyang turned back and said, "Never give up on dimming Marshall City. I'll think of a way." Space shook slightly. Zhu Hongyang's figure disappeared. Fan Yang worriedly said, "Zhu Lao, is it good to push the young master like this? He will always know in the future." Zhu Zixing calmly said, "If I don't give him a strong medicine, how can I rest assured and hand over the last strength of the Zhu family to him?" Zhu Hongyang, who returned to his home, was dumbfounded. Si Wenxiu covered her mouth and looked incredulously at Zhu Hongyang, who suddenly appeared, her eyes full of shock and trepidation. This is also the person who appeared as Zhu Hongyang. If it is a stranger, it is estimated that Si Wenxiu would have been scared and screamed. Zhu Hongyang's lips twitched a few times, walking towards Si Wenxiu, ready to explain to his daughter-in-law. Who knows that Si Wenxiu shivered and took a few steps backward, with panic and trembling. Who are you? Don't, here. Zhu Hongyang could understand Si Wenxiu's mood. Just like his own first time entering the sacred sky continent, an ordinary person, it would be strange if he could remain calm and composed in the face of such an unbelievable situation. In order to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, and directly by Si Wenxiu bumped into, concealment is unable to hide. Zhu Hongyang is ready to confess. As far as can live 200 or 300 years, their family is certainly to go to the sacred sky continent. This matter is not much sense to hide, and originally he did not hide the pillow people's mind. Just he himself have not figured out what is going on. Just slow down the tone. Zhu Hongyang whispered, "Wenxiu, don't be afraid. Things are like this. Being bumped into awakening the ability to travel between two worlds, being approached by the Wang family and the military successively, and Daimingwu City facing an attack by the demon wolves." Zhu Hongyang did not hide it, and even the immature idea of looking for the military to borrow troops, all told him the same thing. Si Wenxiu gradually calmed down, but the eyes are still full of wariness. The old half a day before asking a sentence, "You don't be someone borrowed body and soul, right?" Zhu Hongyang was almost turned over. Thanks to the popularity of fantasy novels and TV dramas, even the more conservative Si Wenxiu, the brain hole can be opened to the borrowed soul above. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Hongyang patted his chest. "I am the real Zhu Hongyang. As for that fourth young master of the sacred sky continent, I really don't know what's going on." Si Wenxiu lowered her head and didn't say anything. Zhu Hongyang had no choice but to whisper, "The rabbit is out." Hearing the code word between husband and wife, Si Wenxiu shivered, believing most of Zhu Hongyang's words. To completely trust him, it is estimated that only Zhu Hongyang took her on a day trip to the sacred sky continent. At this time, Zhu Hongyang just remembered, this point in time daughter-in-law should be at work. How will suddenly run home? Si Wenxiu gave him a blank look and asked in a low voice, "What's going on with that $20,000 at home?" Chapter 12, The Flying Fortune. Understand. Are the $2 million in trouble? Zhu Hongyang then casually dumped into the nightstand. But was Si Wenxiu here now? He rested at work to stay at home. All the income is clearly there. Steeply appearing $2 million in cash. Simply cannot explain. At that time, 2 children are at home. Si Wenxiu held down did not ask. But to the unit, the more I think the more wrong. Lest Zhu Hongyang to do something illegal and disorderly. Which ran home to ask for an understanding. Which thought of breaking the secret of Zhu Hongyang's shuttle 2 worlds. Si Wenxiu still a soulful look. Zhu Hongyang also some heartache. Usually he is basically in the construction sites around the country floating. Daughter-in-law is a working class, both to work, but also to pull 2 children. It is not easy, the life of the labor, so that she looked far older than the actual age. Zhu Hongyang took off the down jacket, ready to give the daughter-in-law to pour a cup of water to pressure the shock. Eyes glanced to the bulging pockets, casually pulled out, touch warm and smooth. Suddenly remembered Fan Yang sent the bottle of spring tea. At that time, Zhu Hongyang was frightened and his soul was unstable. So Fan Yang gave this bottle of spring return tea. saying that it was good for him, so it should be useful for Si Wenxiu at this time as well, right? The disposable paper cup-sized jade bottle was milky white in color. Even the cap was made of the same material, emitting a faint millimeter light. Delicate and elegant. Gently opened the bottle cover. A fresh breath came. Even Si Wenxiu was startled. Came over, a glance like this exquisite jade bottle. Inside the vertical arrangement of a dozen pieces of tea leaves shaped like willow leaves. Do not know what technique to make. Crystal turquoise, as if just picked from the tree in general. The freshness of the breath is precisely from these tea leaves emitted. Zhu Hongyang handed the bottle to Si Wenxiu, and ran to boil water. Si Wenxiu sniffed the fresh breath. Chaotic thoughts gradually gathered. Began to think about the impact of this change on life. Thanks to a husband who writes online articles, Si Wenxiu even to help brush clicks and brush comments, has also dabbled in a lot of popular novels. Why those protagonists awaken supernormal capabilities, can be across the city, to give their wives and children a free and easy life. Their own husbands cannot? However, according to the novel set, once the protagonist has supernormal capabilities, around a variety of beautiful women will come and go. Si Wenxiu cannot share the husband's mind with others, whether it is the Shangtian continent over there or on the Earth side. It must be strictly guarded. After all, Zhu Hongyang's age of more than 40 points, in the Earth is mature uncle-level age. In the Shangtian continent, is just adult young man. God knows how many women will be pounced on at that time. Zhu Hongyang still do not know daughter-in-law thought has undergone a huge transformation. All thought of the future to prevent him from looking for women things. End of the boiling hot water. Brewed 2 cups of hot tea. With the cup of water on the hot air curling up and rising, fresh breath filled the entire living room. Floor heating to bring the feeling of hot baking has disappeared. Do not care about the hot mouth. The 2 mouths cannot wait to each gently sip. Refreshing feeling straight into the lungs. Suddenly the body feels a few points lighter. Ding ding ding. Pleasing electronic sound. This is Zhu Hongyang ordered the alarm clock. Chang Yun immediately after school. Zhu Hongyang took out his cell phone and turned off the alarm clock. Put on the down jacket. Ready to go pick up his daughter. Si Wenxiu hesitated for a moment and said, I'll go pick it up. Anyway, I still have to clock in at the unit. Zhu Hongyang picked up the cup, drank a big mouthful, waved his hand. You sit for a while. Such a good tea. It's a pity to waste it. Looking at Zhu Hongyang riding on the electric car. Purple light mansion villa. The girl put down the binoculars, put on the down jacket, not slow slipped to the front of the new era neighborhood. She pinpointed very accurate. Waiting no more than 5 minutes. Zhu Hongyang returned with Chang Yun. Snap. A small white hand pressed the electric car handle. Is traveling electric car stopped? If not, Zhu Hongyang hurriedly released the electric door. To foot support the ground. I'm afraid it will fall. Who are you? Zhu Hongyang looked up and down the strange girl. Light blue lightweight down jacket. Tall. Face exquisite circumference. Just with a stranger do not approach the cold. Between the eyebrows through the vitality of England. A hand can hold down the traveling electric car. Obviously extraordinary hands. Could it be a female soldier or policewoman? Zhu Hongyang's heart cannot help but a little apprehensive. The Wang family sent 2 punks just disappeared in the morning. The police will not be so fast to find the door, right? The girl revealed a hint of cold pride. The fool who followed you was lured away by me. The kind of cabbage in the morning. I want to. Zhu Hongyang suddenly realized. Vaguely remembered that when the old lady bought cabbages in the morning, there seemed to be a girl behind her. Just didn't pay attention at that time, but already promised to cooperate with the military. This cabbage can still be sold to others? The girl seemed to see Zhu Hongyang's hesitation and said in a cold voice, the price is whatever you want. $10,000 a plant. Zhu Hongyang blurted out, actually wanting to see how this cold and arrogant girl would look when she was furious. Good. Who knows that the girl even did not bargain. Reached out and touched a black cell phone. Account number? Zhu Hongyang also came to the gas. A breath of air to report their own Chinese bank account number. A few moments later, Zhu Hongyang's cell phone ding a sound. Received a prompt text message. Touch out that pay the phone bill to send a cell phone. Scratch to unlock the screen. Zhu Hongyang suddenly confused. Your tail number for 8114 of the Chinese bank account occurred a moving account transactions. Transaction amount, Chinese currency 1,000,000 yuan. Not 10,000 but 1 million. The girl's eyes were filled with coldness and disdain. 100 trees then. A proper rich white girl. $1 million to buy cabbages. Is she sick in the head? Or is this world too crazy? Zhu Hongyang was at his wit's end, and said nastily, not that many, a maximum of 2 trees per day. I'll transfer the money back to you. At this time, little Changyan drilled out from inside the electric car's winterizing cover and looked at the girl. Sister, you're so pretty. In the face of the powdery little girl, the corner of the girl's mouth tugged as a response. Expressionless, she touched Changyan's little head and twisted her head to leave. No need. 6 o'clock. the north gate of the New Era neighborhood. Little Changyan grabbed Zhu Hongyang's clothes and looked at the girl's back, excitedly asking, "Dad, this sister must be a soldier. Can I play with her?" Xingyun since childhood worship like soldiers. Girls, toys are actually all swords and toy guns. This intuition is highly similar to Zhu Hongyang first feeling. Zhu Hongyang laughed bitterly. The world of the tycoon poor people never understand. This girl probably and they, in addition to cabbage, will not have any intersection. And the girl's mouth idiot, Xishan Province Military Intelligence Department comrade Ma Rulong, and Wang Xinhai sitting in a car, hiding in front of the police station. Dumbfounded look at the middle-aged woman on the electric car. Then switched. Which is Zhu Hongyang's electric car? Chapter 13 are in action. Ding bell, the cell phone vibrated. A series of several netmail messages came. Ma Rulong opened it casually and was stunned. 2 videos plus a photo. And the henchman labeled as Stone sent a message, "Chief, help pal around." The first video. Is Si Wenxiu from the family Geely car down carrying a bag into the unit of the picture? See Ma Rulong confused. The second video. Is Si Wenxiu from the bag out of a self-fluorescent bottle? Greeted a few colleagues to drink tea picture. However, these videos were taken by the camera installed in Si Wenxiu's unit, which not only had low pixels but also no sound, giving people a foggy feeling. But click on that photo. Ma Rulong's eyes immediately widened. This is definitely the military special high-definition lens shot. Who said Zhu Hongyang's family is living in poverty? Come out. Can't beat him. Just this one jade bottle. If Ma Rulong did not look away, it is worth tens of millions of dollars. Dialing Stone's phone. Ma Rulong asked in a deep voice, "Stone, are you sure?" A little excited young voice came. "Fortunately that's the finance room. There is indoor monitoring. Otherwise you can't find the good stuff yet." Ma Rulong released. Although all units are now installing surveillance equipment, it is impossible to monitor inside every office. The finance room is probably the only exception. I disguised as a water delivery. Close-up observation. That jade bottle is not simple. The tea inside is not simple. Is to smell the tea flavor. All feel a few years younger. Stone is still gushing, but Ma Rulong thought of cabbage. A shock. Is that tea is more advanced than cabbage? Cabbage wrapped in a plastic bag. But this tea leaves with jade bottle. Which is more important? Still need to ask? Ma Rulong interrupted Shi's words. Get to the point. The phone over there suddenly stopped, muffled over a sentence. When she left from work, she forgot the jade bottle. Ma Rulong's eyes immediately thief bright. Good boy. The tracking device to steal the beam. Posed him. Then do not blame him guest appearance of a grub. Ma Rulong strained his face and said solemnly, "Xinhai, the cabbage is all good for the chief's body. What about this tea? What if he doesn't sell it?" The young guard, which is this old fox's rival, silent. Only after a long time did he muffled. The person in charge will arrive at night. Is not waiting for him to make arrangements? Ma Rulong hey cold smile. This gang of guards are dead brains, but this little Buddha really cannot afford to offend. Think or explain a sentence. That kid put the plane high-speed train does not sit. Have to drive over. After 12 o'clock at night. Seeing Wang Xinhai muffled, Ma Rulong explained, the chief's favorite tea, right? Big deal. We'll give that guy a little compensation later. Wang Xinhai nodded sullenly. For the sake of the chief's body, it seemed like it was okay to compromise for once. On the highway from Binzhou to Tushuai, a series of luxury cars sped by, causing people to look at them sideways. Wang Juanhe, the cousin of Secretary Wang who was scolded by the old man, reluctantly left the gentle nest and rushed to Tushuai with a group of men to personally look for Chinese cabbage. Think he haul 10 billion enterprise president, actually was sent to do this kind of thing on the stage. Wang Junin cannot help but a burst of anger, and so see respectfully waiting in the roadside Wan Kuan, is more angry, wearing a black suit and sunglasses on a cold day. What kind of triad is pretending? Do not know that now the black sweep, clean up as you people? Wan Kuan atmosphere does not dare to breathe a breath. What money are not good to earn these days? Without the Wang family this tree in the above support, he that underground casino has long been terminated. See the Wang family lineage of the young master. Just kneel down to lick the soles of shoes. What's the point of cursing a few times? It's not like there's a piece of meat missing. Do the next thing. This young master casually reward point are enough for him to have a fat year, waiting for Wang Juanhe to lose his temper. Wan Kuan approached the car window and said, youngest, I sent 2 guys. He did not know where to go to have a good time. Now this point, it is not good to do Wang Juanhe's eyes glared. Call, can't you make an appointment? Wang Kuan helplessly said. These days, advertising sales, selling insurance, recommending stocks, harassing phone calls, a whole lot. A look at the strange phone are directly pinched off. The big burly man on the passenger side frowned and said, what's the solution? Speak painfully, don't wait for the young master to ask one sentence at a time. Wang Kuan was startled, and quickly whispered, that, there is another chance. His child is in Tushuai First Middle School, and school is not dismissed until 10 o'clock at night. He will definitely go to pick up. Just keep an eye on his car. Wang Juanha impatiently waved his hand. Ali, you take a few people to do it. Wang Kuan, accompany me to the Golden Crown Hotel and wait. The co-pilot's big man answered. Opened the car door, picked up the walkie-talkie and droned in a deep voice. Little 5 and little 6 get off and follow me. The others protect the young master to the Golden Crown Hotel. Over there, Wang Kuan also turned his head and gave a few words to his 2 men, then climbed into Wang Juanha's stretch Cadillac. Zhu Hongyang doesn't know that the military is staring at the spring return tea that Si Wenxiu forgot in his office, and the Wang family is staring at his baby son. Coaxed Chang Yun to watch cartoons, took out his cell phone and opened the Chinese bank app, studied half a day. Frozen did not find the remittance account information, estimated that the other account is not an ordinary account. He simply does not have that authority, so that Zhu Hongyang extinguished the idea of transferring the money back. Ducking into the bathroom into the Shangtian continent, hurriedly took 2 cabbage. When Zhu Hongyang ran to the new era of the neighborhood, the girl has cold face waiting there. You're 5 minutes late, and this is my phone. Don't refuse to answer. The cell phone rang. Zhu Hongyang touched the phone to see that it was actually a capital city number. Froze for a moment, but still reminded a sentence. Don't tell anyone else. The girl's mouth floated up a touch of mockery. Split hand grabbed the cabbage, reflecting the dim light gradually away. Hey, you haven't told me your name yet? He thought that the girl wouldn't pay any attention to him at all. But who knew that an icy voice came from far away in the twilight? Guan Ziwen. Zhu Hongyang shook his head and laughed bitterly, felt out his cell phone to save Guan Ziwen's phone number. Since he came down, he simply smoked a cigarette and went back. Otherwise he would be confiscated by the little princess again. From ancient times to the present, the night is the best cover for sin. Countless shocking cases are brewing in the night to implement. Even if the development of technology to today, monitoring everywhere, but there is always a place of omission. The night is deepening, all in action. For example, the hall of the West Mountain Province Military Intelligence Division Marulong, with a strong young man, hiding outside the Tushui Municipal Engineering Company building, ready to guest once burglary of the grubs. For example, ally with 2 sets of people followed Zhu Hongyang family Geely car, all the way to the Tushui 1 middle school outside the gate. Only they simply do not know. Driving Si Wenxiu instead of Zhu Hongyang. Chapter 14. Why bother being a thief? A lean young man looked breathlessly at the old horse who wore a hood and deliberately stuffed something in his clothes to change his size. But of course, he was also in the same attire. Gov. Need to be so careful? Old Ma pulled the hood and lowered his voice. Little Stone. Cut the crap. If we let the police trace it back to military intelligence, we don't have to live. The young man nicknamed Stone bristled. There were many ways to do this without realizing it. At least avoiding the cameras was easy for them. 2 vermin so sneak into the Si Wenxiu unit office building. To be honest, the Xishan Province Military Intelligence Office of the Intelligence Officer, but also really the first time to do this kind of thing. Smoothly avoid the security guards from the security channel into the office building. Brightly on the 2nd floor. A few times to open the so-called security door of the financial room. Into the Division Wenxiu's office. Ma Rulong saw at a glance on the table emitting fluorescent jade bottle. Probing hand grabbed up. Touch warm and smooth. Cannot help but be stunned. Although there is a heater here. But shouldn't the jade bottle be icy cold? Could it be that this is still a rare warm jade? Can only blame the current technology is too developed. What can also give you to build out? Artificial diamonds. Artificial jade. Full of streets. To create such a will-be glowing thermostatic bottle is not something difficult. At least ordinary people simply cannot distinguish. Si Wenxiu, a bunch of colleagues, will not think that this is worth tens of millions of good things. In their eyes is estimated to be just a more delicate tea canisters, otherwise which can wait until Ma Rulong came. Early gone. As a master of military intelligence, Ma Rulong vision is still very poisonous. Scrutinized carefully for a few moments, finally determined that this is as fake as jade. Open the bottle cap. A fresh breath of air. The 2 immediately felt that their minds are clear for a few minutes. Personal contact with the cabbage. Ma Rulong quickly judged that the breath and cabbage highly similar, but the degree of intensity is beyond at least several times. Simple projection. If the effect of cabbage is 1, then the effect of this tea is likely to be 5 or even 10. Counted only 5 pieces of tea leaves left in the shape of willow leaves. Ma Rulong secretly screamed pity. This kind of treasure, to Si Wenxiu colleagues as ordinary tea, really a waste. Cover the bottle. Ma Rulong casually put into his pocket, looking around, and finally picked up Si Wenxiu's cup of water. Inside the tea is still there, but the freshness of the breath faded a lot. After thinking about it, the old Ma screwed the lid on the water cup and threw it to the stone. Even if Si Wenxiu had rinsed the water at least twice, but for Su Roland to conduct research, there is still no problem at all. Stone held the water cup and cried and laughed. Boss, We went through all this trouble just to steal a water cup? Ma Rulong didn't pay any attention to what his men thought, muttering, water is needed to make tea. Could this water be odd? Stone wanted to kneel down for old Ma. Boss, are we here to be thieves? Boss, that bucket of water was just delivered by me this afternoon. It's just ordinary bucket water. Ma Rulong snorted and droned in a low voice. If you can take the wrong one, don't let it go. Catch it. Stone caught the bucket of water he sent over in the afternoon, and nearly sat on his butt on the ground. Not being pressed by the bucket, with his hands, twice as heavy, he could still catch it steadily. He was completely stunned by Ma Rulong's behavior of not even letting go of the bucket of water. Just Ma Rulong really think wrong. From him and Wang Xinhai and Zhu Hongyang talk, Zhu Hongyang already have become a military supplier mind. What's more, Zhu Hongyang once moved borrow troops idea, lest their hands are not enough chips. As long as Ma Rulong face to face, Zhu Hongyang may agree. Of course, the condition is a heavily armed special forces, and have seen too many various types of network novels of the pouncing writers. The brain level is far more than the unprofessional Ma Rulong. A minute to guess on him. If he knew about old Ma's behavior, Zhu Hongyang probably would have shaken his head inside. Why be a thief when you are a beautiful woman? Special Service Battalion Resident. Indoor training hall on the first floor. Su Wolin sized up the cold middle-aged officer in front of her. Are you the famous Dragon Soul Special Warfare Team commander? The corner of Ji Tiejuan's mouth twitched slightly. He really didn't understand what project the Biological Weapons Research Institute had that would require the cooperation of their Dragon Soul Special Operations Team. A hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Su Wolin pointed at half of the cut cabbage. Eat it. Anger rising from his heart, Ji Taijun coldly and stiffly said, I refuse. It wasn't that Ji Taijun hadn't eaten raw cabbage. It wasn't like he hadn't eaten anything harder than this during his brutal training in battles, but he was mainly indignant at Su Wolin's attitude. Su Wolin leisurely said, this kind of cabbage contains an unknown mysterious energy. Preliminary tests can repair human organs, especially that kind of indefinable dark wounds. You refuse? I think Battalion Commander Wei will be happy to eat it. Next to a major officer with a smile in his eyes. Then I'll do it. Joking. The head of the personal special approval of the establishment of a good thing, Wei Lilong cannot wait to taste, not just eat raw cabbage? Ji Taijun face skin twitching. This is a pit. The eyes turn to the crystal clear cabbage. Seems to be able to smell the faint fragrance. The throat cannot help but roll too. Su Wolin smiled and added another fire. Moreover, this mysterious energy is lost very quickly, especially after cutting. At most half a day will become the same as ordinary cabbage. Whether it is lost even faster after cooking, I'm not sure, so it's best to eat it raw. Then don't waste it. Wei Lilong couldn't help but take a step forward. If he hadn't dipped into the landlord's favor, he probably wouldn't even be able to touch the edge. With a flash of black shadow from the corner of his eye, Ji Taijun had already cupped that half of the cabbage and sent it directly to his mouth, clicking and biting it. Su Wolin guffawed. Her small hand waved, and several assistants in white coats quickly came forward, connecting various instruments to Ji Taijun. At this time, the do-gooder duo walked in, and when they saw those two dressed up, Su Wolin, Wei Lilong, including Wang Xinhai, who was watching the show from the sidelines, almost burst out laughing. The Hall of Xishan Province, the head of the Military Intelligence Department, Major Ma Rulong, actually wearing clothes similar to night clothes, inside also bulging stuffed with unknown objects to change the body shape. How to see how funny this is to go to be a thief? Ma Rulong did not care about the gaze of a few military colleagues, quickly walked to Su Wolin body, took out the jade bottle, opened the bottle cap and then quickly cover. Su Wolin sucked in a breath, eyes glowing, staring at the small jade bottle. The earth can automatically light a lot of stone, but the color so uniform as one, almost no, especially jade, even if it is the glass type of emperor green, can bring their own light, especially after testing with the instrument. Su Wolin was even more delighted. Tea within the mysterious energy in cabbage, but almost constant, that is to say, will not be lost, but when the temperature exceeds 80 degrees, but will be slowly released. This meant that mysterious energy could be extracted and stored. It just required her to figure out the method. Chapter 15, A Night of Frights. In the bone-chilling wind, the school bell rang, and the silent campus suddenly boiled up. Shu Qinghao wrapped his head with a down jacket hat, quickly rushed out of the school gate, and quickly found his car under the streetlight. Si Wenxiu watched her son get into the car and smiled heartily, starting the car and moving slowly along the traffic of picking up and dropping off children. Zhu Hongyang is not lazy, but although he has a driver's license, the technology is really not good. In the construction site where there are fewer cars to run is not bad. In this city where there are cars everywhere, or forget it. What's more, every day on the computer to code words, eyes have been myopia. but stubbornly cannot afford that with the glasses of $1,000. Si Wenxiu which dare to let him drive to pick up the child? Even the family this tens of thousands of dollars Geely sedan, or after the birth of Cheng Yun. Taking into account the Si Wenxiu a person with 2 children is really difficult to bite the bullet and buy the lowest configuration, including the new era of the community that is not bad elevator room, is also the second child was born. The unit was built by the one-room hall really cannot live, begging grandparents to borrow all the relatives and friends to buy down. As for the loan to buy a house, the 2 couples do not dare to think. Construction companies pay wages is not a punctual, often dragging a year and a half, to the month of the mortgage cannot be paid, can force people to die. But the 2 children are healthy and grown up, if not Zhu Hongyang interest in work at home without income, resulting in a bit of economic constraints. The family is also happy. Unfortunately, with Zhu Hongyang has the ability to shuttle between 2 worlds. This kind of life is still cozy and calm, although it is difficult, destined to be farther and farther away from them, late at night in winter. In addition to the occasional takeaway rider shuttling in the streets and alleys, the whole city seems to have fallen into a deep sleep. Seeing the car turn Anning Street, another turn will arrive at the new era of neighborhoods. The rear suddenly a car overtook the car in a hurry, crunching, crossing in front of Si Wenxiu's Geely car. Si Wenxiu screamed, panicked and hit the steering wheel, completely forgetting that his foot was on the gas. Consequence is that the Geely car as if crazy rush up, hit the car in front of the hard push each other skidding more than 10 meters, before Si Wenxiu paralyzed and let go of the gas pedal after stopping. Don't overestimate the ability to cope with emergencies, and don't laugh at the female driver how to drop. More than 90% of the people, faced with this kind of situation, not much better. Unlucky Ali is sitting in the back row to the front of the Geely position, the window glass shattered so that his forehead blood flowed. After all, it is a professional bodyguard who has been trained with good hands. Ali quickly came back to his senses, and through the street lamps and headlights, he saw Si Wenxiu sitting paralyzed in the driver's seat, and was suddenly furious. Clatter! Geely window glass was directly shattered by a violent punch of Ali. Open the door. Ali yanked Si Wenxiu, regardless of the seatbelt is still strangling Si Wenxiu's body. Hard to drag her out. A slap heavily on Si Wenxiu's face. Zhu Hongyang looked at the phone from time to time. The daughter-in-law to pick up the son should be back even if the traffic jam, should not be late half an hour has not yet arrived home. Ding ding ding, the phone suddenly rang. Scared Zhu Hongyang jumped, and hastily pinched the phone to leave the bedroom, so as not to wake up the daughter who just fell asleep. A look at the phone number is his wife called. Zhu Hongyang suddenly relieved, and quickly connected. Who knows, but came the cold and low male voice. Want your wife and son to live, immediately to Anning Bridge. Not afraid of death can call the police. The phone then hung up. Zhu Hongyang froze. The phone slipped and fell on the floor. In the past, watching TV and movies, he could see similar bridges, and he wrote novels and made up countless similar plots. But when things really fell on him, it made him a little bit at a loss. A tyrannical aura grew from the bottom of his heart. The military wouldn't do such a classless thing, so it was only that so-called Wang family. Moreover, he had just reached an agreement with the military in the afternoon to protect himself and his family's safety, but now it seemed that he was not as important as he thought he was with the military. Originally distracted by the demon wolf's attack on the city and whether or not to borrow troops, Zhu Hongyang completely lost control of his emotions. The Wang family must die. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary person. Not to mention killing people, he had never even killed a chicken. To the military for help? But in the afternoon, Ma Rulong and Wang Xinhai did not know whether it was intentional or forgot, simply did not leave contact information. The only thing left to turn to is the sacred sky continent. Tonight is destined to be a frightening night, just frightening whose soul, but it is hard to say. Pick up the phone bill to send a cell phone. Zhu Hongyang put on the down jacket, looked at the sleeping daughter, turned to leave home. Opposite the purple light mansion small area, Guan Ziwen stared at the tracker signal on the cell phone. The corner of her mouth rose, running out so late. I'd like to see what secrets you really have. Anning Bridge, is Anning Street to the end of a railroad bridge? Originally here there is an Enterprise special railroad line, but with the bankruptcy of the Enterprise has been abandoned and not used, coupled with the side of the newly constructed viaduct. Even the culvert under the railroad bridge has been abandoned, is considered to be one of the few deserted places in the city. Zhu Hongyang riding an electric car, let the bone-chilling wind blowing in the face, rushed out of the new era of neighborhoods, turned on the Annan Street, towards the Annan Bridge sped. Unfortunately, the electric car door opened to the maximum, but only 30 kilometers per hour. Cannot get rid of quietly tailed Guan Ziwen, rushed to the Annan Bridge. See the home that was smashed windows of the Geely car. Zhu Hongyang's heart is pumped up. If the daughter-in-law what happened? This group of hateful guys dead, jumped off the electric car. Zhu Hongyang downhill stride toward the culvert under the bridge, where 4 big men standing side by side. The leader is Ali, viciously staring at Zhu Hongyang, laughing, "Do not see, you dare not small." Zhu Hongyang angrily stared at the other party. "Where is my daughter-in-law and son?" Ali nudged his mouth. A big man took out a spotlight flashlight and shone it towards the bridge hole. Si Wenxiu hugged Chang Hao and huddled on the side of the culvert. 2 big men guarded the side. 6. The big deal is to create another disappearance case tonight. Zhu Hongyang bypassed Ali's 4 men and jogged towards Si Wenxiu. Ali did not stop them, but slowly followed them, and the 6 people vaguely surrounded Zhu Hongyang's family. Si Wenxiu's face clearly visible fingerprints, half of the face swollen high, the corner of the mouth with a trace of blood. Even when he saw Zhu Hongyang ran over, his eyes are still confused. Zhu Hongyang squatted down, a hugged daughter-in-law and son, raised his face to the 6 big men surrounding the side of a bizarre smile full of killing intent. Oddly argued syllables echoed in the empty railroad culvert. Mauve light door emerged. Ali 6 people as in a dream. Open mouth. Zhu Hongyang family of 3 right in front of their eyes. Into the halo disappeared. Mauve halo disappeared. The culvert was suddenly dark. Only a big man in the hands of the spotlight flashlight illuminated a small piece of ground. Snap! The flashlight fell to the ground. The 6 people shivered. Their souls were scared away. Chapter 16 Drunken Oxygen and Plateau Reaction. The blue-colored night sky was like a huge transparent crystal, adorned with twinkling stars. Zhu Hongyang appeared on the altar with Si Wenxiu and Zhu Qinghao in his arms. Xu Zhong was the first to appear beside him, bowing and saluting. "Young master," taking a deep breath to soothe his nervousness. Zhu Hongyang looked down at his daughter-in-law and son, but saw that the 2 of them had their eyes closed and had already fainted. Soft and bright light illuminates the altar. Fan Ernyang handheld lantern appeared on the altar, only that inside the lantern is not a candle flame, but a fluorescent shining bead. Zhu Hongyang was instantly relieved. "Ernyang, quickly see how Wenxiu and Qinghao are doing." Fan Ernyang faintly swept a glance at the 2 of them and softly asked, "Young master, what kind of people are these?" Zhu Hongyang patted his head. Having traveled to and from the sacred sky continent a few times, he really hadn't talked to the old housekeeper, Fan Ernyang, about their family, and opened his mouth to introduce. "This is my daughter-in-law, Si Wenxiu, and this is my son, Xu Qinghao." "Young master, you have a son?" Fan Ernyang's voice instantly rose an octave higher, spreading far and wide in the silent night. Brush by brush, the old housekeeper Zhu Zisheng, Xu Chao, Zhu Hongyue, Yener, and Yuer rushed up to the altar one after another, and their gazes landed together on the fainted Si Wenxiu and Xu Qinghao. Zhu Hongyang was confused. He was over 40 years old. Isn't it normal to have a daughter-in-law and a child? And it's not just one child, it's 2. Of course, he did not know the Shangtian continent longevity. Ordinary people can live 300 years, although the 20-something can be married and have children, but all the families have an unwritten rule: less than 50 years old, not allowed to marry, because before the age of 50, is the golden time to practice martial arts. Over 50 years old has not been able to break through to the human martial artist realm. This life is basically no hope of breaking through, not to mention the ground martial artist and heavenly martial artist. This is the reason why the 4th young master of the Zhu family barely became a martial artist in his 40s, and the reputation of being a loser has spread throughout the imperial city, because it is very difficult for him to become a human martial artist in this life, let alone promote the Tianwer to restore the glory of the Weiwu candidate house. However, Zhu Hongyang is worried about his daughter-in-law and child at this time, which still cares about practicing martial arts or not practicing martial arts. Fan Ernyang, after the shock, quickly recovered calm, leaned over and grabbed Si Wenxiu and Zhu Qinghao's wrists, probed for a few moments and then smiled softly and said, "Young master, don't worry." Suddenly, by the thin aura of the place to come here, young madam and young master is not very adaptable. It is estimated to take a few days to adapt. Zhu Hongyang breathed a sigh of relief. This is like being drunk on oxygen. Suddenly from a plateau with thin oxygen, into a place with high oxygen concentration. This kind of situation will occur, and from the earth into the sacred sky continent, the concentration of this heaven and earth's aura can be increased by more than double. Fainting is also a normal reaction. After all, Si Wenxiu and Chang Hao itself was shocked, not more than those 2 punks strong, the ability to adapt to be almost. Immediately, Zhu Hongyang remembered the bandits who kidnapped Si Wenxiu and Chang Hao, and couldn't help but gnash his teeth and asked in a hateful voice, "Hong Yu, have you recovered from your injuries?" Fan Ernyang's gaze fell on Si Wenxiu's red and swollen face, and she pondered, "Young master, is someone trying to disadvantage young lady?" Zhu Hongyang nodded heavily, although he was able to drag one and bring it to the sacred sky continent, but if the others ran away, he might not be able to catch up, not to mention, also worried that the other party had a gun. Zhu Hongyue is an expert who is only 1 step away from opening the second chakra. That speed, the other party is estimated to have no chance to shoot. Seeing Zhu Hongyang's murderous look, the old housekeeper Zhu Zisheng smiled in relief. This is the Zhu family's good man, reached out his palm and gently patted on Zhu Hongyue's shoulder. Fifth miss, go! Zhu Hongyu immediately felt a stream of pure true qi from her shoulder straight into her dantian. Her afternoon injury suddenly disappeared, and she joyfully said, "Thank you, Grandpa." The cold wind whistled through the railroad culvert. Ali and the others gradually came back to their senses. Heck, this is encountering a ghost, right? A family of 3 large living people, right in front of their eyes. Into a door disappeared. Suddenly, bright and soft light illuminated the entire culvert. The door appeared again. 6 big men open mouth, staring straight at the lavender halo, heart at the same time. That family of 3 is not back, right? Zhu Hongyang did come back, but not with his daughter-in-law and child, but with a big killer Zhu Hongyue, just 1 step away from opening the second chakra of the martial arts expert. Unfortunately, as soon as Zhu Hongyue entered the earth world, her face turned white, her eyes closed tightly, and she fell to the ground softly. Zhu Hongyang hurriedly supported Hongyu. His heart thumped. Bad. See Wenxiu and Shang Hao into the sacred sky continent, will be drunk oxygen, but Zhu Hongyue into the earth, he meow will also have a plateau reaction. He actually forgot about this. Mauve aura gradually disappeared. The culvert is dark again. Only the ground spotlight flashlight irradiated on the cold wall. Ali was the first to recover and bellowed, "Catch him!" 2 big men quickly rushed up, reached out and grabbed Zhu Hongyang. To this moment, if they still can't guess that Zhu Hongyang has an oddity on his body, they have been mixed for nothing for so many years. Just as Zhu Hongyang was helplessly preparing to open the spirit portal again, temporarily hiding first, Zhu Hongyue suddenly shouted and kicked out her legs. Bang bang, 2 black shadows flew out, crashed heavily on the opposite wall of the railroad culvert, shaking this already abandoned culvert dirt cinder like rain rustling down. Ali no longer hesitate. A strange cry, turned his head and ran. The other 3 big men directly paralyzed with fear. After all, they are only underground casino bred fighter, and Ali this kind of well-trained bodyguards have a big gap. Zhu Hongyang also anxious. If this runs one, his secret will all be exposed. Drank, red moon, chase. Ali huffed and puffed and ran wildly. Steeply out of the corner of his eye a white shadow flashed. A single white dress of a clear young girl has stopped in front. Only a ghost would have such a fast speed, right? Ali took a few steps back, mischievously drew his pistol and pointed it at the young girl. Don't come over. Come over again and I'll shoot. The pistol gave Ali a few points of confidence, and his constant training also made him calm down the moment he gripped the gun. Zhu Hongyue curiously surveyed the gun in the other party's hand. Of course she didn't know what it was, and without hesitation floated forward. Bang bang bang. Without half a hesitation, Ali fired 3 shots in a row. Ding! A faintly imperceptible sound rang out. Ali's mouth was wide open, and he watched as a long sword appeared in the young girl's hand at some point. The 3 bullets were blocked by the sword, and under the control of Red Moon's true chi, they accurately rebounded back and passed through Ali's brow in a straight line. Blood splattered on his brow. Ali fell to the ground with a thud. Until his death, he did not understand whether he had met an expert or a ghost. At this time Zhu Hongyang ran out of the culvert with a spotlight flashlight. In the body of Ali Shine, let out a sigh of relief. 6 big men. Ali was killed by his own bullets. Small 5 small 6 was kicked to death by the Red Moon. The remaining Casino 3 fighters are so scared that they cannot stand up. Sensei was dead or alive. These people were going to disappear from the face of the earth. Daring to hit his family, this was the only end. Chapter 17, crashed again. 3 corpses and 3 living people. All were dragged to the sacred sky continent by Zhu Hongyang, and after a simple interrogation, they were handed over to Zhu Zhong to deal with. Sure enough, it is still the Wang family, but this time Zhu Hongyang knows one more name of Jingming Group and Wang Junha, for how the Wang family stared at him is still confused. Seeing that the night is already deep, Zhu Hongyang did not see Wenxiu and Shang Hao, and could not help but ask, where are Wenxiu and Shang Hao? Fan Ernyang laughed softly and said, the young lady and the young master were frightened and have rested. Does young master want to go and take a look? Zhu Hongyang sighed. Forget it, let them both sleep here without worry. There are still a lot of things to do over there. Not to mention that Cheng Yun, who is only 6 years old, is still at home. How can he rest assured? To Fan Ernyang a few words of advice, Zhu Hongyang reopened the spiritual portal, with the red moon back to the earth world. At this moment, Zhu Hongyang already cannot care about what trouble will be brought by the big change of life. There is no expert guard around. In case the Wang family does not want to catch him but directly kill him, he has no place to cry. Out of the dark railroad culvert, the cold wind blew. Zhu Hongyang wrapped the body of the down jacket, looking at a single thin long skirt of the red moon, cannot help but ask, Red Moon, you do not cold? Zhu Hongyu slightly skimmed her mouth. 4th brother, martial artists have true chi to protect their body. Cold and heat do not invade, not to mention here, even in the far north, it is also a single coat. Zhu Hongyang this envy no wonder Zhu Zhongju Chao wrapped in iron armor all day long, ignoring the hot weather of the sacred sky continent. However, when he walked to the bridge, Zhu Hongyang was dumbfounded. Under the spotlight flashlight, Guan Ziwen was sitting on his electric car, looking at him with a smile. Subconsciously look at the red moon, such a big living person hiding next to. Red moon this expert actually did not find? Zhu Hongyu slightly shook her head. Fourth brother. This woman was hiding at the side just now, and even had the intention of striking out at those bad guys. I thought it was fourth brother's woman. Zhu Hongyang was sweating profusely. Guan Ziwen was a proper rich white woman. How could she have any interactions with herself? But looking at Guan Ziwen's odd expression, she seemed to not understand Red Moon's words at all. Zhu Hongyang's heart thumped. He seemed to have forgotten one of the most important details. Language. Earth and sacred sky continent belong to two worlds. Could the language and writing be the same? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This is not the way to make up a novel. Zhu Hongyang shuttle Shang Tian continent. The old housekeeper Fan and Yang they say, he can understand. He said, Fan and Yang they can understand. So that he subconsciously ignored this problem. This is the so-called lights under the dark. However, at this time, Zhu Hongyang couldn't care about exploring the issue of the two worlds' languages, but rather how to solve this big trouble of Guan Ziwen, killed or imprisoned to the sacred sky continent. Zhu Hongyang is not that venomous, not to say that he is compassionate, but it is obvious that the disappearance of Guan Ziwen, who has an extraordinary status, has caused a far more serious impact than the disappearance of a few punks. If the Wang family, who coveted the Chinese cabbage, was looking for trouble, the military might be able to take care of it, but if Guan Ziwen disappeared, the military might not be able to protect him. Scratching his head, Zhu Hongyang simply asked directly, Miss Guan, what have you seen? Guan Ziwen snorted coldly, jumped off the electric car, walked around Zhu Hongyang twice, and stood in front of him. What I should have seen that I shouldn't have seen. I saw it all. Carry on space? Other world? Zhu Hongyang immediately had a strong sense of frustration, and was crashed through again. See when Shio can break through. That is the inevitable in the accident. Sharing the same bed for 20 years, he has the slightest abnormality cannot be hidden. By Guan Ziwen broke through. It is estimated that the cabbage caused trouble. Just so simple to make close to the truth of the guess. Let Zhu Hongyang how to be embarrassed? It is full of street my backyard through the other world. My well connected to the Tang dynasty and other urban fantasy novels, so that people's minds are wide open, and then fantastical things can be believed. Sighing, Zhu Hongyang said quietly, Miss Guan, you're putting me in a difficult position. Should I kill to silence, or should I destroy the corpse? Guan Ziwen snorted. Steeply her body stiffened, not daring to move. A snowy long sword was resting on her shoulder. The cold sword chi caused tiny goosebumps to pop up on her white neck. Having been on the edge of life and death for years, Guan Ziwen had no doubt that the girl who could bounce back bullets with her sword would definitely dare to slit her neck without hesitation. Ding bell. The cell phone on Guan Ziwen's body suddenly emitted a pleasant ringtone, but she didn't dare to move at all. Zhu Hongyang sighed and waved his hand. Ms. Guan, forget everything you saw and just consider it a dream. Hongyu retrieved her sword, but still looked at Guan Ziwen warily. As long as she had any intention of attacking, she could immediately be chopped under the sword. Guan Ziwen couldn't care less about Zhu Hongyang. Quickly fumbling for her cell phone and connecting it, a cold and slightly hoarse voice came out. Mosquito, 1 hour, to where I am. The phone then hung up. Zhu Hongyang almost didn't hold back his laughter. Such a big beautiful woman who looked like a flower, actually had such an odd nickname. Guan Ziwen glared viciously at Zhu Hongyang. I'll look for you tomorrow and get the cabbage. Zhu Hongyang suddenly couldn't laugh anymore, watching Guan Ziwen quickly run into the night, always feeling that this cold beauty would still pester her. Check your own Geely car. In addition to the front end has impact marks, the driver's side window was smashed, but nothing else. At least you can drive. With the help of the red moon, the electric car into the trunk. Zhu Hongyang barely drove the car back to the new era of the neighborhood. As for Ali their two cars, Zhu Hongyang also do not care to deal with. In accordance with the modern level of police detection, coupled with the ubiquitous surveillance, find Zhu Hongyang head, but also just a matter of time, then can only be thrown to the military to deal with. With Zhu Hongyue back home, Zhu Hongyang finally breathed a sigh of relief, took the lead and walked into the bedroom, looked at the daughter sleeping sweetly. A heart is completely put down. Zhu Hongyue looked at Qingyun's slightly heroic little face and softly said, it looks so much like Big Sister. The big sister she was talking about was Zhu Hongshang, the eldest sister of the Shu family's 4 siblings, rumored to have been taken away by a mysterious sect when she was 5 or 6 years old, with only portraits left in the home, and even that proper 4th young master had never seen her, let alone Zhu Hongyang. Siblings exit the bedroom. Zhu Hongyang take Red Moon familiar with their own small home, light switch, bathroom, water heater, one by one to Red Moon demonstration, settled her in the Green Rhine room rest. Zhu Hongyang rested. Wang Jun in the Golden Crown Hotel is also very high. The Special Forces Battalion resident Su Roland's temporary laboratory but a heavy. The chief is critically ill. General Li Yaoming, who relied on Chinese cabbage to barely recover a bit of his body, had fallen back into the perilous situation where the 5 failures of the celestial beings had descended upon him, and had been in a coma for more than 6 hours. In the case of the military 999 hospital expert group cannot do anything. Dedicated healthcare Dr. Lu Lao finally remembered the Chinese cabbage. A phone call to Wang Xinhai here, asked to send the Chinese cabbage to Beijing before 8 o'clock tomorrow. Chapter 18, Dark Martial Hall. Zhao Hongwei, who was responsible for the matter of Chinese cabbage in the Military Intelligence Bureau, was still on the road, and could only be fully entrusted to Major Su Roland, the person in charge of the experiment. Saving lives is like putting out fires. Su Roland did not excuse herself. After all, as a postdoctoral fellow in biology and a genetic research expert, it is not an exaggeration to say that she is half a medical expert. Unfortunately, Ma Rulong and Wang Xinhai brought back 2 cabbage in the afternoon. One has been broken down by a variety of instruments to analyze and research. One divided into 2 halves. Was Ji Taijun ate half of the raw, leaving only the last half of the tree. Wang Xinhai gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "I'll go find Brother Yang now." Su Roland calmly said, "Even if you find more cabbages, that mysterious energy still can't be stored, and after a day at most, it will be no different from ordinary cabbages." Taking out the fluorescent jade bottle with flesh pane, Su Roland handed it to Wang Xinhai. "Brew it in 80-degree water, at least 7 courses per piece. If there is any improvement, it's still here to consume Chinese cabbage. The effect is the most mild." Wang Xinhai took the only 5 tablets of rejuvenation tea left, snapped a standing salute, turned around and ran out. Su Roland, Ma Rulong, Ji Taijun, and Wei Lilong silently sent to the door and watched Wang Xinhai drive and dash out of the Special Service Battalion's compound. 6 hours to the capital. Time is still very tight. In the darkness, a pistol noiselessly pointed at Ji Tiejun's head, but unfortunately not yet top. Ji Taijun wrist flip, has grabbed the hand holding the gun, and smoothly grabbed the other side kicked over the foot, casually thrown out. Guan Ziwen fell on her buttocks with an ouch, and stood up with a carp, reporting to the captain. Team member Guan Ziwen of No. 153, reporting for duty. Wei Lilong's face was green. Although the Special Service Battalion was not a special force with a number, it considered itself no weaker than any special force in the military. But now, a little girl piece, actually noiselessly break through the layers of defense, touched here, and even not out of his hands he has not found. This let his old face where to put it. Dragon Soul Special Warfare Team are all monsters, lazy to pay attention to Wei Lilong's spitting. Ji Taijun carefully scrutinized Guan Ziwen, couldn't help but be stunned. This girl was in a surprisingly good state, as if the dark injuries that had tossed her to death had completely disappeared. The crowd folded back to the indoor training hall. Su Roland instructed, "Since it can't be extracted and preserved, don't waste it. Give the remaining half to Guan Ziwen to eat." When half of the cabbage was served up, smelling the familiar fragrance, Guan Ziwen exclaimed, "Cabbage." At this time, Ma Rulong also droned out in a deep voice, "It's you." That's right, the old lady who bought away the Chinese cabbage in the morning. The girl following beside her was Guan Ziwen. Guan Ziwen's pretty face also flashed with a flash of surprise. "You're the one who installed the tracker?" Comrade Ma, speechless, also thought that Zhu Hongyang do the trick, which thought has encountered Dragon Soul Special Forces experts, but also really big water washed away the Dragon King Temple. Dragon Soul Special Operations Team, the general staff directly under the most elite special forces, specializing in cooperation with the military intelligence, violent theft of hostile countries' military intelligence. Guan Ziwen rolled her eyes and looked at Ma Rulong with contempt. "How do you keep an eye on people? Didn't even know that his family was kidnapped." Ma Rulong and Shi's faces changed drastically. They were so focused on being thieves at night that they didn't really know what happened to Zhu Hongyang. At 4:30 a.m., the alarm clock rang on time. Zhu Hongyang lightly left the bedroom, leaving Hongyu to take care of Changyun, and crossed the Tongling Gate to enter the sacred sky continent. The old housekeeper, dressed in white robes, stood solemnly at a corner of the altar. This Shu family playboy young master accidentally left offspring to the Shu family. It is simply an unexpected joy. Shu Qinghao, although he looks weak, but his appearance is cool like Zhu Xiwan, so that the old housekeeper is sure that that is the Zhu family bloodline. And that side of the world there is a 6-year-old young lady, is the best age to practice martial arts, is equal to the old master, has been desperate to play a shot of heart, renewed ambition. Zhu Hongyang did not know that the old master almost gave up on him, and turned to support Qinghao or Changyun, slowly walking down the altar, stepping on the green stone steps, towards the center hall of the small city. Speaking of which, although dimming Martial City had come and gone several times, but leaving the altar range, Zhu Hongyang this was the first time. Standing in front of the grand and tall palace, and in the altar overlooking the feeling is completely different. A vicissitude of the heavy breath came, up to more than 10 feet of the palace, as if a prostrate here in the flood beast. The body of the palace by a kind of pure black stone construction. Left and right sides each have 4 more than 1 meter in diameter stone columns. Stone columns are carved with a kind of Zhu Hongyang simply have not seen beasts, teeth and claws, seem to want to choose people and devour. In the middle is about 8 meters wide, up to 15 meters of the door. But Zhu Hongyang only see the door frame, did not see the door, probably so big door is not easy to make it. Right above the gate is 3 big words with dragons and phoenixes, a stroke of iron and silver hooks, awe-inspiring and domineering straight to the heart, so that Zhu Hongyang's forehead began to break out in a cold sweat. This is still Zhu Hongyang's first time to see the Shang Tian continent text. Unfortunately, although in Chinese characters are extremely close, Zhu Hongyang still do not recognize one. This is what Zhu Hongyang realized only yesterday. A detail that should not be ignored the most. Language and writing. Unfortunately, now is not the time to ask. How also have to deal with the troubles at hand. Only then have that leisure. Stepped into the hall. Zhu Hongyang was surprised. There are 5 or 6,000 square feet of the hall through the hideous domineering. Directly opposite the door is a black stone paved avenue, straight to the depths of the hall, where there are 9 steps, ascending to a wide black stone chair. Saying it was a chair was a bit of an exaggeration. After all, that thing was bigger than the 1 meter 8 double bed at Zhu Hongyang's home, but it was indeed the chair style. Dark stone chair is simple and heavy. Above the same carving Zhu Hongyang cannot understand the pattern in pattern. Exudes a reckless and domineering atmosphere. Anyway, just such a stone chair. Complete explosion. Zhu Hongyang seen what gold throne, ice throne and other pictures. Black channel on both sides, all paved by green stone. Flat and smooth, no less than the effect of high-grade floor tiles on earth. Zhu Hongyang does not know what such a large hall is usually used for, but at this time it is empty through a desolate. The old housekeeper behind him couldn't help but let out a sigh. Back then, the demonic beasts across the Devil's Canyon suddenly rioted and broke through the barrier from here, and the imperial guards left the army and the people behind to escape. Zhu Hongyang was silent. After all, he knew nothing about the Zhu family's past. Zhu Zixing sighed. It was his lordship who stepped forward, called on everyone to defend their homeland, gathered the routed army, recruited the people, established the Zhu family army, successfully killed all the demonic beasts, and built the Daimingwu city here to permanently hold the Devil's Canyon. Pointing to the stone chair high above, Zhu Zixing said with emotion, back then, the old master was sitting in this dimming martial hall to give orders. The Zhu family army's 8 commanders, 24 generals, and 3,000 martial arts elites defended the land behind them for 1,000 miles. As a Shangshur dog, these things are not Zhu Hongyang cannot imagine, but also know. The 3 big words on the temple door is Mingwu Hall. Chapter 19 Zhu Family Army. Zhu Zixing sighed softly. Back then, it coincided with His Majesty's border patrol. Came to Mingwu City, saw my Zhu family army majestic. Under great joy gave the name of Mingwu Army. Promoted the old master as the Mingwu General. Transferred to the western border to defend against the barbarians. Until the title of the prestige of Weiwu candidate, the official Jinshi Grand Marshal, became the many grassroots origin martial artists' role model. This should be a good thing, but the old housekeeper's mouth is permeated with indignation. Helpless traitors in power, in the name of the ravages of magical beasts, compel the dynasty to give up these thousands of miles of mountains, resulting in 1,000 miles of land north of the Mingwu city deserted and uninhabited, becoming a piece of abandoned land. Zhu Hongyang suddenly realized, no wonder that the new emperor is relieved to put the Zhu family's only son exiled here. This is a dead land. No matter how big the skill is, it can't turn over a little wave. Scanning the empty Mingwu Hall, imagined that the old master stood here, under the command of the Zhu family army of 8 commanders, 24 generals, 3,000 martial arts elite gathered. Even if Zhu Hongyang is a pomp and circumstance dog, cannot help but ignite a trace of grandeur. The old housekeeper's face showed a look of remembrance. Back then, in the Battle of Devil's Canyon, 4 of the 8 commanders perished in battle, and 16 of the 24 generals died in battle, and the master had a word that the Zhu family army was unrivaled in the world. Invincible on the frontier, with blood and no tears, and no regrets in spite of their deaths, and so bestowed the names of the remaining 4 commanders, unrivaled, unbeatable, tearless, and unregretful, and the name was not changed in the generations. Zhu Hongshur only felt that his blood was boiling and his veins were pulsating. He could not help but loudly chanted, just as it should be. Although half of the 8 commanders of the Zhu family army had died in battle and only 4 remained, As long as the Zhu family was not destroyed, the four commanders would always be Zhu Wushuang, Zhu Wuyu, Zhu Wui, Zhu Wui and Zhu Wui. The old butler looked in the direction of Devil's Canyon, revealing a hint of relief. The young master, after all, was not irredeemable. A low voice slowly sounded. The old housekeeper finally told Zhu Hongyang about the events of that year. The Devil's Canyon has a mysterious force shrouded. Usually the magical beasts simply cannot cross. Compared to the Shangtian Imperial Dynasty in the north, of the demonic beasts attack constantly. The western barbarians from time to time to burn and loot. The east of the sea beasts often rebel. It is considered to be the Shangtian Imperial Dynasty's most peaceful frontier. In that sudden wave of demonic beasts, the Shu family army fought bloody battles for several years, killing into the bottom of the Devil's Canyon, only to find that a meteorite descended from the sky, destroying that mysterious force, which is equivalent to opening a door, enabling the demonic beasts to enter the Shangtian royal dynasty in a steady stream. This Zhu Hongyang can understand. The meteorite comes with a magnetic field, destroying the original magnetic field of the Devil's Canyon. For the Sacred Heaven Imperial Dynasty, is indeed a flying disaster. I also don't know how that old marshal, his nominal grandfather, Marquis of Mighty Marquis Zhu Mingwu, solved this problem back then? The old butler looked a bit forlorn. Back then, the old master personally led the generals of the Zhu family army to go deep into the bottom of the Devil's Canyon several times to snatch that meteorite back. But unfortunately, many of his brothers were buried in the canyon, never to return. Zhu Hongyang was silent. The battle at that time must have been tragic to the extreme. Shu family army's 8 commanders, 24 generals, 3,000 martial artists. The biggest loss was probably in this battle. Even if the old master was later promoted to marshal, commanding an army of 8 million soldiers, but that was the army of the Sacred Heavenly Royal Dynasty, not the Zhu family army. The old butler said solemnly, in honor of the brothers and sisters who died in the battle, and also to seal that meteorite, the old master brought the brothers to collect the sealing stone with their own hands and built an altar, expecting them to live forever with the dimming Wu city. Zhu Hongyang opened his mouth wide, pointing at the Devil's Canyon, then in the direction of the altar, then pointing at the old butler. His mouth was loaded with sound, but he could not utter a single word. Damn meteorite! Zhu Hongyang vaguely guessed that the reason why he was able to travel between the two worlds, or with the fourth young master of the Zhu family in the sacred sky continent, did not have a single penny to do with it. The culprit was most likely this mysterious meteorite, including the mysterious power in his own brow, which could have come from it. No wonder the old housekeeper had been on cloud 9, only that he had long had a guess, but allowed the uninformed Farmlord to make all sorts of guesses from a psychic's point of view. The old housekeeper seemed to ignore Zhu Hongyang's reaction. Although that meteorite has left the Devil's Canyon, there may be fragments of the meteorite left there, and there are still magical beasts that can pass through the Devil's Canyon, just that there are no more magical beasts that have surpassed the earth level. Zhu Hongyang stifled a grunt and barely managed to calm himself down. After the nuclear weapon explosion, the center area did not have an inch of grass for decades. The nuclear radiation can affect for hundreds of years, not to mention this meteorite that fell from the sky. No wonder the demonic wolves outside the city gathered so fast during this period of time. It turned out to be from the opposite side of the Devil's Canyon. The question is back to the original point. Should we defend or retreat? Defend? If all the remaining members of the Zhu family die in battle, we may not be able to defend the city. Retreat? Where should we retreat? Although it is true that 1,000 miles to the north is deserted and uninhabited, and you can find a place to survive, but as the number of magical beasts continues to increase, sooner or later, it will evolve into the situation that Zhu Mingwu was facing back in the day. And once you abandon the city of Mingminghua, God knows how many people are waiting to be cut off. The worst thing was that Zhu Hongyang had already determined that no matter where he recited the psychic mantra, the psychic portal opened on the altar. Even if Zhu Hongyang is writing web novels, the brain hole is big enough. A face is also twisted, a little hideous. But Zhu Hongyang still had a fluke and asked, is it possible to move the altar? Xu Zixing shook his head slightly. Once the sealing stone is opened, the meteorite energy will leak out. The consequences are hard to predict. This damn meteorite had bound Zhu Hongyang to death in Dimming Wu City. Back then, when the Shu family army was able to build up the Diming Martial City and construct an altar to seal the meteorite, it was because there were a large number of experts to withstand the impact of the magical beasts. Now, there are only a few people in Diming City. Once the sealing stone is removed, the meteorite energy leakage, God knows how many magical beasts will take the opportunity to kill over. They simply cannot block. This was forcing Zhu Hongyang to make an early decision, and the idea of borrowing troops from the military emerged once again. Unrivaled in the world, invincible on the frontier, with blood and tears, no regrets despite death. Silently reciting these 4 sentences, Zhu Hongyang's eyes revealed a piece of determination. Even if the secret of shuttling between two worlds is leaked, he will still guard Daimingwu City and rebuild the Zhu family army. The old housekeeper stopped speaking, silently guiding Zhu Hongyang out of the hall through a corner door. A wide green stone avenue separating the front hall and backyard. Behind is an exquisite courtyard. The sky is brightening. The freshness of the breath comes to the face. Even the tyrannical demonic wolves remain silent in this beautiful morning. Into the center of the courtyard, the middle of a green stone road straight to the main room. The right side is obviously a martial arts practice field. Also do not know what stone paved. 100 or 200 years no one to take care of actually did not have a weed. The left side is a small garden of flowers. All kinds of flowers and plants that can't be named. Dark fragrance, which can be seen through the paths. Pavilions and pavilions, a different kind of scenery. The flowers and willows. A pure white palace dresswoman slowly walked out from the green stone path. Zhu Hongyang suddenly stayed. Snow white palace dress immaculate, a head of hair scattered in the shoulder. That familiar cannot be familiar with the face, but also through a trace of elegance and nobility, so that Zhu Hongyang a moment as in a dream. Chapter 20 Life is like the first time you see it. If life is only like the first time you see it, what is the matter with the autumn wind and the sad painting fan? The old man's heart has changed, but the old man's heart is easy to change. The Lishi mountain language after the night and a half. Tears rain Linling and not complain. Zhu Hongyang suddenly remembered that he graduated from college, uprooted from his hometown, came to this strange city, originally to the unit attached to the children's school as a language teacher, but because of the education reform, the children's school was abolished, accidentally became a construction company employees. It is in this kind of confusion, that year that Christmas, snow, Zhu Hongyang top cold wind, most of the night in the street, encountered after attending a class reunion of Siwenshu. At that time, how the two hitched a conversation, Zhu Hongyang already cannot recall, only remember the two people walking in the snow, said a lot of many. The most memorable thing is that Siwenshu asked him why he didn't spend Christmas with his friends. Zhu Hongyang was very cynical style back. Chinese people do not celebrate foreign festivals. Since then, the two people began to socialize. Siwenshu's Tushui Municipal Engineering Agency, strictly speaking, is also a construction company, but also considered to have common words. With Zhu Hongyang where the state construction enterprises is different. Siwenshu do not have to run around the country. No matter when Zhu Hongyang back, always see the sweetheart. Remember, Zhu Hongyang went to the outskirts of the city development zone construction site and Siwenshu date. The two were still in the grassy field walk, but was a rabbit popped out of the grass scared. Siwenshu jumped directly into the arms of Zhu Hongyang. That time, was their first embrace? This embrace is a lifetime. From then on, the rabbit came out and became a secret code word between the two. Said rabbit, rabbit 2. Three-eyed rabbit drilled out of nowhere, running fast, head on Zhu Hongyang legs. Zhu Hongyang hit a stumble, almost a butt on the ground, raise his head again, but saw Siwenshu cannot help but smile reservedly. Zhu Hongyang heart is also a burst of relief. The young girl with the picturesque eyebrows back then is now enslaved to life. And how many years it has been since I have seen this kind of relaxed smile of my daughter-in-law. After marriage, the sweet days are always very short. Firewood, rice, oil and salt is the main theme. Zhu Hongyang perennial mixed in the construction site. The family's burden all pressed on Siwenshu. 2 children have been born. Life constraints make Siwenshu doubly hard. Zhu Hongyang found his wife has gray hair. She is less than 40 years old. Life is like the first time. Tears cover the eyes. Zhu Hongyang suddenly smiled. Just for Siwenshu this carefree and easy to write smile, but also must guard the drizzling Wu city. Walking up in big steps, Zhu Hongyang hugged Siwenshu fiercely, swept into his arms, kissed her on the forehead and asked, "Do you like it here?" Siwenshu also a little trance, seems to return to the teenage years, and his beloved wandering in the sea of flowers, enjoy the sweet romance of love. Back to God, Siwenshu full of red face, which there are several strangers burning eyes staring at it, even if the old couple is also afraid of people watching. Zhu Hongyang finally put down his heart. It seems that last night's events did not cause too much psychological panic to the daughter-in-law. At this time, Yenner and Yuer slowly walked over side by side, bowing and saluting the two, young master. Madam. Siwenshu couldn't help but frown slightly as he listened to the raw words as if a foreigner was learning Chinese. But the two little girls blanched in fear, not knowing where they had displeased the young lady. Zhu Hongyang timely show some presents. Wenshu, the red dress is called Yenner, the green dress is called Jier, is my personal maid. There was nothing wrong with this statement, but Siwenshu, who was deeply poisoned by ancient costume dramas, thumped in her heart. The personal maids beside those young masters and gentlemen. There was also a saying called a passroom maid. In the future, they were to serve in the bed, and they might even be upgraded to concubines when they had children. Then look at these two little maids, almost equal in size to her. Yenner heroic, Jier gentle, just like two budding flowers. Yesterday heard Zhu Hongyang said this side of the two maids. She did not care, but to see the real person. But the heart muttered. Although Zhu Hongyang is not the kind of person who can't move when he sees a beautiful woman, Si Wenxiu believes in the saying that there is no cat that doesn't fish, especially here in the sacred sky continent. Not she wants to come to, and cannot be accompanied every time, in case Zhu Hongyang cannot hold, that the consequences are very serious, and will even leave the three of them to stay in the sacred sky continent does not go back. How could Zhu Hongyang know that in a split second Si Wenxiu had even simulated the worst outcome? Still smiling and asking, Qing Hao is still awake. Yenner softly replied back, the young master slept extremely well, he hasn't woken up yet. Zhu Hongyang children in high school, can have enough sleep? Really not many, even those who have no hope of getting into college, also have to consume so long. Slightly lowering his head, Zhu Hongyang softly asked, Wenxiu, anyway, there are not many days left for winter vacation, why don't I help Qing Hao ask for a few days off? Her eyebrows knit slightly. Si Wenxiu had a hard time deciding. The high school program, a day's delay is a day. She really didn't want to delay her child's learning, but last night's experience, although after Fan Yang enlightenment, apparently still let her hard to let go. Contrast, or safety is more important. Last night's incident, or those people? Zhu Hongyang nodded. This inexplicably jumped out of the Wang family, so that he simply couldn't make sense of it. After thinking about it, Zhu Hongyang said in a deep voice, in the morning, I'm going to find the military to have a good talk. Si Wenxiu snuggled tightly in Zhu Hongyang's arms. Of course she knew what Zhu Hongyang's so-called have a good talk meant. It meant that he had already made up his mind to borrow troops from the military, and make Daimingwu City a safe haven. Then Chang Yun, Zhu Hongyang also had a bit of a headache. In the case of not being sure of the safety, sending Qing Yun to the school is obviously an irresponsible practice, but negotiating with the military to bring a little girl, obviously also not very appropriate. Sent to the sacred sky continent is a good choice. Ow! A mournful wolf howl came, breaking the early morning quiet. Si Wenxiu suddenly raised her head. She's still too young. It's better for you to take her. Zhu Hongyang instantly understood Si Wenxiu's subtext. Daimingwu City was not an absolutely safe place right now, and Chang Yun was indeed too young. Once she came on a trip to the otherworldly world, it was almost unlikely that she would want to keep her secret. Fan Yang slowly walked over, carrying an exquisite wooden basket in her hand, which was full of lychee-sized red fruits, crystal clear, with a little dew, like a basket of glittering rubies. Zhu Hongyang picked up one, sniffing the sweet scent coming from his nose, fed it to Si Wenxiu's mouth, laughing, then I take this away. Otherwise I can't coax this little girl. Si Wenxiu gave him a blank look, stood up straight and straightened her slightly wrinkled white palace dress. Remember to take a leave of absence for me and the children. Get going. Ow. The rising and falling wolf howls seemed to be warning Zhu Hongyang that this Daimingwu City, it was not certain who was in charge. Chapter 21. A shot in the arm. Carrying a basket of red fruits, Zhu Hongyang returned to his small home, not realizing that it was already more than 7 in the morning. Zhu Hongyu greeted him and pursed her lips when she saw the red fruits. Fourth brother, what did you bring so many wild fruits for? Wild fruits? Zhu Hongyang was speechless, just couldn't help but taste one. This is the best fruit he has ever eaten. Okay? Sour and sweet. Excellent taste. That kind of refreshing feeling. Let a person instantly feel the whole body light as if a few years younger. Actually just nameless wild fruits? Yang picked it. Hongyu laughed softly. Yes, this side's aura is thin. The physique is too weak. Those things with too much aura are harmful poisons instead. This wild fruit is just right. Zhu Hongyang casually pinched up a red fruit, directly went to see his baby daughter, and Red Moon arguing about this. That is not asking for trouble. Qing Yun immediately like a small greedy cat was seduced, dressed and washed up, ate 3 red fruits in one breath, only to find that there is an ant in the house. A long snow-white dress, similar to the ancient Chinese dress, elegant and noble, so that Zhu Hongyue quickly get Qing Yun's favor. But listening to the conversation between the two, Zhu Hongyang frowned. This is completely the same as the chicken and the duck, not on the same channel. Qing Yun could not understand Qing Yu's words at all, just as Guan Ziwen could not understand Hong Yu's words at all last night. Thinking for a moment, Zhu Hongyue tentatively asked Hongyue, do you speak this side of the language? The gazes of the two beauties, big and small, brushed over and Qing Yun yelled, Dad, are you speaking English? The baby doesn't understand. Hongyu, however, laughed. Fourth brother, the words over here, only Yang can learn through soul resonance. I'm not skilled yet. Saying this, Red Moon turned her head and spoke a language that Zhu Hongyang was familiar with to Qing Yun. Qing Yun, Red Moon, Auntie. Listening to the raw tone as if a foreigner learning Chinese, Qing Yun was also happy. Yakking and croaking began to teach Hongyu to speak Chinese. The little girl was still very enthusiastic about being a good teacher. Zhu Hongyang somewhat relieved. This is like a soul imprint. The Shang-Tian continent language has been branded on his soul, so he understands, and even when communicating with the second mother Hongyu, also speaks the Shang-Tian continent language, only he himself did not realize. This was like a person who was proficient in multiple languages, and when they encountered someone who spoke a certain language, they would only subconsciously use the same language to communicate with the other party, without thinking about which language they were using, with the exception of professional translators, of course. Ringing. The cell phone rings. Unfamiliar call. Zhu Hongyang directly pinched off, secretly sighing. Now this advertising sales are too dedicated. Start working in the morning. Just put down the cell phone. Ringing again. 3 words jumping on the screen. Huan Ziwen. This time Zhu Hongyang picked it up. He was also curious. This rich girl who crashed his secret, still have the guts to come to buy cabbages? I'm downstairs at your house. Someone wants to talk to you. Huan Ziwen's voice was still cold and ice-cold, permeated with cool arrogance. Zhu Hongyang took his cell phone and walked to the kitchen, and through the window, he really saw a man and a woman standing in front of the door of the second building unit, frowning slightly, since the choice to cooperate with the military. Zhu Hongyang does not want the secrets of the great white cabbage to spread out. Guan Ziwen did so, let him some displeasure. Who? Under Zhu Hongyang's gaze, the man beside Guan Ziwen picked up the phone, and a slightly familiar voice came over. Mr. Zhu, I'm sorry, I'm Ma Rulong. Zhu Hongyang breathed a sigh of relief. This guy changed into civilian clothes and actually didn't recognize him, but this also shows that his and Qingyan's first feeling was right. Guan Ziwen really does have a relationship with the military. As soon as he walked out of the door of the unit, Ma Rulong immediately gave a military salute. I'm sorry, it was my negligence. Leave yesterday's matter to me. Similar things won't happen again in the future. Zhu Hongyang glanced meaningfully at Guan Ziwen. This girl almost witnessed the whole process last night, and I don't know how the military will look at it. Anyway, it doesn't matter as she is already prepared to showdown with the military. Waving his hand, Zhu Hongyang scoffed to himself. I'm just a commoner. I can't afford to be a commoner. What do you have to say straight? Ma Rulong's mouth twitched. Half a night. Accurate information about Z1. Enough for him to check the Wang family to the bottom of the sky, but also to lock the person who leaked the secret of the Chinese cabbage. Only the chief's side of the machine secretary has exceeded his authority to deal with. As for the Wang family has 2 successive strikes, the cumulative disappearance of 8 people, about Z Wen's witnessed. There is also a reasonable explanation, but the district Wang family is not really worth the haul of military intelligence department. Now the main thing is to unveil the secret on Zhu Hongyang. All other things can be put aside first. This is also the meaning of Zhao Hongwei, the person in charge sent by the military intelligence department. Seeing Ma Rulong's desire to speak, Guan Ziwen got impatient and coldly said, this is not the place to talk about things. I don't know if Mr. Shu dares to go to the army to talk. Both sides were interested in cooperating, so it wasn't a one-shot deal? Zhu Hongyang also does not dilly-dally. If it is not without Wang Xinhai Ma Rulong's contact information, maybe it has long been active contact. Now the military to find the door. What else is there to be pretentious? After all, in the morning when leaving the sacred sky continent, that declaration of war like wolf howl seems to be in the ears. Only when he took Hongyu and Qing Yun on the car, Qingyan's sentence of not having to go to school made Zhu Hongyang hit a cold spell, actually forgetting an important thing, taking a leave of absence. Edited 3 text messages and sent them to Qing Yun, Qinghao's homeroom teacher and Si Wenxiu's unit leader respectively. As for the reason, they were all the same. Sick. Ding. Qingyun's homeroom teacher Zhang Shelwei was the first to reply. Qingyun's father, the final test is in the afternoon. Try to attend it. Zhu Hongyang sighed softly. He had forgotten that the first grade winter vacation was a week earlier than high school. Without realizing it was another year. He had been on sabbatical for 2 years. Into the Special Service Battalion premises. Zhu Hongyang pondered the door sentry holding the assault rifle. In the end, no bullets when the buggy creaked to a stop. The door was pulled open. Carefully measured. Zhu Hongyang immediately flattered. Opened the door for him, is actually a major uniform wearing a beautiful woman. Army green major military dress. Valiant, fair face with a hint of book breath. Gentle and lovely, as if a small plant in the cold winter. Full of life vitality, especially in line with Zhu Hongyang this kind of pseudo-literary aesthetics. Welcome Mr. Zhu. Su Roland raised her hand and performed a military salute, falling to express her welcome. Zhu Hongyang raised and lowered his hand, momentarily not knowing which salute to use, and finally nodded unnaturally. Hello, raising his eyes. In front of him was a 2-story gymnasium-like building, with no luxurious decorations, just simply painted white, and no signs. After a dozen steps, standing at the entrance of the indoor training ground of the Special Service Battalion, looking at the left and right faces of the guards who are serious and holding their guns. A solemn atmosphere comes. Zhu Hongyang heart cannot help but a little drumming. Nothing to prepare. Come or hasty some. Also do not know the military out of the people. There is no authority to transfer troops. Chapter 22 The Miraculous Effects of Cabbage. Zhao Hongwei stood on the second floor, through the glass window to measure Zhu Hongyang. Analyzing all the information, he came to a conclusion. Zhu Hongyang does not mind working with the military, and there is no cabbage as a treasure to hide. Whether you set up a stall to sell cabbage, or agree to sell to Wang Xinhai, proves that this magical cabbage, in Zhu Hongyang, is not how precious things, or Ma Rulong stole back to the spring-back tias. Zhao Hongwei shot on the spot, positive and Zhu Hongyang contact, to determine the partnership, to prepare for large-scale planting of cabbage. Every day a small 1 or 2 cabbage, simply cannot meet the demand. This is the Guanziwan acquaintance in Ma Rulong to pick up Zhu Hongyang, Su Roland door to meet the matter. In fact, Zhu Hongyang also have a premonition, sooner or later to contact with the military hierarchy. Just did not expect this day to come so quickly. Things come to a head, but also cannot allow Zhu Hongyang nonsense. In the company of Su Roland, hard to walk in. The large indoor training ground is very empty. In the center of a circle of looking at the very high level of equipment, just empty of people. Guanziwan turned her head to the Qing Yun in Zhu Hongyang's arms and said, "Little Qing Yun, my sister will accompany you to play here, okay?" Qing Yun, who had been quite well behaved along the way, instantly brightened up and asked with anticipation, "Sister, can you shoot guns?" Guanziwan couldn't help but hesitate. She didn't have a toy gun, she was carrying a real one. Qing Yun directly twisted her body, signaling Zhu Hongyang to put her down, ran to Guanziwan's side, and quietly said, "Sister, if you accompany me to play the game of shooting guns, I'll give you the most delicious fruit." Freshness filled the air. Guanziwan, Su Roland, and Ma Rulong's eyes all lit up, staring dead center at the red fruit held in Qing Yun's small white hand, the third similar item to appear after the Chinese cabbage and the rejuvenating tea. In her excitement, Guanziwan directly drew out her matching gun and handed it to Qing Yun, frightening Su Roland and Ma Rulong's faces. "My little auntie, your matching gun is a real one. How dare you give it to a child to play with?" As a member of the Dragon Soul Special Warfare Team, the pistol that Guanziwan wore was a special advanced version of the domestic QSG-92 military pistol, and that thing was a terrifying weapon capable of piercing through steel plates from 50 meters away. Moreover, as a special forces team that maintains a combat status at all times, her pistol is always loaded with bullets. Fortunately, Zhu Hongyang didn't understand this either, or else he might have flipped out with Guanziwan, stroked Qing Yun's little head, and instructed Hongyu to say, "You watch over Qing Yun." Zhu Hongyu nodded, but didn't notice a hint of wariness flashing in Guanziwan's eyes. Zhu Hongyang followed the stairs up to the second floor. In the center was a training ground that was half the size of the first floor, surrounded by special training rooms that were partitioned into different sizes. Of course there were also a few offices and conference rooms and other rooms that were considered to be the temporary office of the Great Cabbage Working Group. Su Roland led the way into a conference room. The conference room is not big, the center of an oval conference table of about 10 meters. The wall opposite the door is almost completely covered by electronic screens, snow-white walls, date-red conference tables and chairs, without any unnecessary decoration. If it is not the right side sitting side by side with a sliver of people wearing military uniforms, making the atmosphere slightly solemn and depressing. Zhu Hongyang almost have a kind of unit to participate in the illusion of engineering conference. Take a deep breath. Zhu Hongyang, secretly give yourself a boost. At least in the billion-scale engineering projects have done the second-in-command people. Must not lose the momentum. Opposite a few officers' cap insignia and shoulder straps lapel flowers, shaking Zhu Hongyang some blurred legs cannot help but quickly shaking, relieve the pressure brought by the face of these military elite. From Zhu Hongyang entered the door. Zhao Hongwei, Ji Taijun and others are secretly observing Zhu Hongyang. Black medium-length down jacket, about $1,000 up and down. Talk about high grade. At most a little better than the roadside stalls. Pants on the shoddy point. Dark blue jeans. That is, dozens of dollars Buy two. Also send a kind of feet wearing not cotton shoes, but a little thicker casual shoes. Shopping malls priced at 200 or 300 yuan grade. Combined with the information they had learned, this was an ordinary person, and it was really hard to believe that one could come up with such a marvelous cabbage. Su Roland coughed lightly and took the lead. "Mr. Zhu, let me introduce. This is the head of the military, Major Zhao Hongwei." Zhao Hongwei obediently took over. Zhao Hongwei, Deputy Director of the Military Intelligence Bureau's Intelligence Division 2. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Zhu." Zhu Hongyang nodded with a taut face and didn't answer. It seems that all countries have such a department as the military intelligence. But in the country, especially in the eyes of ordinary people like Zhu Hongyang, It is obviously not as loud as the name of the National Security Bureau. Su Rollin was also too lazy to fold, directly pointing at people to introduce them, no longer giving others the opportunity to greet them. Dragon Soul Special Warfare Team, Captain Major Ji Taijun, Xishan Province Military Intelligence Division, Director Major Ma Rulong, Special Service Battalion, Battalion Commander Major Wei Lilong. Lastly, was Su Rollin's self-introduction. Institute First-Class Researcher, Su Rollin. Looking at the neatly uniformed people on the opposite side, Zhu Hongyang secretly cheered himself up. He couldn't let the other side grasp the rhythm. Otherwise, the seemingly equal talks may turn into an interrogation. Relaxing his body, leaning on the soft backrest of the seat, Zhu Hongyang asked in a calm manner, "What exactly is the role of the cabbage, worthy of such a publicity?" Zhao Hongwei and the others were not surprised, assuming that the true value of the cabbage is known. Unless Zhu Hongyang is stupid, he will go to the stall to sell. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Hongwei said in a deep voice, "This will be answered by Major Su Rollin. No need to hide it." Organizing her words, Su Rollin slowly opened her mouth. This cabbage's appearance and main components are no different from ordinary cabbage, except for an additional unknown energy. After a variety of tests, this unknown energy is relatively mild, can effectively stimulate human potential, slowly repair human trauma. Zhu Hongyang thought for a moment. Generally understand Su Rollin's meaning, cabbage, that kind of so-called mysterious energy. According to his personal experience in Fanner Yang Hongwei and others' only words, it is likely to be unable to see and touch the heaven and earth aura. After comparative analysis of data and simulation using a supercomputer, if one can get a daily nourishment of the mysterious energy contained in a Chinese cabbage, it can effectively improve the function of human organs. About 6 months or so, the overall physical quality of the body is enhanced to 1.2 times that of an ordinary person. Ji Tiejuan's eyebrows slightly raised. If the combat power of each member of the Dragon Soul Special Warfare Team is raised by 1.2 times, then not to say invincible in the world, at least many missions, comrades can go home alive. However, the next moment, everyone was shocked. Continuous use for about a year. The physical quality improvement is not obvious, but all organs aging will be substantially delayed. Preliminary judgment. About 20 to 40 years of life can be prolonged. Because of the shortage of test subjects, this data fluctuates more. The entire conference room was silent. Only Su Rollin's nice voice echoed. Chapter 23, Showman Meets Soldier. All living things, but all that are alive, have an instinct to survive. Even if there is a situation where they have to die, they will remember the continuation of life. Many people lament that their whole life is to live for their children, is also the embodiment of this continuation of life instinct. In fact, in the final analysis, all life can live too short a time, short enough to ensure the completion of the continuation of life, so short that there is no time to live for themselves. Think about it, if one reaches the age of 80 and is still physically fit, does not need to be taken care of at all, not to mention dragging down one's children, then what will life become? Therefore, the extension of life expectancy by 20 to 40 years, as mentioned by Caroline Sui, is secondary to the slowing down of the aging of the body's functions. Otherwise, what is the point of living another 100 years of muddled life? In order to prolong life, mankind has established a perfect medical system, desperately researched the wonders of the human body, and even a certain mad scientist has put forward the idea that it is possible to prolong the life of a human being to 1,000 years, which is not a small amount of effort. But what is the result? At least for the moment, live steadily to 100 years old is still a great dream, and destined to the last 20 or 30 years, either bedridden, or muddle through. But this cabbage, can improve the human constitution, prolong life, and gentle without side effects. How not to let a person shocked? Zhao Hongwei immediately felt the body pressure doubled. Their own small body cannot carry the storm brought by the cabbage. That is not a little confidence. Of course, he also pondered in the bottom of his heart, if there is such a cabbage in the hand, he married that soulful woman. Is not a great hope? There was only one exception, and that was Su Rollin. When the news was released to shock everyone, she was the only one who kept a close eye on Zhu Hongyang, observing his reaction, only to find that Zhu Hongyang was simply indifferent. Zhu Hongyang was of course indifferent because he had already been shocked when he learned that the standard lifespan of the sacred sky continent was 300 years old, not to mention the fact that by practicing martial arts, he could also extend his lifespan significantly. The corner of her mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Su Rollin continued, "Now there are two problems. The first one is that the number of cabbages is too small, and the second one is that that kind of mysterious power can't be extracted and stored, much less replicated. I don't know what Mr. Shu thinks about it." After the others were shocked, after all, they were all elites in the military, they came back to their senses, and then hearing Su Rollin's two questions, their gazes all focused on Zhu Hongyang. Zhu Hongyang was hot and dry. His forehead was vaguely oozing with sweat. Don't get me wrong. It wasn't shocked. It was hot. This indoor training hall, the heating effect is good. He is still wearing a thick down jacket, covering very difficult. Unzipped, Zhu Hongyang took off the down jacket, casually on the back of the chair, pulled out his pants pockets, touched out a pack of cigarettes box a little deformed purple cloud, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, contemplating for a moment. Zhu Hongyang flicked off the ashes, said to Su Roland, the number of cabbages is small, and I can't solve it. That kind of mysterious energy can't be preserved and replicated. I have a guess here. Just listen to it casually. Sniffing the pungent odor of poor quality tobacco, Su Roland's eyebrows knitted slightly and nodded. I'm all ears. Straightening his thoughts, Zhu Hongyang slowly said, before the start of industrialization, although China was poor, it can be said that the mountains and waters were green and the environment was good. Several military elites mouth twitching, very uncomfortable. This damn writing novels. Say a thing. It is difficult not to cloud the first tens of thousands of words padding. Taking a drag on the cigarette, Zhu Hongyang said slowly and methodically, at that time, as long as there is a water source, never mind the well water and river water, can be assured of drinking, which is like now, pure water is not pure. At that time, the mountains of wild fruits, as long as it is not poisonous, casually pick one can eat. At that time, all the herbs grow to a certain number of years later. The medicinal power is sufficient, which is like now, those so-called medicinal herbs planting bases, planted rather than medicinal herbs, rather than weeds. Do you know why Chinese medicine is declining now? That's because there are no qualified Chinese herbs. Counting on those herbs that don't have enough potency or even contain impurities, not to mention curing the disease, not eating death is considered good. Zhao Hongwei, Ji Taijun, Ma Rulong, Wei Lilong and other people's faces were a little unsightly. This person is too capable of pulling the wool over their eyes. What is the relationship between these things and the mysterious energy of the Chinese cabbage? As the saying goes, the showman meets the soldier. Can't reason. Now it's the other way around. The showman has them confused. On the contrary, Su Roland pondered. Seems to realize a little something. Zhu Hongyang also no longer beat around the bush. Threw away the cigarette. Sat up straight. Solemnly asked, why ginseng in the cut? The rapid loss of medicinal power, put into the vacuum box, cannot be stopped? The crowd shuddered, understanding that the key question had come. In fact, after any medicinal herb is picked and not concocted, the medicinal power will be lost. And even if it is concocted, a part or even most of it will inevitably be lost. This seems to be an irreversible process, and even extends to all plants, such as vegetables. Why fresh to be more delicious? Stored to be much worse, such as fruits. Freshly picked is delicious, such as grain. New and old grain is the difference. Not no one has studied, only the end result, and Su Roland the same. Helpless, Zhu Hongyang slowly said, plants fundamentally, is to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Sun and moon grew up. People do not have that ability, can only be absorbed from the plant in a roundabout way, to meet their own survival needs. Su Roland frowned and asked in a low voice, what do you mean? Being able to show off in front of such a great beauty. Zhu Hongyang was still very proud. Plants have absorbed dozens of hundreds of years of heaven and earth's aura, sun and moon essence. The concentration is much higher than the outside world. My beautiful scientist, what do you think will happen? The others listened to the cloud. But Su Roland understood. But that my beautiful scientist, but let her heart secretly spit a mouth. Men are not a good thing. Turned her head, looked at a group of people confused look. Su Roland explained, heaven and earth aura, sun and moon essence and so on, cannot see and touch, as if the cabbage of this mysterious energy, once the outside world is far below the concentration of it, will continue to be diluted, until in the outside world is equal. Now the others finally understood, as if a drop of ink, dripping into a cup of water, could dye that cup of water black. But what about dripping into a small river? What about dropping it into the ocean? Su Roland's gaze turned to Zhu Hongyang, and solemnly asked, assuming that this mysterious energy, is what you call the aura of heaven and earth, the essence of the sun and the moon, then why is it possible for this tea to be stored? Tea leaves? What tea leaves? Zhu Hongyang was confused until Su Roland took out a water cup and showed him the spring return tea in the water cup. Then his face changed drastically. That was Si Wenxiu's water cup. His eyes roamed. Ma Rulong, whose face was a bit unnatural, suddenly entered Zhu Hongyang's line of sight. It was him. Chapter 24. I want a special force. Sweeping his eyes to the opposite side of Ma Rulong, Zhu Hongyang's mouth flashed a hint of ridicule. This white dragon horse. Shouldn't you return my wife's water cup? That's a token of love from me. Ma Rulong's forehead veins popped straight up. His face turned blue. This person is worthy of being a writer of online articles. That mouth, this poison, ah. Still a love token? Is there such a thing as open-eyed bull ********? Married for more than 20 years. Children are too. Take a cup of water that has only been used for 3 or 4 years as a token of love? However, the kidnapping of Si Wenxiu and Zhu Qinghao that happened last night was indeed his negligence, and he reluctantly explained, "We are just more curious about this kind of tea." Zhu Hongyang rolled his eyes. He is a commoner. He is not qualified to arm wrestle with the military. He can monitor that Si Wenxiu forgot the teacup in the office and didn't know that she was kidnapped? I don't know what to say. However, Zhu Hongyang also have a request to the military. Of course, it is impossible to turn the other cheek. After all, his biggest secret is not cabbage tea and other things, but another world. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Hongyang took out Red Moon's theory and slowly said, "The more heaven and earth aura is not the better, but there is a limit, beyond which, it is comparable to poison." Su Roland nodded in agreement. "Why those big shots don't take ginseng as a meal? That's because it can really eat people to death." Turning her gaze to Zhu Hongyang, Su Roland solemnly asked, "Even so, that method of storing heaven and earth's aura is still very important. I hope you can contribute it." Empty gloves for nothing? But Zhu Hongyang really didn't know how Fan Ernyon concocted the tea, dryly laughed. "Where do I know this? Just listen casually, don't take it seriously. Smile sweetly, such as peonies in full bloom, graceful and luxurious, colorful but not vulgar." Su Roland softly asked, "Really?" Even with Zhu Hongyang's determination, there was a moment of trance, subconsciously lowering his eyelids, not daring to look at Su Roland's meaningful smile. Coughing lightly, Zhao Hongwei spoke. "I know you have secrets, but General Li Yaoming personally ordered that you are a citizen of China, not an enemy, and cannot be used by force, so we did not use any means, but rather purchased through Wang Xinhai, and some necessary means of monitoring and also protecting you." Zhu Hongyang was slightly stunned. Then he realized, why up to now there is no special police, national security or army to arrest him. "This is also thanks to that old man's sentence," Zhao Hongwei said in a deep voice. "Given that you also have the intention of cooperating with the military, that's why I invited you over here, to open up and establish a cooperative relationship, so feel free to mention any requirements you have." Zhu Hongyang pondered. In fact, this situation, after Wang Xinhai came to his door for the second time, it wasn't like he hadn't considered it. If he didn't want to be arrested and sliced for research, if he didn't want to be arrested and tortured, if he still wanted to live in China, this seemed to be the only choice. From the fact that he didn't refuse to sell the cabbage to Wang Xinhai, he had actually subconsciously made a choice. Now, he can only be glad that he met a reasonable and good man, the deputy chief of the general staff, General Li Yaoming. After a long time, Zhu Hongyang raised his head and looked solemn. "Then I'll say it?" Zhao Hongwei nodded his head with a solemn expression. As the head of the military hand-picked by General Li Yaoming, a request made by an ordinary person should not be difficult for him yet. Zhu Hongyang brooded for a moment and slowly said, "Number 1, I hope that my life won't be affected, including my family, and things like the office being patronized by petty thieves won't happen again." Ma Rulong's face was ugly, almost being pointed at his nose and scolded, but he still had to suffer. This suffocated Zhao Hongwei nodded. "Your matter, other than the military, will not be leaked out. This I can guarantee." Military representatives in Zhu Hongyang tacit understanding did not mention last night's events. How to deal with the Wang family, that is the military thing, Zhu Hongyang will not ask, but if someone else to find the door. A few more cases of disappearance. The military also headache, is not it? Zhu Hongyang nodded. "Is recognized this matter. The second, cabbage or tea, I will try to provide, but must be purchased. No credit. Cabbage on $100. Tea, I have to think again." Su Roland lightly raised her hand and covered her mouth. $100 is too much for you. How about 250? Hearing Su Roland's words with a smile, Zhu Hongyang also reacted. This is mocking him as a 250. However, towards beautiful women, men's tolerance seems to be quite large. Zhu Hongyang also did not get angry, just 100. In the future, I can't say there are good things that we need to explore together. Su Roland's fair face flashed a flash of red tide. Since childhood, she has been the school bully. Those little boys facing her. There is no bottom of the conversation. After entering the Military Research Institute, even more, no one dares to say crazy things to her. This is the first person who dares to molest her to her face. This feeling is really fresh. In fact, it's not that Zhu Hongyang has any thoughts about Su Roland. Under Si Wenxiu's female authority, Zhu Hongyang has that heart but also doesn't have that courage. Since the determination opened the two-world exchanges, it is inevitable that the need to study the differences between the two worlds, the Earth side, is definitely more direct and faster technological means. Shangtian continent side, obviously psychic means more suitable in advance to pull together a reliable scientific research technicians. How not to lose? This is Zhu Hongyang's real idea, but unfortunately, including Su Roland himself, everyone has interpreted the bias. Zhu Hongyang pondered for a while, then said, "The third condition. I need a heavily armed special forces unit to help me solve a little trouble." This sentence shows Zhu Hongyang's amateurishness towards the army establishment. What he wants to do is to defend the city. According to his initial idea, dozens of heavy machine guns are placed on the top of the city to raid the demon wolves. Ask which special forces will be equipped with dozens of heavy machine guns? Zhao Hongwei and others looked at each other. This is no longer their level can make a decision, and Zhu Hongyang provided information is too vague. What is meant by a special forces? A squad, a platoon, a company or a brigade can be called a special forces. Moreover, the combat environment, combat objectives, the number of enemies, the presence or absence of reinforcements and other factors also determine the special forces weapons configuration. For example, the Dragon Soul Special Forces, the main task is to go deep into the enemy's violent seizure of intelligence. Heavy weapons do not want to think about. If the front battle, Wei Lilong's Special Forces Battalion casually abused him 1,000 times. Redraw a cigarette in his mouth. Zhu Hongyang lit a hard draw, until only the butt of the cigarette before throwing it away. Raised his head. From Zhao Hongwei, Ji Taijun, Wei Lilong, Ma Rulong face one by one to look over, and finally his eyes fell on Su Rollin pretty face. Seems to be just say to her a listen. Last night, that little wildcat all saw. Hiding is not much fun. Truth be told, I can enter another world. Cabbage and tea, in fact, are there to bring back. Chapter 25, look at the pattern of others. The conference room was silent. This question that was deliberately avoided was actually the main event. Based on Guan Ziwen's account, they had made countless guesses, but none of them made sense. On the contrary, Guan Ziwen's suggestion of a portable space or a connection to the other worlds, although rather fanciful, was the most reasonable guess. In fact, from the time Zhu Hongyang took Qingyun Hongyue on the car, several of them paid attention to Hongyue, far more than paying attention to Zhu Hongyang for how long. Turning someone out of existence, relying on modern technology, was still easily achievable, but turning out a large living person out of thin air without any records was not something technology could do. According to Guan Ziwen, facing that girl who appeared to be less than 20 years old, she didn't have a chance to shoot at all, and even if her sidearm was claimed to be able to penetrate a steel plate from 50 meters away, it might not be able to interrupt that bizarre sword. From the beginning to the end, several of them observed Red Moon for close to half an hour, and froze without discovering that girl in a white dress, where exactly the sword was hidden. Now Zhu Hongyang took the initiative to bring up this issue. No wonder they were highly concentrated. Su Rollin even forgot that Zhu Hongyang was staring straight at her and took the lead in breaking this weird atmosphere. What kind of world is that? With a bitter smile, Zhu Hongyang subconsciously drew out another cigarette and prepared to light it, but he heard Su Rollin's petulant scolding. Speak! No smoking! Zhu Hongyang froze, but still put down the cigarette. At home by Si Wenxiu and Xiao Qingyun tube used to, but did not get angry. Zhao Hongwei, Ji Taijun and the others' cheeks twitched, somehow having a vestigial feeling of two couples flirting. It was a high martial world with a rich heaven and earth aura, with two main professions, martial artists and psychic masters, and a feudal dynasty system that was still in the cold weapons era. Zhu Hongyang slowly introduced, as if he also took this opportunity to clear a line of thought for himself. I was fortunate enough to inherit a small city, and unfortunate enough to encounter a demonic wolf attacking the city. With my ability, it's not enough to defend that city. Now I only have two choices. Zhao Hongwei and the others looked at each other in disbelief. For a moment they didn't know whether to believe Zhu Hongyang's words or not. After all, this one is a writer of metaphysical novels. What if this is a story he made up? Instead, Su Rollin asked with interest, which two options? Zhu Hongyang said expressionlessly, borrow troops from the military to repel the demon wolves, or move the whole family into that world and migrate somewhere else. Su Rollin pursued, why? Thinking of that damned meteorite. Zhu Hongyang got a headache and helplessly said, because as long as I enter that world, I can only appear in that small town. The conference room once again fell into silence. Zhu Hongyang finally managed to light that cigarette and silently swallowed the clouds. Ji Taijun suddenly opened his mouth and asked, martial artists and psychics, can you describe them in detail? Zhu Hongyang nodded. Martial artist, you can understand it as a person practicing martial arts. That is, the kind of martial arts master in martial arts novels, or a little stronger. Ji Taijun quickly pursued, how strong? For example, that little girl downstairs. Shaking his head, Zhu Hongyang dryly said, I don't know. Although there was a hidden part, Zhu Hongyang wasn't considered a lie. After all, he wasn't a martial artist and couldn't say how strong a martial artist actually was. Several people from the military looked at Zhao Hongwei. After all, he was the one in charge of this matter. Zhao Hongwei had all sorts of thoughts turning in his mind, and he was silent for a long time before slowly saying, whether or not I help you solve your troubles is just a small matter. Opening up a new world is the big thing. Everyone was shaken. refreshing their understanding of this youngest officer. Look at this pattern of others. Everyone was only thinking of getting something good from Zhu Hongyang's hands to enhance the military strength. And look at others. The moment they opened their mouths, they were opening up a new world. Even Zhu Hongyang was shocked. If there is a stable channel between the two worlds, Zhao Hongwei's idea is not impossible to realize. Airplanes, tanks, and cannons are constantly entering the sacred sky continent, and the sacred sky dynasty, which is still in the cold weapon era, may not be able to stop China's attacks. At that time, the sacred sky dynasty might have to change its name to China's sacred sky province, and all of us here are the ministers who pioneered the frontier. Shaking his head fiercely, expelling this unrealistic thought, Zhu Hongyang sneered, conquering a new world. What a big heart. It's a pity that including me, I know nothing about that world. Su Roland's eyes glowed. We have plenty of time to get to know that new world. Treating a beautiful woman. Zhu Hongyang was obviously much more forgiving, and smiled bitterly. Unfortunately, anything over 200 pounds, I simply can't bring it there. Ideal is very plump, reality is very bony. This sentence was like cool water poured over the head, instantly calming down the military elites whose minds were a bit feverish. No matter how much water Zhu Hongyang said, this was not something they could decide. Zhao Hongwei slowly said, there will always be a way. Right now, of course, is the first to help you solve the problem. Hearing is false. Seeing is believing. How many troops are needed? Equipped with what weapons? But also need to visit the field. Perhaps, only with the merit of opening up the territory, he can fulfill that almost impossible bet. A great opportunity is placed in front of him. How can he give up? Zhu Hongyang also fell into contemplation. In just 2 days, his understanding of the sacred sky continent was only skin deep, and he didn't even know half of the means of martial artists and psychic masters. What would be the result of a martial artist psychic versus an airplane tank? He couldn't predict, but repelling the demonic wolves was already a matter of fire that could not be delayed. Even if the Chinese military wants to occupy the sacred sky continent, it will have to transport troops through him, right? As long as he does not agree, no one has a trick. The initiative is still in his hands. Thinking through all this, Zhu Hongyang looked straight at Zhao Hongwei and coldly said, I hope, between us is a win-win cooperation. Don't force me to hide over there and not come back. Zhao Hongwei was flabbergasted, and also realized that he was a bit too eager and scared the other party a bit, collected himself and solemnly said, we are in a cooperative relationship. Zhu Hongyang then nodded, slowing down his tone, 2 places, I can take you over to see and determine how to defend the city. Zhao Hongwei breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes slowly swept over Ji Taijun, Wei Lilong, Ma Rulong, Su Roland, to field trip to the other world. The enemy was still the demonic wolves that he had never seen before. Himself and Ma Rulong, who were engaged in intelligence work, were naturally excluded. Of course, with his identity as the person in charge, if he had to go to the other world to take a look, Zhu Hongyang wouldn't refuse. It's just that would inevitably be looked down upon, and for the first time they worked together. Zhao Hongwei didn't want to cause any dissatisfaction with Zhu Hongyang. Then let Captain Ji and Battalion Commander Wei go over and take a look. Ji Taijun shook his head. I'll go look at that little girl. Dr. Su go. Su Roland was overjoyed, if not for the fact that as a soldier, it was not good to disobey orders. She would have opened her mouth to fight for this spot. Zhu Hongyang, however, looked at a few other people, meaningfully scrutinized the eyes of the stupid. Heaven and earth conscience. He really has no idea of Su Roland, guilty of using the beauty plan? Chapter 26. The second young lady. Although he was eager to see how Zhu Hongyang traveled to the other world, his excessive perseverance still allowed Ji Taijun to directly stand up and leave the conference room in large strides, and his chorus of voices was faintly heard from the outside, all of you, level 1 alert. Ma Rulong also knowingly stood up and left quickly, not forgetting to close the conference room door. There are some secrets that are not revealed. It is not good to know in advance. In the blink of an eye, there were only 4 people left in the conference room, Zhu Hongyang, Zhao Hongwei, Su Roland, and Wei Lilong. Although reciting the psychic mantra didn't require any posture or movement, but for something as big as taking someone to the other world, didn't it also require a little bit of ceremony? Zhu Hongyang walked to the podium-like position in front of the electronic screen, which was spacious enough to accommodate the psychic portal, and assumed a posture of folding his hands, then felt that it was wrong. He was not a monk, and he had never thought of becoming a monk in his life. Zhao Hongwei. 3 people also walked to the podium near the podium, face oddly looking at Zhu Hongyang there to raise his hands and pose. What is this person doing? In the 3 pairs of eyes watching, Zhu Hongyang old face read, also do not toss, just so stand and recite the psychic mantra. Oddly tongue-twisting syllables sounded. The void shook. Lavender aura emerged. Light blue water curtains within the aura slightly rippled, as if a living water. Even though the 3 military elites were well informed, they were filled with shock. This had far exceeded their cognition. Su Wolin was even more mesmerized as she took a deep breath. It seemed like infinite freshness was pouring out from within the halo. This was the aura of heaven and earth? Zhu Hongyang impatiently shouted. One by one. Speed up. After all, Wei Lilong reacted faster. An arrow stepped to the front of the purple halo, lifting his leg to drill inside. Zhu Hongyang was startled and hastily yanked him back, roaring, "You want to die." Psychic portal, strictly speaking, belongs to Zhu Hongyang's personal belongings. The prerequisite for traveling between the two worlds is to get Zhu Hongyang's permission. In other words, without Zhu Hongyang rashly enter the portal, will bang sound exploded into meat, and then by the power of the void into nothingness. Even a little residue does not remain. Of course, there may be intact, but was transported to what place? Then only God knows. After listening to Zhu Hongyang's explanation, Wei Lilong cold sweat brushed down. This is too dangerous. Just now Zhu Hongyang, if he is a little slower, he will have to say goodbye to this world. Su Wolin stared at Zhu Hongyang, eyes glowing, feeling that to study this person thoroughly, far more interesting than the study of what biological weapons. Zhu Hongyang dragged Wei Lilong into the portal. The rich heaven and earth aura came to his face, making Wei Lilong's head dizzy. After Zhu Hongyang let go of his hand, he stumbled 2 steps drunkenly and sat on the ground of his own accord, but his mind was incomparably clear. The old butler noiselessly appeared beside Zhu Hongyang, swept a glance at Wei Lilong and softly asked, "Young master, this is?" Zhu Hongyang said solemnly, "We are too few people. If we want to defend Daimingwu City, we must borrow troops. This is the commander of that world's army. I brought him here for a field trip." The corners of the old housekeeper's mouth revealed a trace of inscrutable smile, nodded non-committally. In fact, Zhu Hongyang was also a bit weak. Although there were only a few people left in the Zhu family, it was obvious that the old butler was at the head of the family. To put it bluntly, even he, the fourth young master, was dispensable. This time, without discussing with the old housekeeper in advance, directly borrowing troops from the Chinese military. Once the old housekeeper disagreed, the consequences would be very serious. However, the old housekeeper's attitude, so Zhu Hongyang cannot understand what he really means. Agree or disagree? You old say something. Seeing that the old housekeeper did not say anything for a long time, Zhu Hongyang shook his head. Forget it, cannot go far to protect the fourth young master to come here? This old man's loyalty, or impeccable. Now go to the Su Wolin pickup is the main thing. Returning to that conference room, Zhu Hongyang bowed slightly, following the etiquette on TV, and assumed a posture that he thought was more gentlemanly, with his left hand behind his back, stretching out his right hand to Su Wolin. Su Wolin giggled. This person is really funny, and not to participate in the ball. Make a gesture of inviting a lady to dance. What is going on? White tender little hand into the hands of Zhu Hongyang. There is nothing charming and romantic. After a moment of confusion, dimming watching scenery appeared in front of Su Wolin, although the fresh breath to make her brain incomparable awake. But the hands and feet sore and soft seemed to not listen to the command. Look to be soft on the ground. Treating a lady, Zhu Hongyang is still more caring, unlike Wei Lilong who left him to his own devices, gently holding Su Wolin. However, the next moment, Zhu Hongyang's face went white. Zhu Zhong, this bastard, actually directly knelt down on one knee, speaking in broken Chinese in a jar. Greetings, second young lady. Even the old housekeeper bowed slightly, his right hand stroking his chest. Greetings, second young lady. At this exact moment, Fan Ernyang flew slowly through the air with Siwenxiu, and drifted down to the altar. Seeing this scene clearly, Siwenxiu's pretty face was immediately gloomy, looking at Su Wolin with an unfavorable expression, her eyes full of hostility. Army green major military dress, shoulder straps, collar, flower cap, badge, and the holy sky continent under the sunlight shining glittering. White goose egg face can be broken. Valiant disguise cannot book breath. The age of 30 or so, it is the woman's most attractive prime time, making Su Wolin has both the unique military atmosphere of female soldiers, but also the intellectual beauty of knowledge women. This is a formidable enemy. Siwenxiu's heart sank. Zhu Hongyang, you bastard. If you dare to fall for the military's beauty plan, I am not finished with you. Although Su Wolin was in some discomfort, her mind was clear and she was also subdued by Siwenxiu's appearance. A snow-white ancient-style palace dress is immaculate. Hair draped over the shoulders, flying in the air, ran floating down in front of her body. Although through the trials and tribulations of life, that pretty face no longer looks young, but with a light luster. Set as a fairy down to earth may be a bit exaggerated, but vaguely through a trace of noble and elegant temperament, let her unconsciously a bit ashamed of themselves. Without much introduction, Zhu Hongyang family photos, Su Wolin has seen countless times. Even after changing attire, she still recognized the identity of this woman at first glance. Zhu Hongyang's legitimate wife, Siwenxiu. The two women silently stared at each other. There seemed to be an inexplicable aura spreading, making Zhu Hongyang feel uncomfortable. It was like being in a shura. Si Wenqiu eyes fell on his hands holding Su Wolin. Zhu Hongyang a shiver, almost directly let go. The heart wailed. Mars hit the earth. At this time, Fan Ernyang added another fire. Let go of Si Wenqiu. Convergence of salute. Second young lady. Zhu Hongyang had a jolt, and quickly opened his mouth to explain. You guys are mistaken. This is a military researcher. Major Su Rolin. Humph. Su Rolin suddenly let out a cold snort, struggled to stabilize her body, and reluctantly gave a military salute. Sister. Chapter 27. Si Wenqiu's mind. Zhu Hongyang's hand shivered like he was stung by a hornet and retracted his hand that was holding Su Rolin. Sister? This word is so ambiguous, as if the struggle had drained Su Rolin's strength. As Zhu Hongyang retracted his hand, Su Rolin collapsed directly, coincidentally into Zhu Hongyang's arms. Si Wenqiu suddenly took a step forward, holding Su Rolin. Sister, just came here will be drunk oxygen. Be careful. Oh. Zhu Hongyang let out a bitter smile, and simply looked at Wei Lilong, who was already able to stand up on his own. How is it? Can you walk 2 steps? Wei Lilong shook his head with a taut face. Suddenly entered a new world, and there is no so-called golden finger, which can be adapted so quickly. His vision can be much higher than Zhu Hongyang. Zhu Zhong's more than 2 meters tall, covered with at least a few hundred pounds of iron armor, and a huge sword like a doorplate. The pressure brought to him is not normal. Fan Ernyang with Si Wenqiu flying in the air over, but also let Wei Lilong quickly on the strength of martial artists have a visual judgment. This is not a lot of masters in the TV hanging with a wigwam set out, but a real short distance over the air. Zhu Hongyang scratched his head. Zhao Hongwei is still waiting. Xingyun Hongwei is also still in the army. He has to hurry back, otherwise it is impossible to say what will happen. Ernyang, is there a way to make them adapt quickly? Fan Ernyang glanced meaningfully at Zhu Hongyang, her veiled hand flicked up, and stars of light blue light dots emerged, like fireflies swooping down on Su Rolin and Wei Lilong respectively, integrating into their bodies. Zhu Hongyang was shaken, since Fan Ernyang had a way to let Wei Lilong and Su Rolin quickly adapt to the environment of the sacred sky continent. What about Si Wenqiu and Changhao? Back straight up. Zhu Hongyang had a very bad premonition. The old housekeeper and Fan Ernyang had always treated him respectfully, but couldn't they not be curious about his life on Earth? After guessing that having the ability to travel between 2 worlds was probably related to the sky-falling meteorite in Devil's Canyon, Zhu Hongyang hadn't thought about what would happen if he wasn't the Zhu family's 4th young master. But the Wang family pressed forward. But let's see Wenqiu and Chang how early into the sacred sky continent. Many bad use of Zhu Hongyang on the means, or will be used on the 2 of them. Zhu Hongyang was a little apprehensive, in case the old housekeeper and Fan Ernyang knew that he was just an ordinary person on the earth side, not the 4th young master who had awakened his supernormal abilities. What would be his attitude? Fan Ernyang seemed to guess Zhu Hongyang's thoughts, slowly walked over, gently took him into her arms, and came to his ear to softly soothe him. Young master, no need to think nonsense. You are my milk grew up. Not flesh and blood, but also blood. This world, everything can be fake, but only this blood and soul. No one can not be fake. Su Rolin looked at the elegant and dignified purple dress woman, intimate Zhu Hongyang into her arms, coaxing a child like whispering softly, Si Wenqiu but indifferent, could not help but freeze. Did this woman really have such a big heart? Then why was she so hostile to her? Just short of angry? Si Wenqiu blankly glanced at Su Rolin and lowered her voice. Put away those little thoughts of yours. That's his nanny, over 120 years old. As a scholarly beauty with 3 postdoctoral degrees, Su Rolin's comprehension ability far exceeded that of an ordinary person, not to mention having personally researched cabbage and rejuvenation tea that could prolong lifespan. She was stunned by the information contained in Si Wenqiu's short sentence, over 100 years old, looking as if she was a woman in her 30s. Wouldn't that mean that the average life expectancy in this world was at least 200 or 300 years old? Smiling and glancing at Si Wenqiu, Su Rolin also lowered her voice and said back, I won't give up and uncover the secrets in his body. Zhu Hongyang, where to know the hidden wit between the 2 women, has been over 2 moves, shamefully out of Fan Ernyang's soft and warm embrace, but also put down the worry. No matter what, as long as Fan Ernyang recognized, he is the Zhu family's 4th young master, the city lord of the city of Dimming Wu. Looking at the cloud-covered Devil's Canyon, Zhu Hongyang said in a deep voice, I'll take them to the city wall to have a look. Fan Ernyang smiled sweetly, reached out a move. Su Rolin body cannot help but fly over, left hand holding Zhu Hongyang, right hand holding Su Rolin, rose up to the ground, lightly toward the city wall fell. Wei Lilong is not so good treatment. Was Xu Zhongcarry blinking to the city wall? This moment Zhu Hongyang and Su Rolin is still flying in the sky. Fast is fast, but that kind of strong sense of weightlessness almost let Wei Lilong on the spot vomit. Finally, Wei Big Battalion Commander is also a special forces origin. Perseverance enough? Hard to force down. Witnessing Zhu Hongyang and Su Roland leaving, Si Wenxiu gently sighed. What she was most worried about finally happened, and so fast that it was too late for her to prevent it. Retracting her gaze and looking at the silent old housekeeper, Si Wenxiu softly said, "Old master, I would like to accept Yen'er Yor as my righteous daughter. Is it feasible?" The old butler's thick eyebrows rose slightly as he bowed slightly. That would be their blessing. There were 4 women in the size of Dimingwu City. Fan Ernyang's status was superb, and last night when Si Wenxiu learned of her age, she was also incredulous, but she let go of that wariness. Zhu Hongyue, although youthful and beautiful, complete with all the earth's scratching female stars, but she is Zhu Shiwan open ancestral temple received a righteous daughter. Given the surname Zhu, is impossible to marry Zhu Hongyang. Then, the biggest remaining threat was the 2 so-called personal maids, Yen'er Jader. The old housekeeper has lived for 200 or 300 years and is experienced in the ways of the world, so naturally he knows exactly what this young lady is thinking, but he doesn't see through it and doesn't say anything about it. After all, with the little young master in the room, her position is unshakable. Si Wenxiu breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Hongyang 2 personal maids into a goddaughter. To see him still have the nerve to lay hands on the 2 little girls? Seemingly intentionally or unintentionally. The old housekeeper softly said, Zhu family withered. Young master, management of the thousands of miles of land, always need the heart of the men to guard the 8. Yen'er Yor are the master's army general's orphans. Trustworthy. Si Wenxiu is not a little cute. Knowing that by the old master to see through the heart, face a little blush, but was quickly scared by that sentence. 1,000 miles of land. 1,000 miles of land, according to ancient standards, is a state. The so-called 1,000 miles of talent is capable of a state assassin's talent. In modern times, the land of 1,000 miles, in addition to a few individual provinces, is as big as 2 or 3 provinces. Using this standard to measure the world's more than 200 countries and regions, at least can be compared to a big half. The old housekeeper sighed softly. Young lady, forgive the old slave to say a word of treason. The young master cannot be cultivated. Zhu family foundation, always have to hand over to the little young master or little miss, but also please make a decision. The old slave will be devoted to all the learning to cultivate a talent. Zhu Hongyang is ordinary, even say mediocre is not too much, but Si Wenxiu so think can. Others say so. She is a little unhappy, thinking about last night's suggestion by Fan Ernyang to give Qinghao or Qingyun to the old master to cultivate, to stabilize her position in the Zhu family. Si Wenxiu forcefully suppressed her heart's displeasure and nodded her head. I will consider it. Chapter 28, Terrorizing Demon Wolf. Zhu Hongyang still didn't know that Si Wenxiu had already turned his 2 personal maids into dry daughters. Standing on the city wall, covered in cold sweat, the entire Dimingwu city is backed by the mountain wall. The whole body is built by unknown dark boulders. There are only 3 city walls. The only city gate is located under the left side of the city wall. There is a road leading to the back of the mountain. This city wall is about 5 meters wide, facing the Devil's Canyon this side of the highest, more than 30 meters. The left and right sides of about 20 meters high, far more than those ancient Chinese city. After all, the highest city wall in China's ancient history is only 12 meters in the Ming Dynasty capital city. As for the famous Great Wall, the average height is only 7.8 meters. Standing in the south wall looking toward the Devil's Canyon, although no longer cloudy and foggy cannot see clearly, but the black goose simply do not know how deep the bottom of the valley, and the eye simply cannot see the opposite side of the mountain wall where, cannot judge this Devil's Canyon exactly how wide. Close to the side of Dimingwu City, the mountain wall straight towering, dark rock smooth shiny, simply do not have the conditions for climbing. In favor of 3,000 meters below the city wall, suddenly more than a gentle slope, straight to the bottom of the bottomless canyon. It was said to be a gentle slope, but in fact, the slope was definitely more than 60 degrees, only that this gentle slope was filled with half-human high weeds, which made it possible for the demon wolves to continuously cross the Devil's Canyon and arrive at the bottom of Dimingwu City. The first time to see the calf-sized demonic wolf. Even Wei Lilong also cold sweat, wolf nature untamed, the most brutal. This kind of demonic wolf is even more vicious. Red eyes flashing cruel murderous ferocious light. If it is bare-handed and empty fist, Wei Lilong is not sure that he can handle a demonic wolf, especially after witnessing a demonic wolf easily leaping 7 or 8 meters, bypassing the city wall in the air and landing on the west side of Dimingwu City. Wei Lilong understands that once this kind of demonic wolf jumps up to the city, not to mention letting him bring a battalion, even if he brings a regiment, it will be a total annihilation of all the troops. Looking at the hidden magic wolves in the weeds, Zhu Hongyang also frowned. Visualization of the number of magic wolves underneath the city has no less than hundreds. If you add the east and west sides of the magic wolves, I'm afraid that there are already more than 2,000. But a daytime, actually doubled. Although the city has the old housekeeper, Fan Ernyang, Zhu Zhong, Xu Chao 4 beyond the human martial arts experts exist, but once the demonic wolves more than 5,000, with the words of the old housekeeper, can only run away. Zhu Hongyang could not help but look at Wei Lilong with hope. Living in the modern society, he naturally believed more in the power of guns. After all, the crushing of cold weapons by hot weapons has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, let alone a district of demon wolves. Wei Lilong immediately felt pressurized, although he didn't witness the speed of the demon wolf running at full speed, but that leap had already brought him a psychological shadow. Such speed had already exceeded the reaction speed of ordinary people. In other words, when you find the demon wolf and then go to pull the trigger, it's already too late. Unless it crouches there and doesn't move for you to hit. But now most of the demon wolves are 2 kilometers away, and the modern army emphasizes on firepower density, which is also known as the covering attack. Even if the latest type of assault rifle, the effective range is only 300 to 400 meters, which is simply out of reach. Range of more than 1,000 meters or even up to 2,000 meters. There are only a few kinds of military sniper rifles, but that distance, the best sniper's estimate can only rely on luck. But these things, Wei Lilong also has no way to explain to Zhu Hongyang. Can only change the topic. Can you catch a? I try this kind of magic wolf defense how? Zhu Hongyang understood. It seems that this major is still more cautious. Rushed Zhu Zhong commanded. Go catch one over. Zhu Zhong leaped. His figure had already appeared in the group of demon wolves below the gentle slope. The huge sword in his hand swung up, knocking out a demon wolf with a bang, and before the other demon wolves rose up to attack, he had already leaped back to the city wall. Wei Lilong once again forehead sweating, a flash appeared 2,000 meters away. Once this kind of masters in groups, which let the general firefight distance of only a few hundred meters of modern army how to resist. Looking at the demonic wolves thrown on the city wall, Wei Lilong carefully asked, Mr. Zhu, it seems that you don't need the military's help when you have such an expert, right? Zhu Hongyang let out a bitter smile and stopped hiding. Do you know how many people there are in Daimingwu City? 7, 8 people. Reaching out and pointing at Zhu Zhong, Zhu Hongyang helplessly said, there are only 2 such experts, pointing at the demon wolves outside the city again. Zhu Hongyang was a bit agitated. Do you guys know how many demon wolves there are? 2 days, just 2 days, more than 2,000 of them. Gasping heavily, Zhu Hongyang barely calmed down and slowed down his tone. What's worse is that the demon wolves are still gathering. Maybe tomorrow it'll be 4 or 5,000. What you guys are seeing is just ordinary demon wolves. There are even more powerful wolf kings. Wei Lilong and Su Roland glanced at each other, finally understanding Zhu Hongyang's difficulty. He could only enter this new world from Daimingwu City, and on the contrary, it was surrounded by demonic wolves. If there were only a few hundred of them, he wouldn't have divulged the secret of shuttling between the 2 worlds at all, because with these 2 experts, he could easily exterminate all the demonic wolves. As Zhu Hongyang confessed to the military, he only had 2 choices, either to take his wife and children into the sacred sky continent and leave Daimingwu City, but the price was that he couldn't return to Earth. Either find a way to kill all the demonic wolves, eyes on the 2 worlds, sitting on countless resources, free and easy to live their own little life. The price is to share the secret of shuttling between the 2 worlds with the military. After figuring all this out, Su Roland and Wei Lilong were suddenly a bit thankful that Zhu Hongyang had made the second choice, so that they could have the opportunity to enter the other world. Wei Lilong even wondered if one day, he would be able to be like Zhu Zhong, lifting his legs and appearing 2,000 meters away, wearing hundreds of pounds of iron armor as if nothing had happened? Thinking about it, Wei Lilong is still more pragmatic, cannot deal with this kind of demonic wolf, say nothing is useless. Draw out the body with a gun, aimed at the demonic wolf bang is a gun, but let Wei Lilong and Su Roland, including Zhu Hongyang was shocked. The bullet hit the head of the demon wolf, directly bounced off. The bullet fell on the city wall, issued a crisp clanking sound. Wei Lilong is not the kind of tactical officer, but by a special forces step by step to today's position. His gun is not the kind of small and delicate officer self-defense pistol, but Angguan Ziwen the same QSG-92 type military pistol. Although only the standard is not special, its power is still not to be underestimated. But more than 30 meters away, actually only broke a few hairs of the demon wolf? Bang bang bang! Unbelieving Wei Lilong fired 3 more shots in a row, hitting the same place on the wolf's head accurately, showing that his marksmanship was not bad. Unfortunately, the result was unsatisfactory. The bullets were still bounced off, but the demon wolf was awakened, and a demonic red light shot out from its crimson eyes. Ow! The huge body of the demon wolf was like an arrow off the string, carrying a foul-smelling wind, instantly appeared in front of Zhu Hongyang. Chapter 29 Oddball Oath. Zhu Hongyang stood still. It wasn't that he wasn't scared, but he simply didn't react. With a flash of black shadow, Zhu Zhong had already blocked in front of him, his huge sword raised and with a snort, he split the demon wolf in half from head to tail. the stench of blood filled the air, and Zhu Hongyang finally couldn't help but vomit. In stark contrast, it was Su Rollin, who not only wasn't scared, but instead walked over to the side of the demon wolf's corpse and scrutinized it with interest. Fan Yang shook her head imperceptibly. This performance of the young master was really a bit embarrassing. The wolves outside the city seemed to be stimulated. Their howls rose and fell, soon joining together. A tall demonic wolf came out of the crowd. A handful of hair on its forehead was golden in color. At a fierce glance it looked like it had an extra eye on its forehead, and it tilted its head and whistled at the top of the city. A human-level wolf king. Feeling the ferocious aura coming from outside the city, Zhu Hongyang and Wei Lilong all changed their faces. If the demon wolf rushes up now, they all have to be accounted for here. Fan Yang floated up in the air and lightly shouted. A blue-colored orb appeared in front of her. As she gently pushed it, it instantly landed in front of the Wolf King. Boom! It was as if a 12-magnitude earthquake had occurred underneath the city. Even the city walls shook. A whirlwind rocked upwards, rolling up countless debris of weeds for a long time before calming down. However, this dazzling move did not kill any of the demon wolves, merely causing the demon wolves to cautiously retreat hundreds of meters, still staring viciously at the few people at the top of the city. Wei Lilong sucked in a breath of air. This has already exceeded the so-called martial artist category. Rather like those immortal cultivators, no wonder hundreds of demon wolves gathered together, but did not dare to easily approach the city wall. Fan Yang floated down, explaining to the puzzled Zhu Hongyang, "Young master, the bloody scent will attract more devil wolves, so we can only scare them first." After surviving the initial discomfort, Zhu Hongyang was much better and nodded. "Then let's go back first." "Wait, I'm going to bring this back to study." Su Rollin opened her mouth as she stood beside the demon wolf corpse. Zhu Hongyang's face turned green. "What's wrong with bringing this bloody thing?" "Yes, second young lady." Fan Yang, however, didn't even look at Zhu Hongyang, and with a wave of one hand, a large azure-colored water sphere emerged, rolled up the demonic wolf corpse on the ground, and swept Su Rollin towards the altar. Zhu Hongyang subconsciously looked out of the city, steeply encountered the tyrannical gaze of the Wolf King. The heart also rises a hostile, "Little boy, some other day brother carry a single missile over bombardment cannot you?" The heart of the eyebrow hidden beating, "Seems to have some kind of power stupid." Zhu Hongyang actually saw a trace of fear from the Wolf King gaze. Ouch! Bleak wolf howl sounded. The wolves actually backed up hundreds of meters, hidden into the weeds disappeared. Zhu Hongyang pressed the brow. There is no abnormality, probably an illusion. He is not Ultraman Scion, will not transform, will not be awakened. Turned back, but saw Fan Yang quietly standing beside her. Xu Zhong and Wei Lilong have disappeared. Yang, I have nothing to do with Su Rollin. You can stop calling her second young lady. Wen Xiu will get angry. Thinking about Si Wenxiu who was still on the altar, Zhu Hongyang had a headache. If she misunderstood, it was really hard to explain. Fan Yang dotingly touched Zhu Hongyang's forehead and laughed. "I know, she is still a virgin, not the second young lady, but have you forgotten the original oath?" Zhu Hongyang on the one hand amazed at Su Rollin in her 30s actually still a virgin. This can be rarer than a giant panda. On the other hand, also a little confused. "Oath? What oath?" Fan Yang pursed her lips and laughed softly, probably remembering that fourth young master's absurdity. The sacred sky continent is honored by martial arts. Even if the birth is noble, the status is high, their own force is still a very important standard of measurement. For a mortal, even if his intelligence was superb, it would be hellishly difficult to make a group of martial psionics bow down to him. The other was the issue of longevity. Even though ordinary people in the sacred sky continent had a lifespan of 300 years, as their cultivation continued to rise, their lifespan would continue to increase, and it was rumored that at the divine level, a martial artist psychic would even be able to live for 1,000 years. Then the question arose, who would go to assist a guy who was destined to have a short life? This was also the case when the once illustrious mighty Marquis House, once fallen, followed Zhu Hongyang, the scrappy disciple, with only a handful of people. If it wasn't for the old man halfway recruiting Zhu Zhong and Xu Chao as his two guards, the current Daimingwu city would have to have 2 more people missing. Therefore, the major families, including the royal family, in order to ensure that the children become talented, there is an unwritten rule, not human martial artists shall not be married. Of course, there is no lack of some waste material, lifelong difficult to reach the human martial artist realm, such as the once Xu family for young. There is another limit, 50 years old. If at the age of 50, you have not broken through to the human martial artist, then it is also equal to be abandoned by the family. Love to do what to do. Of course, the family support do not have the luxury of hope. To ensure that you do not starve is not bad. So this Xu family for young master in the Holy Sky City, all day bubble in the greenhouse tavern drunkenness. How to play can, but really to the last step, naturally, will be the family masters to stop. More than 40 years old is still a child man. Later, this playboy do not know what madness. Look on the Jin Demon Marquis 2000 Gold Pang Yuejiao. Surprisingly, public marriage. But was Pang Yuejiao fat beat a meal? Ridiculed him even martial arts or not, which is qualified to match her. Because of this, the Shu family's fourth young master closed his eyes for the first time and practiced martial arts. And it was not easy to practice true chi and become a martial artist, but was surprised to hear that Pang Yuejiao had already become a human martial artist, and had been given by the emperor to marry the third prince as a side consort. From then on, the fourth young master became even more disheveled, and after a certain drunkenness, he vowed to find 5 more beautiful daughters-in-law than Pang Yuejiao in the future. Unfortunately, a few years later, the throne change, the new emperor Renwu of the Shang Tian dynasty, is precisely that married Pang Yuejiao's third prince, but also in this change, the Shu family suffered a catastrophe. The direct lineage of the children only Zhu Hongyang won. If Zhu Hongyang was still the same disheveled and useless son, Fan Yang would not have mentioned this oath, because it would not have any meaning to him. Even if the old housekeeper is still not optimistic about Zhu Hongyang, and even intends to go beyond Zhu Hongyang to cultivate the next generation of Qinghao Qingyun, but as a milkmaid of Fan Yang, how can she let go of Zhu Hongyang as if she were her own flesh and blood, especially after Zhu Hongyang's psychic fake death? Not only can shuttle between two worlds, but also has a mysterious power to protect the body. Fan Yang sincerely hoped that he can pull himself together, through the test of the old housekeeper, really take charge of the Zhu family. In this way, Zhu Hongyang will inevitably have to practice martial arts, not necessarily become a supreme expert who can boast the world, at least not a weak chicken, right? The higher up the cultivation, the more concerned about a perfect state of mind. The year's oath, if not completed, the future will be turned into a heart demon, blocking Zhu Hongyang's cultivation path. Marry 5 more beautiful daughter-in-law than the current imperial consort? Zhu Hongyang cannot help but secretly wail. Si Wenxiu will absolutely kill him. What kind of strange oath is this? Chapter 30. Tea canister worth 10 million. Capital hospital. A single villa. A milky white jade bottle on the coffee table. Light fluorescence reflects the two old guys' light old eyes. The white lapel coat of Lu Lao revealed a fascinated look. Murmuring, the color is translucent as one and self-generated halo. Smooth and flat without any traces of carving. This is the real superb jade. Ah. Another old man wearing a medical white coat raised his head, took off his glasses, and let out a long breath. The cap and the bottle are tightly sealed, with no leakage of breath, comparable to a vacuum storage box. Ingenious, ingenious. Elder Lu sighed. It's a pity that such a precious jade is merely a tea jar. The old man in the white coat looked at Lu Lao with contemptuous eyes. I would think that only this flawless jade is worthy of life-saving tea leaves. Lu Lao's gaze turns to the special ward on one side, where several military doctors wearing white coats with masks covering half of their faces are busy. A moment later, a few military doctors exit the room, gently closing the door and handing a few reports to the old man in the white coat. The old man quickly flipped through the reports, stood up prancingly, swept a glance at the several military doctors, and slowly sat down again. You all know the confidentiality regulations. No need for me to emphasize. Go down and rest. After waiting for the several military doctors to leave, the old man excitedly said, It's only been fed tea 3 times. The chief has actually started to regain his vitality. He will be able to wake up at night, 3 months at the most, fully recovered, and will have no problem living for another 20 to 30 years. Lu Lao is actually also very shocked. According to his understanding of cabbage, far from such an effect, even if there is a constant flow of cabbage, at least 1 year or even 2 years, in order to let the head recover to the level of a normal person. Pretending to be calm, Lu Lao splashed cool water and said, Do you have 3 months' worth? The old man was immediately struck. That poor 5 pieces of tea, no matter how frugal, a day has to be a piece of it, right? Not to mention the amount of 3 months. On the 6th day there is no more. Lu Lao put a fire. His mind turned to the jade bottle. Wang Xinhai can get 5 slices. He can get 5,500 slices without him bothering much. See Lu Lao and gently stroking, and took out his cell phone to shoot. Hall of Chinese Medicine National Hand-Incarnated Treasure Connoisseur. The old man cried and laughed, but also understand that although the tea is precious, but it is not to get it. The mind turned, opened his mouth to interrupt the old man Lu. Old Lu ah, you are also our 1999 hospital out. Cannot penetrate the bottom of this tea as traditional Chinese medicine. Supply the hospital part? Lu Lao put away his cell phone and smiled bitterly. Dean Fu, aren't you making it difficult for me? Might as well ask Wang Xinhai. Fu Mingli, the director of the military's 1999 hospital, hanging the rank of Major General, could not help but be stunned by what he said, pointing at Lu Lao and cursing with a smile. You old smoothie. Forget it. Get that guard over here first. Wang Xinhai came over and walked into the ward first. The chief's face was much better. his heart also relaxed a lot. Lu Lao pointed to the sofa signaling Wang Xinhai to sit down, and asked softly, "Xinhai, how about the cabbage contact?" Wang Xinhai was a little hesitant. This was a task personally explained by the chief. Even if Lu Lao was a full-time healthcare doctor, he did not have the authority to inquire about the progress. Fu Mingli coughed lightly. "Xinhai, this is related to whether the head can recover. Involving military secrets, I certainly do not ask. You just say, now there is a stable source? This is nothing." Wang Xinhai thought that Zhu Hongyang had already agreed to sell cabbages, which is also considered stable, so he nodded. Then, Wang Xinhai remembered Su Roland's words before he left and whispered, "Dr. Su said that cabbage is the only food that is mild and suitable for tonic." Elder Lu's eyes flashed with brilliance as he pondered. Then what does she mean? Wang Xinhai looked at Fu Mingli. With a higher rank than Director Lan and a special status, the second level of confidentiality is just an official letter. So he told the truth. Dr. Su said that this kind of thing can't be preserved, so it needs the chief to go over and stay for a while. Su Roland was a well-known biological expert in the military. Although she wasn't a professional doctor, her research was closely related to life sciences, and her suggestion was something that Fu Mingli and Lu Lao had to consider. Not to mention, the life-saving tea leaves sent over they didn't dare to move. But the tea was a sade, and they also knew that the mysterious energy in it was lost extremely quickly. Even Su Roland didn't have a way to store it. They were even more clueless. Fu Mingli's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and immediately said, "Transfer to the hospital. The chief must be transferred to the hospital." Ding! Lu Lao's cell phone received a webmail, making him not even bother with Fu Mingli's words. He hurriedly clicked on it, glanced at it, shivered, and dropped his phone on the coffee table. "Geez, if it's really jade, the starting price is tens of millions." Interrupted. Fu Mingli was originally very angry. Heard also stunned. Worth tens of millions of tea canisters? Is not the real jade? Fu Mingli of course clear, because the thing is in front of him in front of it. Slightly know a little bit of inside information of Lu Lao is still in a dream. That person has been reduced to the stall to sell cabbages, and how to take the value of $10 million worth of jade bottles of tea, and now the god of the rich are so good at playing? The two gazes together turned to Wang Xinhai. So that Wang Xinhai, who did not know the inside story, a burst of nervousness. If he knew that the tea canisters stolen back by Marulong were so valuable, it is estimated that he would also be confused. Fu Mingli opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but finally waved his hand and said, "You kid, don't stay here. Hurry back to prepare the tea and that cabbage. The day after tomorrow at the latest, I personally escort the head of the past, the life of the deputy chief of the general staff to be transferred to the hospital, and is transferred to a little-known place, the district battalion-level field hospital." Quickly alarmed a lot of big names. The military's top 199 hospitals, although not open to the civilian population, but its medical level of high-level people know very well, and now actually the dean personally led a team to that battalion-level field hospitals for academic exchanges. Lying to ghosts, right? For a time, the capital is surging, as Li Yaoming General Secretary Wang Junlin received a number of big shots of the phone, which makes him complacent, but also uneasy. He was pleased that he was able to get in touch with many high-ranking officials. The disturbing thing is that a group of idiots from the Wang family have not figured out the source of the Chinese cabbage so far, but instead have been targeted by the Xishan Province Military Intelligence Department, which has already affected him. Of course, Wang Junlin was no cutie pie. Deeply aware of the head's physical condition, he had long ago hitched another line. Unless the head really came back from the dead, no one could do anything about him. Wang Xinhai, Zhu Hongyang, I, Wang Junlin, am back again. You wait and see. Cabbage can only be controlled in my hands. Zhu Hongyang did not know that somehow he had a grudge against someone, and at the moment he was looking at the training hall floor full of messes with a headache. The commander of the Dragon Soul Special Forces, Ji Taijun, elite team member Guan Ziwen, was beaten up by the Red Moon, but the two were happy to do so, and in the end, actually moved to the rubber bullets used in the exercise, to test the reaction speed of the Red Moon. The result was that the large training hall was filled with rubber bullets that had been split in half by Red Moon. Chapter 31 Guan Ziwen's Request. Glaring hard at Guan Ziwen. For the sake of little Changyan playing around with a small pistol, she was forgiven for her presumptuous behavior this time. However, Zhu Hongyang was also curious about what level the Dragon Soul Special Warfare Team, which was claimed to have the strongest combat power in the country, was at. Red Moon gave a very pertinent evaluation. Ji Taijun in the case of Thin Heaven and Earth Aura, has been close to the peak of the martial arts apprentice, but unfortunately by the body of the dark injuries dragged down. Want to cultivate true chi? Not much hope. With Zhu Hongyang more familiar to compare, Ji Taijun is roughly the level of his two personal maids. If it is a sparring match, will be the two girls wildly abused. Because his body strength? Far less than by the rich heaven and earth spiritual chi moisturizing yen or yur. Of course, if it is a deadly fight, the two girls who have little combat experience, bundled together is not the opponent of Ji Taijun, who has been traveling on the edge of life and death for many years. As for Guan Ziwen, I'm sorry, only equivalent to the level of the beginner's apprentice martial artist. Physical combat against any of yen or jade, basically there is no possibility of overturning. In the army canteen simply mixed a lunch. Zhu Hongyang patted his ass and went home to take a lunch break. From last night to now, he is really some cannot stand. Zhao Hongwei, Wei Lilong, Ji Taijun, Su Rolan, Ma Rulong is anxious, drizzling the topography of the city of Wu, the main opponents of the demon wolf information, how to fight this battle, but also need a detailed plan. Of course, the biggest headache is still how to convince the top management to agree to send troops, because Wei Lilong does not have any certainty that he can win this battle without any loss. It is likely that he will suffer heavy losses, or even just rely on his special service battalion. It is simply not possible to defend Daimingwu City. In addition, the analysis of all kinds of information about the sacred sky continent, the assessment of the combat power of the martial artist psychic, were all a huge and complex project, and the burning question was what weapons could cause fatal damage to the demon wolves. All of this, there was something for them to be busy with, and the only person sent out was Guan Ziwen, who was responsible for Zhu Hongyang and Cheng Yun's safety, named as protection. In reality, it was to solve the trouble in advance to avoid Red Moon's fury. Really, in the morning, 4 or 5 people with assault rifles, close range, surrounded Red Moon and shot, but did not have a single shot to hit her, scaring everyone. Such a person, once she starts a rage in the metropolis, the consequences are unimaginable, so it's best not to give her the chance to rage. Zhu Hongyang does not care about this. The little Cheng Yun, excited to sleep, directly thrown to the Red Moon with. He had to lie down properly, to relieve the fatigue of the mental and physical double high pressure. Just take out the cell phone ready to set the alarm clock, only to remember the morning Zhang Shelwei's reminder. The afternoon final test. Zhu Hongyang does not want Cheng Yun absent. Anning Primary School Enrollment Channel. Zhu Hongyang pulled Cheng Yun's small hand. Has been sent to the gate. Saw his daughter bouncing into the school, before he and Hong Yu turned to leave. Crunch! Ear-piercing brakes sounded. A fire-red high-grade sedan, arrogantly parked in front of the school. Zhu Hongyang frowned, speechless. In order to student safety, everyone is more than 100 meters from the school door. Consciously stop. Let the child take the entrance channel. The most is to accompany the child walking to the door. At least Zhu Hongyang pick up the child this semester. Have not seen which parents so unconscious. Directly to the top of the car to the school door. Although that is a million level of luxury cars. Yes, even if Zhu Hongyang does not know much about luxury cars, but that Triton logo is too eye-catching. Maserati, at least he still knows. The car door opened. Hair, meticulous black hair. Winter suits. Young man got off. A successful man look. Zhu Hongyang cursed a tart. Turned toward Guan Ziwen's SUV. Getting into the car, Guan Ziwen inquired, Mr. Zhu, where to go this afternoon? Zhu Hongyang thought for a moment. He really didn't have much to do during the time until Cheng Yun got out of school. Before the military's clear reply, it would be useless for him to be in a hurry. Going to the army in the afternoon would be purely adding to the chaos. Go to the sacred sky continent. It is a little short, and a little weak. Or go over at night to pick up the mother and daughter of the stable. Suddenly, Zhu Hongyang remembered. It seems that his novel has been broken for 2 days. This month's full attendance completely fizzled out. Go home. Write a novel. Pick up Cheng Yun. I'll just come by electric bike. Guan Ziwen skimmed her mouth, secretly slandering. Just your stinky and long novel. Not many people read it at all. What's the point of writing it? But her mission was to accompany Hong Yu, so it didn't matter. Driving into the garage of the New Era neighborhood, Guan Ziwen parked precisely next to Zhu Hongyang's family's Geely. Zhu Hongyang looked at the almost brand new Geely car, completely lacking the miserable look he had when he drove it back last night, and couldn't help but stare. Guan Ziwen explained, they are making amends for last night. Zhu Hongyang indistinctly, it is estimated that the White Dragon horse arrangements, focusing on stealing back to the spring tea, so that the Wang family exploited the opportunity to kidnap Si Wenxiu and Changhao. Repairing a car is considered cheap. Them. Walking into the door of the house, Guan Ziwen suddenly hesitated and said, there's something. I want to ask you for a favor. Zhu Hongyang looked at the greatly changed style of Guan Ziwen, who seemed to have had a lot of her cold arrogance rubbed off by the Red Moon, and nodded. Tell me. Guan Ziwen glanced at the silent Hong Yu and said, I know that Hong Yu has already cultivated true qi, and I would like to ask for her help in healing a person's wounds. Zhu Hongyang was a bit surprised. Although it was said that medicine and martial arts were not separate, he was not sure if Hong Yu had this ability. Guan Ziwen naturally knew that if she couldn't impress Zhu Hongyang, Hong Yu wouldn't even make a move. And after a moment of silence, She slowly opened her mouth. You also know that I am considered a child of a large family, and I can more or less get some favorable treatment in the military. Smiling to herself, Guan Ziwen suddenly revealed a hint of despondency, but that doesn't include letting others die for me. In these years, I have participated in a total of 7 operations. For times I almost died, and the only reason I'm still alive is because someone used their own life to exchange for mine. Zhu Hongyang was silent. Even in the era of peace, there was still no shortage of swords and bloodshed. It was just that most people were not allowed to know. Guan Ziwen, such a rich family's daughter, even on the battlefield, it is not possible to be the same as ordinary soldiers. In order to protect her, someone to die, not unexpected. I'm rich, very rich, and can take good care of their family, but they won't live after all. Guan Ziwen's petite body trembled slightly, trying to suppress some kind of emotional outburst. Her voice was a bit hoarse. The only one who didn't die that. His left leg was ruined. His sensation below the calf was intermittent. The doctor suggested amputating the limb and installing a prosthetic limb. He refused but had to retire from the army. I gave him a job, working as a bodyguard for my cousin. Zhu Hongyang understood. The other party may be a gunshot wound left a lifelong disability. In accordance with the current level of medical care, want to recover as before is basically impossible. On the contrary, the magical true qi cannot be said to be able to do. Fake can't be real. Nowadays doctors are good at fake instead of real. No wonder Guan Ziwen will beg to him. Chapter 32 Chongyun got into a fight. For Guan Ziwen to know that Hongyu cultivated true qi, Zhu Hongyang was not surprised. After all, Ji Taijun himself was just one step away from practicing true qi. As for the true qi can heal injuries, especially old injuries, Zhu Hongyang also do not know. Can only blame all kinds of martial arts novels to the true qi blown too metaphysical. What got sick and injured? The master of the true qi run a circle. Immediately alive and kicking full-blooded resurrection. That's all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Body, hair and skin, heaven and earth given, received by parents, once damaged, not so easy to recover as in the beginning. This is Zhu Hongyang, this metaphysical fiction writer's point of view. Of course, looking at the originally high-cooled girl's look of hopefulness, Zhu Hongyang couldn't bear to refuse, reminding, true qi isn't as magical as you think. After these 2 days, let Hongyu take a look. Guan Ziwen was overjoyed and hugged Hongyu screaming, your brother promised. Hongyu's body tensed, forcing her true qi to collect, lest she shock Guan Ziwen. This was the natural reaction of a martial artist, and of course it was also related to Guan Ziwen being too weak. After the excitement, Guan Ziwen was a bit curious again. Sister Hongyu, what realm are you in now? Zhu Hongyang laughed and rushed away. Go go go, chat away. Don't delay me from writing my novel. Just from the fact that Guan Ziwen popped out the 2 specialized vocabularies of carry-on space and otherworld after witnessing him travel through the 2 realms, she knew that this girl with a high and cold appearance was also a little fangirl who was deeply poisoned by the metaphysical netizens after her combat training, but want to get something out of Red Moon's mouth. It is harder than heaven. Just experienced the disaster of extermination. This niece vigilance is high, not to mention that this moment to speak Mandarin, but also stumbling, can understand the martial arts realm is strange. Open the computer. Call out the code software interface. Zhu Hongyang subconsciously point a cigarette. His code standard. Cigarettes and strong tea. This is if Si Wenxiu and Xing Yun at home. No less than to be lectured. Unfortunately, the things that happened in the past few days are too bizarre, and even far more than his experience for the main character of the pen of the metaphysical novel made up more metaphysical, which still have the heart to write down. Getting up to go to the kitchen to boil water. Zhu Hongyang to look for tea. His eyes swept over the empty basket on the table. The sacred heaven continent brought back the red fruits, actually no one left. Thinking about Changyan took out the red fruits to tempt Guan Ziwen. Zhu Hongyang helplessly smiled. This little girl. The rest were pocketed by her to show off. Staring at the computer screen for half a day, since it has been cut off without full attendance. Zhu Hongyang has no motivation. The heart flashed a thought. Forget it, along with a conclusion to finish it. Just when Zhu Hongyang nonsense, the cell phone suddenly rang. Actually is Chengyan class teacher Zhang Shelwei's phone. Xingyun's father, come to the school right away. Xingyun got into a fight with a classmate. Good, I'll be right there. Zhu Hongyang was shocked, no longer care about other things. Anyway, almost to the point of picking up the child, and the Red Moon Guan Ziwen said hello, grabbed the down jacket and gloves and ran downstairs. Even the elevator is too lazy to wait. Their own well-behaved daughter will fight with others? Zhu Hongyang puzzled. Electric car directly opened to the fastest speed. Hurriedly rushed to Anning Primary School. Parked the electric car, Zhu Hongyang ran toward the school gate. At this time, the first and second grade students are about to be released. Everywhere is to pick up the parents of students. Against the flow of people, quickly rushed to the school entrance. a fire-red Maserati mortar and pestle in the door, next to a burly boy standing. But at this moment Zhu Hongyang did not have that mind to spit anything, patience and security guards to explain a few sentences, before being let into the school. First grade classrooms, because the children's age is small, all in the teaching building on the first floor. Zhu Hongyang participated in 2 parent-teacher conferences, but know the location. Jogging rushed to the classroom, push open the door. Zhu Hongyang suddenly froze. Actually this tart guy, Zhang Xiaowei, is at the back of the classroom, comforting the crying Cheng Yun. The doorway stood that tart man, hair not messy, black suit on the body straight, shiny shoes, pestle and mortar like a door god. Zhu Hongyang immediately remembered the door of the fire-red Maserati. A woman wearing a big red tweed coat is holding a pink wool sweater doll-like girl coaxing softly. Zhu Hongyang opened the door and came in. Immediately startled, the Thai man directly rushed at Zhu Hongyang, growled, "How do you educate the child? Moving to hit people? My home Lingfeng sweater are torn. Know how much that sweater? Your 1 year's salary is not enough." Clueless, Zhu Hongyang was confused. Zhang Xiaowei was confused. Even the woman who was coaxing the child was confused. Is the sweater the point? Looking at the little white man, Zhu Hongyang's anger also came up, pressed his shoulders and pushed him gently, directly toward Cheng Yun, leaving a sentence. "Little kid." The man in the suit took a step back, his face flushed red, and he yelled at Zhu Hongyang, "No wonder your child is uneducated." Zhu Hongyang brushed his head and said in a cold voice, "The fact that a child scuffle with each other has risen to such a high level can only show that the parents are uneducated." Put. Zhang Xiaowei couldn't help but sputter with laughter, noticing that the occasion was not right. She hastily covered her mouth. These 2 parents are interesting. One said that the parents are uneducated, so the child is uneducated, and the other in turn said that the child's matter infinitely elevated. Is the parents are uneducated? Not to mention, listen to the culture people quarrel. Quite interesting. Cheng Yun pounced over. Was Zhu Hongyang a hand into the arms? Tears barred, yelling, "Do not give her. I won't give it to her." After half a day of coaxing, coupled with Zhang Xiaowei's explanation, Zhu Hongyang sort of understand what is going on. After the end of the final exams, not yet to the end of school time, a group of little ones left to play. Little Cheng Yun secretly hidden red fruit. Most of them were Guanzi, all kinds of cajoling away. Only the last one left. It is taken out to show off. Said this is the best fruit. But that red fruit was just the size of a lychee. Thanks to the cleverness of these little guys, they actually used a steel ruler to cut the red fruit into 8 petals. Unfortunately, not only was it not enough to share, but because of the aroma that permeated the red fruit after it was cut, it drew the attention of the whole class, among which was the little girl, Fan Lingfeng, who had fought with Cheng Yun. Inside the small group of first grade class 3, the little boy had no chance to stand out. The lively and cheerful Cheng Yun was the big sister, and the other one who was separated from her was the porcelain doll-like delicate, cute and a little haughty Fan Lingfeng. Usually the 2 little girls are not against each other. Cheng Yun must be divided into their own good relations with their partners. Which has her share? A red fruit triggered a fight. Fan Lingfeng cannot get to grab. Cheng Yun as a big sister certainly want to defend their own small partners. The result will evolve into 2 little girls all martial arts. Zhu Hongyang cried and laughed. How big a matter, ah! After all, is the red fruit caused trouble, but he can blame Cheng Yun? Even Guan Ziwen cannot resist the temptation. The little girl can resist to bring to school, and small partners to share. This kind of heart, worthy of praise. Chapter 33, Once a Star of the Opera. At this time, the man in the suit walked over and said in a cold voice, "Tell me, how can this matter be resolved?" Looking at this kid, human-like, looking like a successful man. In fact, it is an immature big boy. Zhu Hongyang bellyaching. What to solve or not to solve? Coax their own baby, each back to their own home. Zhu Hongyang disliked without good humor, picked up Cheng Yun and walked to the rack where the clothes were hung, and removed Cheng Yun's down jacket. Hey! The man in the suit laughed in anger and blocked the doorway. Dare to bully my family Lingfeng. This can't just be left alone. 3 conditions. This is still not relenting. Zhu Hongyang coldly said. You say. First, next semester your child transfer to another school. Don't let me use means. Second, my girl sweater was torn. You have to compensate. That is customized model, worth 16,000. Third, my girl has never been angry. You have to give some spiritual compensation. Mean it, 10,000. Zhang Xiaowei was dumbfounded, and hurriedly persuaded. Lingfeng dad, it's just a fight between kids. It's not that bad, right? The man in the suit snorted coldly, ignoring Zhang Xiaowei, staring at Zhu Hongyang. I don't care about the money. This customized handmade suit I'm wearing, it's more than 800,000. I just can't swallow this breath. How dare you call me a brat? This is not over. Zhu Hongyang was also angry and happy. So what? How did your brain grow? Did you watch too many movies and TV shows? Do you want to be like other officials and rich kids? Next time, please bring a few men in suits and sunglasses, then you'll look more like a dude. Put. Not only did Zhang Xiaolui burst out laughing, even the woman who was coaxing her child also burst out laughing. Only the man in the suit was furious, his eyes spewing fire as he glared fiercely at Zhu Hongyang. You wait. Watching the other party leave the classroom in a huff, Zhu Hongyang didn't expect that this guy actually had such a small temperament. At this time, the woman holding the child stood up, smiled at Zhu Hongyang. Xingyan father, you do not take it seriously, he is that temper. Go back to me to persuade him. Zhu Hongyang eyes lit up. This woman looks good, although compared to Su Roland, Guan Ziwen to be a little worse, but there is another aura. Let a person look very comfortable. Just that face gives Zhu Hongyang a very familiar feeling. Seems to have met somewhere. At this time, Fan Lingfang looked at Cheng Yun in Zhu Hongyang's arms and huffed. If you don't give me the red fruit, I won't be friends with you anymore. Cheng Yun twisted her face and crouched in Zhu Hongyang's arms, muffled, no give or no give. Zhu Hongyang patted Cheng Yun in amusement. Cheng Yun, do you think red fruits are important or friends are important? But dad didn't even buy it back. Cheng Yun was still a bit reluctant. Okay, dad will definitely buy it back tomorrow. Hold hands with Lingfang. Get your winter vacation homework tomorrow afternoon, and bring it to Lingfeng. Zhu Hongyang softly and slowly coaxed little Chongyun. Look, you tore Lingfeng's sweater. She did not complain about you. As long as you bring her red fruit, you are good friends. In the end, the two little girls pulled the hook under the witness of the class teacher Zhang Xiaolui, sort of resolving the small fight. Zhu Hongyang pulled Chongyun and Lingfeng's mom held Lingfeng, jokingly walking towards the school entrance. Lingfeng mom, I see you look a bit familiar. Listening to your accent, you're not a local either, right? I'm from Yuzhong province. My husband was sent over here for training, so I followed him over. In a flash of lightning, Zhu Hongyang remembered who this woman was. Wang Yingying, seems to come from a family of opera. About 7 or 8 years ago, participated in the Yuzhong Opera Grand Tournament, with a sad opera Tears in the Land of Lovesickness excerpts, overpowered the crowd, and finally won the annual championship. Is also considered to be a not too big or small opera star. Zhu Hongyang himself is a northern Yu people, or more like to listen to the Yu opera, although it will not sing, but in a foreign construction site, listen to a hometown theater, is also a kind of enjoyment, even because the work came to Xishan province, and floating around construction sites across the country. This habit has not changed. Once a week in the Yuzhong Opera Grand Tournament, seldom miss it, so Wang Yingying was quite impressed. You are Wang Yingying, right? I loved many of your singing at that time, but it's a pity that I haven't seen you on stage again for years. Wang Yingying glanced at Zhu Hongyang in surprise. You also like Yu opera? Determined. This is the girl who was full of spirit back then, but unfortunately a few years have passed. Already a child's mother. No wonder she disappeared from the stage. But when she got married, it should be the peak of her opera career, right? Well, my hometown is from the city of Weizhou in the north of Hunan province. Since I was a kid, I've always loved listening to opera, and I must watch every episode of the Yuzhong Opera Grand Tournament. Wang Yingying smiled faintly. No longer answer. Life is like a play. The play is like life. That soulful stage. I'm afraid that this life is not related to her. In the whistling wind, the suitman's face is iron blue. I do not know whether it is angry or freezing. His eyes are on fire, staring at Zhu Hongyang and Wang Yingying's seemingly intimate walk out of the school. He rushed up, snatched Fan Lingfeng from Wang Yingying's arms, and slapped her in the face. A playwright is a playwright. Wang Yingying was instantly struck dumb, staring stupidly at the man who was both familiar and unfamiliar. Zhu Hongyang also froze. Which play was this? The man in the suit stared viciously at Zhu Hongyang. Just you wait. I'll have to get you killed. Bang! Holding the wailing Fan Lingfeng, the man drilled into the fire-red Maserati. Long gone. Even Wang Yingying left behind. Looking at Wang Yingying face, teardrops rolling down. Zhu Hongyang is also a little embarrassed. I knew that this guy is a small child who cannot grow up. I should not stimulate him. Pulled out the down jacket pocket. Feel out a pack of paper towels. Handed to Wang Yingying. Sorry, to your family trouble. Here are many people, to the other side to say it. But this is the school entrance. Although the first and second grades have finished, but the upper grades just started school. Everywhere are students and parents. Wang Yingying choked a little, took the tissue paper and wiped the tears. Let you see the joke. Go! Watching her quickly walk into the crowd, Zhu Hongyang shook his head. Nowadays teenage couples, how many of them are sincere in their lives? As for the threat of the man in the suit, Zhu Hongyang simply did not put on the heart. Is nothing more than an immature and ungrown brat, even if he is wearing 800,000 customized suits, driving a million-class luxury car. So what? Dad, what happened to that auntie? Why did uncle hit her? Xingyan blinked her big eyes and asked. Zhu Hongyang didn't know how to explain. he only had to coax. It's just like mom and dad quarreling. Lingfeng's mom and dad quarreled, and tomorrow they'll make up. Then you must buy me more red fruits. I'll bring a few more for Lingfeng tomorrow. Good. I'll buy you more. I think you're the one with the craving. It's not. Aunt Red Moon eats a lot. Chapter 34 Recognized two daughters. Back home, Zhu Hongyang plugged in the rice cooker, boiled black rice porridge, turned on the TV to watch cartoons for Chongyun, and then prepared to head to the sacred sky continent to pick up that mother and daughter back. The power of space vibration. Although Guan Ziwen is not the first time to see the psychic portal, but close-up feeling, still incomparable shock. To their own that has been crippled comrades can recover more confident. The city of Dimingwu remained the same, except for the distracting sound of wolves howling, but it was a good place to travel and vacation. Only the old housekeeper guarded the altar. Xu Zhong Zhu Chao, two experts, presumably sent to patrol the city walls. Zhu Hongyang also came to be interested. While walking down the altar, he asked, Hongyu is a peak martial artist. Yener Yuer is only an apprentice martial artist. Then you and Yang, and Zhu Zhong Zhu Chao, what realm are you in? The old butler blandly said, Yang is the peak of earth spiritualist? At any time, she may have an epiphany and become a heavenly spiritualist who is united with heaven. Zhu Hongyang realized, Fan Ernyang's many tactics were indeed different from a pure martial artist. Even the humongous human-level Wolf King was scared off. Just couldn't imagine that it was actually an expert who was only one step away from being a heavenly spirit master. Xu Zhong Zhu Chao, are the descendants of the old master's personal guards back in the day? Originally they were out on a training trip. When they heard about the big change in the Zhu family, they came all the way here to escort the young master. All of them are experts who are at the beginning of the earth martial artist. The old butler slowly introduced, but did not mention a word about his own realm. Zhu Hongyang didn't bother to pursue the matter. Anyway, the fact that this old fellow could make Fan Ernyang in awe meant that he was stronger than Fan Ernyang. Maybe he was a heavenly spirit master or a heavenly martial artist. As long as he could remain loyal, Zhu Hongyang couldn't care less about the rest for now. Slowly walking to the front of the dimming martial hall, three big words in the afterglow of the setting sun even more imposing, mighty and domineering. Zhu Hongyang stopped and asked, are there any books that record history and geography? As the two worlds were about to start communicating, the language and writing problem, too, had reached the time to be solved. A hint of relief appeared on the old housekeeper's face as he said in a deep voice, at that time, I left the imperial capital in a hurry, and discarded all but the martial arts secret books, so if young master needs them, I will send someone to look for them. Zhu Hongyang nodded indifferently. At that time, of course it was more important to save his life. Books and whatnot naturally couldn't care less. As for the martial arts secret books, of course it was impossible to take them out as enlightening reading. Walked into the Ming Dynasty Martial Arts Hall. Zhu Hongyang immediately stayed. This is what kind of trouble? 2 rows of lanterns suspended, bright and soft beads of light to the Ming Martial Arts Hall illuminated. The hideous domineering stone chair below, placed at incense case. Incense case placed things, Zhu Hongyang one also do not recognize. After the incense case, is a pure black war flag. In the center of the flag, is a big golden Zhu word, without any decoration, but through a vicissitude of solemn atmosphere. Si Wenxiu in a snow-white palace dress stood on one side. Fan Ernyang with Yener, Yuer quietly stood at the bottom and waited. Si Zhu Hongyang walked over. Si Wenxiu softly explained, I saw Yener Jade, thought of Cheng Yun, want to accept them as goddaughters. Zhu Hongyang did not guess Si Wenxiu's hidden little thoughts, thinking that once Cheng Yun came over, it would be nice to have 2 playmates who were not a few years older. So he nodded and said, good. He, the current Zhu family head, the only full-blooded male, nodded his head. This matter is a done deal. Si Wenxiu unobtrusively curled the corner of his mouth. Then let's get started. On this side of the sacred sky continent, great importance is attached to family inheritance, and the status of this righteous daughter is not trivial. As long as one worships the ancestors of the Zhu family and enters into the genealogy, even though she is not a direct lineage, she is still qualified to practice the Zhu family's secret martial arts skill, the dimming martial technique. Fan Ernyang slowly stepped forward, burned incense and kneeled down. Read the sacrificial text, to the effect of informing the ancestors of the Zhu family, the current head of the Zhu family Zhu Hongyang, accepting Yener Yuer as a volunteer daughter for the Zhu family to add to the Zhu family's genealogy, into the Zhu family tree, and ask for the blessing of the ancestors. Then the 2 little girls went forward, kneeling in front of the incense case, swearing to the Zhu family war flag, in the future life as the Zhu family, death as the Zhu family ghost, then respectfully went forward, burning incense, toast, worship, a series of cumbersome ceremony, before finally standing on the right side of the incense case of Zhu Hongyang 29 Kaotao, changed the name of the father called mother. Zhu Hongyang and Si Wenxiu 2 families embarrassed to death, which know this side recognize a goddaughter so grand. due to the two worlds of different cold and heat. Back home off the heavy down jacket, Zhu Hongyang used to wear warm clothes directly over. Today because Guanziwen in the house, at least set a small jacket, but still with this solemn atmosphere out of place. Si Wenxiu is okay, wearing a long dress of Red Moon's palace, but with her hair loose. It is obvious that she is also not groomed to attend this kind of occasion. The worst thing is that the two families are empty-handed. Even a meeting gift cannot take out. Even on Earth, two children kowtowed called parents, but also have to give a red envelope, right? Although Zhu Hongyang pants pockets, there is that heavenly day Xinhai gave 500 cash, but in the Shangtian continent Chinese currency he did not circulate. Fan'er knows Zhu Hongyang two couples of dilemma, smiling to explain, young master, give the surname Zhu, is the best gift. Two orphans of generals, to be able to enter the marquee as a maid, is a great blessing, not to mention the contemporary master of the family adopted as a righteous daughter, bestowed the surname Zhu, transformed into a young lady, so Fan'er is also right. Zhu Hongyang cheekier, a wave of his hand, Yenner, time is short, back to you to make up. The two little girls naturally had no problem with this, and kowtowed one more time before completing all the rituals. Fan'er smiled and said, please also ask young master to bestow a name. Yenner will be named Zhu Chengyan, and Yuer will be named Zhu Chengyu. Zhu Hongyang didn't bother to think too much and directly named Yenner Jader according to Qinghao Chengyan's name. The big family row generation is not random row. For example, Zhu Hongyang is the red generation, his father is the world generation. Continue to row. In fact, not the green generation. But Zhu family has fallen. Not so much to pay attention to. The main thing is that Zhu Hongyang on Earth already have Zhu Qinghao Zhu Qingyun two children. The formation of the established facts. The old housekeeper in Fan'er will not be so insensitive. Have to change over. As for Zhu Hongyang's name on Earth, not according to the family order. Just from the east is red. The sun rises two lyrics from the word only. And Zhu family four young master of the red generation. Pure coincidence. Thank you father for the name. The freshly baked Zhu Qinyan and Zhu Qinyu respectfully kowtowed one more time before standing up. Looking at the two little girl forehead a piece of dust. Si Wenxiu a burst of heartache. The earth has long been unimaginative kneeling ceremony. Even if individual occasions need, will also be prepared in advance cushions and so on. Which is like these two silly girl. So kneeling on the ground kowtow. Slowly stepped forward. Reached out for them to wipe off the dust on their foreheads. Softly said, after you are my daughter. Family together. Not so much etiquette. What directly and I said. At this moment, Si Wenxiu's motherly radiance shines brightly. Shining on the two orphans who have lost their parents. Zhu Qinyan Zhu Qingyu jumped into Si Wenxiu's arms. Tears falling like rain. Zhu Hongyang also knows slightly sour. There is a very wonderful feeling. This is two more daughters? Inwardly, Zhu Hongyang has little sense of belonging to the sacred sky continent. Even if there is a nanny who is connected to his bloodline. And there is his adopted sister, Zhu Hongyue, but that's technically the sacred sky continent's Zhu family's fourth young masters, not his, but Si Wenxiu's recognition of his goddaughter today. This act, however, allowed the two families to have an invisible attachment in the sacred sky continent, subconsciously raising the degree of attunement to this side of the world. Chapter 35, Ooh, what a big bed. Walking out of the Ming Dynasty Martial Hall, it is already sunset, a round of curved moon shining high, belonging to Zhu Hongyang's courtyard. Exotic flowers and grasses competing for color. Fragrance scent-filled. Zhu Hongyang originally a little depressing mood, gradually improved. Zhu Qingyan introduced, father. Martial arts residents are all have to pay attention to, both the martial arts practice field, but also have to hammer the true chi of the quiet room. Psychic masters and psychic room. The entire courtyard are 5 miss layout. Zhu Hongyang hadn't gotten used to Zhu Qingyan's phrase daddy, and froze for a moment before realizing that the two little girls were also his own daughters. Speaking of which, this is still Zhu Hongyang's first time visiting his own residence in the sacred sky continent. The small courtyard outside had already been roughly seen last time, and his eyes couldn't help but turn to the exquisite 2-story stone building. The front of the small building looks not big, but once inside there is a dry place inside. Surprised Zhu Hongyang too, such as in a dream. Entering the door is a hall of 200 square meters, similar to the parlor on Earth, but certainly not a sofa or anything. 2 lanterns hanging, mild and bright light illuminates the entire hall. On the wall facing the doorway is a 2-meter-high Wu character, with iron paintings and silver hooks, and the atmosphere of Jingo and Iron Horse comes out. Zhu Hongyang was better, but Si Wenxiu didn't dare to look directly at this character, even though she didn't recognize it at all. Xingyan introduced with a solemn look. This character is the 5th young lady imitated 2 masters character traced down. Yang said that there is 2 master 3 points of fire. Master is naturally Zhu Hongyang's grandfather Zhu Mingwu. This word is imitated on the Mingwu temple, that Wu word. In fact, compared to the Wu character on the plaque of the Mingwu Palace, the gap was still very large. After all, One is not very young martial artist. One was already a celestial martial artist. Age, experience and realm. Decided that Red Moon cannot write the kind of words that swallow mountains and rivers. However, can have Zhu Mingwu 3 points of fire? Also enough Zhu Hongyang smile proud of peers. Martial word below, is a wide wooden chair, pure black chair body. From time to time light up a bit of golden light, as if the stars are uncertain. Star wood, even in Sacred Heaven City is also a rare thing. I can't imagine that on the side of Devil's Canyon, there are actually quite a lot of it, if it wasn't too difficult to cut down. Miss 5 could replace all the utensils with this kind of it. Young master try it. Fan Yang light introduction. Zhu Hongyang do not know what is the starwood, can enter the eyes of Fan Yang, think it is a good thing. Walk up, sit on the wooden chair that is not smaller than the double sofa at home. Just sat down. Zhu Hongyang suddenly shocked. In front of the eyes seems to appear boundless black void, between which countless stars bright and uncertain. Concentration staring at one of the stars. There seems to be a palace in the auspicious clouds looming. Countless figures on the foot of the auspicious clouds come and go. Fixed his mind. All the illusions disappeared. No need to explain more. Zhu Hongyang also know how precious this star would. This is to help martial artists to cultivate psychic talent. Enhance the psychic master's divine soul of the good things. Looking down on the two sides of the lower row into a sliver of yellowish wooden chairs, Zhu Hongyang stood up, casually caressing it. Extremely smooth, without the slightest burr. Fan Yang laughed softly. Young master, this is your favorite fragrant soul wood. It's not easy to find in Sacred Sky City, but there are a lot of them here. I've made a big bed for you. Smelling the light wood fragrance, Zhu Hongyang nodded with satisfaction. Go up and take a look. Although there was a room on the left and right of the first floor, but that was reserved for the maids and guards, Zhu Hongyang was not interested in visiting. Up on the second floor, the middle hall was gone. There was only a passageway about 3 meters wide. On the left side was Zhu Hongyang's bedroom, and on the right side was the cultivation static room, indoor martial arts arena, and the psychic room that were separated into 3 rooms. Zhu Hongyang temporarily do not want to look at these. Directly into the bedroom, who knows in another aisle. Bedroom even before and after separated into 2. Fan Yang guided him into the bedroom at the front of the small building, implying that this was the master bedroom. Oh, what a big bed. 20 square meters of large bed. Lying on 7 or 8 people casually rolling are enough. And within this bedroom of hundreds of square meters, it wasn't that big. There is no starwood suppression. The fragrance of the fragrant soul wood is much stronger. Pointing at the large bed, closet, table and chairs, Fan Yang laughed profoundly. Young master, you used to wish to lie in a room built by fragrant soul wood and smell your daughter's fragrance as you fall asleep. And now it's finally come true. Si Wenqiu's pretty face instantly darkened. Zhu Hongyang's little face turned green. How could he have thought that the fragrance emanating from the fragrant soul would had another name? Daughter fragrance? On this side of the sacred sky continent, due to the long enough lifespan and the greater importance of practicing martial arts, the children of the world's families could not get married before the age of 50, and stealing food from their personal maids would not work either. That would be expelled from the family. Therefore, the 4th young master of Zhu family made a grand wish to build a house with fragrant soul wood, and sniff the fragrance of his daughter to sleep every day, which resulted in the pitfall of the current Zhu Hongyang. Fan Yang had a faint smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Obviously she did it on purpose. After all, the current Zhu Hongyang not only had a daughter-in-law in the earth world, but also a pair of children. Taking up Si Wenqiu, Fan Yang smiled. Young lady, take a look at your room. Following the passage into the room at the back of the small building, Si Wenqiu is like in a dream. This room is as big as Zhu Hongyang's one, but the scenery is like a purple ocean. Young lady, all the utensils here are made of purple cloud wood. Purple gas produces smoke, like a dream, and can autonomously absorb spiritual qi to nourish the flesh and soul. It is beneficial to young ladies' martial arts practice. Zhu Hongyang sniffing in fragrant soul wood completely different aroma. Slightly thicker, but not annoying. Listening to Fan Yang cannot help but say, we live together on the line. Do not have to be so troublesome. Fan Yang reveals an odd look. Looking up and down Zhu Hongyang heart Harry, do not understand what is going on. Wise Zhu Qingyan hastened to explain on behalf of father. Although your true qi disappeared into thin air, but in essence, counted as half a psychic. And psychic, cannot sleep with others. Heaven and earth is rich in aura. It is not possible to wind. Rain, thunder and lightning and other heaven and earth anomalies will also be the entire aura outbreak. Psychic masters in this case, it is easy to dream of psychic. This is not a good thing for people who share the same bed. If you are not careful, the spirit is taken to the other world. You will die in the dream without a sound. So as a psychic, one can't cuddle with their partner until dawn. Even if they are a couple, they must sleep in separate beds when they are done being mushy. This is common sense, Zhu Hongyang and Si Wenxiu then realized. No wonder the two actually had 2 bedrooms. Even if there was only a 1 in a million chance, they couldn't joke with the lives of their loved ones. But since they can't sleep in the same bed, what's the point of having such a big bed? However, for preparing for Si Wenxiu to start practicing martial arts, Zhu Hongyang raised his hands in favor. Shang Tian continent most attractive Zhu Hongyang, neither strong martial arts, nor magical psychic, but can extend life. Since they knew that practicing martial arts could prolong their life, then of course the sooner the better. Although practicing to the point where human martial artists prolonged their life substantially was still far away from them. Chapter 36 I'm not dead yet. Just walked to the courtyard. The 3-eyed rabbit pounced up. Perhaps because Zhu Hongyang brought this thing across once. It is particularly sensitive to Zhu Hongyang's breath. Si Wenxiu grabbed the 3-eyed rabbit's long ears. A pick up in the arms. Daring Zhu Hongyang grimaced 3-eyed rabbit. Actually comfortable squinting 3 eyes. Meek Zhu Hongyang are surprised. Rabbits, but also really and the 2 families have a destiny. Forget it, just think of it as a pet for Si Wenxiu to relieve boredom. In the next yard, Shu Qinghao was bored lying on the stone fence, counting the small silver fish swimming around in the pond. And when he saw Zhu Hongyang and Si Wenxiu come in, he immediately jumped up. Dad, Mom, going back? Zhu Hongyang patted his son, who was almost as tall as himself, and asked with a smile, is it bad here? Shu Qinghao pushed his glasses and bristled. No TV, no internet, no iPad, no fun. The 2 families looked at each other and smiled helplessly and bitterly. The 2 main features of modern civilization, electricity and internet, had become an inseparable part of life, and the younger generation simply couldn't accept a life without electricity and internet. Even if the sacred sky continent's heaven and earth spiritual chi was more dense and the environment was more beautiful, it was estimated that in this kid's eyes, it would be a life of asceticism. What? You said you can prolong your life? For young people, no electricity and no internet still alive for what? Do not see many young people sell their kidneys to buy cell phones, disconnected from the internet on the jump, when they have cherished their lives? Sighing, Zhu Hongyang mood a little depressed. Okay, study hard. When you're older, everything is up to you. The old housekeeper and Fan Ernyang were silent. This tiny young master didn't seem to be interested in practicing martial arts, but this was only influenced by that weak world. He couldn't recognize the power of martial artists and psychics yet. Time was still long. There were plenty of opportunities. Returning home, Shu Qinghao was confused. There were actually 2 more people in the house. A girl not much older than him, was actually his aunt? Little Qingyun saw his brother, immediately excited. Cartoons also do not watch. Pulling his brother's small mouth Labala began to show off. Brother, I shot a gun today. It's a real gun-o. Qinghao looked at the little trinkets made of shells in Qingyun's hand, and suddenly both eyes were glowing, and the siblings burrowed into the bedroom and muttered. Guan Ziwen, however, saw the cabbage and red fruits carried in Zhu Hongyang's hand and slapped her head. Oops, did I forget something? Zhu Hongyang's mouth twitched a few times. This missy spent $1 million to buy cabbages. The money he did receive, but up to now he had only given 2. The 2 trees carried in the hand. Or consider tonight's family as large, ready to eat their own. Guan Ziwen directly snatched a cabbage from Zhu Hongyang's hand, grabbed 5 red fruits in his hand. Today first take these to deliver, or auntie angry. I cannot carry. Zhu Hongyang suddenly remembered the only buyer of his cabbage stall, that elegant old lady. Just wanted to say take a few more fruits. Guan Ziwen has already run out in a flurry. Si Wenxiu originally saw 1 more girl in the house, face a little unsightly, but now cannot help but smile. This is a child who has not grown up. Wash his hands and go to frying vegetables to prepare dinner. Just when Zhu Hongyang's family gathered to enjoy a cozy dinner, in the villa of Beijing's 1999 hospital, General Li Yaoming slowly opened his eyes and stretched comfortably, feeling energized. Raising his eyes to see Director Fan Zhongxing of the Military Intelligence Bureau, General Li Yaoming laughed. The first time I see you when I'm alive. It's not good. Fan Zhongxing looked serious and gave a military salute. Chief, I'm afraid the news of you waking up will keep many people awake. With the help of the nurse, Li Yaoming sat up and leaned against the bed, waving his hand. All go out. Fu Mingli, Lu Lao, doctors, nurses and others left the ward. Wang Junlin followed his usual habit and took out a pen and paper ready to record. But he heard Fan Zhongxing's emotionless voice, you go out too. Seeing Li Yaoming nodding his head to signal him to go out, Wang Junlin exited the ward full of unwillingness, secretly growling in his heart. Old undead, this is the beginning of my defense. Fortunately the Chao family gave me more. Fan Zhongxing took out a miniature computer, softly recounting everything that happened in Tushuai, from time to time pulling out 1 or 2 photos to show to Li Yaoming. Li Yaoming quietly listened without uttering a word. This somewhat mysterious thing, in the vicissitudes of the world read all the hearts of his place, perhaps just a story. Even when he heard his machine secretary Wang Junlin all kinds of small actions, the old general still looked calm, did not make any comments. The verdant cabbage, crystal clear red fruits, early spring green leaves like spring tea, worth $10 million of jade bottles, all failed to make the old general moved. But when the video of Zhu Hongyang negotiating with the military representatives mentioned a new world, the old general couldn't help but shiver. Although the country of China was growing stronger in the world, whether it was economic or military, it was still suppressed and besieged by many old powers. To make China stand proudly in the east of the world, no longer subject to any constraints, no one dares to say no to China, is the biggest wish of these old men who have fought for China all their lives. If there is a side of the new world as a backing, whether it is immigration to solve the problem of overpopulation, or access to rich resources, so that the country's development is no longer subject to any constraints, are good news. What supernatural powers, what fantasy, all to hell with it, the old general's eyes, only the rise of the country of China. I'm moving now, to Tu Shui. Seeing the old general excitedly about to get out of bed, Fan Zhongxing hurriedly stopped. Knowing the chief's nature, he already knew it was such a result. Old chief, that world is not empty, but has powerful martial artists and psychics. You should look at this first. Seeing that 4 or 5 soldiers holding assault rifles still couldn't help the red moon that was close by, General Li Yaoming finally calmed down. Yes, it was a complete world, not an empty one, and everything that little girl had displayed had far exceeded modern people's knowledge of martial arts. But the old general still believed that a powerful modernized corps could conquer this world and make it the backyard of China. No matter what, if you can train the military's special fighters to become powerful martial artists, the country of China can also stand proudly on top of the world. Waiting to see a video that seemed to be covered in a layer of light smoke, Fan Zhongxing introduced. This was filmed by Wei Lilong and Su Rolan as they entered that world, the mysterious Devil's Canyon, the martial artists flying in the air, the devil wolves that couldn't be killed by bullets, and the majestic and tall city walls silenced General Li Yaoming. And this was only the tip of the iceberg of that world. Fan Zhongxing whispered. Secretary Wang made 3 calls. There are already 3 convoys leaving the capital overnight, targeting Tu Shui. Iron blood aura erupted. General Li Yaoming looked as if he had changed into a different person as he coldly said, I'm not dead yet. Get me Ji Taijun. Chapter 37 Plowed Misty Sword. Guan Ziwen finally did not have the opportunity to come back to the Red Moon to teach a few hands. Was Ji Taijun a phone call to summon away? Specially called repeatedly to Zhu Hongyang. Must be restrained. Red Moon cannot be easily shot. Zhu Hongyang cried and laughed. Red Moon is not a homicidal maniac. This hole seems like a terrorist. And Xingyan final exams have ended. As long as tomorrow afternoon to go to school to get a winter vacation homework. Even if the official into the winter vacation, Qinghao at most a few more days, should also enter the final exams, by the time the earth side of the freezing cold, which has the Shangtian continent is good. As long as the military can help solve the matter of the devil wolf attack. Zhu Hongyang calculating to take the family over to spend a vacation. Save the children every day is not to watch TV is to play games. In short, Zhu Hongyang is ready to be an ostrich. Hide yourself. First obscene development for a period of time before, which will go out to wave. Still 4 o'clock in the morning. Zhu Hongyang got up and boiled on the porridge. Even with the ability to travel between 2 worlds, the inertia of life is still there. The school to go to school, to go to work to go to work. The Red Moon quietly observed Zhu Hongyang. This previous only no spend the day drinking the 4th brother really changed. Although still not much ambition, but learned to care about people. To that suddenly appeared sister-in-law, is love to the extreme. To the 2 children is also sincere love, or that psychic really changed him. Zhu Hongyang prepared breakfast and was also sleepless. Seeing Hongyu sitting cross-legged on the sofa, he obediently sat beside her and suddenly felt a little guilty. Pulling Hongyu from the sacred sky continent to the strange world of Earth, he never considered whether she was adapted or not, nor did he ask her how she felt. He just treated her as a bodyguard. It was wrong of him as a brother. Still getting used to it over here, right? Zhu Hongyang asked softly. Hongyu was very happy. It was the first time that 4th brother cared about her like this, and softly said, I'm fine, and it's good here too. Zhu Hongyang thought for a moment and asked, what's the difference between this side and that side? Hongyu put down her coiled legs and gently approached Zhu Hongyang, holding his arm and whispered, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is thin here. The speed of recovery of true qi is very slow, and it's hard to maintain a peak state at all times. Silly girl. Zhu Hongyang gently stroked Hongyu's head. She truly valued that 4th young master's life more than herself. Fan Ernyang once said that Hongyu, in order to have the ability to protect Zhu Hongyang, from the age of 6 years old to practice martial arts, she never treated herself as the 5th miss of the marquis, practicing more than 6 hours every day, which gave her the strength of a 19-year-old peak martial artist. The path of the martial artist. Never pay 99% of the diligence and sweat, plus 1% of the enlightenment, in order to go farther. But where you want to take shortcuts, there is no good end. Think about a little girl, practicing hard for more than 12 hours a day, and sticking to it for 13 whole years. This kind of perseverance and persistence, how many people can do it? Hongyu comfortably squinted her eyes. Her brother still treats her so well. Since that cold winter night, almost frozen to death, she met her brother, and has been warm until now. Zhu Hongyang suddenly remembered that the terrifying demonic wolf couldn't even be killed by a pistol. He couldn't help but ask, Hongyu, in your opinion, can they deal with the demonic wolf? Red Moon shook her head slightly. In a physical battle, there is no chance of winning, using that kind of firearm. I don't know. Zhu Hongyang's heart pumped up slightly. The demon wolf was an existence equivalent to a martial artist. If Red Moon could beat up Ji Taijun and Guan Ziwen, who were considered experts, then the demon wolf could as well. However, today's assault rifle only uses rubber bullets. Red Moon also can't judge whether it can kill the demon wolf, and the assault rifle in the modern army equipment sequence. The power is almost at the bottom of the list, and now can only wait for the results of Su Wolin's research. However, Zhu Hongyang was as curious as the others. Where exactly was Red Moon's precious sword hidden? Red Moon pouted. Fourth brother, this sword is still a gift from you. Zhu Hongyang was at a loss. How could he know what sword the fourth young master had given to Hongyu? Red Moon gently stood up. Hand-held skirt corner turned a circle. In the waist a wipe. Clank. A faintly inaudible light sound. In the hands of a sword has been more. Closer to look carefully. Zhu Hongyang cannot help but suddenly realized. This sword is 3 feet 3 inches long, but not the usual color of the sword, but grayish-white, closer to the color of the white dress on the Red Moon. Material looks neither bronze nor fine iron. Of course, even more unlikely to be the modern special steel. At first glance it seems like white jade kind of stone. Could it be a stone sword? Red Moon smiled and said, Fourth brother, this is my promotion to martial artist. You steal grandpa's legacy of the red Xiaobao, in exchange for rare Yun Miao stone. Please the imperial city's first divine artisan, tailor-made Yun Miao sword for me. White tender little hand lightly waved. Yun Miao sword immediately transformed into a ribbon, on top of which pieces of white cloud-like dark patterns were clearly visible. Was Red Moon casually tied at the waist? The slightest hint of the shape of the sword could not be seen in the party. Zhu Hongyang kind of know why the military cannot detect the Cloud Miao sword. First of all, this sword is not a metal sword, but what Cloud Miao stone made? Of course those instruments cannot detect. Secondly, the raw material of this stone sword Yun Miao stone. The earth has no good to say, although the earth cold weapons in the soft sword this kind of weapon. But who has seen the stone made of soft sword? Finally, after the Yun Miao sword is transformed into a ribbon, from the shape to the feel, there is really no difference with silk, unless Red Moon true chi is injected. It is a ribbon. Why was it tailor-made for Red Moon? This is the Sacred Sky Continent's special technique of creating weapons, except for Red Moon's true chi injection, which can be transformed into a Yun Miao sword. In other people's hands, it would be a ribbon. According to Zhu Hongyang's understanding, it was equivalent to the blood drop recognition in his metaphysical novels, and no one could use it except for Hongyu herself. At this time, Si Wenxiu also got up, glanced at the siblings, washing up. After breakfast, Si Wenxiu brought Qinghao and was about to leave, but Zhu Hongyang called out, let Hongyu follow you. Qinghao should be safe at school. Si Wenxiu blankly glanced at Zhu Hongyang. My mother is not the weak woman of the previous 2 days, but Zhu Hongyang is ultimately a piece of good intentions. And at that moment nodded, looking toward Hongyu still a thin white dress. Si Wenxiu hesitated, do you want to change clothes? Knowing the existence of the Cloud Misty sword, Zhu Hongyang of course would not let Hongyu change her clothes. That would affect her sword speed. Waved his hand. Beauty freezes people. There are plenty of young ladies who wear Chinese clothes to go shopping. Si Wenxiu rolled her eyes. She knows that martial artists do not fear the cold and heat, but it is 20 degrees below zero outside. How can you let the streets be wrapped up like a bear? However, before leaving the door, Si Wenxiu remembered one more thing. Don't let Qingyan sleep in. In the morning there is teacher Dan dance class. Zhu Hongyang froze, and quickly nodded. Okay, anyway, it's in a neighborhood. I'll send her there. Chapter 38, The Golden House. Qingyan lively and cheerful and active. As a child like a wild monkey, climbing high and low. Si Wenxiu with that tired Moreover, girls like to play war games. Even toys are a bunch of small and large toy guns. Let Si Wenxiu look at the big head. In order to cultivate Qingyun's ladylike demeanor, Si Wenxiu has enrolled Qingyun in dance classes, music classes, small host classes, etc. But each is halfway through. Until Qingyun on the first grade, Si Wenxiu took her to play in the neighborhood. Occasionally encountered a beautiful woman, chatting up, only to know that the woman named Xia Danxiang actually graduated from the National Academy of Fine Arts Senior. After graduation, do not want to work, Xia Danxiang at home to run a training course, teaching 3 or 5 children to learn Chinese painting. Si Wenxiu then moved the heart. Girls learn Chinese painting is also good, can develop observation skills, but also can be quiet, cultivate a bit of elegance. And Xia Danxiang said, the other side did not refuse. Strange to say, Qing Yun to Si Wenxiu to enroll her in a variety of training courses is very resistant, but Xia Danxiang is very like, Dandan teacher called very hot. Let Si Wenxiu have a few points of jealousy. Today happens to be Saturday. High school students, although they still have to attend classes, Si Wenxiu also because of the approaching year-end busy financial statements, but Qing Yun learning to draw the time but the thunder and lightning. According to say it is not easy to get to the weekend. Should let Qing Yun sleep a little more, but Zhu Hongyang had to wake up the daughter who was sleeping soundly. Modern society is very competitive. The pressure of survival is getting bigger and bigger. The adults are not living well, so they put all their hopes on the next generation. Small children began a variety of training. The internet rumor kindergarten children have to be on several extracurricular training courses. To the elementary school, secondary school even more, not to mention the remedial classes. In order to win at the starting line, but also have a special skill, right? Called his daughter to get up and wash. Simply tied a single ponytail. And so Zhu Hongyang with Qing Yun to the neighborhood 16 building, has been 8:20, every class day. Xia Danxiang will go downstairs to pick up the children, gathered together and then go upstairs together. At this time wearing a pink long down jacket, Xia Danxiang, not the slightest bit bloated, slender and straight body exudes youthfulness, serene and elegant face, exquisite to almost perfect, even if it is a natural plus artificial beauty everywhere in the modern era, but also enough to crush more than 90% of the female. If coupled with the faint smell of books, change the ancient costume, as if the picture scrolls out of the world of beauty. Zhu Hongyang familiar with only saw photos of well-known beauty stars, and Xia Danxiang then, can only say too brown. Zhu Hongyang sometimes doubt, such a woman, or domestic top beauty college students, even in the first-tier cities are not worried about finding a job, not to mention just 3 or 4 cities in the city of Tushui. Anyway, how is not reduced to the point of teaching a few small children to draw to make a living? Thanks to the inspiration of writing web novels, Zhu Hongyang had made up several bridge segments in his head. For example, this is a noblewoman from a wealthy family who is not satisfied with the job or marriage arranged by the family, and hides in this small city to live a semi-reclusive life. For example, this was the forbidden domain of some big shot, being raised as a canary in this remote small city, coming over occasionally according to that person's mood. For example, Tu Shui has a special significance for her, making her willing to live here at a snail's pace, leading a quiet and ordinary life. Another example is that she and someone have an agreement, silently waiting for that person to return here. Of course, Zhu Hongyang would not ask these out. Smiling and nodding to Xia Danxiang, he let go of Qing Yun's hand. Qing Yun cheerfully ran over and hugged Xia Danxiang. Teacher Dan Dan. Xia Danxiang smiled warmly. Good morning, little Qing Yun. Zhu Hongyang watched Xia Danxiang walk into the elevator surrounded by 6 children before turning around, habitually lighting a cigarette and walking down the brick path inside the district towards his home. It was freezing cold, and it was a weekend. The whole neighborhood could not see a few people, so Zhao Hongwei's upright figure was particularly conspicuous, handsome but well-defined face. So Zhu Hongyang could not help but want to smash 2 punches. But at the moment Zhao Hongwei did not look at him at all, but gazed at the 16th building 11 floors. It is Xia Danxiang live in that layer. Zhu Hongyang also gossiped up, pulled out a cigarette and handed Zhao Hongwei, tentatively asked, official second generation? Golden house to hide a girl? Zhao Hongwei coughed violently, his handsome face twisted up. If he was an official second generation, why would he aggravate Xia Danxiang to hide here? Before entering the Military Intelligence Bureau, Zhao Hongwei also naively thought that as long as he cut off all contact with the outside world, that huge family would not be able to find them. Unfortunately, after entering the Military Intelligence Bureau, he realized how naive they were. Fortunately, he accepted that overbearing elder says gamble in exchange for Xia Danxiang's self-professed safe seclusion. At the age of 30, you will be promoted to Major General by your own ability, and then you will be eligible to marry a Xia family woman, and I will arrange for you to go wherever you want. This is the Xia family's old man's conditions. Although the future father-in-law hated to strangle him on the spot, but finally had to pinch his nose, recognized the old man presided over this gamble. Regardless of which dynasty, want to quickly rise in the military. Military service is the only shortcut. But unfortunately, in times of peace, where to get enough military service to promote generals? Although the special forces could occasionally take on the name of mercenaries and participate in low-intensity battles, and promotion wasn't too slow, that only referred to the rank of lieutenant, and when it came to the rank of colonel, it wasn't possible to be promoted by taking part in a few battles, let alone a general. Therefore, Zhao Hongwei took a unique path to enter the General Staff's Military Intelligence Bureau as a senior student of the Military Academy, wanting to create a legend in this battlefield where no smoke is seen. Unfortunately, now he is in the Military Intelligence Bureau crawling 4 years, a few close to death, only 2 years left from the age of 30, but also only promoted to major. From the general's position, there is still a huge chasm, and even he put his life may not be able to arrive. Of course, all of this is hidden from Xia Danxiang, this light and elegant as a lotus woman, but also just know that he is in the army, cannot often accompany her. If you love her, you have to respect her. A high achiever graduated from a military academy. A first daughter of a large family graduated from the Chinese Academy of Fine Arts. They didn't dare to be like those theatergoers who didn't take their dignity and modesty seriously. If they dared to live together unmarried, or even just live under one roof, and nothing happened, there would be people who would pay for their recklessness with blood and lives. Whispering in each other's arms was already their limit, and it was only after they had married in the open that they could express their love for each other without fear. But to be promoted to general at the age of 30, even in an environment that vigorously fosters the promotion of young people, is a near impossible goal. Hiding a treasure was hidden, but now, it was hard to say who it was hidden for. Zhu Hongyang skimmed his mouth. Dog blood plot. This is the act of nakedly spreading dog food, patted Zhao Hongwei's shoulder, and the old man encouraged this young man. Help me repel the demon wolf. I'll make you a general. Chapter 39 was walloped. Zhao Hongwei, who had just lit a cigarette, coughed violently again. On the one hand, he didn't smoke often and was irritated by this poor quality tobacco. On the other hand, he was also frightened by Zhu Hongyang's words. Knowing that Zhu Hongyang can travel between two worlds, Zhao Hongwei once thought of conquering that world, to open up new territories, promoted to general, and married Xia Danxiang in a fair and square manner, even because too eager, almost scared Zhu Hongyang. Zhao Hongwei has temporarily put down this mind, ready to come to a warm water to boil the frog, which thought Zhu Hongyang opened his mouth, came to seal him as a general. Zhu Hongyang smiled and said, although I just inherited a small city, but the jurisdiction of the land has 1,000 square miles. Look down on it, although the military, based on limited intelligence, judged that Zhu Hongyang had something to hide, but how could they not think that the hiding was 1,000 miles of land? Zhao Hongwei, another mouthful of cigarettes, finally extinguished. This is considered to be the cheapest inferior cigarettes. Tugging Zhu Hongyang said, Dr. Su looking for you something, an hour, do not delay you to pick up the child. Zhu Hongyang did not die. Hey, even if the Xia family is more powerful, can you manage to the other world? I promise you, I'll give you an army to be a general. Reconstruction of the Zhu family army is a huge project. Zhu Hongyang, now on the old housekeeper, still holds a few wariness, of course, in advance to identify their own trusted candidates. The same origin of the earth was oppressed by the big families of the Zhao Hongwei, is obviously a good corner. Two people alone in the other world, in addition to Zhu Hongyang, have other options? Zhao Hongwei's heart beat violently. Yes, the modern society forces people to hide and hide and hide, but in the other world, it is not the sky high and let the birds fly? Cannot think further, will fall into the trap of Zhu Hongyang. After all, it is the elite of the Military Intelligence Bureau for a few years. Zhao Hongwei barely calmed down. Do not dare to talk to Zhu Hongyang, quickly sent him to Su Roland's office. Su Roland personally stood up to greet him, and after Zhao Hongwei fled as if he had left, Zhu Hongyang heard a clear click on the lock, and couldn't help but feel his heart beating wildly. What is this woman going to do? This temporary office is very simple. A set of desks and chairs, a set of parlor sofa plus a water dispenser. The rest of the place is snow-white walls. Su Roland walked directly in front of Zhu Hongyang. Her tall figure made her forehead flush with Zhu Hongyang's eyes, but the distance was too close, and she had to slightly tilt her pretty face up in order to be able to look at Zhu Hongyang from close range. I want to know, just how much else are you hiding? Zhu Hongyang was a bit confused. What things? What kind of world is that world? What kind of civilization will be spawned by the heaven and earth aura that far exceeds Earth by several times? Martial artists and psychics, can they really be dealt with by machine guns and cannons? Women were too smart and would leave no personal space for men. Zhu Hongyang couldn't help but gulp down his saliva, unconsciously taking a step backward, and sophistically said, I've only been there a few times too, so how could I know in that much detail? Men's words cannot be trusted. If you don't tell me, I'll go ask Sister Wenxiu. Su Roland followed one step further. Zhu Hongyang secretly grumbled. After a trip to the sacred sky continent, Si Wenxiu had become her sister, but he didn't know exactly how much Fan Ernyang had said to Si Wenxiu. Su Roland pressed one step closer, her eyes burning as she forced herself to look at Zhu Hongyang. They called me second lady. Did you arrange it? Bang! Zhu Hongyang's back leaned directly against the snow-white wall. Snap! Su Roland's left hand reached out and pressed against the wall. Her right index finger pointed at Zhu Hongyang's chin. touching the stubble of unshaven beard. Wanting me to accept this title is not impossible. Tell me everything you know. Zhu Hongyang, incomparable shame. Two people now this position, like the legendary wall thud. Only the normal wall thud should not be reversed. I'm afraid Zhu Hongyang never dreamed. He also had a beautiful woman wall thunk day. But that's not the point. The point is what Su Wolin said. Exactly what does it mean? Staring at the near at hand, such as flower's delicate face, the fragrance straight to the nostrils. Zhu Hongyang cannot suppress the man-lust nature, cannot help but slightly lowered his head, kissed in Su Wolin forehead. Stump. Su Wolin panicked and retreated several steps, bumped into the desk before stopping. Just calm domineering look disappeared. What are you going to do? Seeing Su Wolin reacting so greatly, Zhu Hongyang also came back to his senses and slapped his forehead. He was overwhelmed by beauty. This was a national treasure major-ranked military researcher. Su Wolin grudgingly looked at Zhu Hongyang. Not from the science class. This drama is a bit of a failure. It seems that it is still necessary to be a little more aggressive. This is the Special Service Battalion Station. Is a secret research base. Zhu Hongyang, even if you want to do something, probably do not have the courage. And look at Zhao Hongwei and other people's attitude. It is expected to wait for something to happen between them, so as to hold Zhu Hongyang's handle, right? Zhu Hongyang directly sat on the parlor sofa, took out the cigarette case, lit a cigarette, ignoring Su Wolin frowning tightly, inhaled deeply. What do you want to know? Walking to the front of the sofa, pressing the armrest, Su Wolin looked down at Zhu Hongyang. That's not a deserted world, but a higher world with a rich heaven and earth aura. The civilization development time may exceed that of the earth by several times. I don't think that the earth can gain the upper hand when the two worlds are fought, but you are still revealing this secret to the military. I suspect that you have bad intentions. Su Wolin had 3 postdoctoral degrees in biology, physics, and chemistry, and according to the formula of certain novels, trying to find out the combination of the two worlds, such as the fusion of martial arts and technology, those protagonists would always be able to find beautiful scientists to work for him. So, now a beautiful scientist was in front of him. Should he take it? After all, if you want to hide some secrets from the military in the future, the only way is to make this woman one of your own. Zhu Hongyang's mind was borderline rambling, patting his thigh. If you dare to sit here, I dare to tell you. However, the next moment, Zhu Hongyang really regretted it. He should not have teased this beautiful woman who seemed to come with a mission. Su Wolin unexpectedly really sat on his lap, even stretching out her arms to encircle his neck. The two faces were only a few centimeters away from sticking together, their breaths smelling each other. Say it. I'm all ears. Zhu Hongyang almost cried. This was scary. Is there such a thing as washing your ears? He wanted to push Su Wolin away, but he didn't expect her to hold him tightly, and he whispered, "Don't move. Just say it. What can I do? Shuttling between two worlds. One can live in style. In your place, you wouldn't give up this ability, right? But the damn demonic wolves surrounded dimming Marshall City. I don't want to become food for the demonic wolves as soon as I go over there. I can only think of a way to get rid of the demonic wolves. What can I do as an ordinary person? I can only cooperate with the military. There's no bad intentions. As for the question of who conquers who, as long as I don't agree, who can force me?" Su Wolin's pretty face blushed. Who conquered who? Yuck. This guy really is not well-intentioned. However, Su Wolin knew in her heart that if she couldn't gain this guy's absolute trust, it was purely a dream if she wanted to study that new world. Shortcut? Of course there was. That was to become his woman. Chapter 40, resonating with Su Wolin's soul. Su Wolin's brain, which was comparable to a computer's, worked quickly, analyzing the possibilities. She was clear that Zhu Hongyang's desire to use limited benefits in exchange for the military to help him solve his troubles was actually a very naive and childish behavior. A complete large world, as long as it was exposed, would definitely be controlled by the state, and even the military could not protect it. Not to mention the state of China, including various countries around the world, would all get involved to get a piece of the pie. But as Zhu Hongyang threatened, once he was scared and he hid in that world and didn't come back, it would be a chicken and egg ending with nothing to gain. What if he has great power in that world and comes back to conquer the Earth world? She neither wanted Zhu Hongyang to never return and disappear from the Earth, nor did she want him to get involved in the vortex of interests and not be able to do anything about it. What she was interested in was that world where the heaven and earth were full of aura. Curiosity killed the cat, not to mention a big unknown world. The temptation for Su Wolin was not ordinary, but the prerequisite is to gain Zhu Hongyang's absolute trust. Otherwise everything is a flower in the mirror. At present, it seems that becoming her woman is the fastest shortcut. Just do not know. That does not seem to be very good to talk to the sister. Can accept her? Countless thoughts instantly turned in her mind. Su Wolin made up her mind, gently moved over and took the initiative to give Zhu Hongyang a light kiss on the mouth. You telling me this is equal to tying my fate to you? So have you thought about how to explain it to Sister Wenxiu? Zhu Hongyang was dumbfounded. Half a moment ago Fong hung his head speechless. Impulse is the devil. Su Roland, this is to make him responsible for the rhythm of the end. Seeing Zhu Hongyang's performance, Su Roland was a little disappointed in her heart. This was by no means what she had in mind for a man. Cowardly, timid, and with no ambition. Cheer up. What you're going to face in the future are the elites of both worlds. A delicate scolding, like rolling spring thunder, exploded in Zhu Hongyang's heart. Yes, on this side of the earth, he had already gotten involved with the military, and in the future, it was impossible to say that there would still be a chance to talk to the national leaders. Sacred Sky Continent side, even if he wants to shrink in Daimingwu City to live a peaceful life, but also have to the enemy to let him go. Died a few killers, behind the people will really give up? Moreover, inheriting everything from that Zhu family's fourth young master, how could he revitalize the Zhu family? At least he couldn't be left to the mercy of others? When you do the math like this, you are really facing the elites of two worlds. Who doesn't desire to wake up with the power of the world and get drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman? Even if we don't talk about this, is it not good to cultivate hard, advance to heavenly martial artist or even divine martial artist, and live for 1,000 years? But this woman must be mine. Zhu Hongyang swept away his disillusionment. His eyes flickered with essence, and as he locked eyes with Su Roland, his eyebrows vaguely swelled with pain. A lavender light blossomed, enveloping the two in ambiguous postures. Boom! Inexplicable power exploded in the minds of the two. Su Roland's voice boomed in her mind. This woman must be mine. What a strong spiritual infectious power. Being able to travel to another world. According to the formula of urban novels, all of them will awaken some kind of supernormal ability. Could this be Zhu Hongyang's supernormal ability? Following a man like this, with eyes to see both worlds, life won't be so boring. But if he is the one who can't help himself, then I will never give myself to him. Su Roland's thoughts were fed back to Zhu Hongyang without missing a beat, causing him to freeze, which made him realize why Yang knew exactly what was going on in his mind. And this was the horror of a psychic. This is the horror of psychics. Zhu Hongyang's mouth twitched a little. Is this the image of himself in Su Roland's mind? The tremors subsided. The inexplicable power disappeared without a trace. Zhu Hongyang could no longer sense the thoughts in Su Roland's heart, although the sudden shock disappeared. But Su Roland feel different. Just now they seemed to Zhu Hongyang complete some kind of soul contract, completely become one. From now on, the fate of life, rest and solidarity. Therefore, in the face of the Zhu Hongyang, Su Roland is not surprised. Just that kind of soul resonance of the wonderful feeling. Very fascinating. Bang bang bang. Knocking on the door at an inopportune time, woke up the two people who were in deep thought. Su Roland like a frightened bird flew up from Zhu Hongyang, hands and feet to organize their uniforms. Zhu Hongyang cheek thicker. This woman has been branded him. Wanna run cannot run away. Leisurely lit a cigarette, waiting for Su Roland to clean up properly. Zhao Hongwei looked at the two men and women with an odd expression, and muttered in his heart. The expression was too normal, so normal that it was a little weird. If not for Su Roland's special status, he had no right to command. He really wanted to try the beauty trick. After all, from ancient times to the present day, the heroes who planted on this are as many as the carp in the river. Let alone a Zhu Hongyang. The Qingyan national painting class will be over soon. I will send you back. Zhu Hongyang suddenly could not sit, rubbing up the sky and the earth. Not as big as his daughter. Su Roland said meaningfully, you go back first. I will be based on the situation, to draw up a complete plan. In the afternoon, Li Lao arrived. If approved, you will be invited over at night. Zhu Hongyang understood. The plan in Su Roland's mouth was not only the military's plan, but also the exploration plan for the sacred sky continent. Well, this is what attracts Su Roland the most. What Zhu Hongyang, what man? All step aside. There is such a bully level beauty planning, height, vision, feasibility. Absolutely exploded Zhu Hongyang, this bottom of the small man. Of course, Zhu Hongyang is not useless. As a half-assed metaphysical fiction writer, once adapted to the changes brought about by the shuttle two worlds, do not dare to say that like the protagonist of the pen dislike of the sky and the earth, the ability to be a city lord, or have the ability. At the same time, Su Roland's hints, Zhu Hongyang also received. His big backer, Li Yaoming old general, will arrive in the afternoon. Drizzling martial city defense war is about to start. Saw Zhao Hongwei with Zhu Hongyang left. Su Roland sat in silence for a long time, suddenly giggled and laughed. This decision, although a little ridiculous, a little crazy, not in line with her character, but also will make her future colorful. Sharing a husband with another woman was something she didn't even have to think about before. But now, after the soul resonance, Su Roland suddenly realized that she didn't seem to be as repulsed as usual. Ding bell. The cell phone rang. The screen was labeled with an unfamiliar number, but the combination of numbers made her familiar with a bit of disgust. The ringer persistently rang for a long time, and before it automatically hung up, Su Roland finally picked it up. Still resenting me? An old, thick voice came out, and Su Roland was silent, as if she hadn't heard the other party at all. Alas! A deep sigh came out. The other party slowly said, "No matter what, I'm always your father, so why should you reject me?" A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Su Roland's mouth as she finally opened her mouth to respond. "My surname is not Chow. I also know that without you secretly protecting me, I might die in a flying accident one day." This time, it was the other party's turn to be silent, but Su Roland was not polite at all, and was even a bit snarky. "Can make you busy to climb the relationship. Your hand stretch is still so long. Want to use the springback tea and cabbage to enlist people. Push you to that position, right?" The phone hangs up. Crystal teardrops spill down. Su Roland murmurs in a low voice, "Zhu Hongyang, you bastard." Chapter 41, Meatbag Beating Dogs. Zhu Hongyang pulled Chang Yun, carrying the boxed lunch that Zhao Hongwei had thoughtfully prepared, and waved goodbye to Xia Danxiang. With Su Roland entangled in the morning, how can he have time to cook? Fortunately Zhao Hongwei heart careful, otherwise go back to BC when she'll clean up a meal. But Zhu Hongyang pondered Zhao Hongwei's reminder before he left. It is best not to go out today. What does it mean? Because of the inequality of information, Zhu Hongyang where no, back to spring tea in the capital set off 10,000 waves, has swept towards Tu Shui. Guan Ziwen took 3 team members, staring at the 2 Grand Cherokee driving out of the highway toll station, quickly stepped forward and stopped the other side. The windows came down, and the driver wearing sunglasses stuck out his head and droned, looking for death, coldly surprised to have a pistol pushed against his head. The co-pilot and the 2 in the back seat immediately changed their colors, their hands touching their waists. Guan Ziwen sneered, "Be smart and don't move. Your little pistols, take them out, are embarrassing." A few people looked at each other, disheveled, and stopped their movements. Indeed, they were certainly well equipped, and their power far exceeded that of ordinary police firearms, but to be compared to military weapons, it was similar to toys. Another member of the team boarded the back seat, playing with 5 shiny darts in his hand, his voice with a little bit of cynicism. "Count on you guys to know what's good for you. We've been given the order to open unlimited fire." A few people in the car suddenly had chills running down their backs. Fortunately they didn't resist, otherwise they might have turned into corpses. On the other road, Ma Rulong stopped a commercial vehicle with a stone. "Captain Xiao of the State Security Administration's Action Brigade, what brings you to the small place of Tu Shui?" Xiao Pengfei's eyes jumped, but his face did not move. "Secret mission." Ma Rulong hemmed and hawed, took out his cell phone and shook it at Xiao Pengfei. "Is it to arrest this? A dangerous person who jeopardizes national security?" On the cell phone is exactly Zhu Hongyang's photo. Xiao Pengfei's face changed greatly. Voice, who leaked the news? Ma Rulong slowly pulled out his pistol and blew a breath into the barrel. Although the military intelligence and national security are not under each other's command, they are all there to guard this country. Is Captain Xiao planning to follow me, or is he ready to resist? Xiao Pengfei sighed. Do I have a choice? A bus slowly drove into the Special Service Battalion's compound. The middle-aged officer in camouflage uniform jumped out of the bus, looked at the 2 columns of heavily armed soldiers beside the bus, and laughed. "Little Wei, your battle is a bit big." Wei Lilong saluted without moving and asked in a deep voice, "Wolf Head, what mission requires the deployment of the famous Blood Wolf Special Operations Team?" Wolf Head laughed. "Military secrets. If I didn't know you were here, I would have gone straight to the target." Raising his cell phone, Wei Lilong asked rhetorically, "It's this person, isn't it?" Wolfhead's face changed drastically, and before he could say anything, Wei Lilong had already taken a step back and shouted, "Surrender all your weapons, and kill anyone who resists." With a crash, hundreds of assault rifles were raised, aimed at Wolfhead as well as the 30 or so warriors on the bus who had yet to get off. Wolfhead froze, letting the 2 warriors dismount his sidearm, as he heard from Wei Lilong's tone that this was no joke. The 2 military trucks winded up and drove towards Tu Shui in a big way. Even in a peaceful era, such a scene was common and would not cause panic. Ji Taijun stood inside a vehicle repair shop, put down the binoculars in his hand, and sighed in a low voice. "This tiger is smart enough. It's a pity." A big, burly man, wearing a camouflage uniform, stopped 2 military trucks and waved his hand to signal the other party to drive into the repair shop. The middle-aged officer sitting on the passenger side of the truck frowned and whispered to himself, "Dragon Soul? If they're here, why did they send us on a 1,000-mile strike?" Jumping out of the truck, the middle-aged officer was alarmed. "Ji Taijun?" Ji Taijun coldly strides forward and shakes the other's hand. "Tiger Zhang. I'm sorry." With a fierce over-the-shoulder slam, Zhang Tiger was directly thrown to the ground, and before he could react, Ji Taijun had already drawn his sidearm and pressed it against his head. Zheng Hu was horrified. Ji Taijun, what do you mean? Ji Taijun laughed coldly. I know that you have been ordered to come, but unfortunately, I have also been ordered to disarm the mighty Tiger Special Forces. Zheng Hu struggled violently. Don't you dare! Brush by brush. More than 50 silhouettes dressed in various colors of clothing flashed and surrounded the two military trucks in a group, and there were even two light machine guns mounted on the racks repairing the cars in the distance. Although no one appeared on the military trucks, but the top broken canvas shed has poked out dozens of gun barrels. Zheng Hu struggled for a long time, still could not escape Ji Taijun's control. His chest rose and fell violently, and he shouted helplessly, "Damn! Guns down! All down!" Although the Dragon Soul, Tigers are special forces, but the purpose of training is different. The Dragon Soul is deep into the enemy country to steal intelligence. Pay more attention to the individual combat power and group cooperation. Tigers are trained for the battlefield suppression. More emphasis on the firepower configuration and coordination of the battlefield. It cannot be said that which is stronger than which is weaker, but in the absence of unfolding the situation, the Tigers are obviously very disadvantageous. Now that China is stable, it is simply impossible for a civil war to break out, and Zhang Hu believes that Ji Taijun doesn't have the guts to attack an army. That is, a real order. Zhao Hongwei's face twitched as he silently watched as wave after wave of people with foggy heads were escorted into the auditorium by the Dragon Soul Special Warfare Team and the Special Service Battalion, which had already been partitioned into a few areas and turned into temporary cells. The people who were escorted in successively were also shocked to look at the heavily guarded auditorium. Four-wheeled armored vehicles to seal all escape routes, two armed helicopters to maintain the state of liftoff at any time, soldiers holding assault rifles in teams of 5 uninterrupted patrols, and needless to say, there are also countless electronic surveillance equipment to focus on this place. Is this a ING war or what? Su Roland also sighed lightly. Chao family, Hua family, Li family, Zheng family and other 5 or 6 families out, through a variety of means. The goal is to rush before the arrival of General Li Yaoming. Zhu Hongyang control in the hands of as long as the control of the person. The rest is the upper level of the game. General Li Yaoming cannot be helped. Means are even more varied. There is the theft of military secrets on the crime of special forces to arrest, such as the Blood Wolf Special Forces and Tiger Special Forces. In the case of uninformed, by the Dragon Soul Special Forces and Special Battalion disarmed, there are buttoned up to jeopardize national security to move the National Security Secret Arrest, such as the National Security Action Brigade Xiaoping Phase Action Team, confused by Ma Rulong held hostage here. There are family guards deployed to prepare for a secret kidnapping, such as the Hua family bodyguards who were forcibly disarmed and escorted here by Guan Ziwen. Of course, these behaviors are not considered treason. At best, it is considered to seek greater benefits for themselves or their families, as long as the person pinched in the hand, even if General Li Yaoming how hard-blooded and tough, but also had to compromise, in the Chinese cabbage or back to the spring tea share to make concessions. But everyone does not know. This is far from a problem of 1 or 2 rare items, but is related to an unknown big world, so these elites sent over, doomed to meatbags. There is no return. Chapter 42 Deliberate Murder. Of course, the big families could not only have this energy. Those in high positions of power had already begun to use their connections to carry out pervasive infiltration, and these tactics, even if the Military Intelligence Bureau coped with it, it was still a bit overwhelmed. This is not. After lunch, Si Wenxiu with Red Moon and Qing Hao just left. Qing Yun is trying to load red fruit into their pockets. Zhu Hongyang's cell phone rang. Open a look. Zhu Hongyang cannot help but heart drums. Actually, as the unit of human resources manager Chang Lijuan, looking at 10 days to the new year, will not let him go to work at the site at this time, right? Pick up. Chang Lijuan is also very polite. Hongyang ah, you also rested home for 2 years. This is not the unit of the new bid for an antique manor project. Sis, the first time on the recommendation of you, after the company's senior management research, decided to appoint you as project manager. Zhu Hongyang suddenly confused. He is a study of Chinese language and literature of the liberal arts students, by mistake into the construction business. The professional is not right. Relying on more than 20 years of seniority, simmering a project manager has been top A. Engage in logistics and demolition of the coordination is not bad. In charge of a project, that is not even dare to think about it. Subconsciously Zhu Hongyang asked, Sister Chang, I'm not dreaming, right? Do engineering, which do not want to be a project manager. Although the professional does not match, on the engineering technology is not a clue. Zhu Hongyang is not without thought. If the old man win the project manager how to drop, but also know that this good thing is not his share. Chang Lijuan also happy. You see me like a joke? The information I have sent to your mailbox. Time is relatively tight. You must rush over tomorrow to meet with the construction unit. Where? Wuzhong City. Zhu Hongyang sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Tu Shui to Wuzhong, a south and a north, across half of China, but also at home to spend a fart in the new year. Dad, let's go. Little Chingyun cannot care about these. The afternoon to receive winter holiday homework, counting the last time to meet with classmates this semester. She is a whole load of a dozen red fruits, ready to enjoy the children's starry-eyed glory. Zhu Hongyang returned a first look at the information, hurriedly hung up the phone, with a belly full of doubts and Chingyun downstairs, riding on an electric bike to Anning Primary School. The green light of the diagonal line lit up. Zhu Hongyang twisted the electric door. The electric car rushed out. Because of this phone call, the time is a bit rushed. A white SUV suddenly went crazy like a red light rushed out, straight into Zhu Hongyang's electric car. Bam! The electric car was directly knocked away and fell on the concrete road a few meters away. Zhu Hongyang flew out, fell to the ground and rolled a few times, clearly heard the sound of his right leg bone cracked. Unable to care about himself, Zhu Hongyang looked towards Chengyun who was standing in front of the electric car, and his eyes were suddenly wide open. The electric car's cold shield had no defensive effect. Chengyun similarly fell to the ground and rolled several times, sliding out several meters away from the ground. Blood had already seeped out of her forehead, and half of her delicate face was stuck to the ground, presumably rubbing painfully, and she had already passed out. Red juice oozed out of his pocket. That was the red fruit that Chengyun had brought to Ling Feng and the other students, and it was estimated that it had already been crushed into dregs. The ear-piercing sound of reversing sounded. Zhu Hongyang looked up brightly. The white SUV that caused the accident backed up sharply. The engine roared, but also accelerated to Zhu Hongyang rushed over. This is not an accidental traffic accident, but intentional murder. Through the glass, Zhu Hongyang seems to see a pair of eyes emitting killing intent. Is staring at him, lips wriggling. Zhu Hongyang mouth issued strange syllables, while rolling hard to the opposite direction of Chengyun. If the other side of the target is him, do not get his daughter involved. Rolling, Zhu Hongyang saw out of the corner of his eye a dark green SUV rushing up crazily. He could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The last note to his mouth swallowed back. Bang! A dull crash sounded. The white SUV that insisted on crushing into Zhu Hongyang was sideswiped by the SUV that clearly exceeded more than one magnitude. The white SUV was toppled and slid out sideways for several meters before finally settling down. The door of the SUV opened. Wang Xinhai rushed like a cheetah to the side of the SUV, punched out, and the window glass shattered into powder with a crash. Probing hand grabbed to the driver when the strong wind came. Just hit Wang Xinhai elbow. Immediately let Wang Xinhai arm numb. Can only quickly shrink hand. Careless. This is an expert. Seeing the white SUV drove away rapidly, Wang Xinhai pressed on the waist of the hand to loosen, although he is sure that a shot to kill the SUV driver. But here is the city. Even if he cannot shoot without fear. Letting out a long breath, Wang Xinhai quickly ran towards Zhu Hongyang, wanting to help him up. Don't mind me. Save Chengyun first. Zhu Hongyang forcefully shook off Wang Xinhai, barely sat up. Thanks to this period of time there is the holy sky continent aura nourishment, the physical quality of the body to improve quite a lot. Otherwise just now that intentional collision, not just break a leg so simple. This sudden change, Chengyun injury is far more serious than Zhu Hongyang, especially the delicate face, sticking to the concrete road slipped out so far. This is disfigured. Looking at Wang Xinhai to carry Chengyun on the back seat of the car, and came to assist him, Zhu Hongyang gritted his teeth and whispered, send me to a secluded place. Wang Xinhai hurriedly nodded, the chief has arrived. Lu Lao is also there. I'll send you to the army hospital. Zhu Hongyang nodded. The army was far more quiet than outside. Not to mention he had already shared his biggest secret with the military. At this time, a white sedan stopped. Ma Rulong jumped out of the car and hurried over. What's going on here? Damn. This is pushing old comrade mine to the fire pit. I thought that the Military Intelligence Bureau, Special Battalion, Dragon Soul Special Operations Team Joint Attack, has been completely cleaned up. This is which one of the leakage of the fish? Wang Xinhai couldn't care less and drank. Old Ma, this place is yours. The dark green SUV roared, directly pulling the ear-piercing siren, madly rushing through one intersection after another. Inside the car was silent. Zhu Hongyang tightly hugged her daughter who was twitching from time to time. Looking at the bloodied little face, tears couldn't help but flow down drop by drop. Even if the modern medical level is very high, Chengyun's face wants to recover as before, but also nearly impossible, which makes Zhu Hongyang how not heartbroken. If this ruined Chengyun's life, he wouldn't mind turning the world upside down. Creak. Off-road vehicle steadily parked in front of the Special Service Battalion Field Hospital. Wang Xinhai hurriedly jumped out of the car, shouting, Lu Lao, come quickly to help. The chief is conducting an inspection. No one is allowed to clamor. Leave immediately. The soldier on duty had a cold face and warned in a deep voice. Wang Junlin walked out from inside with his hands behind his back, his face grimly glaring at Wang Xinhai, and through the open door of the driver's seat, he saw Zhu Hongyang, and couldn't help but be happy. Yo-ho, this is not a secret agent who stole state secrets. You guys still take him as a treasure. Just in time to catch up. Chapter 43, the real culprit behind the scenes. Wang Xinhai forced down the urge to dry out this guy with one punch and was about to barge in when he suddenly heard Zhu Hongyang's voice. Xinhai, send me to Su Roland's place. Indignantly glaring at Wang Junlin, Wang Xinhai got in his car and took off, leaving only Wang Junlin with a grim gaze. Special Service Battalion Indoor Training Ground, waiting for the chief to summon Zhao Hongwei, Ji Taijun, Guan Ziwen and others were startled. Zhu Hongyang's sullen face does not take care of anyone, but only a forceful urge to send him and Qing Yun to Su Roland's office. Wang Xinhai worriedly advised, Brother Yang, you should go to the hospital. Su Roland hurriedly ran in her white coat. She was reviewing the final report when she was shocked to hear that Zhu Hongyang had suffered a deliberate murder. Zhu Hongyang's face was grim, and he instructed Wang Xinhai in a low voice, if you still treat me as a brother, guard the door, and don't let go of the King of Heaven when he comes. At this moment Zhu Hongyang, an inexplicable aura flowed from his body, and the few people on the sidelines felt their chests tighten. Wang Xinhai was still a little hesitant. Ji Taijun had already said with determination, as long as I'm not dead, no one will bother you. Zhu Hongyang exhaled a long breath. Roland, close the door. The office door closed. Su Roland worriedly said, should I simply help you with this? Zhu Hongyang shook his head. Oddly awkward syllables spat out from his mouth, low but extremely clear. A mauve-colored halo appeared out of thin air, silently hovering within the office. Su Roland's heart throbbed violently. She had forgotten that Zhu Hongyang still had this choice. Zhu Hongyang holding Chongyun, seemingly slow but actually fast floating toward the halo, in the blink of an eye disappeared in front of us. Did not use a long time. Zhu Hongyang appeared in front of her again, only to be combed with a double-yumban little girl horizontal embrace. This was a new face. Su Roland did not see it last time she went to the sacred sky continent. The little girl swayed twice, but quickly stabilized herself, gently placing Zhu Hongyang on the sofa and saluting Su Roland. Yang. Su Roland was confused. She hadn't even gotten married yet she was already being called mother? Immediately Su Roland understood. This little girl, if Zhu Hongyang's side of the daughter, call her a second mother is really right. Pretty face slightly red. Su Roland mouth but do not admit defeat. White Zhu Hongyang a glance, really should even your arm also broken. Zhu Hongyang let out a bitter smile and asked solemnly, who did this? Su Roland silent for a moment, slowly said, Cabbage and Tea Cure Li Yaoming. I do not know how many big men stared at. The first to take the initiative were designed by Zhao Hongwei arrested. I do not know who still dare to take the initiative. This is out of Zhu Hongyang's expectations. That little white man seems to be not only long handsome, or have a few real material, but anger this intentional murder. Zhu Hongyang temporarily not in the mood to pay attention. Give you half an hour. Find out who. By the way, pick up Wenxiu and all of them. Zhu Hongyang's body floated towards the psychic portal, twisted his head and instructed Qingyu again. Guard this place. Whoever dares to barge in, directly put down. Hey! Qingyu answered crisply and watched Zhu Hongyang disappear into the aura. Su Roland stared blankly at this watery little girl. Zhu Hongyang so relieved to give her the heavy responsibility of guarding? Frozen for a long time, Su Roland remembered what Zhu Hongyang said before leaving, hurriedly pulled open the door, looked at Ji Taijun and Wang Xinhai guarding the doorway, and quickly walked towards Zhao Hongwei's office. Zhao Hongwei stared at the tablet computer in his hand and asked without lifting his head, is he okay? Su Roland shook her head. I don't know. Who did this? Zhao Hongwei let out a bitter smile and directly handed the tablet to Su Roland. We were all keeping an eye on the movements over in the capital. Who knew this accident would happen? Su Roland took the computer and scratched it a few times, also revealing a hint of surprise. A few intercepted small videos. Zhu Hongyang became a military surveillance target. Almost every word and action is under surveillance, unlike ordinary surveillance like only images without sound. One section was Zhu Hongyang dealing with the fight between Qing Yun and Ling Feng in the classroom of class 1 to 3 of a Ning primary school. One section was at the entrance of a Ning primary school. The man in the suit slapped Wang Yingying in the face and growled at Zhu Hongyang. You wait. I'll get you killed. The third segment was the image of the white SUV crashing into Zhu Hongyang, and the pair of eyes full of killing intent in the driver's seat was vaguely visible. Zhao Hongwei said in a muffled voice, this dude can really cause trouble. That's his bodyguard. Su Roland was also furious. Just for such a small thing? Zhao Hongwei said helplessly, just for such a small matter. Moreover, we still have to persuade Zhu Hongyang not to take this matter into account. Su Roland's voice instantly rose an octave. Why? When Zhu Hongyang and Qing Yun were sent to her office, Su Roland saw with her own eyes the bloody mess on Qing Yun's little face, and she also saw Zhu Hongyang's drooping legs, his jeans soaked red with blood. just like this lightly let go. Not to mention Zhu Hongyang, even she here cannot pass. Zhao Hongwei muffled, what else can be done? That dude, he's the head of the Fan family, old Mrs. Guan's own grandson, Guan Ziwen's cousin. Su Rolin was dumbfounded, even if she didn't pay much attention to other things. She knew that old Mrs. Guan used to be the hand of the National Economic Strategy Advisory Group. That was the existence of the national leaders who had to shout out a teacher when they met. The Fan family is a giant family that spans the political and business worlds in China, and the marriage with the Guan family, which is rooted in the military world, has made the Fan family's position unshakable. However, the first grandson of such a prominent family, how would he come to such a small and unknown city as Tushui? Judging from the fact that his child was also studying at an Ning primary school, this guy was preparing to put down roots in Tushui? However, all these Su Rolin doesn't care. What she cares about is Zhu Hongyang's feelings. This is her chance to further gain his trust. The same as the key to obtaining Si Wenxiu's recognition. Directly taking the tablet, Su Rolin turned around and left. Zhao Hongwei smiled bitterly and did not stop. Space fluctuation. Mauve aura surfaced noiselessly. Zhu Hongyang still shameful to be princess hugged. Back to Su Rolin's office. Just see the woman wearing a long purple ancient dress. Su Rolin immediately felt that her breath had to stop. To determine the relationship with Zhu Hongyang, it seems that she also had to call out her mother, Zhu Hongyang's nanny, Fan Ernyang. Zhu Hongyang smiled bitterly, Ernyang, you lied to me. The corner of Fan Ernyang's mouth curved slightly. Who said I lied to you? You grew up on my milk. Not bloodline is better than bloodline. Other experts can't do it, but not including me. Lightly scanning the modest office, Fan Ernyang nodded slightly at Su Rolin. Second young lady. Young lady. Well, Su Rolin had already become a bit numb. She herself had just been called Ernyang, and in the twinkling of an eye she had to address someone else as Ernyang. Placing the computer in her hand on the armrest of the sofa, Su Rolin clicked on the first video. This person, does he still have an impression? Sweeping a glance at the video screen, Zhu Hongyang immediately guessed one or two. Simply could not believe it. Just because of this, he sent someone to run me over? Chapter 44, Psychic Incident. At that time, Zhu Hongyang did not take it seriously. The military secretly monitoring people also did not take it seriously. How to think that just because of this bull ********. Almost want is Zhu Hongyang in Changyun's life. Thinking about the door, Changyun also want to bring a lot of red fruit and spirit phoenix to share. But in the end all crushed into mud. Zhu Hongyang anger on the heart. If that dude just wanted to kill Zhu Hongyang, that would be just fine. But the guy who drove the car over did not care about Changyun's existence and life and death. The picture is fixed on a face. It is Zhu Hongyang then had aside, standing in the Maserati next to either the driver or the bodyguard of the sturdy guy. Just look at that pair of eyes. No need to explain Su Rolin. Zhu Hongyang thought of crashing over the car. That pair of eyes through the glass can be detected killing intent. Raising his head openly, Zhu Hongyang angrily said, Ernyang, can you arrest these two over here? Fan Ernyang bowed slightly. As young master wishes. A pair of snow-white plain hands danced. A huge aura was born out of thin air. Fan Ernyang's hair fluttered up without wind. Her beautiful eyes slowly closed. Obscure syllables spat out from her red lips. And in the end, they converged into 3 words. Open the spiritual eyes. Su Rolin inside the house immediately felt that she seemed to be instantly seen through. There seems to be a pair of eyes hanging high in the sky. The gaze is not subject to any obstruction. Through the layers of reinforced concrete package, looking down on the multitude of beings. Outside the room Ji Taijun, Wang Xinhai creepy. Expert intuition let them sweat like pulp. Close clothing instantly drenched in sweat. Terrified to look at Su Rolin's office. That inside. In the end, what kind of a monster awe? The inexplicable aura centered on the Special Duty Battalion's compound, spreading in all directions, and wherever they passed, all of them had the feeling of being spied on. Fortunately, this feeling does not last long. Everything is back to normal, as if the feeling of being spied on just now, just a momentary illusion. Zhu Hongyang also a moment of anger, said to catch the two people back. In his heart, even if the psychic has supernatural powers, want to find two strangers in the unfamiliar earth, is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Which thought? Fan Ernyang gave him another shock. Directly zoom in, open the spiritual eye, find the two culprits. With her eyes open, Fan Ernyang faintly said, I've found them, I'm going to catch them back. The delicate body floating. The office door directly appeared a human-shaped doorway. Fan Ernyang show eyebrow slightly knit. This upstairs and downstairs walking up so troublesome. Directly vertical rise, noiselessly penetrate the ceiling, crashed through the top floor, stepped in the air and went. Ji Taijun and Wang Xinhai looked at the big hole in the sky with their mouths wide open. This is a permanent military building that can withstand aerial bombs. Ah, just like this was knocked out of a hole? more than 10 kilometers from the Special Service Battalion's location, next to a railroad culvert that has been abandoned. A stout man wearing a thin black down jacket sat by the roadbed and smoked silently. Through the withered grass swaying in the cold wind, the shadow of the white SUV in the abandoned culvert below was vaguely visible. Steeply, a strong aura swept by. The man stunned to look at the gloomy sky, but found nothing. Standing up quickly, the man casually threw away his still half-empty cigarette, and walked along the railroad with a turn toward the distance. That's right, this stout man was a cripple. That left leg seemed to be short and unstressed, and could only barely support the man not to have only one leg left, but that speed, it exceeded most ordinary people. Unfortunately, let him walk as fast as he can, but he can't escape the speed of Fan Yang's flying in the air. Just when he seems to have realized, tilting his head up to look at the sky, his slightly squinted eyes showing killing intent, one hand already pressing the pistol at his waist, an inexplicable force descends from the sky, imprisoning him and unable to move. Gorilla-to-like guy, also dared to assassinate young master? Fan Yang flexed her finger and flicked it remotely, and the man immediately fainted with his eyes rolled back, and then his body flew up in the air and was carried in Fan Yang's hands. On Anning Street in Tushui City, a fire-red Maserati was slowly traveling in the traffic. Suddenly a breeze blew by, and the roof of the Maserati disappeared. The piercing cold wind poured in, and the driver couldn't hold the steering wheel in panic, and with a bang, crashed heavily into the isolation zone in the middle of the road. Then the driver saw a frightening scene. His own young master sitting in the passenger seat, his body uncontrollably collapsed his seatbelt and flew into the sky. Wang Yingying and Fan Lingfeng, who were sitting in the back seat, screamed out in a shrill voice, "Is the world coming to an end?" Countless people in the vicinity looked up to the sky, and even more people took out their cell phones and started recording videos. A woman of heavenly beauty stood in the sky, her long lavender skirt gently swinging, and carrying a person in her hand. The miserable screams of the suitman who flew up in the air came to an abrupt end, and was gently picked up by her, and then transformed into a purple stream of light and disappeared in the sky. Oh my god, I saw the fairy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A supernatural event. Can people really fly? Hurry up, that car is still there. In this era of self-media flooding, the most important thing is to see the people who do not mind the big deal. Countless cell phone cameras aimed at only half of the Maserati. Fortunately, this is not far from the nearby post, not far from the door of the Anning Primary School. The post on duty traffic police and the auxiliary police responsible for maintaining order at the entrance to the school quickly arrived, pulled up the cordon, dispersed the crowd of onlookers. Stunned Wang Yingying mother and daughter simply cannot say a whole word, but the quality of the driver and bodyguard of the Fan family is good, and soon regained his composure. After briefly describing things to the traffic police, they escorted Wang Yingying mother and daughter to the nearby Tushui hospital, where a large number of Fan family guards will also go directly. The crowd of onlookers saw that there was nothing to see, dispersed, and began to check the video that they had taken. However, everyone's video, there is no woman like a heavenly fairy, only a lavender light mass. At first glance it looks like a purple cloud. Instead, there are fast hands to shoot the young master of the Fan family, screaming in the air flying towards the purple light image, but as he entered the light, also immediately disappeared. Soon, the Tianyin and Fly Hand video platform, to Flying Man and Paranormal Events as the title of the short video fire all over the network. As evidence of half a Maserati and Wang Yingying mother and daughter also frequently appeared. Flying Man, although the Fan family's young master has not yet been exposed, but continue to ferment, it can be difficult to say. Fan family reaction speed is also very fast. The political and business sectors at the same time, in full search of their own young master at the same time, but also blocked any exposure of Wang Yingying mother and daughter of the screen. One old lady is personally rushed to the hospital, lest the baby granddaughter accident shocked the size of the city of Tushui leaders cold sweat. Their own territory when came such a big god? City Public Security Bureau Monitoring Center in a mess. The secretary Yudaji brow tightly locked. From the Fan family's phone calls one after another. The Fan family young master in Tushui any problem. Yudaji direct resignation it. To later, the province and the city's parents and officials phone call after phone call. So that Yudaji overwhelmed. Unfortunately, any monitoring screen can only see the Fan family young master inexplicably fly up, drilling into the purple light disappeared. The scene witnesses said the purple ancient dress long dress woman. There is no trace. Chapter 45, Humanoid Nuke. Report. A young policeman held a laptop and raised his hand in salute. Yudaji said in a deep voice. Speak. Traces of the purple light mass's operation have been detected. Initially appearing here, then appearing here, and finally disappearing here. Checking along the traces of the purple light cluster and then looking at the time at the bottom of the screen, Yudaji's face revealed an expression like he had seen a ghost. The first location where the purple light mass was monitored was an abandoned railroad culvert, and there happened to be a viaduct nearby. The camera above captured the traces of the purple light mass, and the dwell time was very short, less than 20 seconds. Then 2 seconds later, appeared in the second location, over Anning Street. Godspeed, from that railroad culvert to Anning Street, at least more than 20 kilometers away, taking into account the direct straight line from the air to fly over, may shorten the distance by a small amount of half, but that is also 10 kilometers. Right, more than 10,000 meters 2 seconds. Airplanes cannot fly so fast. The world's fastest fighter flight speed is only about Mach 3, that is, 10-20 meters per second, which are beyond the first cosmic speed. To the level of the second cosmic speed, flying out of the Earth are no problem. From the Maserati being opened to the sunroof, to that young master of the fan family flying up, to the disappearance of the purple light mass, the last place it appeared was again a military base somewhere about 10 kilometers away, and then it didn't appear again. Can we be sure that what appeared in these three locations is the same thing? Udaji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and asked with the last glimmer of hope. The small policeman looked serious and nodded solemnly. Director, after comparing the shapes after 100 times magnification, what appeared in these three locations is the same object. Udaji's body shook a bit, nearly falling headfirst to the ground, but the head of an official spun fast. You mean that thing finally disappeared near the military base? The young cop nodded, revealing a strange look, clearly not understanding why the chief said that. This is a new weapon tested by the military, or a hostile foreign force spying on military secrets. This is out of our hands. Immediately pack the raw information and inform the national security and military intelligence departments. After Udaji finished speaking, he collapsed on the sofa with a general weakness. Whether or not this pot can be shaken off depends on whether or not the other party receives it. In the Special Service Battalion's compound, on the second floor of the indoor training ground, the whistling cold wind poured down from the top hole. Zhao Hongwei, Ji Taijun, Wang Xinhai, Guan Ziwen and Ma Rulong, who just rushed back, stared wide-eyed, and didn't return to their senses for half a day. The ceiling was fine, a few of them could easily make a big hole in it, but the top, that was built according to the permanent military facilities. The standard of a permanent military facility was at least able to withstand aerial bombing, or small-yield air-to-ground missiles, ground-to-ground missiles, but now, it was easily made a big hole. This is simply a humanoid nuclear bomb, Ji Taijun exclaimed, and several others nodded in agreement, except for Wei Lilong, who had to sit in the command center and not be here due to the arrival of the chief and upgrading it to a level 1 battle readiness. Everyone else guessed that this woman who suddenly appeared was 80% related to Zhu Hongyang's secret. Xinhai, come in for a moment. Hearing Zhu Hongyang's call, Wang Xinhai quickly walked towards Su Roland's office. This time there was no need to open the door, directly drilling in through that human-shaped hole. Zhu Hongyang looked at this person who had changed his destiny and faintly said, "Please, go pick up Wenxiu and Qinghao. God knows if that dude will lay his hands on his own family." So Zhu Hongyang calmed down. The first thing he did was to receive all his family members to his side. Even if Han Yu was beside Si Wenxiu, Wang Xinhai hesitated for a moment. The chief will summon Zhu Hongyang at any time. At this time he left is obviously not appropriate. Su Roland faintly said, "Go, leave the chief's place to me." Zhu Hongyang said to Qingyu by his side, "Go meet your mother and brother." Qingyu answered crisply, lightly lifted her long skirt, and walked out with Wang Xinhai. The few people guarding the outside, steeped in the sudden appearance of the stranger, also cautiously sized up the young girl who was only 13 or 14 years old. Watching Qingyu follow Wang Xinhai downstairs and walk away, Ji Taijun exhaled a long breath. "I'm no match for her." A trace of disbelief surfaced in Guan Ziwen's eyes, then she let out a long breath and clenched her fists. Having seen the power of the humanoid nuclear bomb of the woman in purple, she no longer dared to underestimate this seemingly insignificant little girl. In the command center of the Special Service Battalion, a staff officer pointed at the screen and screamed in horror. What is that thing?" Wei Lilong looked at the large screen, but he saw a cloud of purple gas slowly falling into the Special Duty Battalion's premises, and looking at the orientation, it was none other than Su Roland's makeshift laboratory, the former Special Duty Battalion's indoor training ground. As a matter of fact, when Fan Ernyang left just now, the surveillance equipment also captured a little trace, but unfortunately, due to the speed is too fast, this side did not even notice. At this time Fan Ernyang returned, carrying two people slowly fell, only to be clearly photographed. Pressing the chest microphone, Wei Lilong asked in a deep voice, "Director Zhao, is everything normal there?" Looking at Fan Ernyang, who floated down from the hole at the top, Zhao Hongwei pressed down on his headset. "Everything is normal. Pay attention to the external alert." Fan Ernyang scanned several military elites blandly and easily carried two people towards the office. Guan Ziwen suddenly shrieked, "Leopard! That's a leopard!" Then Guan Ziwen's brain was so hot that she flew and pounced on them, wanting to snatch her former teammate, the benefactor who had sacrificed his life to save her, from Fan Ernyang's hands. Bang! Seemingly hitting a layer of invisible barrier, Guan Ziwen directly flew backwards, heavily smashed on the opposite wall, and then fell to the ground, momentarily too sore to climb up. But this perspective also allowed her to see the other person that Fan Ernyang was carrying, and she couldn't help but cry out in disbelief. Cousin? Unfortunately, both the panther in her mouth and her cousin seemed to be in a coma and couldn't hear anything at all. Zhao Hongwei's mouth twitched. Originally wanted Su Roland to persuade Zhu Hongyang to let go of this matter, but how did he expect to provoke such a humanoid nuclear bomb? And in the blink of an eye, the two culprits were captured. Ji Taijun, Ma Rulong, Guan Ziwen are not little cute, although Zhao Hongwei didn't tell them this news, but seeing Fan Ernyang directly grab the two of them back, casually brainstorming also guessed to 7 or 8. Zhu Hongyang somehow offended this dude, and then the dude sent around the bodyguard, attempted to drive over Zhu Hongyang. So simple. Coincidentally, this dude is Mrs. Guan's own grandson, lined up from Mrs. Guan, and is Guan Ziwen's cousin. The bodyguard who stepped in was a former member of the Dragon Soul Special Forces, the benefactor who blocked the fatal shot for Guan Ziwen, resulting in a crippling retirement, and was arranged by Guan Ziwen's guilty conscience to be her cousin's bodyguard. Ji Taijun reached out to hold down Guan Ziwen, who was still going to barge in, and said in a deep voice, "We together are not that woman's opponent." Wait. Chapter 46, Cuff Her. That's the leopard. My savior. That's my cousin. Guan Ziwen struggled desperately, hissing in a low voice, but she couldn't break free from Ji Tiejuan's arm, and finally flung herself into Ji Tiejuan's arms and bawled. Ignoring Zhao Hongwei's gossipy gaze, Ji Taijun patted Guan Ziwen's back and whispered in her ear, "You have to trust Su Roland." That's right. Ji Tiejuan's idea is the same as Zhao Hongwei's, and they all put their hopes of solving this matter on Su Roland. At this time, Ma Rulong's cell phone was vibrating non-stop. Pulled it out and looked at it, then his face was odd, knowing that in front of such an expert, there was no difference between lowering his voice and speaking loudly. Ma Rulong didn't cover it up and said in a deep voice, "That girl, in just a few minutes, first ran to an abandoned railroad culvert a dozen or so miles away, caught the leopard, and then flew to Anning Street, caught Fan Yuhuan, and finally returned here." In fact, Ma Rulong was so scared that his legs were a bit soft. This if he had encountered this one when he sneaked into Si Wenxiu's office. It was estimated that the others would only be able to burn some paper money for him. Seeing the local public security and the National Security Bureau asking if it was a new weapon developed by the military, everyone was relatively speechless. Bull ******* new weapons. The speed of this reached the second cosmic speed, faster than the missile fly. In addition to laser weapons, probably no weapons can catch up, can be limited by the reaction speed of people. Countries have not yet matured laser weapons. Basically, to take this is also not much to do. Zhao Hongwei added quietly, all the surveillance equipment, including the military, police, and local cameras, only captured a lavender glow. None of them captured her appearance. Hiss. Several people were military elites and instantly realized the meaning behind these words. Close-up shots couldn't even capture her appearance, not to mention the satellites that were high up in the sky. If this was put on a mission abroad, it was simply a cheat, and could be tossed around as much as they wanted. To Shui Municipal Engineering Company, Si Wenxiu is working hard on the computer to check the end-of-the-year statements. To have a peaceful year, this is the work she must complete. Bang! The office door was pushed open vigorously, and 6 or 7 people fishtailed in. Hongyu stood up in an energetic manner, gazing at the several people with bad looks, her hand already pressed on her waist. Manager Su, this is? Si Wenxiu looked up from her computer and was also stunned. Manager Su painfully said, Si Wenxiu, in vain the unit trusts you so much. How could you do such a thing? Si Wenxiu face a blank. She graduated in this unit. Conscientious 20 years. The leaders do not know how many stubble change. What happened? Actually treat her like this? A middle-aged man with a serious face said in a deep voice, I'm the director of the Anti-Corruption Bureau's second inspection room. Through the surveillance video, I suspect that you're supervising the theft. Come with us. A middle-aged police officer following behind said with a smile on his face. Director Li, Manager Su has reported the case. This is a theft case. If you want to bring someone, it's also us, isn't it? Si Wenxiu completely confused. Where she knows. Ma Rulong, in order to divert attention, did not do more to cover up. The surveillance video left most of the theft information. Originally did not lose anything. No one reported the case. Who will not have enough to check the surveillance video? This matter is also so past. But in the wave from the capital rolled back and back. Due to Wang Junlin's push, Zhu Hongyang family in the eyes of some people have no secrets to speak of. In addition to the action against Zhu Hongyang himself, naturally, there are also aimed at Si Wenxiu, and this means with the help of local law enforcement, but not for Zhu Hongyang. Any Zhao Hongwei and Ma Rulong show all the tricks, but also cannot be fully expected, so staged this scene. The Anti-Corruption Bureau and the police tussle, both come with a mission. Naturally it's impossible to back down. Eventually that officer Lu got impatient and droned, "Handcuff her and take her away." Two small police officers took the handcuffs and rushed upwards. Just rushed fast, flew out faster, smashed on the wall, bounced back, lying on the ground motionless. A room of people dumbfounded. Eyes turned to the girl with the white dress in winter. "Too tough?" Si Wenxiu heart thumped, quickly asked. "Red Moon, they." Hongyu shook her head. Zhu Hongyang repeatedly confided that he could not just kill people over here, and those two small police officers just fainted and did not die. Si Wenxiu breathed a sigh of relief and kicked manager Su in the stomach. "My old lady has long been fed up with you. Again with the Anti-Corruption Bureau and the police. I'm done. Having a husband with psychic powers was just so awesome." Manager Su shrank on the ground, his fat face jerked together, unable to see Si Wenxiu's skinny and weak, but actually so strong. This kick nearly killed him. Red Moon also froze. When did Si Wenxiu's strength and speed become more than twice as strong? It seemed that the day and night that Si Wenxiu stayed in the sacred sky continent, Yang and the old housekeeper had given a lot of benefits. At this time, Officer Lu reacted and brushed his pistol, but for a moment, he didn't know whether to aim it at Si Wenxiu or at Red Moon. Red Moon was also impatient. "A mole-like thing. How dare you disrespect the marquis, young lady?" Yun Miao sword flashed. Indiscriminate attack. Each person knocked on the head. Suddenly the world cleared. Si Wenxiu grumbled in anger and started to pack up her things. "This unit, it seems that it can't stay, but going to the sacred sky continent to be the young grandmother of the Shu family seems to be good." Wang Xinhai rushed to Si Wenxiu's office with Qingyu, and was shocked to see the people who had fallen to the ground, and was relieved to make sure that no one had died. Qingyu bowed and saluted. "Mother, fifth miss." Hongyu froze and looked Qingyu up and down a few times, revealing a puzzled expression. It was only then that Si Wenxiu remembered that the matter of her and Zhu Hongyang recognizing Qingyu as their daughter, her sister-in-law Red Moon, who had been guarding Qingyun on this side of the earth, did not yet know. Smiling at Hongyu, Si Wenxiu explained, "So what? Your brother and I accepted Qingyu as a righteous daughter, as a way to find a companion for Qingyun." Immediately, Si Wenxiu also reacted. "This is the Earth world, not the sacred sky continent. How could Qingyu appear here?" Qingyu respectfully explained. "Someone assassinated father. Grandma Fan has come over to protect father." Si Wenxiu was like 5 thunderbolts. Then he realized that the false accusation he was facing was simply child's play. Zhu Hongyang's side had already suffered a life and death crisis. Seeing that the situation was not right, Wang Xinhai hurriedly explained. "Sister-in-law, brother Yang and Qingyun were just slightly injured, which didn't allow Qingyu and I to come over to pick you up just in case." Si Wenxiu recovered slightly, looked at the little cashier who was cowering in the corner and shivering, and then looked at the people lying on the ground, knowing that this is not the place to talk, picked up her own bag, and decisively said, "Let's go." Wang Xinhai hurriedly chased after him. "Sister-in-law, take my car." Only then did Si Wenxiu remember that she didn't recognize this young man yet, and asked as she walked, "Who are you?" Wang Xinhai said dryly. "Wang Xinhai, what?" Si Wenxiu stopped walking and twisted her head to look at Wang Xinhai. Is this the culprit behind Zhu Hongyang's ability to travel between the two realms? Or more accurately, the noble person of destiny? Chapter 47, the script isn't right. Bang! Zhu Hongyang was also confused as he looked at the two people who were thrown to the ground. Yang, how did you find these two people?" Fan Yang glanced at Su Roland, her veiled hand lightly raised, and a faintly visible light blue light shield instantly enveloped the entire office. "This way, the people outside won't be able to hear what we're saying," Fan Yang faintly explained before answering Zhu Hongyang's question. "Although I have not yet reached the degree of unity of heaven and man, but with my spiritual eyes open, a radius of 50 miles, all under my eyes, looking for two people, but it's just a trivial matter." Zhu Hongyang sucked in a mouthful of cold air. "Within a radius of 50 miles, how many people must there be? Tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands or even millions of people? In just a few minutes, from within so many people, sifting out these two people, and how incredible. What's more, these people are not all honestly standing in the field waiting to be screened. They may be in a car moving at high speed, may be in a reinforced concrete house, may also be mixed in the crowded shopping malls. With the present science and technology, obviously cannot do this, otherwise which use everyday online fugitive all criminals have to obediently go to jail. This is still Zhu Hongyang because sitting in the house. Do not know Fan Yang outbreak of nearly instantaneous second universe speed, otherwise even if the leg is broken, will be scared to stand up, coldly gazing at the two people on the ground still in a coma. Zhu Hongyang eyes flashed a trace of killing intent. although he is an ordinary person. But the novels he wrote, the protagonist is decisive to kill, and even certain situations have to go against their conscience to cut off the roots, which means that he is inclined to this aspect. After shuttling through the two worlds of experience, but also have watched the bloodthirsty killing scenes, Zhu Hongyang's character and mind is also unconsciously a slight imperceptible transformation, at least for the murderer who wants to kill himself, especially his baby daughter. He did not hide his own intention to kill. However, Zhu Hongyang also residual a little bit of reason. After all, in China is a felony murder. Even those who are the big families do not dare to kill people blatantly, often with the help of traffic collision and other means to dispose of the people they do not want to see. If Zhu Hongyang just killed these two people, it is estimated that the country of China is large. There is no place for him. Can only hide to the Shangtian continent to go. This is certainly not Zhu Hongyang want the result. Therefore, Zhu Hongyang looked up to Su Roland. 100 bottles of spring return tea. Can you buy the lives of these two people? Su Roland's heart trembled, because Zhu Hongyang directly bought the lives of these two people instead of asking if they could be killed, which was already blocking the way for her to intercede. If the value was measured in terms of value, 100 bottles of rejuvenation tea would allow many dying old-timers to live for 10 to 20 more years, and it was estimated that there would be countless old-timers willing to pay a large price for it. If the price was the lives of these two people, then there would be nowhere for them to escape from the world. Even if Fan Yuhuan was the first eldest grandson of the Fan family, the Fan family would not be able to protect him. Of course, that's not how the score is settled. At least the military won't agree to Zhu Hongyang's condition, which is almost blackmail. Otherwise, if Zhu Hongyang comes up with something better in the future, won't it be that whoever he wants to die will have to die? Therefore, Su Roland almost begged, "Brother Yang, leave this matter to me." Zhu Hongyang was silent, a little disappointed in Su Roland. In vain, his first reaction in case of trouble was to look for her, but she actually pleaded for the person who wanted to kill him. Fan Yang suddenly laughed. "Young master, this matter is actually a bit interesting. Might as well leave it to the second young lady." Zhu Hongyang and Su Roland looked at Fan Yang in shock, not understanding what she meant. Pointing at the unconscious Fan Yuhuan, Fan Yang laughed. "Just now, I was idle and checked the memories of the two of them in passing, and realized that this matter is a bit interesting." Seeing Zhu Hongyang's puzzled look, Fan Yang softly said, "This Fan Yuhuan didn't actually send anyone to assassinate the young master, but only said in anger that whoever could get the young master killed would be rewarded $10 million. However, after saying this, he himself forgot about it. Not to say whether Zhu Hongyang's life is worth $10 million or not. This sentence alone is more like a gambling sentence, similar to the sentence often said in a quarrel, "I will beat you to death." Just like that day, Fan Yuhuan rushed to say, "You wait, I have to kill you." Not only Zhu Hongyang did not take it seriously, even the military personnel behind the scenes did not take it seriously. Moreover, Fan Yang also said that the young master took it as an angry remark, and did not arrange for someone to kill Zhu Hongyang after he finished speaking. What others say, Zhu Hongyang may not believe, but Fan Yang words, Zhu Hongyang still believe. Fan Yang, this is the first time to come to the Earth world, do not know anyone, guilty of giving the so-called Fan family face, and with the high pride of the Earth-level psychic master, more disdain to lie to exonerate irrelevant people. This is indeed a bit interesting, because that murderer, without the instructions of his employer, acted without authorization and wanted to run over Zhu Hongyang. Could it be that he has a grudge against Zhu Hongyang? Or do you want that $10 million to go crazy? Fan Yang also did not let Zhu Hongyang blindly guess. Lightly said, "This Chen Xiaobao, because his childhood sweetheart was bet on the gambling table by his father, want to heroically save the beauty, but he has been crippled. Simply cannot save people from the heavily guarded underground casino. Take 10 million to ransom, become the only choice." Zhu Hongyang stunned. This Miao script is not right. How to talk about it as if he became the villain. But you just want to save your childhood friend. You can't take my life for money, right? Especially if it endangers Qing Yun. It's an unforgivable crime. Since it wasn't that foppish young master who ordered it, then this matter is considered to be over and done with. As a favor to Su Roland, but this crazy guy must die. Su Roland's ears suddenly rang with Fan Yang's voice. "Second young lady, the young master is in need of manpower. Although this person deserves to die for his crime, if he can atone for his crime with his life, he is a good seedling." Beautiful big eyes blinked twice. Su Roland suddenly realized that Zhu Hongyang did not know what Fan Yang said to herself, and could not help but recognize Fan Yang's horror to a deeper level. Is this the legendary voice into the secret? And then think of Fan Yang over the air within a few minutes to capture these two. Open the spiritual eye, looking down on all living beings. Easily read other people's memories. Su Roland suddenly a little body cold. Her judgment is not wrong at all. Dense heaven and earth aura will only give birth to a higher civilization. with Fan Yang this almost immortal figure of the expert. Shu family still down to hide in the dark martial arts city, that the entire Shangtian continent and how horrible it should be? But this also made Su Wolin even more curious about the sacred sky continent. Of course, right now, she could only do what Fan Yang said. Brother Yang, since you can come and go between the two worlds, you don't need to bother with this poor man. Since you want his life, why don't you just let him sell his life to you, save his childhood friend, and take the two of them to another world? And you're still afraid that he'll rebel against the heavens? Su Wolin advised according to her own understanding. Since she had already shamelessly called out to Brother Yang for a time, there had to be something in return. Otherwise this would definitely become her black history in the future. Chapter 48 Born to be a playwright. Zhu Hongyang thought about it. This is not a solution. Think the military is not to refuse. Because soon, a large number of special warriors will soon be heading to Daimingwu City to fight against the demon wolves. These two people will not seem so sudden. Of course, the Shu family is extremely short of people is also one aspect. The huge Mingwu City, Si Wenxiu, Qinghao, Xingyun all counted. There are only 11 people. If this guy can be honest when the hard labor, let him off the hook also does not matter. Zhu Hongyang looked at Fan Yang, seeking her opinion. Fan Yang calmly said, I can plant a slave seal for him, and be a Zhu family house slave for life, heal his leg injury, and teach him martial arts. After all, our Shu family doesn't keep idle hands, but this side of things, he can only solve it himself. Zhu Hongyang waved his hand somewhat wearily. Since it's a misunderstanding, let it be. Drag him out. Look at the diaphragm. Su Wolin looked at Fan Yang gratefully. Without this great god opening his mouth, at the moment, she obviously could not change Zhu Hongyang's decision. Fan Yang faintly waved her hand, walked behind Zhu Hongyang. Young master, you first rest. I will comb your body. Watching Zhu Hongyang instantly fall into a deep sleep under Fan Yang's kneading, Su Wolin turned around with a complex expression and gestured at Zhao Hongwei and the others outside the human-shaped doorway. Ji Taijun and Zhao Hongwei understood, gently walked in, one by one, and carried out the two guys who hadn't woken up so far. After hearing Su Wolin's relay, several people were filled with incredulity. This kind of thing could happen? Guan Ziwen was a little embarrassed. Although her cousin didn't really plan this incident, it was always because of him, and she also complained a little about Panther. Why didn't he just go to her, regardless of the black and white channels, or even really take out $10 million? For her, it was not a big deal, but this Chen Xiaobao insisted on going down the road to desperation by himself. Ji Taijun is even more gloomy. The leopard clearly knows that he is in Tushu, but not to ask for help, but choose to run over Zhu Hongyang to take 10 million to ransom, obviously do not want to drag themselves into the water. But this makes him even more depressed to the point of wanting to kill. Although the Dragon Soul Special Forces also have the so-called license to kill, but mainly for the betrayal of national intelligence traitor and enemy spies. In accordance with Ji Tiejuan's character, once killed to that underground casino, it is estimated that it will be a killing spree, and that consequence, even if he made more credits, it would be hard to avoid punishment, which was the real reason why Chen Xiaobao didn't look for him. All go out. I want to talk to Leopard alone. Feeling the cold and tyrannical aura of Ji Tiejuan's body, Zhao Hongwei let out a bitter smile and wisely exited carrying Fan Yuhuan. Ma Rulong sighed, this male child should also grow a little bit of memory. Outside has already made a mess. Hurry up and send it back. The national security and police side has already called me more than a dozen times. Su Wolin didn't know about this, and asked suspiciously, how did this get involved with national security again? Zhao Hongwei let out a bitter smile and pointed to the big hole in his head, showing Su Wolin the two videos in the process. See Flying Man Fan Yuhuan comrade, and then look, it was opened the sunroof of the Maserati. Frightened Wang Yinging mother and daughter. Su Wolin also helpless bitter smile up. No wonder this will alarm the national security. If not cover up, make a fuss to the capital are possible. Then send it back. Big deal. Tomorrow on his behalf, I'll go apologize to the Fan family. Guan Ziwen looked at everyone looking at her and shook her head. Don't look for me. I'm going with the captain. Zhao Hongwei, Ma Rulong, and Su Wolin mourned a few seconds of silence for that underground casino. It's not good to mess with anyone, but the Dragon Soul Special Warfare Team. If it was usual, these people had scruples and wouldn't have dared to go on a killing spree in the country. But now that there was Zhu Hongyang as a talisman, if this group of people bloodied that casino, Vice Chiefly would probably turn a blind eye and just pretend that he didn't see it. Su Wolin hummed lightly, I'll go talk to the chief first. Zhao Hongwei keenly noticed that Su Wolin said talk, not report. Silent for a moment, shoved Fan Yuhuan in his hand to Ma Rulong. The chief will summon me at any time. Only you can go. Ma Rulong wanna cry. Since the stall Zhu Hongyang thing, it seems that he has been acting as a tool of the role of the people, running errands and miscellaneous. What is his work? but and the local police and national security docking, but only he stepped forward the most appropriate. Just walking out the door, Su Roland was stunned. Si Wenxiu face calm, pulling Zhu Qinghao was stepping on the steps. The red moon green jade two girls in ancient costume followed behind. An invisible aura pressure of her breathless, especially the Shangtian continent for the first time to meet. After all, at that time she had not moved that mind. Si Wenxiu, although the hostility is very heavy, she also just find it interesting, but now it's not the same. The morning confused in Zhu Hongyang's soul resonance, and finally that phone call even more determined to hide to the sacred sky continent, can already be said to be Zhu Hongyang woman. Inexplicably there is a kind of small 3C the original match feeling, the heart of the virtual mass. Seeing Su Roland here, Si Wenxiu wasn't surprised, she just wondered that Su Roland, who had dared to dislike her head on yesterday, suddenly had an honest look, causing a trace of uneasiness to sweep through her heart. Why? Si Wenxiu grunted coldly and asked, Xinhai, where is Hongyang? Wang Xinhai hurriedly replied, Brother Yang is in Dr. Su's office. Si Wenxiu's face sank. Dr. Su Roland? On a cold day, Wang Xinhai's cold sweat still brushed down, feeling pressure like a mountain. Yes. Su Roland couldn't pretend to be silent anymore. In front of the child, Si Wenxiu didn't explode, just glared hard at Wang Xinhai, and turned to Su Roland with a smile on her face. Sister is still quite idle. Su Roland also recovered, seemingly did not understand the barbs in Si Wenxiu's words at all, smilingly took up Si Wenxiu's arm. Sister, I'll show you around my lab? Si Wenxiu shook off Su Roland's hand without showing any trace. I'm an ordinary person. How dare I bother you? Su Roland smiled faintly and nodded her head, slowly walking down the steps towards the Special Service Battalion Field Hospital. Wang Xinhai had to admit that women were all born to be playwrights, obviously pinning the gun down, but on the contrary, their faces could not see it at all. The moment she saw Fan Ernyang, Si Wenxiu finally calmed down. Ernyang, are Hongyang and Chang Yun alright? Fan Ernyang's mouth smiled as she nodded Si Wenxiu's forehead. Young lady, your heart is in turmoil. Si Wenxiu looked at Zhu Hongyang's bloodstained jeans and sighed softly. I'm not willing. Fan Ernyang shook her head and sidetracked. That girl Chang Yun, I liked her the moment I saw her. The old housekeeper also said that seeing Chang Yun is like seeing Miss Red Frost. Do you understand? Thinking of that night's long talk with Fan Ernyang, Si Wenxiu was a little stunned. Her gaze slowly shifted to Zhu Hongyang's slightly pale face. 20 years of togetherness, husband and wife relying on each other, pulling 2 children to grow up, maybe not rich, maybe not romantic, but cozy enough. Now was told that he would have a mistress, and more than one in the future. She even have to rely on her son and daughter to maintain the status of his side, and how can she accept? Chapter 49, Live Another 1,000 Years. Tears flowed down uncontrollably, and the low sobbing sound made the atmosphere even more depressing. Si Wenxiu of course understands what Fan Ernyang means. Qing Yun resembles the Zhu family's 4th young master's long-missing elder sister Zhu Hongshang, and at 6 years old, not only is she less influenced by the earth world, but she is also the best age to start practicing martial arts. The old housekeeper and Fan Ernyang, who were already disappointed with the young playboy, learned that the Zhu family's bloodline was still intact, and thought of skipping Zhu Hongyang and directly cultivating the next generation. Originally, they preferred Zhu Qinghao, but after meeting Zhu Qingyun, they felt that Qingyun was more suitable. The sacred sky continent is a martial arts-oriented continent. Not only men can be the head of the family, as long as the strength is sufficient. There are not a few female heads of the family. As for Zhu Hongyang, it was probably just a matter of letting it go. Do what you like, just don't add to the chaos. Mom! Xu Qinghao couldn't stand this atmosphere and woke up Si Wenxiu with a call. Lifting her head, Si Wenxiu softly said, Yang, I want to talk to him. Han Yu and Qing Yu understood and pulled Qinghao up, turning to leave, while Wang Xinhai quickly greeted them and brought them to wait in the conference room next door. Fan Ernyang sighed softly, reached out and flicked her hand. A light blue water screen enveloped the 2 mouths, turning to leave before Zhu Hongyang slowly opened his eyes. When Zhao Hongwei saw the light and calm woman walk out, his body instantly tensed up and a cold sweat broke out involuntarily. According to the abilities she displayed, it wasn't too much to say that she was a land goddess, and this was even before she had displayed her attack power. Fan Ernyang lightly glanced at Zhao Hongwei, then slowly closed her eyes. Zhao Hongwei was shocked. At this moment, he seemed to not be able to detect Fan Ernyang's presence, but she was clearly standing right in front of him. Zhu Hongyang opened his eyes. His eyes were a light blue water curtain. His mind gradually returned, and only then did he realize that Si Wenxiu, whose eyes were glowing red beside him, was startled. Wan Xiu, are you alright? A husband and wife for 20 years. Si Wenxiu could hear the attachment and worry in this short sentence, but felt even more heartbroken. Gazing at Zhu Hongyang, Si Wenxiu slowly said, You and I, we both used to hope for a calm and peaceful and rich life. But now, it is no longer possible. Zhu Hongyang nodded. On the Earth side, the military has already stared, even if they don't use force, but friendly cooperation. In the future, the family is bound to be under close monitoring. Sacred Sky Continent side, the dead killers have chased to Daimingwu City. Who knows if there is a next wave? Want to think of a peaceful life? The premise is to be able to save a small life. Gazing at his daughter-in-law who was tortured by life and whose appearance was far older than her actual age, Zhu Hongyang's nose was a little sour. Quite a few years, that wonderful young girl unhesitatingly chose him as a wandering road builder. Youthful years consumed in the lonely waiting, pulling 2 children, trying to maintain the family. How hard it is. Holding his daughter-in-law's hand, Zhu Hongyang decisively said, then talk to them. Talk about it to maintain the status quo. Talk about it not. Si Wenxiu puffed and laughed. Is it possible that you can still take them to conquer the world? Zhu Hongyang also laughed. If we can't talk, we'll go to the Sacred Sky Continent and live for another 1,000 years. Si Wenxiu blankly glanced at Zhu Hongyang. The demon wolves surrounded the city on the other side of Daiming Martial City, and killers had already appeared on the Earth side. This person was really big-hearted. Suddenly, Si Wenxiu realized, the children are older. There is always their own life, accompanied by their own. Always Zhu Hongyang, especially when the life expectancy is extended to 200 or 300 years or even longer. If you don't find something for him to do, face yourself every day. Sooner or later we'll get bored. What else can he do besides being full of warmth and lust? As for the old housekeeper in Fanerngyang, as long as this guy doesn't disrupt the Zhu family's rise to power, marrying more women would only be opening up for the Zhu family. And not only would they not care, but they would even push the envelope. If this is the case, I'm afraid that Zhu Hongyang's women, then the emperor's 3 palaces, 6 houses, 72 concubines, only will not be just a few people. Thinking of this, Si Wenxiu spiritually hit a cold shiver. Revitalize the Zhu family this heavy responsibility, or the 2 of them to carry it. Not just let her take 4 more wives. Old lady tolerate it, but to 1 more. The door is not even there. Zhu Hongyang suddenly felt cold, looked up but saw Si Wenxiu unsuspecting eyes. More than 20 years living under her female authority. This moment the heart panicked a batch. Live another 1,000 years? Then how many more women are you going to find? Looking at the seemingly calm Si Wenxiu, Zhu Hongyang heart even more panicked. Before today, he can pat his chest and say, we will be together for life until the end of time. Do not care if Si Wenxiu believe it or not. At least he has a clear conscience. But the morning and Su Roland unintentionally soul resonance. Intangible has been destined for this life. Destined to be entangled for life. The face of Si Wenxiu straight to the soul of this question. Surprisingly Nana speechless. Women's intuition in this area is sharp to terrible. Si Wenxiu pretty face suddenly sank. Instantly understand where Su Roland's strange attitude came from. Snap. Reaching out and yanking Zhu Hongyang's collar. Si Wenxiu unexpectedly lifted him up and punched him in the chest. You asshole. Pain. A pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. Si Wenxiu's punch was unexpectedly heavy. Zhu Hongyang screamed miserably, subconsciously broke away from Si Wenxiu and ran outside. As soon as his legs hit the ground, a piercing pain came. He couldn't control his balance and fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Si Wenxiu was shocked. His eyes fell on the jeans stained red by blood. Tears rushed out. A flash of the figure has pounced on, embracing the forehead cold sweat straight Zhu Hongyang. Are you okay? Zhu Hongyang looked at Si Wenxiu in horror. Although under the oppression of life, Si Wenxiu's temper is getting bigger and bigger, and when he is angry, he didn't less hammer him twice and kick him twice, but not to the extent of murdering his own husband, right? However, Zhu Hongyang is sure that if he really cheated and left the 3 of them, Si Wenxiu will really kill him and then accompany him to die. The worst thing is, when did Si Wenxiu become so strong? That punch just now almost killed him. Puffing, Si Wenxiu suddenly laughed, but that smile with tears in his eyes made Zhu Hongyang's heart fall onto 10,000 years of cold ice. Wow, there must be a demon when things go wrong. Bull ******* oath. I recognize it, but you must promise me 2 conditions, or we will die together. Zhu Hongyang looked at Si Wenxiu dumbfounded, suddenly feeling that his daughter-in-law was so strange. That playboy young master's strange oath. Si Wenxiu could know. Zhu Hongyang was not surprised. What was surprised was Si Wenxiu's attitude. Si Wenxiu wiped away her tears and solemnly said, you have to pick up the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Zhu family. You can't dump it on Qinghao or Qingyun. You can't be worse than the protagonist of your novel, right? Zhu Hongyang smiled bitterly. The novel protagonist could dislike the sky and the earth, aiming for the stars and the sea. What the hell could he do? Hesitating for a moment, Si Wenxiu whispered, any woman that wants to enter the door of the Zhu family must have my consent, especially those with ulterior motives. You'd better stay away, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Chapter 50, $1,000 from a luxury family. Su Roland's identity. The charm of life is that you never know. With the change of identity, status, wealth and strength, the next moment you is still not yourself. Zhu Hongyang's two families lived at the bottom of society. Not rich, not poor either. Even if they were poisoned by fantasy novels and television, their ability to accept new things was not bad. But adapting to the existence of the sacred sky continent, and adapting to the role of the Zhu family's fourth young master and young lady, still required a buffer period. Undeniably, in this regard, Si Wenxiu's performance is much better than Zhu Hongyang. In fact, the vast majority of women, in the face of all kinds of blows and changes, performance is stronger than men. Whether it is not revealing Zhu Hongyang two personal maids into goddaughter, or to suppress the proposal to cross the Zhu Hongyang cultivation of the next generation, to the moment to encourage Zhu Hongyang male enhancement, Si Wenxiu's means of the heart of the old housekeeper in Fan'er marveled. It is a pity that she is not surnamed Zhu, otherwise the only two remaining Zhu family patriarchs have the heart to lift her up. Although the Zhu family does not exclude the woman as the head of the family, but that can only be the Zhu family daughters, not the Zhu family daughters-in-law. Zhu Hongyang did not know that as long as Si Wenxiu nodded, his identity as the protagonist would be stripped away and reduced to a stallion supporting role. Although there is no shame in being a supporting role for his son or daughter, but the days of waiting for death by mingling and eating will definitely break him down once it extends to a few hundred years. Looking at Si Wenxiu's solemn appearance, Zhu Hongyang's heart suddenly quieted down, reaching out to wrap his hand around her, and said in a deep voice, holding onto your son's hand, growing old with your son, no matter if you live for decades or hundreds of years, I'll always be there by your side, and I promise you that together, we'll put together a future for our children. Si Wenxiu slightly smiled, lowered her head, her pretty face on Zhu Hongyang's face, only to say the words, but let Zhu Hongyang expression instantly petrified. Does it also include your other four women in the future? The man's skill of guanxi is inherently full level. Zhu Hongyang asked in a puzzled manner. Wenxiu, now how did you suddenly become so powerful? Si Wenxiu snorted coldly. Of course she would not tell Zhu Hongyang that Fan'er not only used her spiritual power to cut her hair and wash her marrow, but also branded a set of Jinshu fist in her mind, opening the path of martial arts practice earlier than Zhu Hongyang. At the entrance of the Special Service Battalion's field hospital, two soldiers holding steel guns stopped Su Roland. The chief is not seeing anyone for the time being. Su Roland snorted coldly and was about to speak when Wang Junlin walked out with two tall warriors and snorted. Isn't this Dr. Su? What? Want to see the chief? Beg me. Straightening the military gown on her body, Su Roland looked at Wang Junlin solemnly, then swung her arm round and slapped Wang Junlin in the face. Snap! This slap made the four soldiers' cheeks twitch. How much this beautiful major must hate Secretary Wang. Click! Bullets were loaded, and a small and delicate golden pistol was pressed against Wang Junlin's face. Not any of the standard pistol, but like some kind of customized model, luxurious light gold color, covered with exquisite patterns, at first glance like a toy pistol. But Wang Junlin was stiff, feeling the cold barrel of the gun on his face, not daring to make any unnecessary movements, just squeezing out a sentence from between his teeth. You want to rebel? The two soldiers on duty at the doorway became even more tense, and the sergeant in the lead shouted in a deep voice, put the gun down, because Su Roland's wrists were gently trembling, proving that she had no or very little training. She couldn't even hold the gun steadily, but it was this that made the two warriors tense, as it meant that the probability of her rubbing the gun and discharging it was very high. Although this looks to be a woman's self-defense pistol power is limited, the effective range of at most 20 to 30 meters, but the top of the face of Wang Junlin shot, lifting his canopy is not a big problem. The movement at the door quickly attracted the attention of the people inside. After all, because General Li Yaoming moved in, the security level here is not generally high. An officer wearing a colonel's uniform rushed out at a trot with four heavily armed guards. With a crash, the four guards did not hesitate to pull the bolt of their guns, aiming them at Su Roland. The officer calmly observed the surrounding situation and realized that there was no abnormality before he breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes turned to Su Roland before landing on the golden pistol. He steeply trembled and loudly shouted, "Put down your guns! All put down your guns!" Although several warriors were unsure, they still obeyed the order, their guns dropping down to point at the ground, but still vaguely forming an encirclement around Su Roland. Wang Junlin instantly became anxious, not caring about having his gun pressed against his face, and shouted, "Captain Xiao, what do you mean? Why don't you still take down this person who intends to assassinate the chief?" Xiao Mingtang ignored Wang Junlin, took a few steps to the near front and snapped a military salute. "May I ask your name?" Su Roland sneered. "Count on you to have some insight. Unlike this mad dog that bites everyone it catches. My surname is Su." Wang Junlin's white face swelled red, but he heard Xiao Mingtang's voice, "Ms. Su, this matter will be handled by the head of the government. Why dirty your hands? Put the gun away." Salutation. This guard chief from the General Staff Security Bureau actually used honorifics to this vase-like woman. Su Roland was silent for a moment and slowly said, "I want to talk to the chief." Xiao Mingtang immediately agreed. "No problem." Su Roland retrieved her golden pistol and lowered her head to turn off the safety of the gun. The sound of wind rang out, and the infuriated Wang Junlin, at the first moment the gun left the muzzle, raised his hand and slapped Su Roland. Snap! Xiao Mingtang quickly grabbed Wang Junlin's wrist, and cleanly threw Wang Junlin to the two soldiers with an over-the-shoulder drop. "Take it down." Waiting to be sentenced, Wang Junlin was dazed and recovered, but he was already taken away by two soldiers. He turned his head and hissed, "Xiao Mingtang, you wait for me, the chief will make a decision for me." Xiao Mingtang, however, acted as if he didn't hear, bowing slightly. "Miss Su, please." Su Roland's gaze turned to the two warriors Wang Junlin had brought with him. "Get lost and wait in front of my office." Behind the office building of the battalion hospital, there are several two-story villa-style sanatoriums, the largest villa in the center. The spacious and bright hall from time to time emitted bright laughter. Seeing Xiao Mingtang walk in with Su Roland, Li Yaoming smiled and stretched his hand to indicate, "Yo, our great doctor is here. Sit." Fu Mingli, Lu Lao and the others instantly understood Li Yaoming's meaning and silently exited the hall. Su Roland sat upright and said softly, "Uncle Li, only you can help me in this matter." Li Yaoming revealed a meaningful smile. "As long as you ask, there will be someone more than willing to help you." Su Roland's pretty face flashed with a complicated and hard-to-understand look. "This matter will only get more complicated if he gets involved. You don't need to test me." A trace of surprise flashed across Li Yaoming's old face. Thinking of certain rumors, he seemed to have some understanding. Her father was one of the current 5 giants of China, a proper second generation, but she was low-key enough, especially after her mother's unexpected illness and death, and her relationship with that person was not harmonious. Even changing back to her mother's surname, most people did not even know of her existence. This one was the true daughter of a powerful family, the daughter of a great lady. Chapter 51 Giving him an estate. It was because he knew Su Roland's true identity that Li Yaoming had a bit of a headache. Cabbage and rejuvenation tea is not a panacea, but when used for a long period of time, it can slowly change the physique, strengthen the resistance, slow down the aging of the organs, and truly realize countless people's dream of prolonging their lives. The key is that it doesn't have any side effects. Eat some cabbage, drink some tea, live to be 100 years old is not a dream. Who can resist this kind of temptation? Of course, about the problem of the New World is still limited to Zhao Hongwei, Wei Lilong, Ma Rulong, Ji Taijun, Guanziwen plus a Fan Zhongxing. A few people know a little bit about it, have been to the New World. Only Su Roland and Wei Lilong. Once this news leaked out, the commotion that blew up was definitely more than just this little scene in front of them. Then let's talk about it. I don't know how long this old bone of mine can last. Li Yaoming was silent for a long time, a few points of helplessness implied in his aged voice. After all, without the Chinese cabbage and the spring recovery tea, he might have closed his eyes permanently. This backer when he had to be, not when he had to be. Su Roland smiled and said, "That world is rich in aura. It can strengthen your body and slow down your aging. Uncle Li, I guarantee that you will live for at least another 20 years. Li Yaoming sized up Su Roland and revealed a meaningful smile. "Then how do you want me to be this backer?" Su Roland's spirit perked up as she quickly said, "Based on what he's already shown, I can determine that it's a higher civilization. At least currently it's not something that Earth's civilization can contend with. So carrying out cooperation and exchanges is the best policy." A trace of consternation appeared on Li Yaoming's old face, scrutinizing Su Roland carefully for a long time before he said in a solemn voice, "I need proof." Her pretty face tightened. Su Roland seriously said, "How much do you know about the few people he brought over?" When Fan Yang was fuming, it was the time when Li Yaoming had just arrived here and was undergoing an inspection, and she really didn't know that this humanoid nuke had already set off an uproar. Su Roland explained Fan Yang's magical abilities, such as opening the spiritual eyes in a moment in a sea of people to lock the target, such as flying in the air to nearly instantaneous speed within a few minutes to capture back Chen Xiaobao and Fan Yuhuan, such as the ability to read other people's memories, such as all the surveillance equipment cannot shoot her. Compared to the Red Moon, sword-splitting bullets at best is considered child's play. Li Yaoming closed his eyes and contemplated without saying anything. He needed to digest this information. It was no longer a matter of conquering the New World, but a matter of being conquered by the New World. Su Roland solemnly said, "Uncle Li, I hope you can be his backer and shield him from the wind and rain. Don't scare him so much that he hides in that world and doesn't dare to come back." Accustomed to seeing the world of people and familiar with the coldness and warmth of human feelings, Li Yaoming was able to come to his current position and instantly understood Su Roland's meaning. It wasn't impossible, but something that was very likely to happen. Once the Chinese cabbage and the spring return tea flowed out, there would be countless people who would do whatever they could to try to take control in their hands. With no guarantee of safety, Zhu Hongyang had no choice but to hide in that world. But that would be a chicken and egg. Such a good thing, no one can not get. Moreover, if Zhu Hongyang heart resentment, needless to say, such as Farmlord such a character, come on 100 or 80, not to mention China, the whole world will be tossed upside down. Figuring out the joints, Li Yaoming smiled bitterly. Girl, you've given me a big problem. The corner of Su Wolin's mouth bloomed into a bright smile. That is a world bigger than the earth. But there is only one imperial dynasty. The small city he inherited, located at the edge of the southern border, is also relegated from the center of the imperial dynasty to the past, with experts such as Yang, but still so downtrodden. It can be seen that that civilization, which is mainly based on the practice of martial arts, is not something that modern technology can conquer. General Li Yaoming revealed a gloomy look, such as Farmlord that humanoid nuclear bomb, actually even a family cannot protect. Can imagine that world's martial arts civilization development to what degree? Su Wolin smiled blandly. I don't want that person to meddle in it, and you don't want him to be involved. So now the only way is for the military to take everything over, and I have 3 requests. First, the military submits a report that the Chinese cabbage and the spring recovery tea are immature products for the military to train special fighters. This time it was used at risk in order to save you, and it will never be allowed to be circulated before it is fully developed and successful. Second, all the people currently involved, all the closed management, including those captured this time, all sent to that world to fend off the demon wolves. Third, choose a place where the military invests in building a closed manor as a base for cultivating cabbages, and when necessary, a little bit of cabbages and tea can be supplied, which can also be considered as an explanation to other parties. Li Yaoming quietly listened and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he suddenly asked, what is the relationship between you and that person? Worthy of such attentiveness, even to send him an estate? What do you mean by old people become smart? This is it. Even if Su Wolin put on a posture for the military for the country, but the protection of Zhu Hongyang's heart is clearly revealed. How can it be hidden from this old man who has experienced the vicissitudes of the human world? A blush appeared on Su Wolin's pretty face, but she bravely met Li Yaoming's eyes. I am very curious about that world, but there is only one way to gain his absolute trust. Li Yaoming sighed. That person had a good daughter, but unfortunately, he personally forced his daughter away again, and to another world. After gazing at Su Wolin for a long time, the old general finally spoke. What can we gain by paying such a large price? Or what can China get? Su Wolin was silent for a moment and slowly said, he has lived on Earth for decades, and so have I. I can guarantee that he won't invade this world. The human heart is most marvelously unpredictable. Zhu Hongyang is now or just a humble little man living at the bottom, but after having strength, it's hard to say if he will conquer the world on a whim. After a pause, Su Wolin continued, speaking of martial arts, it has also shown in the history of China, and nowadays, although it is declining, the roots still exist. I can convince him to train an elite martial arts team for China. Li Yaoming's eyes flashed with brilliance, not to mention reaching Farmlord's level. It was Red Moon's kind of experts. Once they were in groups, which country would dare to bare their teeth against the country of China? Su Wolin leisurely said, the aura is too rich for us, but it is poison. But it is this Chinese cabbage, moisturizing, regularly supplying those national treasures, so that they can live for an average of 10 or 8 more years. Hiss. Li Yaoming sucked in a breath of air. This way down, China's heritage will be enhanced by multiples, bringing effects far beyond improving the combat power of 1 or 2 troops. Standing up, Li Yaoming slowly paced in the hall, pondering whether he could carry the immense pressure and keep the secret. After a long time, Li Yaoming stopped pacing, standing upright like a green pine, and said decisively, then send him an estate. Chapter 52, The Auctioned Muqingju. After Su Wolin left, Li Yaoming pondered for a long time before he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, do you think that girl is telling the truth? Fan Zhongxing slowly walked down the stairs with a grave expression. There's no need for her to lie. Li Yaoming smiled and shook his head. There are quite a lot of doubts. Fan Zhongxing said solemnly, the identity issue, the issue of the passage between the 2 worlds, the timing issue, and most crucially why did you ask the military for help? Farmlord's demonstrated ability has made the military concerned. Such a person, pulling a group army up, may not be able to take her. The district demon wolf, need Zhu Hongyang to go out of his way to expose the secret to ask for help from the military? Li Yaoming resumed pacing. If not for the fact that this is a major stake in the matter, he would have called a large group of staff to analyze Zhu Hongyang's intentions in detail, instead of turning in circles here. Fan Zhongxing tentatively said, Chief, this matter is big for us, but small for that person. I ponder, how is this like a test? If an unknown creature entered the Earth world, it would definitely be sliced and studied without discussion. So what about Zhu Hongyang entering that higher world? Standing in Zhu Hongyang's point of view to consider, everything is clear. Li Yaoming cannot help but mutter, this is a test for the younger generation. Fan Zhongxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Even if it's a test, we can't take it lightly. If he can't pass this test, the consequences will be too serious. Completely understanding Zhu Hongyang's pitiful crossing method, there was only one on earth, Si Wenxiu, and Li Yaoming and Fan Zhongxing deduced the worst outcome from the existence of a passage between the two worlds. If Zhu Hongyang could not pass the test, the lighter case would be the closure of the passage between the two worlds, and the elites sent over by the military would be completely wiped out. The heavier case would be a massive influx of experts or demon wolves from the other world into the Earth world, and that would be nothing short of a cataclysmic catastrophe. Li Yaoming stopped in his tracks. His iron blood aura erupted. Take a gamble. Fully support this kid. The higher we push him, the more we can gain. Call Zhao Hongwei, Ji Taijun, Wei Lilong, Ma Rulong, Zhang Hu, Qinan, and Xiao Pengfei over. As night fell, Zhu Hongyang brought Si Wenxiu, Xu Qinghao, Fan Ernyang, Hong Yue, Qingyu, and sat around Su Roland's office to eat a boxed lunch. And of course, there was no shortage of Su Roland as the host. Inside General Li Yaoming's villa, it was even more lit up, discussing the feasibility of sending troops to the sacred sky continent. But some people, but not so good, such as by the shock just woke up the Fan family first eldest grandson Fan Yuhuan, almost by the old lady Guan pointed at the nose scolded. For example, Chen Xiaobao, who wanted to run over Zhu Hongyang to get $10 million to save his childhood friend, was beaten up by Guan Ziwen. For example, Chen Xiaobao wanted to save his childhood friend Mu Qingzhu. This look is far from pretty. At most a few points of the beautiful woman, at this moment, humiliated by being placed on a round table, tied up, with a towel stuffed in the mouth, along with the electric motor drive, like a piece of auction, all around display to a group of rich gamblers to see and observe. This so-called underground casino, located in an ordinary village 30 to 40 kilometers from the city, 5 two-story villas in a row, and the other houses in the village separated by a wide road. This is not one of those glittering high-end casinos in movies and TV dramas, which are simply whitewashed and set up with a few gambling tables and gambling equipment to become a traditional casino, and does not have the kind of electronic gambling equipment which is very high class at a glance. After all, the traditional gamblers, more toward the real money on the set to kill the excitement brought about by the four sides. The kind of electronic gambling is not addictive and not cold. The first two villas play poker, dice, carousel and other gambling. The latter two villas are mahjong pai gao and other venues. The only villa in the middle of the more luxuriously decorated villa, playing some alternative gambling. The second floor of the villa was opened up, considered a small auction house. In front of the platform placed on tonight's auction Mu Qingzhu, below a few round tables surrounded by dozens of gamblers interested in this. Wang's youngest King Jun and was scolded by the old man's blood. Hiding in Wang Kuan here, do not dare to go home. Tonight suddenly came to the interest. Want to visit Wang Kuan's underground casino. But just in time for this auction drama, Wang Jun and of course, sitting in the center of the nearest position from the platform, accompanied by only Wang Kuan and a burly bodyguard, for the woman on the stage for people to observe. Wang Jun and not a little bit of interest, just curious that someone will actually auction their own daughter. Want to see a result? A man hurriedly ran up, attached to Wang Kuan's ear whispered, that old gambler has lost all, asked to raise the price to 15 million, and give him another 5 million turnover. Wang Kuan was furious, this old man crazy? With this woman, I lost $10 million to my grandma's house, and he still wants another 5 million? Go and let him sober up. Wang Juanha suddenly spoke. Don't, auctioning his own daughter. He, the father, is not present, too meaningless, bring him here, let him preside over the auction himself, sell as much as he can give him. Big God said. Wang Kuan naturally do not dare to disobey, and, let a person preside over the auction of their own daughter. Seems to be a quite exciting thing, and immediately instructed his men to immediately go to do. Soon, a tall man wrapped in a greasy black down jacket, was two thugs racked into the auction house. Wang Juanha was stunned, under the impression that it should be a dry, skinny and lewd old man. Who knows that this old man in his 50s actually looks good? Wang Kuan lowered his voice to introduce. This one used to rely on digging black coal to start, although a lot of money earned, but all gambled away. But there is a constant flow of money into the account. It is not down and out. And then, needless to say, Wang Jun and also understand, the state vigorously rectify the coal mining industry. Even the Wang family, such a giant, began to change the line. Not to mention this digging black coal, lose the source of money to continue to gamble. Is the end of the family broke? Although the West Mountain province is full of coal, but can rely on digging black coal started. This person more or less a bit of ability, but unfortunately the character is too bad. Wang Kuan coldly stared at the man. sighed and drank. Muhaizi, there is a nobleman sent word, you yourself to preside over the auction. How much to sell all belong to you. If you dare to play tricks, the consequences you know. Muhaizi's tall body bowed and nodded repeatedly. I understand. Walking up to the high platform, ignoring his daughter's mournful and desperate eyes, Muhaizi looked at the familiar or unfamiliar gamblers under the stage, with only the gambler's final madness in his eyes. My daughter Mu Qingju, 25 years old, unmarried, good-looking, gentle character, starting bidding price $20 million, coaxing the lower part of the laugh into a piece. Can come here to gamble 2 hands, more or less a little money, not lack of women's mane. In their eyes, Mu Qingju at most counted a few points of cleanliness, with the beautiful 2 words gap is quite big. In their eyes, Mu Qingju is at most a bit of beauty, and the difference between the word beautiful is quite large. Chapter 53, a chess player is worth $20 million. At that moment, some people coaxed, don't talk nonsense, what's so good about your daughter? Tell me. Muhaizi's face was ugly, and his words were not smooth. This daughter is smart and capable, can do housework, and can also cook. LOL. The following laughter is even greater. Even Wang Jun and her laughing back and forth. On the basis of this, want to sell $20 million? I don't know who loudly flirted and shouted, will also give birth to children. Ha 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 ha. This time Wang Jun and even tears are laughing out. This moment, all day pretending to be the upper-class elite people's disguise stripped down. The people's inferiority is revealed. Who would have thought that this was a father auctioning off his own daughter just for some gambling money? Everyone just felt ridiculous. No one felt sad. And no one will pity the woman who was put on the auction block by her own father. Muhaizi face green, standing on the stage at a loss. Cannot get the money, cannot turn over. Wang Kuan, that black-hearted guy, really will bury him alive. Laughter gradually disappeared. Everyone was interested in measuring Muhaizi, to see how he marketed his daughter. Sold 20 million sky price. Sweat rolled down Muhaizi's forehead, but he really thought of something else and shouted, my daughter knows how to play chess. And she even went to the capital to participate in a tournament. Another burst of laughter came. Can play chess? Can play chess is worth $20 million? Wang Jun is interested in any competition, as long as the capital held. The level is not low. He is not the casino, those turds do not know anything. Touching his chin and asked, tell me. Muhaizi was hard to see. Someone chimed in, and hastened to curry favor. That's when the child was a teenager. Went to the capital to participate in what go competition, but also got the Chinese chess saint point. Want to accept her as a closed disciple. The auction house gradually quieted down. More than 1 billion people in the country. How many can be seen by the saint of chess? Not to mention wanting to be accepted as a closed disciple. Wang Juanha also revealed a strange look, pouring the strength of the Wang family. Wanting the sage of chess to cultivate a nationally renowned chess player for the Wang family may not be able to do so. This person actually gave up the great opportunity that was within his reach? If this is really the chess saint's closed disciple, give the Wang family a few guts, but also dare not tie up here in the auction. Then why hasn't she joined the sage of chess? Muhaizi's forehead was sweating, mouthing, she had to come back to cook for me. The entire auction room was dead silent. Well, this reason was powerful. Wang Kuan explained to Wang Juanha in a low voice. His wife was paralyzed by his drunken beating, and her daughter was forced to come back without waiting for the end of the competition. The voice was small, but in this silent environment, almost everyone heard it, and countless people secretly said that it was a pity. Mu Qingju, no matter how talented, but missed the golden time of great progress in chess. Even if the chess saint is still willing to take in under his door now, the future height is limited. Wang Jun come from a big family, naturally understand this kind of genius. Even if you miss an opportunity, still not ordinary people can compare. The lack of actually just a chance. The eye swept a glance was humiliated. Bundled Mu Qingju sullenly said, give him $20 million. Wang Kuan was stunned, but he quickly returned to his senses and waved his hand. A big man walked over with a suitcase and snapped it open. Inside were stacks of $100 bills. Wang Juanha nudged his mouth. $20 million for you. She has nothing to do with you from now on. Muhaizi was trembling. Only that box of cash in his eyes. That was his last gambling capital. Not even looking at Mu Qingju's desperate look. Of course Wang Kuan would not give Muhaizi $20 million. There was only $10 million here. The other $10 million was of course to return the gambling debt. The burly bodyguard stood up, ready to untie Mu Qingju. A steep sharp wind came from him. Horrified, he hastily dodged. With a muffled sound, there was already an extra shiny dart on the round table. Under the bright lights, a young man wearing a black jacket, leaning against the door of the auction hall, his hands playing acrobatics, generally juggling 5 or 6 darts. Seeing the eyes of the crowd looking at him, the young man shrugged his shoulders and said, what are you looking at me for? The main event has not yet arrived. You guys continue Continue? What's the point of continuing? Little cutie. All know that this is to find trouble. All eyes look at Wang Kuan. After all, this is his territory. Wang Kuan face bewildered. This underground casino. Although the periphery are some punks guard. But this villa, because the Wang family big young man over. Not only has the Wang family elite bodyguards guard, even a few of his men trained fighters, but also guarded in the surrounding area. Actually not a little movement was broken into? Wang Jun and the bodyguards around him suddenly shivered. Not a single movement? The surrounding casino can be heard vaguely noisy, but inexplicably disappeared. What does this mean? Hand just pressed on the waist, playing darts youth gaze has swept over. Bloodthirsty murderous aura came. That bodyguard immediately body stiff. Do not dare to have half a bit of superfluous action. This person is not a good guy. Under the hands of human life, and there is more than one. Light and heavy footsteps sounded. A burly youth slowly ascended to the second floor, ignoring the dozens of people in the hall, walking towards the auction table. Only the left leg that was dragging made people realize that this guy was actually a cripple. You are Xiao Bao, Mu Haizi suddenly shouted excitedly, successfully attracting everyone's attention. Since Chen Xiaobao and Mu Qingzhu were childhood friends, how could Mu Haizi not recognize the neighbor's brat? It was a pity that the mischievous brat who had been thinking about his own girl all day long was now murderous. Chen Xiaobao turned a deaf ear to Mu Haizi's call, and only had Mu Qingzhu tied up on the stage in his eyes. When he was young, Mu Haizi hands have minds. The days are far better than only know the soil of the Chen family. But Mu Qingzhu with him laughing and joking. Too small, that quiet a little introverted girl, always silently accompanied him, walked through the year and a year. With money Mu Haizi changed, drinking and beating his wife and children, gambling and losing and beating his wife and children. At that time Mu Qingzhu, often bruised, Chen Xiaobao to protect her, so gritted his teeth and left her to join the army, desperately training, but accidentally through the selection, become a member of the Dragon Soul Special Forces, but also because of the protection of Guanzi when crippled and forced to retire from the army. She was forced to arrange for Fan Yuhuan as a bodyguard, but how can he forget that soulful girl? Because of the crippled and a little inferiority complex, he always dared not go to see the girl, and it was not easy to drum up the courage to secretly go to inquire about whether she was doing well, but was shocked to hear that Mu Haizi borrowed $10 million from the casino, to put her on the auction block. He hated it, even if he became the most elite special warrior. In the end, he still could not protect the people he wanted to protect, even though he had countless ways to kill all those people. He couldn't give Mu Qingzhu a stable life. As a warrior of the Dragon Soul Special Forces, he knew too well that as long as he killed someone, there would be no place for him in the whole world. If he was alone, it would be fine. But what about Mu Qingzhu? Chapter 54, Skyfall Program Manager. Fan Yuhuan had a conflict with Zhu Hongyang that day. A word of anger but let Chen Xiaobao see hope. Run over Zhu Hongyang, take $10 million to ransom, entrusted to Guan Ziwen to take care of, and the big deal is to atone for his sins with his death. But in exchange for Mu Qingzhu the rest of his life unattached. Unfortunately, the result was unexpected, and he got into even more trouble instead. The only thing worth celebrating was that both he and Mu Qingzhu had a way to live, at the cost of both of them selling their lives to that person. Walking step by step to the front of the high platform, stopping in front of Wang Kuan, Chen Xiaobao had a murderous aura. This person, relying on the shade of the Wang family. I don't know how many people's families have been ruined. He was also the one who personally led the people to tie up Mu Qingzhu to this place. He deserved to be killed. Palm sliced through the throat, Wang Kuan fell down without a sound. Wang Ju and his bodyguards summoned up the courage to stand in front of him. The unique skills of the special forces. One move to kill. He was too familiar with it. Chen Xiaobao did not even look at Wang Juanhe. Dragging his left leg slowly walked up to the auction stage. Walking in front of his second target, Mu Haizi was still unaware of the impending death and was still yelling, Xiaobao, you are so powerful. This casino is cheating and has pitted uncle with a lot of money. You make them spit it out. Although Mu Qingzhu was tied up and her mouth was blocked, the moment Chen Xiaobao came in, her eyes were wide open, gazing at him for an instant, and when she heard Mu Haizi's words, she closed her eyes in despair. The moment she closed her eyes, Chen Xiaobao slashed his palm across Mu Haizi's neck and indifferently watched as he clutched the $10 million and fell to the ground. The man is ruthless. Even the future father-in-law died in his hands. The hall door young man hand darts stopped, unbelievably looked at Chen Xiaobao, this former comrade in arms, now so strange. Chen Xiaobao slowly walked to the front of the round table, pulled out the darts stuck in the tabletop, waved his hand to cut the rope binding Mu Qingzhu, removed the rag stuffed in his mouth, and slowly picked up Mu Qingzhu. Wow! Crouching in Chen Xiaobao's arms, Mu Qingzhu finally cried out. Chen Xiaobao whispered, Qingzhu, are you willing to come with me? We'll go to another world and never come back. Mu Qingzhu raised her head and looked at Chen Xiaobao with tearful eyes. then lowered her head again and pressed herself tightly against his chest, her hands hugging him tightly. In this life, she already only had him. Chen Xiaobao grinned. From today onwards, although he and Mu Qingju had become someone else's domestic slaves, they had gained a new life. Everything in this world would be completely forgotten. Hopefully Mu Qingju would be happy and joyful. Tap, tap. Dozens of people in the auction hall just watched as Chen Xiaobao hugged Mu Qingju and left. Although Wang Junlin's face was ugly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Junlin had warned long ago that the Wang family had been targeted by the military. Right now, as long as it wasn't the military coming to their doorsteps, then it was good news. However, he thought too naively. Dense footsteps sounded. A large number of armed police with loaded guns rushed up, guns pointed at them. The Wang family is suspected of selling state secrets to an overseas organization. Take them away. A middle-aged man in civilian clothes showed Wang Junhe the arrest warrant. Wang Junhe's eyes widened steeply because the one who signed the arrest warrant was not the Procuratorate, but the National Security Bureau. Walking out of this villa, in addition to the armed police, there is a large number of police officers, who are verifying the identity of the gamblers one by one. Even if Wang Kuan does not die, this underground casino is finished. Special Service Battalion Resident, Su Roland's office. Zhu Hongyang was in pain and happy. On the three-person sofa, he sat in the center. Si Wenxiu sat on the left. Su Roland sat on the right, seemingly happy, but in fact, as if sitting on pins and needles. If it is not, the leg is not strong. Early to run to the side. Qinghao is sitting in front of Su Roland's desk without a heart, playing with the computer. Behind the newly recognized sister Zhu Qingyu, to show his cool skills in playing games. Fan Ernyang sat on the single sofa as steady as Mount Taishan, and Hongyu stood by her side, commenting on Zhu Hongyang's idea of borrowing troops. Every world has its uniqueness. Although the aura of heaven and earth is thin here, it is more temperate. The people I saw today are all good and good seedlings. Young master borrowing troops is indeed a good idea. It can quickly recruit a group of manpower to enrich the Zhu family. Zhu Hongyang sweated profusely. Even if the military sends soldiers, they are still Chinese soldiers. It is simply not possible for them to become his private army. Even if he wants to poach, this is not the way to poach. Instead, Su Roland softly said, Ernyang. Unfortunately, before she could open her mouth to voice her thoughts, Si Wenxiu was already grossed out. Ernyang? What qualifications did she have to call Ernyang? So Si Wenxiu directly spoke. What qualifications do you have to call Ernyang? Call senior fan. Su Roland was even more desperate, deliberately looking at Zhu Hongyang aggressively. Hongyang. Zhu Hongyang's head was as big as a bucket. In the afternoon he had promised Si Wenxiu that any woman who wanted to enter the Zhu family must go through her consent, and could not help but look at Fan Ernyang for help. Fan Ernyang smiled but did not say anything, although as Zhu Hongyang's nanny, the status is superb, but casually involved in the young master's women's fight, obviously not wise. Ding ding ding. Zhu Hongyang's cell phone rang suddenly, sort of relieved him, quickly grabbed the phone, did not even look at who was calling before connecting. Hello? Which one? Hearing the woman's laughter and flirting voice, Si Wenxiu and Su Roland's ears immediately perked up. Zhu Hongyang bitterly raised his face. Sister Chang, what kind of project manager am I? Don't make fun of me. Cheng Lijuan laughed, then talk about the main thing. Wu Zhong sighed urgently. The company leaders let you quickly go to the office. Sister, I took the initiative. Booked you a direct flight tomorrow morning Linjiang air ticket. To the side of the convergence of the project deputy manager and chief engineer. Noon and the construction side of the meeting. This matter Zhu Hongyang early forgotten to the clouds. It seems that Cheng Lijuan has sent the relevant information to his mailbox. But this happened, which he had the time to look at. At the moment, the company even rushed to the duck on the shelf, forcing Zhu Hongyang to go to the office. In effect, to cope with two sentences, Zhu Hongyang hung up the phone, rushed to the computer in front of the Qinghao, shouted, do not play, open the dad mailbox to see a data. Ding, the phone received a text message. Zhu Hongyang opened a look, but Cheng Lijuan sent over the flight information, tomorrow morning at 7:30, and the state to fly Linjiang tickets, or business class. Zhu Hongyang froze, then Su Roland has taken out the tablet computer, fiddling with two-handed to Zhu Hongyang, do not understand? Subconsciously looked to the tablet screen. But Wuzhong City Antique Manor project bidding information. Zhu Hongyang confused. The total cost of more than 3 billion Antique Manor project. Zhu Hongyang, where the large state-owned construction enterprises can win the bid. It is normal. But the appointment of Zhu Hongyang, this one does not understand the engineering technology. The two do not understand the construction management of people as a project manager. That's a bit of bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The sky will not fall pies. Will the sky fall project manager position? Chapter 55. Are you demonstrating? Suddenly glancing at Su Roland's smiling appearance, Zhu Hongyang couldn't help but ask, why? Su Roland pointed to the construction unit. the Royal Garden Culture and Media Company Limited, and explained, "This company is the Young Family's company, and it's still holding a team of young family experts who came to kidnap you." Zhu Hongyang and Si Wenxiu glanced at each other. Both of them didn't understand. After all, they were living at the lowest level of society. They simply couldn't make sense of what was going on. Fortunately, Su Roland didn't mean to hide it, and was considered to be a free counselor. Due to a small problem within the military, General Li Yaoming's machine secretary Wang Junlin, thinking that the old chief's life is not long to go, has been actively contacting the way out, and the great white cabbage was then used by him as a new bargaining chip, revealing it to many bigwigs and families. This also included 2 strikes by the Wang family, one targeting Zhu Hongyang and one attempting to kidnap Si Wenxiu and Xu Qinghao. And as General Li Yaoming's condition improved and he was suddenly transferred to the hospital, this matter was also infinitely elevated, and many families that originally did not pay much attention to it began to extend their hands. Dare and the general staff to Iron Blood Tough known as Vice President Li Arm Wrestling, naturally are some extremely energetic characters and families. As long as the pinch Zhu Hongyang, Li Yaoming also have to compromise. For example, the Chao family, which is ranked as one of the 5 giants of China. Su Roland's unwilling to recognize her father, Chao Tianlong, and this young family, whose leading figure is precisely another deputy chief of the general staff, naturally does not fear Li Yaoming. Of course, these people have a variety of means. There are on the surface, such as sending people to captivate Zhu Hongyang, no matter whether it is a power for personal use of the special forces or family bodyguards, did not manage to escape the monitoring of the Military Intelligence Bureau. The result is that the Special Services Battalion Auditorium was converted into a temporary prison, incarcerated several hundred people. But secretly there are more small means, such as in the name of the police to arrest Si Wenxiu, in the name of the Anti-Corruption Bureau to take away Si Wenxiu to cooperate with the investigation, in order to serve as a project manager as a temptation to Zhu Hongyang himself out of the scope of protection of the military. The two cannot help but stagger secretly. Have to admire these guys' huge energy. Special forces can be mobilized. The police and the Anti-Corruption Bureau are being used as a gun, but also do not hesitate to throw billions of engineering projects to tempt Zhu Hongyang. Zhu Hongyang unfortunately shook his head. The construction business mixed for more than 20 years. Do not want to be a project manager. Addiction is impossible, but also cannot know is a fire pit, but also to jump in it. A series of big names and big families' names from Su Roland's mouth. Zhu Hongyang can still sit still, but Si Wenxiu is apprehensive. By so many people staring at, still cannot live a good life? Su Roland pointed to the tablet computer on the antique manor effect map, laughed. Hongyang, do not have to worry so much. Is not to build a manor? We build our own. The military funding, place at your disposal. Train a group of experts to protect. Still afraid they can turn the sky? The words were directed at Zhu Hongyang, but Su Roland's eyes were fixed on Si Wenxiu. Si Wenxiu burst into a rage, instantly forgetting all her worries, and drank. Is this a demonstration? Don't forget, you haven't even entered the door of the Zhu family yet. Zhu Hongyang suddenly had 2 big heads and hurriedly stopped. It's useless to say anything without destroying the demon wolf. Hasn't the military gotten any news yet? Su Roland glanced at Fan Ernyang, revealing a meaningful smile. I'll go take a look. Fan Ernyang smiled faintly and shook her head. The old housekeeper's test was seen through by this intelligent second young lady. But unfortunately, the young master and young lady were still entangled in the district's demonic wolf attack. In fact, Fan Ernyang's coming over this time, opening her spiritual eyes and displaying her power in front of Zhu Hongyang was a disguised reminder that martial artists and psychic masters were far more powerful than he had imagined. Unfortunately, Zhu Hongyang was so distracted by Qing Yun's injury and Su Roland's stirring that he didn't even think about this aspect, and in turn, he was not as perceptive as Su Roland. Si Wenxiu grunted as she watched Su Roland get up and leave, and rushed to Zhu Hongyang. She can afford to give away the manor. You live with her. Zhu Hongyang drooped his head, did not dare to squeak. Abandon his wife and son. He cannot do, but the nature of men is this. There is a beautiful woman took the initiative to send the door. Can be ruthless refusal is really not much, but soon there was no need for him to be embarrassed anymore, because Su Roland walked in again. Considering your limited mobility, Vice President Li personally came to visit you. Zhu Hongyang instantly tensed up, not because Li Yaoming was a big shot, but because it was about to come to fruition as to whether or not the military would send troops. Taking a look at the Qinghao Qingyu gathered in front of the computer, and then the large human-shaped hole on the door, Zhu Hongyang decisively said, go to the next door conference room, help me over. Standing in front of the conference room door, Li Yaoming looked at the big hole above his head, silent for a long time. What the aviation bomb couldn't do, but was easily done by a martial artist or psychic. Su Roland's words echoed in his ears again. What kind of civilization will be spawned by a heaven and earth aura that far exceeds Earth by several times? Are martial artists and psychics really something that machine guns and cannons can deal with? Making this decision, or the most difficult time in his life. Once he opened this magic box, there was no way to predict whether it would be a blessing or a curse. The initiative was completely in Zhu Hongyang's hands. Earth strong, Shangtian continent weak. Then the Chinese Congress will get endless benefits. One more complete world of resource support. Shangtian continent strong, Earth is weak. Either to obtain greater benefits, or he Li Yaoming is the sinner who brought havoc to the earth. This was too much of a test of humanity. Li Yaoming could only gamble. Gamble that Zhu Hongyang did not have the ambition to conquer the world. Gamble that Zhu Hongyang was not a militant. In the midst of contemplation, Li Yaoming was shocked to see a tall, purple-clad woman walking out of Su Roland's office with her arms around Zhu Hongyang. Zhu Hongyang smiled bitterly and clasped his hands. Elder Li, sorry, there are injuries. Sweeping his eyes over the blood-stained jeans, Li Yaoming slightly nodded his head in a gesture. Speaking of which, the two men were mutual causes and effects, and it was really a bit of a godly friendship that had been going on for a long time. Without Li Yaoming to Shu Wei to visit the old class president, Zhu Hongyang will not be pushed into the green belt by Wang Xinhai. Can open the ability to enter the sacred sky continent? It is really hard to say. No, Zhu Hongyang shuttle Shangtian continent. Bring back cabbage and back to spring tea. Li Yaoming at this moment cannot live, is also an unknown. The two sides are seated opposite each other. The military to Li Yaoming is the leader. Zhao Hongwei, Ji Taijun, Wei Lilong, Zhang Hu, Qinan accompanied by the guard captain Xiao Mingtang temporary guest recorder. Zhu Hongyang side also did not weaken the momentum. The fourth young master sitting steadily in the main seat. The left side of the Siwenxiu, the right side of Su Roland. Fan Yang next to the Siwenxiu, Hongyue next to Su Roland. Vaguely have a few points of the big family weather. Li Yaoming swept a glance at Su Roland, who sat beside Zhu Hongyang calmly and freely, and sighed in his heart. That person in the political arena, long-sleeved, climbed to the position closest to the pinnacle, but hard to force his own daughter away. Girls are extroverted. At this moment Su Roland sitting there, has shown her attitude. Chapter 56, Fighting is fighting for money. General Li Yaoming scrutinized Zhu Hongyang, an ordinary man who had already entered middle age on earth. More than 40 years of resume without highlights to speak of. Step by step to finish primary and secondary school. Entered the normal university Chinese department, but in the graduation assignment in the wrong. Even the teacher podium have not been on. Was thrown to the construction site. More than 20 years of mediocrity. Simmering seniority mixed a deputy project manager in charge of the coordination of demolition. Basically has come to an end. If he is not in the construction business bankruptcy, it is likely to be so mixed to retirement until the old man died. Such a person, even once awakened powers, shuttle two worlds, may not have the ambition to conquer the world, which is also the reason why General Li Yaoming determined to gamble. But everyone else, except for Zhao Hongwei who was like an old monk in meditation, were sizing up Fan Yang and Red Moon, including Wei Lilong who had once seen Fan Yang's great power. Red Moon's performance was still in the category of martial arts, and for China, where martial arts civilization had flourished for a long time, it wasn't difficult to accept this. Even the military has also invited major martial arts schools to participate in the compilation of military fighting techniques, hoping to reproduce the great China has been extinct internal qi, but unfortunately has not been successful. But Fan Yang's performance, it is a bit shocking, but is closer to the Taoist legend of the land immortals. Originally several military powerhouses still a bit of disbelief, but after watching the video footage and seeing the big hole that Fan Yang hit with his own eyes, there is only a mountain of admiration left. Li Yaoming withdrew his gaze, sat upright and said in a deep voice, on behalf of the Chinese military, I promise Mr. Zhu's request to send troops to help you solve your troubles, but there are some things to be said up front. Zhu Hongyang nodded understandingly, and also solemnly replied, thank you to the military for not pulling me to slice and study, and even more thank you to the military for trusting and supporting me. This time the warriors who traveled to the sacred sky continent, each person a bottle of rejuvenation tea's payment. The emperor is not bad at starving soldiers. Zhu Hongyang would not be so arrogant that the military would not want to be paid to volunteer to help, so he generously opened his chips. General Li Yaoming was stunned, and Fan Yang was stunned. The old general was stunned that this person is so naive. A mere 100 bottles of spring return tea, even if it was a life-extending treasure, was it worth risking the invasion of Earth to send troops to the sacred sky continent? Fan Yang was stunned that a handful of leaves refined at random would be suitable for the young master's weak constitution, and was actually used by the young master as a bargaining chip in exchange for the other party to send out troops, flatly disgracing the face of the mighty Marquis house. With a meaningful glance at Su Roland, General Li Yaoming bluntly said, Major Su Roland represents both the military and you, so you can discuss the specific conditions. After saying that, old General Li relaxed like never before. his arms wrapped around him, leaning on the back of the seat, with an air of waiting to see the show. Si Wenxiu brushed her head and turned around, looking angrily at Su Roland through Zhu Hongyang. To be the head of the family is also for her to be the head of the family. When is it this woman's turn? This is a matter of principle. Never give in. But Su Roland's other identity, major in the army, and Li Yaoming's hand-picked representative of the military, gave Si Wenxiu no place to send her fire. Therefore, this fire burned directly to Zhu Hongyang's body. Through the clothes, Zhu Hongyang all feel Si Wenxiu's strengthened version of the two fingers and cannot help but forehead cold sweat straight. Su Roland stood up calmly and freely, walked to the side of the electronic screen, fiddled with it twice. The electronic screen lit up, and the warm and lovely voice spread throughout the conference room. After testing, the sacred sky continent's heaven and earth aura is about 5 to 8 times that of Earth's, and in front of the heaven and earth aura, all things are equal. So not only are humans strong, other species are equally strong. Wei Lilong nodded with deep empathy. He had personally experienced the toughness of the demon wolf. The electronic screen appeared with Su Roland's sneak peek into dimming Martial City. It was the demon wolves gathered outside the city, although it seemed as if it was covered in a light veil and couldn't be seen truly, but the shape of the demon wolves could be distinguished. Our main opponent this time is this kind of demon wolf, pure black, with a size equivalent to about twice the size of Earth's steppe wolves, a jumping ability of about 30 meters, a biting ability 5 times that of the steppe wolves, and a very strong defensive ability. Several officers simultaneously sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Being able to jump a big guy of 30 meters shows the toughness of this kind of magic wolf. If one uses cold weapons to deal with this kind of guy, it's no different from looking for death. The screen switched, much clearer. It was the corpse of the demon wolf that was brought back to Earth by Su Roland. Su Roland continued the introduction. Existing single weapon. Because of the different air density of the sacred sky continent, coupled with the influence of the unseen and untouchable heaven and earth aura, the speed of the bullet is reduced by quite a bit, so the power is greatly discounted, about only 30 to 50%. The range is shrunk by about 1/3, and relying on the shrapnel after the explosion to carry out a range of lethal weapons. Even if it injures the demonic wolf's softer abdomen, it is also very difficult to cause a demonic wolf a fatal injury. Several officers were silent. This meant that most of the weapons they were currently equipped with were scrap metal, posing little threat to the demon wolves, not much different from rubber bullets hitting their bodies. Su Roland switched another picture, listing several weapons on it. After testing, small caliber firearms can't effectively harm the demon wolf. Those that can penetrate the demon wolf's fur defense, at least need firearms with a caliber of 7.62 mm or higher. The new 5.88 mm general purpose machine gun is not as effective as the old large caliber heavy machine gun. The military crowd laughed bitterly. Modern warfare all emphasized on firepower density and mobility. Even if the caliber was reduced, it was still lethal to ordinary humans, but when used against the demon wolves, it was instead inferior to the old-style weapons. Su Roland continued to pour cold water. Ordinary bullets are difficult to cause fatal injuries to demon wolves. It is recommended to use armor-piercing bullets or armor-piercing incendiary bullets, relying on high-temperature burns to break through the defense of demon wolves. Therefore, it is best to equip single weapon with 7.62 mm caliber light machine gun, with 12.7 mm caliber heavy machine gun to match near and far. Of course, the effective killing range, please commander according to the battlefield performance automatically adjusted, reduced by 1/3 is the minimum standard. Li Yaoming couldn't help but sit up straight and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. To fight a war is to fight for money. This is true at all. Manning one light machine gun. It was probably only in the TV series that dared to act like this, and it had to use expensive armor-piercing bullets. He could transfer a few hundred machine guns, but with so many armor-piercing bullets and armor-piercing incendiary bullets, he might have to work overtime at the arsenal to produce them. However, that wasn't all. Su Roland continued to introduce other weapons, 23 mm caliber domestic machine guns, man-portable rocket launchers, man-portable missiles, 60 to 80 mm mortars. All of them are weapons that can effectively kill and injure the demon wolves. Of course, please ask the commander to automatically ignore the guided weapons because there are no satellites in the sacred sky continent. Li Yaoming suddenly felt that he was not being punked. With the military expenses consumed in such a battle, could he really carry it? Chapter 57, Task Force Battalion. Report. Zhang Hu, the commander of the Tiger Task Force, raised his hand. Li Yaoming nodded. Speak. Zhang Hu stood up and shouted. Why don't you prioritize tanks? From Type 80 until Type 99, any kind of tank with a 125 mm main gun plus a 12.7 mm caliber machine gun is more than enough for defense missions. Indeed, after reading the introduction of the demon wolf, there were too many heavy weapons that could take out the demon wolf, and with a comprehensive selection, The king of land warfare tank was certainly the most preferred choice. From the range to the power, to the protection of the personnel, it was a complete blow to a whole bunch of weapons introduced by Su Rollin. Su Rollin smiled blandly and opened her mouth to explain. Two problems. The first is the speed of the demon wolf. The demon wolf that can jump 30 meters. We can brainstorm its speed and measure the chances of the tank gun hitting the target. The military men were silent and speechless. Do they still need to test it? In addition to the grenade ranged attack that could kill some of the demon wolves, the tank gun's armor-piercing rounds could only rely on luck if they wanted to directly hit the target. Coupled with the speed of fire issue, it would not be as effective as dozens and dozens of heavy machine guns set up. Su Rollin pointed to Zhu Hongyang and teased. The second problem, it depends on whether our young master Zhu can move it or not. Unless you can dismantle the tank into parts that are less than 300 pounds, and then go over there and still assemble it. Zhu Hongyang smiled awkwardly. That. What? Anything over this weight? I can't bring it over there. The military people, including General Li Yaoming, all looked at Zhu Hongyang with odd faces. Although at that time Zhu Hongyang brought Wei Lilong and Su Rollin to visit the sacred sky continent, also briefly explained the rules of crossing, but the military people who did not take it seriously. Most people's first feeling is to think Zhu Hongyang is playing tricks, and even speculate that Zhu Hongyang is afraid of the military heavy equipment group into the New World, lose the dominant power and intentionally. But now that Su Rollin brought up the matter again, it forced them to take it seriously. Although many weapons can be decomposed, but to decompose to each part is not more than 300 pounds. That can be difficult, especially such as tanks and cannons and other heavy weapons. Maybe just a gun barrel, Zhu Hongyang cannot hold. After Su Rollin's introduction, she then looked at the several officers with a solemn look. With such a configuration, against more than 2,000 demon wolves, do you have confidence? Li Yaoming had been secretly focusing on Fan Ernyang. This fairy-like character had been old and calm, and suddenly had a bottom line in his heart. Snap! General Li Yaoming heavily tapped the table and began to give orders. Pass on my order. Group A Army to immediately mobilize 600 Type 81-7, 62mm caliber light machine guns and 500,000 rounds of armor-piercing ammunition, and transport them here by 10 o'clock tomorrow. Order the Central Plains Military Region to mobilize 200 high and level dual-purpose anti-aircraft machine guns and 200,000 rounds of armor-piercing incendiary ammunition, and transport them here by 10 o'clock tomorrow. Influenced by movies and TV dramas, you can often see the protagonist holding a light machine gun while charging and firing. In fact, that thing is simply fooling people. Even a lightweight machine gun, it is still a machine gun. Not just anyone can hold it and charge. And most of the light machine gun magazines are 20 rounds. Hold down the trigger a few seconds to finish. Dare to do that, person. Only 2 words. Looking for death. However, this time is the defense of the city. Trained warriors, 1 person a light machine gun. Do not have to move. But no problem. So Li Yaoming a transfer is 600, and has been phased out of the 81 type. It is not that we do not use the new light machine guns, but the new machine guns are generally 5.88mm caliber, although the fire density is greater, but the lethality and range, obviously not as good as the old 7.62mm machine guns. As for heavy machine guns, that is really no way. The old 12.7mm and above caliber has been phased out, so General Li Yaoming direct orders. Mobilizing is gradually being phased out by surface-to-air missiles anti-aircraft machine guns. Others such as mortars, rocket launchers, man-portable missiles can only be subsequently mobilized slowly. After all, Wei Lilong Special Service Battalion, although the establishment is not small, there are 4 companies, but more emphasis on mobility. Wheeled armored vehicles, helicopter gunships are all there, in favor of these equipment, but really do not have, or so little as to have only so much 1 or 2 pieces. Afterwards, Li Yaoming swept his eyes over a few officers and droned in a deep voice. Ji Taijun. Bone is a militant molecule. Heard the first to be named. Ji Taijun was overjoyed, stood at attention and shouted. 2. Li Yaoming slowly said, immediately take over the Special Duty Battalion's residence. From now on, if any news leaks out, you will be the only one to be questioned. Ji Taijun immediately froze. Together with this battle, there is no Dragon Soul Special Forces anything. Li Yaoming ignored him and swept his eyes from Wei Lilong. Xinan and Zhang Hu. In terms of rank, Wei Lilong is the lowest. In terms of seniority, Wei Lilong is Qinan's soldier. However, Li Yaoming favored Wei Lilong. Wei Lilong, appoint you as the battalion commander of the Special Advance Battalion. Xinan and Zhang Hu as deputy battalion commanders, and Zhao Hongwei as chief of staff. Xinan and Zhang Hu had no objections, although they were both higher than Wei Lilong in terms of their positions. But this combat mission, similar to the World War I era trench warfare model, they were really not good at it. Regardless of whether it was the Blood Wolf Special Operations Team or the Tigers Special Operations Team, Both of them were formed for the purpose of offense, and in terms of defense, it was conversely inferior to the Special Operations Battalion that was dedicated to guarding the Group Army Command. Zhao Hongwei also did not expect. Li Yaoming directly gave him a Special Task Force Battalion Chief of Staff position. To know, the Army establishment, only brigade regiment and above combat units, there is a Chief of Staff position, battalion level units at most 1 or 2 combat staff. However, this is also considered to be disguised to give him a chance, whether he can be promoted to general within 2 years. Brightly Mary Xie Danxiang. This battle is crucial, otherwise only consider Zhu Hongyang's proposal. Before they could react, Li Yaoming commanded again. All the warriors of the Fierce Tiger Special Combat Team and the Blood Wolf Special Combat Team here, all of them are organized into the Task Force Battalion. This was nothing to be ashamed of. Ever since they learned of this secret, Zhang Hu and Qina knew that it was impossible to let them go back, and being organized into the Task Force Battalion to participate in this battle had already been considered as extraordinarily gracious. Li Yaoming pondered for a moment, and categorically commanded. As for the bodyguard escorts of each family, most of them are also retired fighters. All of them are organized into the Task Force Battalion. Wei Lilong was overjoyed. Originally his Task Force Battalion only had 4 companies. Even if the logistical personnel were integrated into the combat sequence, there were no more than 500 people. Defending the 3 city walls was a struggle. However, the mighty tigers and blood wolves were each organized into 1, plus the bodyguards of all the big families. The total strength was close to 1,000 people, obviously much more generous. But when it comes to this, Zhu Hongyang fell back to remember the Wang family successively 2 times to find trouble. Interrupted Li Yaoming, that Wang family, and that secretary of yours. Li Yaoming sighed softly. After all, with me for almost 10 years, deprived of military status? After all, he only mastered the cabbage and back to spring tea. Chapter 58. You are my woman. Zhu Hongyang some dissatisfaction. This is the same as still exposing his family in the eyes of those people to block the gun. Li Yaoming long sigh. Speech with vicissitudes, people old, some soft heart, cannot see one after another familiar people leave? Your manor, the location of your choice. Si Wenxiu raised his head, and Su Ruolin wordlessly stared at each other. Seemingly sparks flashed. Zhu Hongyang, who also has quite a lot of experience, was silent. Without this old man's protection, how could he have the opportunity to sit here and speak terms with the military? Lifting his head, Zhu Hongyang looked at Su Ruolin, faintly said, what conditions did you actually put forward with old General Li? Say it all. Su Ruolin was inexplicably a bit flustered. She took the liberty of making some private agreements with Li Yaoming on behalf of Zhu Hongyang. What if Zhu Hongyang didn't approve? Meeting Fan Ernyang's calm and self-contained eyes, Su Ruolin quickly regained her composure and blandly said, we were both born and raised in China, and I promise elderly that you won't bring the experts from over there and invade China. Zhu Hongyang shook his head. How could this be possible? He wasn't even sure if martial arts psychic masters could resist airplanes and cannons, not to mention the mysterious nuclear weapons, laser weapons, sonic weapons. At least for now, he wouldn't have this in mind. Fan Ernyang suddenly spoke faintly. We are not interested in a world with thin auras. Li Yaoming, including several officers, breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Having this one speak up would almost ensure that Earth would not be invaded. Zhu Hongyang pondered for a moment and also came to a realization. No one else would do a losing deal. In the sacred sky continent live peacefully. There are 300 years of life. If the cultivation is successful, become a human martial artist, then can live 400 years. Or a burst of luck, become a divine martial artist, can live into thousands of years of the old man. On the contrary, what about entering the earth world? Even if one became the king of the world, coupled with all sorts of means, it was hard to say if one could live to be 150 years old, let alone live for hundreds of years. This was actually a question of choice. Choose the Shakura, or choose mediocrity for 10,000 years? Different people have different choices. Put on Zhu Hongyang, he would rather be a 10,000 years of Wang bastard. Do not want to be a meteor. Of course, to be able to look at the 2 worlds, even if Zhu Hongyang Ironheart nestled in the Shangtian continent when the Turtle King 8 million years, is destined to be far from the word mediocrity. Su Ruolin said solemnly, the military is building a manor for us, not for free, but it will also be a cultivation base for Chinese cabbages and rejuvenation tea. Si Wenxiu inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. If this manor was a base for cooperation with the military and not a gift from Su Ruolin to Zhu Hongyang, it was not unacceptable. But for the we in Su Ruolin's words, Si Wenxiu was unhappy, especially unhappy, so Zhu Hongyang was again poisoned by her 2 fingers and Zhu Hongyang wrinkled his eyebrows, secretly bare from the daughter-in-law's attack, fell in Su Ruolin's eyes. It seems that Zhu Hongyang on her trespassing very dissatisfied, cannot help but feel apprehensive. Exhale a long breath, Zhu Hongyang slowly said, orange is born in Huainan is orange. born in Huabei is Hovenia. The leaves are similar. In fact, the taste is different. So what? So what? Soil and water are different. Zhu Hongyang not drag the text, but he really do not have confidence in the earth world cultivated the Shangtian continent of cabbage. After all, the two heaven and earth aura concentration difference of several times, and Su Roland research results also prove that even if the cabbage contains a lot of heaven and earth aura, but by the environment diluted faster. Su Roland shook her head speechlessly. Why is this person so slow? Seeing that Li Yaoming didn't have the slightest intention of explaining, Su Roland could only explain stiffly. Although we can travel between the two worlds, you don't want to face a siege when you return to Earth, right? This manor, no matter what is planted, it will be under the close monitoring of the military, and the output of cabbages and tea will be sold in appropriate quantities, and being able to buy it with money, most people won't go out of their way to do so. In that case, you will still be able to live normally on Earth. Zhu Hongyang and Si Wenxiu glanced at each other. Both were a little moved. The couple themselves were small people at the bottom of society. Why bother stirring up trouble when they could live a peaceful life? Fan and Yang suddenly spoke. Feasible. Although the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is thin here, it is not absent. As long as the spirit gathering formation is set up, this kind of weed with a growth period of only a few months can effectively improve your bodies. The earthlings, including Zhu Hongyang, all had their cheeks twitching and were speechless. Cabbage and spring return tea, which were no less than panaceas, were just weeds in other people's mouths. However, this also proved the decline of the earth side by side. The aura of heaven and earth was not absent, but it gradually became thin. Perhaps the time when it completely disappeared was the time when the earth became uninhabitable. At the same time, it also proves that the earth is not without better things, similar to the Tianshan snow lotus, He Shawu, ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum and other things, far better than the effectiveness of Chinese cabbage. But unfortunately, that is with the growth of years long enough in exchange. As a result of gathering dozens of hundreds of years of heaven and earth aura, weak human physique simply cannot withstand. Cut so a piece of 2 slices will be able to hang on to life. The whole to take, but will take a small life. The reason why ordinary people can also eat a lot of cabbage, simply because of the short growing period. Even in the Shangtian continent, that kind of rich aura of the world, contains the world's aura is also extremely limited. Thinking to understand the complexity of the people. Although mankind has now begun to focus on the protection of the environment, but with the development of science and technology, it is always difficult to reach a balance with the destruction. Or one day, mankind can only wander into space, struggling to find a new place to live. Zhu Hongyang shook his head. 2 distant things, now he cannot care, or care about the immediate right, pursued, and, Su Roland hesitated for a moment and slowly said, train a team of martial artists for the military. Pulling out a cigarette case, Zhu Hongyang, like no one else, pulled out a light, took a deep breath. This request was expected, but also reasonable. Thinking for a moment, Zhu Hongyang nodded. It can be done, but you should not overestimate the ability of martial artists. They are strong because they cultivate true chi, but the aura of heaven and earth is thin. Nodding his head, Zhu Hongyang looked straight at Su Roland. What else? Say it together. Su Roland shook her head. Her current knowledge of the sacred sky continent was limited. The military naturally couldn't ask for too much, but she had a feeling of being at a loss. Zhu Hongyang nodded wearily and said in a low voice, that's it. Send out the troops tomorrow and finish off those demon wolves. Li Yaoming understood and waved his hand, and the military men filed out. Si Wenxiu was flanked by Fan Ernyang and Red Moon as they left the conference room, leaving only men and women with difficult relationships inside. After a moment of silence, Su Roland whispered, you can curse if you want to. Zhu Hongyang gazed at Su Roland for a moment and said in a deep voice, you are my woman. Your decision is my decision. Chapter 59, Forcing Brother to be the Evil One. Su Roland was stunned, not expecting Zhu Hongyang to actually put this matter down just like that. To be honest, Su Roland this time trespassing over Zhu Hongyang directly and the military agreement has been prepared. Zhu Hongyang angry preparation. Zhu Hongyang scared Su Roland and said, do you know, psychics are capable of reading other people's memories. Thinking about the marvelous feeling of soul resonance, Su Roland's pretty face was slightly red. It was not as simple as reading other people's memories, but rather, it was mind interoperability. And she also knew Zhu Hongyang's dirty thoughts, although a little bit of ambiguity between the two. And even Su Roland is taking the initiative to strategy Zhu Hongyang. But Zhu Hongyang still did not make a clear statement, even if his small mind has been seen by all outsiders. Therefore, Zhu Hongyang bluntly said that you are my woman. This sentence inexplicably let Su Roland a little steal. Walking over, leaning over and kissing Zhu Hongyang lightly on his forehead, she laughed. Then guess, what am I going to do next? Scare not to be scared. This is Zhu Hongyang at this time. The situation froze, looking at Su Roland stride towards the door. cannot help but anxious, hey, help me. Zhu Roland's body stopped, only then remembered that this guy's leg is broken is still not good. At this time the entire conference room only left the two of them, obviously as Li Yaoming and Fan Ernyang to give her the opportunity to create. Cannot help but playful face slightly red, slowly walked back to Zhu Hongyang's side, stretched out his hands to help Zhu Hongyang's arm, ready to assist him up. Unexpectedly Zhu Hongyang reached out and dragged her, suddenly fell into Zhu Hongyang's arms. Every time by this beautiful female officer counter-molestation, Zhu Hongyang this time is considered the guest as the master. Was Zhu Roland pressed legs do not seem to hurt, anxious fire stretching mouth to kiss Zhu Roland, lips and teeth, nose and breath, the pungent smell of tobacco, just as Zhu Roland panicked, pressed Zhu Hongyang's chest want to avoid, a lavender light bloomed, shrouded the two, mysterious power flowed, from Zhu Hongyang brow rushed out, instantly traveled all over the body, through the two connected lips and teeth, into Zhu Roland body. For a time, the two people had the feeling of water and milk blending together. This kind of you have me, I have you feeling is too wonderful, so that the two people are addicted to it cannot extricate themselves, forget to kiss and do not want to separate. A clamor outside the door, mixed with Ji Taijun scolding. Zhu Roland instantly awake. Shame and anger pushed away Zhu Hongyang, stood up, but feel the body light. There is a kind of feeling like a new body. Zhu Hongyang dry laugh, just a moment of uncontrollable, completely forgetting that outside is a bunch of people waiting for it, stood up and stretched, the whole body crackling bones, soothing a lot. Zhu Roland exclaimed, your legs. Zhu Hongyang was stunned, and only then realized that his leg, which was broken in the afternoon, actually did not have the slightest pain, kicking his leg, bouncing in place. Zhu Hongyang was convinced that the leg injury that needed 3 months on Earth and 3 to 5 days in Fan Ernyang's mouth to recover, was actually all healed. Bang! The door of the conference room was pushed open and a group of people walked in. Zhu Hongyang couldn't help but be secretly glad that Zhu Roland had already escaped and wasn't caught red-handed, because the one who came in first was none other than Siwenxiu. Sweeping through a large group of people, Zhu Hongyang's eyes fell on two strangers. Finally understand what a large number of people come in to do, purely to see the fun. Thin black down jacket, small flat head, tough young man, quickly in Zhu Hongyang impression of the figure standing next to the Maserati overlap, just hidden under the window of the car full of murderous eyes, but now full of apprehension. This is the person who almost drove over him and Cheng Yun. Striding forward, Zhu Hongyang kicked him in the stomach. Bang! Chen Xiaobao directly flew backwards, a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. Ji Taijun who reacted faster held Chen Xiaobao, but was driven by that fierce force, stomping back several steps. Xiaobao! Mu Qingju cried out in shock, pouncing to Chen Xiaobao's side to support him, tears dripping down her face. Everyone looked at Zhu Hongyang like a monster. Was this still that ordinary middle-aged uncle? This kick is heavy, but obviously Zhu Hongyang did not use all his strength, but after the special warrior anti-strike training, but was a kick flying and spitting blood. This if the full force of a kick, not to kick people even Zhu Hongyang himself froze. When did he have so much strength? Fan Ernyang looked at Zhu Hongyang, and then looked at Zhu Roland. The corner of her mouth showed a smile. That mysterious power is about to be controlled by the young master. Zhu Roland's face was reddened by Fan Ernyang's glance. It seemed that nothing could be hidden from this magical Ernyang. Chen Xiaobao slowly took a breath, barely stood up straight, wiped the blood around his mouth, dragged his left leg and walked to Zhu Hongyang's body, plopping down on his knees. I deserve to die. You can kill me, but please give Qingju a way out. After saying this, Chen Xiaobao touched his forehead to the ground and waited quietly for his sentence. Xiaobao! Mu Qingju cried out in sorrow and rushed to Chen Xiaobao's side to try to drag him up. But where could she drag him? So she couldn't help but kneel in front of Zhu Hongyang along with Chen Xiaobao. Zhu Hongyang was surprisingly calm at this moment, not royally letting them get up, but looking at these two from the perspective of the main character in his book. Perhaps these two people were pitiful, but did he and Qing Yun deserve to die? That kick. Our grudges are cleared, but you owe my daughter a life. From now on, sell your body to the Zhu family and live only for my daughter. Can you possibly do that? Li Yaoming, Ji Taijun, Wei Lilong, Guan Ziwen and other military figures silently watched the scene. This matter, the military was tacitly approving. That was why Chen Xiaobao dared to let go and kill Wang Kuan and Mu Haizi without having to bear the murder charge, as they were about to become the first batch of people from Earth to immigrate to the sacred sky continent. However, Zhu Hongyang's sudden change was beyond everyone's expectations. Chen Xiaobao remained silent for a long time, then suddenly raised his head, tilted his face up to meet Zhu Hongyang's eyes, and shouted in a deep voice, "It can be done." Zhu Hongyang slowly nodded his head, reaching out to press his hand on Chen Xiaobao's forehead as he slowly spoke. Born as a Zhu family member, die as a Zhu family ghost. I take the identity of the Zhu family master. accept you as a Zhu family slave. If you dare to betray, heaven and earth will not be allowed, and the gods and people will be executed. Syllables oddly tongue-twisting, through a solemn, although the military people do not understand, but feel the vicissitudes of the ancient and heavy atmosphere. Obviously these words are not just say, but Chen Xiaobao understood. A mysterious power from the forehead through, suddenly born in Zhu Hongyang, fate connected to the feeling. The other side wants him to live, then live, the other side wants him to die, then die. Zhu Hongyang's hand raised, Chen Xiaobao forehead more than a purple point of light, flashing for a moment Feng disappeared. Mu Qingju suddenly cowed out heavily. I wish to follow little treasure. This is forcing me to be the villain. Chapter 60 Household Slaves and Household Generals. The gazes of the crowd fell on Mu Qingju, the poor girl who had been auctioned off by her own father. She had a great future ahead of her. Once she was accepted by the chess saint as a close disciple, it wasn't impossible for her to become a household name in the country as a female chess saint, but she was single-handedly destroyed by her own father. Huan Ziwen couldn't help but say, Mr. Zhu, just take her. With Wang Kuan and Mu Haizi killed by Qin Xiaobao's own hands, Mu Qingju had no more attachments in this world, and if Qin Xiaobao traveled to the sacred sky continent and left her alone on earth, what was the point of her living? Su Rollin also spoke softly. Hongyang. Zhu Hongyang hesitated for a moment, but finally reached out and pressed Mu Qingju's forehead, repeating the previous action. As the purple point of light disappeared into Mu Qingju's forehead, Zhu Hongyang looked up at Fan Ernyang. Where is the slave seal? Wasn't that purple point of light just now? Fan Ernyang smiled and shook her head. It seemed that the mysterious power within the young master's body was not just as simple as the power of space. Looking towards the two of them, Chen Xiaobao and Mu Qingju, she spoke with a solemn expression. The Shu family does not raise useless people. Later on, follow me to Dimming Martial City, pick out a gongfu, study hard and practice hard, and advance to a martial artist as soon as possible. Only then will you be qualified to serve beside the young miss. This well-phrased Chinese language echoed in the conference room, instantly causing several power-hungry officers to look enviously at Chen Xiaobao and Mu Qingju. There was such a good thing? Wei Lilong, who had been to the sacred sky continent once, couldn't help but speak up. Mr. Zhu, this time, when he traveled to the sacred sky continent to help Zhu Hongyang expel the demon wolves, Zhu Hongyang offered a reward of a bottle of spring recovery tea per person. But for Wei Lilong and the others, it was obvious that the secret books of martial arts were much more tempting. China from ancient times to the present. Martial arts also once had a very brilliant period. The ancient Qi refiners comparable to the Shang-Tian continent's psychic masters. Late internal martial arts is also equivalent to the Shang-Tian continent martial artists. But with the extinction of the internal true Qi, only left to compare the external skills of the flower show, can not even do to strengthen the body, but will be practiced full of dark injuries. As for today's health techniques, not to mention, either obscure, or esoteric, can be practiced out of a hall of fame, more than 1 billion people inside, cannot find a few. Zhu Hongyang hesitation. Martial arts novels, every martial arts secret book came out, will set off a bloody storm. Shangtian continent of martial arts secret book once into the earth. Exactly what kind of consequences will arise, it is difficult to predict. Against Si Wenshou's knife-like gaze, Su Rollin approached Zhu Hongyang, gently tugged on his arm, and softly said, Brother Yang, cultivating a team of martial artists for the country. Sooner or later, we will have to teach them. The earth's heaven and earth's spiritual chi is thin, and their future height is limited. Li Yaoming's face twitched, although Su Rollin's words were right, and she was also asking for favors for the military. But why did it sound so awkward? Seeing Zhu Hongyang still hesitating, Su Rollin suddenly raised her voice and shouted, Chao Jun, Chao Hai. Two tall warriors walked in side by side, and Li Yaoming's old face became even more unsightly. That head of the Chao family, in recent years, had been cultivating his cronies' forces in a big way. Even the military was unable to defend themselves. These two were the nails that Chao Tianlong had planted into the general staff guard. Control Zhu Hongyang action. Chao family sent a team of bodyguards, purely for the military to see. Chao Tianlong called Su Rollin, but also as just a test, because he is too clear about his own daughter's behavior. The real killer, in fact, is to follow in the body of Wang Junlin, similar to the ancient dead Chao Jun Chao Si. It's a pity that Wang Junlin had to provoke Su Rollin, but Chao Jun and Chao Hai had escorted Su Rollin for a few years, so how could they not recognize the Chao family's eldest daughter with her mother's name? This is also the reason why Su Rollin dared to hold a pistol against Wang Junlin. Even if Xiao Mingtang didn't recognize the gun, Chao Jun and Chao Hai wouldn't let her get hurt. However, this Chao family must do more absolute, holding Zhu Hongyang arm, as if in his pet. These two, is the Chao family training guards, also had to protect me for 3 years, instead of letting them go back to help the evildoer. as well as the income of our Zhu family. It. Li Yaoming was almost thundered over, said the girl extrovert. This is not yet how to drop it into our Zhu family, digging directly into the head of the pro-father. Unfortunately, Zhu Hongyang although in Su Roland private marriage, but also do not understand her background identity, now Zhu family withered. Extreme lack of manpower, although he did not dare to openly from the military here to dig people, but there are ready-made, or do not want to let go, cannot help but look to Fan Ernyang. Fan Ernyang naturally came to the rescue. Close to 1,000 Chinese warriors into the Daimingwu city are not taken seriously, which will care about the District 2 people, not to mention the future second young lady's personal entourage, then take them as house generals. The difference between a family slave and a family general was just one word, and it looked like a family general had a higher status, but in fact, it was not, and there was still a big difference between them. Family generals are similar to the ancient Chinese gatekeepers and secretaries, relying on their own skills to gain the favor of the main family to reuse. Once the main family declines, the family generals are free to come and go, and can still live well in a different place. Of course, freedom is free. Want to get good things, such as skills, weapons, pills, treasures and so on, that need to use the merits of the contribution to exchange. To put it bluntly, take life to earn. Family slaves are different. That is sold to the main family, such as Chen Xiaobao and Mu Qingzhu. That is not surnamed Zhu family. Naturally will be vigorously cultivated. Merit resources will be provided. No need to fight to exchange. However, family slaves are also equal to the lifelong binding of the main family. The main family rise. They rise, enjoy the welfare. The main family decline. They follow the bad luck. In a situation like the Zhu family's murder, the family generals can still find another way to live, but the family slaves will not be spared, because they are the Zhu family. For ordinary people with no foundation, becoming a family slave is far more cost-effective than a family general, because they can immediately get all kinds of resources and training. However, for those who have a complete inheritance with notable strength, it is naturally more suitable for family generals, both in exchange for the resources needed for their own cultivation and the freedom to come and go. Zhu Hongyang and Su Roland didn't know so many twists and turns, and when they saw this great god nodding his head in agreement, they couldn't help but look at Chao Jun and Chao Hai together. Can be selected from the Chao family through the layers of tests. Chao Jun Chao Hai naturally is not a little cute. He could tell just from the battle in front of him that if he didn't agree, he would probably be vaporized. Let them betray the Chao family may not be possible, but follow the Chao family is no pressure. After all, they also followed Su Roland 3 years, the entire Chao family closest to her. At that moment, the two of them kneeled on one knee without hesitation. Only the one kneeling was not Zhu Hongyang, but Su Roland. Fan Ernyang stopped Zhu Hongyang's action of pressing to Chao Jun's forehead and laughed. It's getting late. Why don't we go back to Dimingwu City together? Zhu Hongyang dawned on him and retracted his hand. Tomorrow the military brigade would be entering the sacred sky continent. He really needed to go back and make some arrangements in advance. The power of space rippled. The mauve-colored teleportation door was displayed in front of Li Yaoming's eyes for the first time. Chapter 61, The Inheritance of the Zhu Family Army. Si Wenxiu and Chang Hao were the first to be sent to Daimingwu City by Zhu Hongyang, followed by Hong Yue and Qingyu, before Chen Xiaobao and Mu Qingzhu took their turn, followed by Chao Jun Chao Hai, and finally Fan Ernyang and Su Roland. The number of people in the fallen Zhu family had directly doubled from the previous 8, and now there were 16, but it was still a drop in the bucket for the huge Daimingwu City. Zhu Hongyang rested his breath, looking around the altar. In addition to Zhu Zhong silently guarding one side, Si Wenxiu, Qing Hao, Hong Yue, Qingyu have all left, waiting without waiting for him as the head of the family. Obviously still angry over Su Roland's matter, only Chen Xiaobao, Mu Qingzhu, Chao Jun, Chao Hai, the 4 people who had entered the sacred sky continent for the first time, were still paralyzed on the ground and hadn't adapted. Zhu Hongyang rushed Zhu Zhong, who was like a door god, and asked, "Is Qingyun's injury better?" Zhu Zhong bowed slightly and said in an urn, "Zhu Lao has taken little miss to the Red Jade Fire Cave to heal her injuries and will return in about 3 days." Zhu Hongyang's heart thumped. Tomorrow the military troops will be entering Daimingwu City. The battle to surround the demon wolves will start. This time the old housekeeper who was equivalent to the Zhu family's Si-Pin, actually left with Chang Yun? Fan Ernyang laughed. Young master need not worry. Zhu Lao is just for the little miss to fully recover. A mere 3 days. Nothing will happen. Zhu Hongyang immediately stabilized his mind. Yes, there is still Fan Ernyang here. What is there to worry about? Chen Xiaobao and other 4 people have not yet come to their senses from the shock. Their hands and feet are sore and limp. Their bodies are weak, coupled with the fact that at this time it is already late at night, surrounded by darkness. It is even more so that they do not know what to do. Fan Ernyang reached out a move. The star's light flickered. Have not into the 4 people. Immediately let their body comfortable. relaxed spirit, quickly stand up. A bead emitted a soft and bright light, hovering in front of Fan and Yang, illuminating the steps. Zhu Hongyang and Su Roland slowly walked down the steps side by side, following the main street of dimming Martial City to the front of the dimming Martial Hall, gazing at the three big words that swallowed the mountains and rivers in a hegemonic manner, recalling the old man's glorious life. Zhu Hongyang sighed softly and slowly walked into the dimming Martial Hall. The magnificent atmosphere of the hall makes Su Roland and the four people behind her open their mouths wide. Cannot help but secretly celebrate, chose Zhu Hongyang. The future must be colorful. Fan and Yang's footsteps did not stop, leading them directly to the hideous and overbearing main seat. Faintly said, since you have entered the Zhu family, each person will have one chance. The left wall is the martial arts stone, and the right wall is the psychic stone. You guys choose yourselves. Zhu Hongyang looked at Fan and Yang in shock. What did this mean? Fan and Yang explained. Back then, when the old master led the Zhu family army to defend Dimingwu City, no one thought that they could go back alive. More than 3,000 martial artists were on this martial arts Dao stone, leaving their own martial arts Dao inheritance, and dozens of psychic masters were also on this psychic stone, leaving their own senses. And here is the entire inheritance of the Zhu family army, more than 3,000 martial artists, dozens of psychic masters, such an inheritance. How much of a stir should it cause when it was spread out? Chen Xiaobao did not hesitate to walk towards the left side. What a psychic master was, he did not understand yet, but he still knew about martial arts, so naturally he did not hesitate. A dark boulder 3 zhang high and 3 zhang wide set in the wall. As Chen Xiaobao approached, it steeply emitted dark millimeters of light, as if the slumbering hideous beast had opened its mouth to swallow Chen Xiaobao in one gulp. A bit of purple aura flickered in the center of his eyebrow. Chen Xiaobao stood there motionless in a foolish manner. Mu Qingju worriedly called out softly, Xiaobao. Fan and Yang waved her hand and said, don't disturb him, choose for yourself with your heart. Mu Qingju was silent for a moment and slowly walked towards the right side. She had no hands and was not interested in fighting and killing, so there was only the channeling path to choose from. Chao Jun and Chao Hai glanced at each other and silently walked towards the left side. The fighting training they received was closer to Wudao and had that foundation. However, the Wudao stone did not respond. The two of them were confused. Fan and Yang calmly said, this is the inheritance of the Zhu clan army. Make a martial Dao oath. Join the Zhu clan army and never betray. Only then will you be recognized by the inheritance stone. Zhu Hongyang seemed to be enlightened. The three most pithy sentences about martial arts in ancient China, and the ones he quoted the most in his novels, were actually expounding on this. Refining essence transforms Qi, refining Qi transforms God, and refining God returns to emptiness. Any cultivation is a trinity of essence, Qi, and spirit. It is simply impossible for one to dominate over the other, and it won't go far without one, let alone missing two legs. So that kind of spiritual power is strong physical body weak mess of magicians, theoretically does not exist, and through thousands of warriors, spiritual will are very strong, and how can the soul is fragile and unbearable? Since this martial Dao stone condenses the essence and spirit inheritance of more than 3,000 martial artists, there is naturally a condition for opening it. The Zhu family, or the Zhu family army warriors, coming to the sacred sky continent. Chao Jun Chao Hai already had no way back, and since the young lady appeared to have taken root in this mysterious place, it didn't seem to make any difference whether she became a general of the Zhu family or a member of the Zhu family army. At that moment, Chao Jun Chao Hai raised his left hand and made a martial Dao oath to join the Zhu family army and never betray. As the voice fell, the martial Dao stone immediately emitted a dark light that enveloped the two of them. Seeing this, Su Roland couldn't help but leap forward and asked, Yang, can I accept the inheritance? Fan Yang nodded with a smile. You resonate with the young master's soul. This martial Dao stone Tongling stone will naturally not reject you. It's just that as the Zhu family's second lady, the Zhu family has a gong method that is more suitable for you. Su Roland was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, then has Si Wenxiu already started practicing martial arts? Zhu Hongyang's ears also perked up. On earth, Si Wenxiu's punch, it wasn't like he hadn't practiced. Fan Yang laughed, the Zhu family's dim martial technique is too overbearing and overly murderous, so you should practice softer techniques. Yin and Yang complement each other. In order to go farther, the young lady is practicing the mountains and rivers brocade kung fu, and after the great completion, the chest will hide the brocade, and the belly will have mountains and rivers. Which is the preferred choice? Su Roland suddenly said, I still want to try. Zhu Hongyang couldn't help but advise, since there are better ones, why do you need to try these chances? Su Roland stubbornly shook her head, striding towards the right side. The light green aura of the Tongling stone blossomed, enveloping Mu Qingju and Su Roland respectively, and the eyes of the two slowly closed. Zhu Hongyang sighed softly, It seems that wanting Si Wenxiu and Su Roland to coexist peacefully is a bit unlikely, so he had to divert his attention and asked in a low voice, Yang, this martial arts stone and the tunneling stone, what exactly is the difference? Fan Yang lightly laughed. In fact, martial artists and psychic cultivation methods, although different, but the same path. Heaven-level experts without exception are the pursuit of the unity of heaven and man. Zhu Hongyang puzzled and asked, then what is the significance of distinguishing between a martial artist and a psychic? Fan Yang revealed a contemplative look, and only after a long time did she slowly say, this has to start from the meteor shower that was the origin of the sacred sky continent's martial civilization. Chapter 62. That meteor shower. Fan Yang raised her hand, gently caressing the top of Zhu Hongyang's head, and laughed. The ultimate goal pursued by martial artists is the unity of heaven and man, until they can physically cross the void, and be powerful. So the stronger the strength, the longer the lifespan. There is nothing wrong with this. Zhu Hongyang wrote a novel that is immortal cultivation, but where immortal cultivation? Living for a few hundred years is trivial. 1,000 years or even eternal immortality is also very normal. The opposite is the urban cultivation category. A cultivator who has lived for thousands of years, or a guy who can live for thousands of years, running into a bunch of people who can only live for decades. All kinds of pretending, all kinds of cool. How to look at it is not cool, but elephants learn from ants. Ridiculous. Fan Yang easily felt Zhu Hongyang's thoughts, and let out a light laugh. The world where young master is psychic, follows the path of technological development. Even if you can build giant ships to cross the void, it won't be of much use in prolonging your lifespan. Zhu Hongyang let out a bitter smile. It was really like that. Although there were rumors on the internet that a certain mad scientist claimed to be able to extend a person's lifespan to 1,000 years, even if it was true, it was definitely not universal, and had no relevance to the majority of people. The most important thing is that ordinary mortals 100 years of life, the back 10 or 20 years, either lingering sickbed, or confused, can be awake after 100 years of life? Only a few. Even if technology is again developed, according to the current situation, want to effectively extend the life of the group, is not a short period of time can be done, even if the use of means of change for change, in addition to the brain all change out, into a non-human monster appearance, can live more than 3 or 5 decades, even if he is bullish. Fan Yang lightly laughed. Sacred Sky Continent was originally also a barren land. The human race only has a few decades of life expectancy. According to ancient texts, tens of thousands of years ago, a meteor shower covering the entire continent, so that the aura here is plentiful. Human beings bathed in the aura of this heaven and earth, and gradually toughened up, and life expectancy has been extended to 300 years up and down. Zhu Hongyang was dumbfounded. This was too metaphysical, right? If a meteor shower could change a world, then why didn't such a good thing come to Earth? However, even if there was such a meteor shower that revived the Earth's aura, it would still be destroyed by humans who didn't know how to protect the environment, right? Fan Yang continued to give him the history of the sacred sky continent. It is after this meteor shower, a very few people in their sleep to obtain some incomplete inheritance, become the first batch of psychic masters on the sacred sky continent. They can utilize the aura of heaven and earth, overturning the mountains and seas, and even more communicating with the different worlds, to observe the rise and fall of one world after another. Zhu Hongyang silent. This thing cannot be explained clearly. It is not scientific. If you have to explain, it seems like a weaker version of the Earth's mythical world. After all, psychic or not, martial artists, compared to the mythological world of those great powers, or too weak. However, no one had ever seen the characters in the mythical world, while an Earth spiritist was actually standing right in front of them. Su Han lightly waved. A light curtain appeared out of thin air. A light and strange picture was displayed in front of Zhu Hongyang. Countless sci-fi films will only have the gorgeous mechs, densely fought in the air. Colorful columns of light sweeping, from time to time have been smashed into a ball of flame fall. Picture a turn, from the sci-fi world instantly into the world of immortals. Countless people wearing gorgeous armor or imperial sword or riding beasts battle into a mess. A variety of dazzling magic spells against the bombardment. Let a person dazzled. The scene changes again, and it seems that in the infinite universe, a huge spaceship encounters a person who is traveling with a sword. When technology meets immortality cultivation, the so-called energy cannons are a joke. Watching the giant sword cut through the void, the spaceship did not even have dregs left. Zhu Hongyang was silent. Cultivators who can physically cross the void, far from Zhu Hongyang's vision can be imagined. The potential and limits of the human body, but also far from the area of genetic engineering can be detected. Zhu Hongyang finally understood why the old housekeeper and Fan Yang were so calm about him traveling through 2 worlds. Because psychic masters can communicate with all worlds, although they cannot go, but they can see too many worlds of light and strange. For example, just now the suspected cultivation world battle screen, not to mention the Earth, then the sacred sky continent do not know how many times more advanced. In comparison, one's own traveling between two lower worlds is really not that weird. Fan'er waved her hand as the light screen annihilated, and softly said, "Young master, this is the picture I once saw in my psychic. Do you know the biggest difference between these two civilization systems?" Zhu Hongyang let out a bitter smile. "Is there any need to explain? Being strong on one's own is truly strong. Using any means to be strong is just a dream bubble." Only then did Fan'er continue. After the first batch of psychic masters passed down the inheritance they had obtained, they realized that even though everyone could cultivate, it was still only a very small number of people who could become psychic masters. Although other people can be strong through cultivation, but always just personal strength enhancement, and later on the formation of martial artists and psychic masters of two major schools, but as long as to become a celestial masters? In fact, there is no difference between the strong and weak, but only different means, and the biggest change is the change of the physique. Human martial artists can have a life expectancy of 400 years, Earth martial artists can live for more than 500 years, and heaven-level experts, at least more than 800 years of life expectancy. These, Zhu Hongyang some don't know, heard it at that time and didn't take it seriously, but at this moment, Fan'er brought these up again. Suddenly his body shook and sensed that something was wrong. As one of the 8 marshals of the imperial dynasty, the heavenly martial arts expert, theoretically living at 800 years old no problem. How can even ordinary people should be 300 years old did not live long enough, and left his hand in the West? Old dad Zhu Shiwan, as an earth spiritualist, how could he not know the rules of psychic, and his soul plunged into a different dimension and collapsed and died? Fan'er's tender white fingers stretched out, pressed Zhu Hongyang's mouth, gently shook his head, signaling that he did not need to ask out. Zhu Hongyang mood is a little heavy. It seems that Zhu Hongba involved in the battle for the throne is not completely brainless reckless behavior, must have some kind of purpose, and even that the fourth young master's playboy behavior are deliberately condoned out. I thought that after beating back the demonic wolf, I would be able to be a city lord in peace, planting vegetables and raising flowers, and I could live a perfect little life, but now it seems that it is still too optimistic. Buzz, the light on the martial arts stone bloomed, a slender sword with a dark body appeared in the air, slaughtering the 4 directions of absolute love and righteousness of the sword intent swept over. Zhu Hongyang body sweat hairs stand up. Play this kind of sword people are cold and cruel killing guy. Of course, this is his own brain. Watching the long dark sword stab into Chen Xiaobao's brow and slowly dissipate, Fan'er sighed softly. The sword is a sword of desperation. The man is a lover of many. To guard a party with a sword of desperation, worthy of being a heavenly jade divine general, one of the 24 generals of the Zhu family army, the heavenly Jedi divine general, the inherited technique, the heavenly Jedi divine sword. Chapter 63 Harsh Conditions for Becoming a Martial Artist. Chen Xiaobao slowly sat down on his knees, digesting the heavenly jade divine general inheritance technique. However, Fan'er lightly scolded, "It's not time for you to cultivate yet. Kneel and thank me." Chen Xiaobao was creeped out and knelt down to the martial Dao stone, respectfully bowing 9 times. Buzz, the vision appeared again. A dark glow transformed into a mountain and slowly pressed down like Tarzan, arriving at the center of Chao Jun's brow and transforming into an ebony hammer. Zhu Hongyang looked at Fan'er. Which mighty one's legacy is this? Fan'er shook her head slightly. She was not even born when the Zhu family army was defending Daiming Wu City, so how would she know what kind of inheritance the more than 3,000 people in the Zhu family army had? Even the 8 commanders and 24 generals at that time, apart from the more special ones, most of them were unknown to her. At this time, a vision appeared on the right side. Cyan light bloomed and gradually evolved into a crisscrossing chessboard. That's right, a chessboard composed of cyan light, 19 vertical and horizontal lines, precisely the Go board Zhu Hongyang was familiar with. Points of golden aura in the interlocking position of the lines lit up and annihilated. It seems that in the void there are 2 chess masters fighting. After a long time, the entire board turned into a stream of light, rushed into Mu Qingzhu's brow and disappeared. Fan'er bowed slightly. Congratulations young master. Congratulations young master. I wish the 24 generals of the Zhu family, the heavenly Jedi divine general and the heavenly star divine general have reappeared. The heavens will not fail my Zhu family. Zhu Hongyang looked at Chen Xiaobao, then Mu Qingzhu. Never would have imagined that sending a kindness would reap such great rewards. Chen Xiaobao is a good seedling that Fan'er sees, not hesitating to use Su Roland to make Zhu Hongyang give up his former suspicion and income Zhu family, and to be able to obtain the inheritance of the heavenly Jedi divine general also proves that her eyes of the law are not bad, but the distribution over the Mu Qingzhu, that is purely unexpected, which thought that this seemingly ordinary woman, surprisingly so stunning, Fan'er whispered, The sky is a chessboard and the stars as children. The sun is the eyes and the moon is the heart. This heavenly star divine skill. The start is a psychic apprentice. That world, although the aura is thin, how many geniuses there are. The visions gradually dissipated, and the martial Dao stone and Tongling stone returned to silence. As Su Rolan and Chao Hai walked back unwillingly, the five of them were booming with opportunities. Chen Xiaobao had obtained the heavenly jade divine general inheritance. Mu Qingzhu had obtained the heavenly star divine general inheritance. And Chao Jun had gained something even though he wasn't as dazzling as the two of them. In favor of the two of them who had gained nothing, Zhu Hongyang didn't know how to comfort Su Rolan as he couldn't figure out the rules of the inheritance either. So he could only hold her hand and comfort her. Don't be discouraged. We still have the mountain river brocade technique, Su Rolan said unwillingly. Yang, just now, I clearly saw 33 light clusters flying around me. Why did they somehow all fly away? Fan Yang's face changed slightly. 33 light masses? This second young lady was really something. The Shu family army happened to have 33 psychic masters back then, and the ones that left their legacy on this psychic stone were naturally 33, and they were actually all invoked by her. There was no other reason why she flew away. It was because she had a more powerful inheritance on her, making these 33 kinds of inheritance ashamed of themselves. Thinking of the faint purple aura that rose up when she spied Su Rolan and Zhu Hongyang kissing on earth, causing her to feel a sense of trembling, a hint of a smile spread across the corners of Fan Yang's mouth. Taking out a palm-sized jade, handing it to Zhu Hongyang, Fan Yang slowly said, in order to cultivate martial arts, you must first be literate. This dimming martial fist recipe, you have to be able to read and understand it on your own. Now you read it to me. Zhu Hongyang subconsciously took the jade, and was shocked. This was actually a jade book. Don't get it wrong. It's not some lofty jade book that you can input into your mind once you stick it to your head and never forget it again. That's immortal cultivation, not martial arts. With a sharp instrument, cut jade into palm-sized pieces of jade, and then carved with the content of the technique, a few pieces together, to form a record of boxing jade book. Restricted by the area is not large. The words on it are extremely small. Zhu Hongyang habitually squinted his eyes, cohesion of eyesight to look carefully. One by one, oddly shaped text. See, his head is dizzy. Do not recognize a word. Shengtian continent's text. So far Zhu Hongyang can only recognize the Ming Wu Hall 3 words. Even if Zhu Hongyang 3 words written out, he still do not know. Fan Yang solemnly said, young master, if you don't know how to read and write, no matter what technique you learn, how can you understand the meaning and reasoning, and then realize the way of heaven? Zhu Hongyang opened his mouth wide. It seems that he was fooled by the novel. What big words cannot read a top master? Absolutely is fooling people. Without some cultural background, how can learn the complex and profound internal martial arts? Even if the Chinese state later pure body refining masters, such as those who can't read a word of fierce generals, at best, relying on the gift of God, bullying ordinary people, encountered the real masters, absolutely finished. No culture is really terrible. Want to learn martial arts cannot learn, especially involving the internal martial arts. Harnessing the difficulty of the true chi is definitely more difficult than the Earth's various exams, and this is still the otherworldly version of the secret of martial arts. Although Fan Yang can easily be translated into the Earth version, but know the difference between the translation and the original people. Understand how big the difference is. You have to know. This is a secret book of martial arts. Absolutely a tiny difference. That's why it's not enough for optics to understand the sacred sky continent's text, but you also have to know the history of humanities, or else there will be a deviation in understanding, and even a genius can be practiced into a waste of time for you. Fan Yang calmly looked at the three people who had gotten the inheritance. Do you know the meridian points? The three people face are suffocated red. Modern society. No, this is almost a phoenix. Even the meridian points for what people do not know, can refine the true chi? Instantly Zhu Hongyang original worldview also collapsed. What illiterate masters. Little cute. The master can only exist in fiction. The reality is not such a person. This is not over. Fan Yang then said, conditioning the body to heal wounds. Medicinal herbs are essential. So, this medicine of science is also a martial arts must be practiced. Earth also has the saying that medicine and martial arts are not separate. The famous doctors in history, more or less all know a little bit of physical fitness kung fu, and the vast majority of martial artists in the medical path often also have unique insights, involved in cultivation, really no extra skills, to read and write, to familiarize with the meridians, to know medicine, too. No wonder the Chinese martial arts and Chinese medicine had lost their popularity. These conditions were really harsh. Fan Yang Katkin gently lifted, an azure-colored sword emitting a cold aura emerged, flew in a circle around the Mingwu Hall, and re-fell into her hands, gently caressing the sword, and blandly said, although a weapon can be built by anyone, but if you want to fit in with yourself, and to warm up your spirit, you need to know a little bit about refining weapons. Numb. The few people from Earth were all numb. Anyone who took a secret book and practiced to become an expert was not human. Except for those who have a protagonist's aura. It's impossible to become an expert quickly. Even if Monkey popped out of the stone, didn't he still have to learn from a master? Including the 3 people who got the inheritance. From the real opening of the road of the martial artist. Early. Chapter 64, Saving for a Rainy Day. Leaving the dimming martial hall and walking into the main courtyard belonging to Zhu Hongyang. Zhu Hongyang stopped in her tracks in shock as Si Wenxiu brought a troop of men and horses to meet her aggressively. Zhu Hongyu, Zhu Qinghao, Zhu Qingyu, Zhu Qingyan, Zhu Chao clustered around her, so that she has a few points of the Zhu family's young lady's momentum. Immaculate snow-white palace dress so that she is like the Ruwei Palace fairy descending to the mortal world. More suitable for this heaven and earth rich in aura of the fairyland. Raising their hands and feet, through a touch of grace and nobility. Su Roland's heart sank. Si Wenxiu set up this kind of battle. In fact, is rushing to her. This is to declare her Zhu family's position as a young grandmother. Fan Ernyang took a step back without showing any traces, reached out her hand and Zhu Qinghao flew over without being able to help himself. Go! Grandma will teach you a few moves. Zhu Hongyang suddenly realized, this is a good move. If you detach all the people, you won't be able to make a mess. He quickly followed suit. Zhu Chao, this is my new family general. Bring him to settle down. I'll leave it to you from now on. This foppish young master was no longer a failure, but he was also the current head of the Zhu family. Zhu Chao really didn't dare to disobey. Sweeping a glance at Chen Xiaobao, Mu Qingzhu, Chao Jun and Chao Hai, he ended his voice and said, come with me. Turning his head to look at Hongyu, Zhu Hongyang harmonized, Hongyu, you take Su Ruolin to the next courtyard to rest. Si Wenxiu suddenly snorted coldly, wait. Zhu Hongyue gave Zhu Hongyang a look of love and greeted Qingyan and Chengyu. Auntie has some new epiphanies this time. I'm not sure if I can help you guys break through. In the blink of an eye, only 3 men and women with complex expressions remained in the courtyard. Si Wenxiu glared fiercely at the weeping Zhu Hongyang and reached out to hold on to Su Ruolin. Let's go. I'll introduce you to this place. Su Ruolin let out a bitter smile, wanting to smoothly come and go between the 2 worlds. Catching Zhu Hongyang is one aspect, but Si Wenxiu is always a hurdle that can't be circumvented. Sooner or later, she has to face it. Obediently following her into the small building, Zhu Hongyang dug into his pocket, lit a cigarette, looking up at the night sky as pure sapphire, silently smoking up. God knows the 2 women are up in arms, or form an alliance. Su Ruolin silently finished visiting the hall. Whether it is the star wood or the fragrant soul wood, obviously are species that are not found on Earth. But this moment is certainly not the time to study. After looking at Zhu Hongyang's bedroom, and then look at the purple atmosphere of Si Wenxiu's bedroom, Su Ruolin suddenly felt that her so-called luxury family's daughter, her boudoir, compared to the abode of these 2 families, is simply shabby to the home. Si Wenxiu also did not let Su Ruolin doubt for a long time, dragged her to sit in the wooden chair made of purple cloud wood and sat down, solemnly said, men are not a good thing, always eat the bowl and look at the pot. I cannot control, you cannot control. Su Ruolin was unsure and silently waited for the sister to unveil the mystery, but hearing that 4th young master's strange oath, it was still a bit of a crying shame. Just for this? However, Si Wenxiu did not have the slightest intention of wanting to laugh, and coldly said, raising my head 3 feet above the ground, I didn't believe it in the past, and the bull oath that I would go off the rails if I didn't complete it was even more bullsh*t, but what about now? Su Ruolin was silent. Shuttling between 2 worlds, such a bizarre thing could happen. Just using the word luck could no longer explain it clearly. It was more like some kind of mysterious power manipulation in the underworld. Why is taking an oath in modern society similar to farting? With the Taoist theory to explain, that is, there is a gap in the heavenly way. Less should swear link. If an oath is sworn, who dares to say the words I swear so easily? But what about the sacred sky continent? I don't know. Shouldn't vow is not much serious. Won't heaven strike thunder? Won't human and God's indignation? Only as the martial arts road ends abruptly, forcible breakthrough will go into the devil only. Si Wenxiu solemnly warned, I don't care what purpose you have, and I don't care what mission you have. As long as there's the slightest thought of endangering the Zhu family, you'll never expect me to nod. Su Ruolin suddenly understood Si Wenxiu a little bit. If there was no that strange oath, even if Zhu Hongyang ate her, Si Wenxiu wouldn't let go of the idea of letting her marry into the Zhu family openly, even if she had the military to back her up. But Zhu Hongyang too want to live a few more years, then must practice martial arts, so that oath becomes a roadblock. Must be sworn. There is no that Yuezhou beautiful imperial consort put aside. Zhu Hongyang married 5 wives inevitably, to the old housekeeper in Fan Ernyan's vision. Idle people simply do not see. Just look at Fan Ernyang, Hong Yu, Qingyan, Xing you a few women, we know, saturated with heaven and earth aura nourishment of the sacred heaven continent women, far from the earth women can be compared. Siwenxiu is dipped in the light of preconceived notions. There are two direct descendants of the Zhu family, Xing Hao Changyun, to consolidate their position. And what about her? This is to save for a rainy day. Instead of waiting for a young and beautiful woman who can also do martial arts to challenge Siwenxiu's position, it would be better to pull Su Rolan in first. At least the two people are from the earth. You can embrace the warmth of the group. Of course, the prerequisite is to eliminate Su Rolan's selfish thoughts. In the courtyard, Zhu Hongyang exhaled a mouthful of smoke, extinguished it, and drank in a low voice. Zhu Zhong, brush. Zhu Zhong, clad in iron armor, noiselessly appeared beside Zhu Hongyang, bowing and waiting for orders. Take me to the city wall to take a look. Zhu Zhong did not dare to bring Wei Lilong like brush to the city wall. Honestly, hold Zhu Hongyang. Vertical rise, a few steps in the air across the past, lightly landed in the southern city wall. The ferocious air came to the face. A pair of red wolf eyes in the darkness is particularly eye-catching, densely packed so that Zhu Hongyang sucked in a breath of cold air. How many demonic wolves are there now? Zhu Zhong said in a muffled voice. More than 5,000. Zhu Hongyang suddenly had an unsettling premonition. Although the military had sincerity this time and the number of troops deployed was not small, it was less than 1,000. The three walls of Daimingwu City totaled 11 kilometers. How could one look at 600 light machine guns plus 200 heavy machine guns? It simply couldn't do full coverage. Once the thousands of demonic wolves launched their charge, as long as there were so many of them jumping onto the city walls, it would be a disaster. Calculating on the basis that 100 demonic wolves gave birth to a wolf king, the number of wolf kings exceeded 50. According to the results of Su Rolan's test, it was hard to say whether the machine gun could injure the wolf king, and it was estimated that it would have to rely on Zhu Zhong and Zhu Chao's two earth-level experts to snipe them down. Taking a sideways look at Zhu Zhong's majestic body, Zhu Hongyang was suddenly a little curious about this big man with little presence. Zhu Zhong, if I let you take on a human-level wolf king, how many can you fight? Zhu Zhong was silent for a moment and replied back in a deep voice. Young master, my true chi can support me for up to half an hour. In other words, as long as his true chi could keep up, Zhu Zhong was an invincible existence in a pack of human-level wolf kings. But with Wei Lilong Advance Battalion defending and only dealing with the leaky ones, Zhu Chao and Zhu Zhong should be able to handle it. Zhu Hongyang's heart and mind were greatly calmed. Counting in this way, their chances of winning were not low. Not to mention that there was still Fan Ernyang, a peak earth spiritist, in attendance, saving for a rainy day. It seems that they can arrange their future happiness in advance. Chapter 65, Doing a Little Experiment. Zhu Hongyang simply did not expect that Zhu Zhong, this big man, would also play with his heart and deliberately conceal his battle power, fully exerted. Zhu Zhong Zhu Chao, who was at the early stage of earth martial artist, his true chi could indeed only support for half an hour. That is, 1 hour, but the speed of Red Moon's sword, all exceeded the speed of an assault rifle bullet. So how many demonic wolves could they kill in an hour? Without having seen a martial arts psychic fight with his own eyes, Zhu Hongyang simply couldn't judge how strong their fighting power was. Back in the small building, Zhu Hongyang saw that both Siwenxiu and Su Rolan were actually in his bedroom, each holding a cup of spring return tea and smiling, so he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Siwenxiu gave him a blank look. This person luck came, cannot be blocked, awakening the supernormal ability to travel between two worlds, not to mention the additional identity of the fourth young master of the Shu family in the sacred sky continent. He actually abducted the Chinese giant's own daughter. To be honest, when he first learned of Su Rolan's identity, Siwenxiu also couldn't believe that a commoner, who is a commoner, could one day become a sister to a rich family's daughter. Su Rolan's family name is Chao, and her father Chao Tianlong is one of the 5 giants of China. Although he is at the bottom of the list, his status is still not something that ordinary people can imagine. Chao's family is a huge family in China. The power of the military, government and business circles. Chao Tianlong was a young man in Zhu family 4 young masters, almost a playboy, and caused a lot of affair debt. Even if he later became a family, in a high position, this character has not changed much. Su Rolan's mother, because she looked like Chao Tianlong's first love, was kept by him in a golden house, but unfortunately, she could not hide it from her wife, who also came from a big family, and died in an accident. At that time, Su Rolan was already 6 years old. Chao Tianlong, out of guilt, took her back to the Chao family, openly declared that she was his biological daughter, and even in order to protect her, arranged for the Chao family's dead soldiers to protect her all the way to adulthood. But no matter how much Chao Tianlong did, Su Rolan's mother could not survive after all, and she could not be compared to a proper Chao family direct child in the Chao family. After graduating from the university, Chao Tianlong enthusiastically organized Su Rolan's marriage, either this family's young master, or that family's son. Su Wolin only then see the father's good intentions, purely as a marriage chip. In order to get rid of the entanglement, Su Wolin changed back to her mother's name, took the initiative to join the army, and then counted on a few years of clean days. Therefore, Su Wolin took the initiative to raid Zhu Hongyang. In addition to being curious about the sacred sky continent, wanting to avoid Chao Tianlong's ubiquitous arrangements was also the main reason. Small people have small people's difficulties, big people have big people's troubles. The same woman, Si Wenxiu, after Su Wolin spilled her heart, but some sympathy for her, coupled with the old housekeeper Fan Ernyang intentionally or unintentionally disclosed to Zhu Hongyang looking for a woman's mind, so that she quickly accepted Su Wolin. Despite this, Si Wenxiu could not easily let Zhu Hongyang scourge Su Wolin, and asked with a grunt, "Have you arranged for tomorrow?" Zhu Hongyang was speechless, knowing that she was worried about Chang Hao and Chang Yun. It didn't matter if they could successfully eliminate the demonic wolves, it was the same wherever they were. If there was an eventuality that didn't stop the demon wolves, Daimingwu City would be a dangerous place, not as safe as the Earthside. After thinking about it, Zhu Hongyang still said, except for Qing Yun, who was taken away by the old housekeeper to heal her wounds. "You all go back tomorrow." Su Wolin laughed. "It's not that scary. I'm going to stay and field test the use of weapons." Si Wenxiu gave her a blank look. "Then I'll stay as well. We can't let the people of the sacred sky continent underestimate us." Thinking for a moment, Zhu Hongyang clapped his hands and said, "After all, it's a battlefield. Children Wenxiu, you take them all back. Wolin and I will sit in town. In case it doesn't work out, we at least have a way back." Children, naturally, including Zhu Qinghao and the two righteous daughters, without Si Wenxiu pressure, God knows what basket can be stirred back on earth. Si Wenxiu was silent for a moment, communicating with the military generals. She was obviously inferior to Su Wolin. There was no point in dwelling on this. Nodding her head, "All right," Zhu Hongyang revealed an impish smile. It's already late. Which one of you will accompany me?" Although and Si Wenxiu sleep in a bed every day, but the two children are at home every day. The couple has not been intimate for a long time. Su Wolin is even more beautiful as a flower of the old girl. At this moment, it is impossible not to be moved. This is the nose on the face. This guy from the relationship between the two women sniffed the possibility of left and right, immediately put into action. Si Wenxiu blankly glanced at him, thinking about it. "Don't you know that psychics can't sleep with people?" Watching Si Wenxiu drag Su Wolin out, Zhu Hongyang wanted to cry without tears. He had the intention to chase after him but was afraid of being beaten up. After all, Si Wenxiu's force is not what it used to be, and the years of female authority is not something that can be overcome in a short period of time. A night without words, Zhu young master sleep until the dawn of natural awakening, which dragged the family back to earth. Zhu Hongyang also counted on figuring out the way out the door. Open the spiritual portal on earth, no matter where. Enter the sacred sky continent at the altar. On the contrary, from the sacred sky continent back to earth, basically return to the last time to open the spirit portal place, such as Si Wenxiu mother and son were kidnapped. He took Red Moon directly back to that culvert, so that Red Moon even adapt to the environment of the time or not. This time, when he returned to earth, of course, he was still in that conference room in the indoor training hall of the Special Service Battalion. Li Yaoming and the others were there, only the attire had changed, all changed out of their military uniforms, wearing camouflage and steel helmets. Zhu Hongyang was stunned and asked tentatively, "Elder Li, what are you doing?" Li Yaoming laughed brightly. "This old bone of mine was already dead, and if I want to live for a few more days, I have to suck some aura, can't I?" Right. This reason was impeccable. Although the heaven and earth aura changing the physique is a slow process, but for a dying person like Li Yaoming, the effect is immediate, and it's much stronger than a strong heart shot or something anyway. Guan Ziwen greeted her. "Sister-in-law, where are we going today?" "I'll accompany you." Sensing the heavy and solemn atmosphere, Si Wenxiu forced a smile. "Where else can I go? Let's find a place to cat." Seeing Si Wenxiu leave with the three children, Zhu Hongyang took a deep breath. "Let's start. Who's first?" Li Yaoming smiled and waved his hand. "No hurry. Let's do a small experiment first." Two warriors dragged a small cart over, and it was unknown what was under the green canvas. Learning to use tools is a big step forward in human civilization. Zhu Hongyang himself can at most move 200 to 300 pounds of things. But what about using tools? Zhu Hongyang also curious. He cannot drag this wheelbarrow to the Shangtian continent. If it can be, the future back and forth delivery of supplies can be much faster. Ideal is very rich. Reality is very bony. There is no earth-shattering movement. The trolley noiselessly turned into dust and disappeared. Into the holy sky continent, Zhu Hongyang hands empty, leaving a bunch of people in the conference room face to face. Chapter 66, All good saplings in the eye of the beholder. After losing the possibility of speculation, Zhu Hongyang and the military can only honestly obey the rules of traveling. Zhu Hongyang transformed into a diligent little bee. Hard work to the entire advanced battalion transport to Daimingwu City, strictly in accordance with the standard configuration of 300 pounds, 2 groups. Individual physique over the standard warriors also carry machine guns or bullets to make up the number. The original already loaded cartridge box reopened packaging. Heavy machine gun certain parts are also dismantled and sub-assembled, in order to try to approach the weight of 300 pounds. Whether it is the military personnel or Zhu Hongyang, have underestimated the difficulty of going to and from the two worlds, really began to implement, only to realize that this is a huge project. Never lift the leg of thousands of people can enter the dimming of the city of martial arts. First pull the vast majority of personnel to adapt to the past, and then hundreds of light and heavy machine guns, sniper rifles plus hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition, simply to Zhu Hongyang's old life. Even if this side of the military personnel sent to the front, just need him to move to the sacred sky continent to put down, but also tired him into a dog, to the later need Farmlord with the true chi to help him ease the fatigue. The whole 24 hours, Zhu Hongyang to an average of 1 minute round trip speed, not only to the task force battalion full more than 900 people sent to the sacred sky continent, but also transported 600 light machine guns, 200 heavy machine guns, assault rifles, sniper rifles, hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition. Even later mobilized over the PF-98A Type 120mm anti-tank rocket launcher 12 sets, Red Arrow 12 anti-tank man-portable missile launchers 4 sets, from the helicopter gunships removed from the 23mm caliber machine gun 2 sets, 20-80mm caliber mortars, was also Zhu Hongyang moved into the sacred sky continent. Inside the meeting room of the Special Service Battalion resident, Zhu Hongyang was unimaginative and directly collapsed on the carpet gasping for air. How many years? Not so focused on one thing, without Farmlord to condition his body, it is estimated that he would have long been exhausted and paralyzed. General Li Yaoming smiled as he sat next to him and watched Zhu Hongyang, in a good mood. This pitiful way of traveling through the world basically eliminated the possibility of a large-scale war between the two worlds. On the contrary, no matter whether it is obtaining something to prolong life, or cultivating a martial arts force belonging to the country of China, it can drastically increase the country of China's heritage, which is of course a great thing. Zhu Hongyang finally climbed up. Wanting to be a real man is too difficult. Lifting the threat of the demonic wolves is a long way to go. Li Yaoming also stood up, commanded Xiao Mingtang beside him. Ji Taijun is a bit cold and hard. Many things, still need you to preside over the big picture. At most one day, I will be back. Xiao Mingtang nodded his head silently. His younger brother, Xiao Pengfei, the captain of the National Security Action Brigade, was forced into the task force battalion to fend off the demon wolves, but he couldn't say anything. He couldn't do anything. People in the world cannot help, not to mention has been involved in the vortex. Li Yaoming may not be able to pull out, let alone their brothers? Zhu Hongyang stunned to look at the white-haired Lu Lao and Fu Mingli, wearing a military uniform inside and a white coat outside, carrying a medical box, asked suspiciously, Li Lao, these two also want to go? Li Yaoming laughed, fighting a war. Naturally there is no shortage of doctors who save lives. Don't worry, these are military doctors, they won't disclose secrets. Lu Lao smiled and cupped his fists. I am Lu Song. I have to thank my little friend. Being close to the demon wolf is a word of death. There will be no injuries, but everything must be prepared early. Zhu Hongyang directly sent the two old men to Daimingwu City. Let them adapt to themselves. The last trip. Zhu Hongyang looked at Li Yaoming and his destiny nobleman Wang Xinhai, took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, let's go. As General Li Yaoming entered the sacred sky continent, the defense battle of Mingwu City was precisely kicking off. On the altar, 2 wooden chairs and a jade case had been set up to become the temporary command headquarters. Farmlord still gave Li Yaoming a bit of face. Waving her hand, the heaven and earth aura transformed into points of light into his body, reaching an internal and external balance, dispensing with his adaptation period. Zhu Hongyang looked at Wang Xinhai who was holding on hard, and suddenly said, Xinhai, you and I are also destined to be together. Why don't we make a righteous bond? Said what is too cheesy to worship? Worship brother what Jianghu reckless breath too heavy. So Zhu Hongyang used a crepuscular word, righteousness junction. The results have not adapted to the dizzy Wang Xinhai froze did not understand what it means. Li Yaoming laughed. This guy, digging feet are digging to his personal guard, but this thing he is happy to see. After all, he regarded Wang Xinhai as a son or nephew. Wang Xinhai that push, and Zhu Hongyang shuttle two worlds. Whether there is a cause and effect relationship, who does not know, but Zhu Hongyang sooner or later to open the path of the spirit, to break the cause and effect that is inevitable. Completion of that dude's strange oath is on the one hand. There is grace. Revenge is on the other hand, as a metaphysical fiction writer, mortal cultivation to cut off the common sense. Zhu Hongyang still know, This is the road of spirituality is also the same. In the earth is a small man, there is no grudge to break. Then it is likely to cause him to shuttle two worlds. Culprit Wang Xinhai became Zhu Hongyang cannot be ignored. Of course, small people have small people's careful eyes, and Wang Xinhai become a brother. This kid once retired, pulled into the Shangtian continent is a ready-made helpers, and then his comrades can also be fooled over. For the growth of the Zhu family army to make a contribution, Fan Yang had once commented that although the aura of the earth world was thin, it was more of a workout for will and perseverance, and the people she had seen were all well qualified. Later, when Chen Xiaobao's 4 people accepted the inheritance of the Zhu family army, this was also verified, and 3 of the 4 people were actually recognized, and there were even 2 divine generals at the level of divine generals. Of course, Zhu Hongyang heart door clear. With the improvement of living standards, the will and perseverance of the whole population is actually a declining trend. Modern people in this regard than the ancient people is not half a star. The reason why Fan Yang eyes are good seedlings, that is because she is in the military camp, or the elite of the military elite. To see are specially trained warriors. Chen Xiaobao had been a member of the Dragon Soul Special Forces team. Chao Jun Chaohai was also a carefully trained dead soldier of the Chao family. Even Mu Qingzhu was also a genius among the 10,000. So it can be said that, within the billions of people on Earth, all belong to the more outstanding kind, does not have the universality. However, from the perspective of practicing martial arts, being able to be selected as General Li Yaoming's personal guard, Wang Xinhai's qualifications were unquestionable. Understanding Wang Xinhai, with Li Yaoming's approval, he arched his hand and called out to Zhu Hongyang as big brother. Of course, Wang Xinhai the Zhu family had sworn brother, to be recognized by the people of the sacred sky continent, but also need to be formalized after the swearing-in ceremony. Zhu Hongyang heart happy, all things have been completed. It is time to dry over the devil wolf, open a happy little life. The Special Service Battalion is worthy of being an elite unit, even if it is wrapped up in the bodyguards of various families, and which is not selected by thousands of people. After passing through the adaptation period, it has already set up a position on the 3 city walls. Only Zhu Hongyang looked at it and couldn't help but frown. Chapter 67 Hanging the Battle Flag. The east and west city walls of Ningwu City were 4 kilometers each, and there was also a flat river outside the city, while the south city wall was on high ground, and there was also a steep elevated slope outside the city. So naturally, from a defense point of view, it would be more difficult on the east and west sides, and easier on the south side. Therefore, Wei Lilong and others after discussion, heavy forces concentrated in the east and west city walls. Wei Lilong Special Forces Battalion 3 Company's main defense of the west city wall. Zhang Hu with more than 50 people of the Mighty Tigers Special Forces team hitched Special Forces Battalion a company and some of the selected retired special fighters. Defense of the east city wall. South city wall only Chinan led the Blood Wolf Special Forces plus a bunch of miscellaneous troops to defend. Most of the heavy weapons are also concentrated in the east and west sides. Only 5 mortars and a rocket launcher. Zhu Hongyang frowned because of this. Completely reversed, the southern city wall is the focus of defense, because the demon wolves can constantly through the Devil's Canyon to arrive at the Ningwu city, only to pinch the channel. It is possible to force back the demon wolves. Li Yaoming keenly noticed Zhu Hongyang's expression and asked with a smile, "What? Is something wrong?" To be honest, Zhu Hongyang knew nothing about fighting wars, especially modern wars, but that didn't stop him from talking about war on paper. Pointing to the soldiers who are nervously constructing fortifications, Zhu Hongyang said, "Blame me for not making it clear. Call them for a pre-war meeting. When it comes to fighting, even if he is facing the demon wolf." Li Yaoming of course still trusts the few military elites under his command rather than Zhu Hongyang, but it is still necessary to call a pre-war meeting, and soon a few commanders rushed to the altar. Zhu Hongyang didn't have so many twists and turns, directly said, "To clarify, it was my negligence to not explain where the demon wolf came from." Pointing to the cloudy Devil Canyon, Zhu Hongyang gruffly said, "The devil wolves came from across the canyon, and they are still increasing in number." "Zhu Zhong, how many are there now?" Zhu Zhong said in a jarred voice. "Young master, there are more than 8,000 now. If it doesn't work, we have to consider retreating." More than 8,000. No wonder even Zhu Zhong, an earth martial artist, was in a rare state of modesty. Zhu Hongyang's face turned ugly. "Fight. Must fight. If this continues, once the demonic wolves reach tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, Zhu Hongyang can only shrink back to earth and be an ordinary person honestly." Several officers also understand that the wolves are mainly from the opposite side of the canyon, and guarding the south wall is the most important thing. As long as the channel is sealed, then the wolves on the east and west sides will be killed one less than one, and they refer to the jumping ability of the magic wolves. There is nothing wrong with taking the east and west sides as the focus of defense. With a 20-meter high wall, the demon wolves could easily leap up to the top of the city, and once the demon wolves rushed up against the gunfire, it would be a disaster for the ordinary soldiers. Therefore, the south city wall should be strengthened, and the east and west side should not be relaxed. Wei Lilong pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "The three main companies of the Special Service Battalion are stationed at the south city wall. Battalion Commander Zhang is stationed at the east city wall. Battalion Commander Qin is stationed at the west city wall. The bazookas are evenly distributed. The mortars are configured in 866. The machine guns are guarding the two corner towers, and the man-portable air defense missiles and all the snipers are led by Staff SGT Zhao as a reserve unit." Li Yaoming nodded approvingly and looked at Zhu Hongyang. This arrangement was flawless. Zhu Hongyang would be even less likely to have an opinion. His gaze swept towards the Zhu family. Several people. He could not help but hesitate. Due to the absence of the old housekeeper, the high-end combatants were a bit underutilized. Chen Xiaobao, Mu Qingzhu, Chao Jun, Chao Hai, the four family generals who had just joined the Zhu family, had negligible combat power. Qingyan Xingyu was brought back to earth by Si Wenxiu, so right now there were only four experts: Fan Ernyang, Zhu Zhong, Xu Chao, Zhu Hongyue. But to deal with the human-level Wolf King that might break through the blockade and rush up to the city, Red Moon, a small expert who was not even a human martial artist, was a bit inadequate. At this point, it was already an arrow on the string and had to be sent. Zhu Hongyang could only arrange it with a hard head. Xu Zhong guards the east wall. Zhu Chao guards the west wall. Ernyang, you can only come to the south wall. Fan Ernyang shook her head and calmly said, "Young master, I must guard this place. Let the fifth young miss go and experience." Zhu Hongyang was silent. In the end, the fundamental reason for guarding Daimingwu City was still to guard the altar that sealed the meteorite. If the altar could be moved, maybe he would have run away long ago. Therefore, the altar is crucial, but also in case of defeat, the only way to escape cannot be lost. Zhu Hongyue was eager to try. "Fourth brother, leave the south city wall to me." Zhu Hongyang hesitated for a moment, but still said, "Xu Zhong will guard the south wall, and you, Hongyue, will go to the east wall." Don't blame him for being selfish. The east city wall is the closest to the altar. In case Hongyu is not strong enough, Fan Ernyang can quickly assist, and as long as the south side can be defended, the demon wolves here will only get fewer and fewer to kill. Zhao Hongwei suddenly said, "Mr. Zhu, there is another problem that needs to be solved." Pointing at the busy warriors on the city wall, Zhao Hongwei said in a deep voice, "The difference in climate between the two worlds is too great. The warriors are still in winter clothes. It's too hot here, and it's already affecting their fighting ability." Zhu Hongyang was dumbfounded as he watched many of the warriors who had already taken off their outer clothes and were bare-chested, still sweating profusely. Every time he entered Daimingwu City, he was escorted by experts, especially Fan Ernyang, who was simply a humanoid air conditioner, and the heat could not be felt at all by her side. Fan Ernyang faintly smiled, reached out and lightly moved a milky white stone from nowhere to fly into the sky. Nail cap-size rounded stone beads, and then the sky light blue light points emerged. Have not into the stone beads, visible to the naked eye. The original milky white stone beads gradually turned into light blue, clattering and falling on the jade case. Fan Ernyang's faint voice came, "1 grain per person. Wear it with you to relieve the heat." The more than 1,000 stone beads emitting a chilly aura dispelled the scorching heat, and the crowd was collectively silent, recognizing the power of the psychic master more deeply. Seeing that everything was ready, Zhu Hongyang coughed lightly. It was his turn to take the stage. Overlooking the entire Mingwu city, his eyes finally landed on the Devil's Canyon obscured by clouds. Zhu Hongyang's voice couldn't help but have a few solemn moments. "Hang the battle flag. Knock, 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 knock." Xu Zhong and Zhu Chao combined their efforts to carry a flagpole with glowing green light to the front of the altar and set it up in the center of the square. Fan Ernyang jumped up and reached the top of the 9-feet-high flagpole, hanging the Zhu family army's battle flag with her own hands. Wow! The pure black flag unfolded, and the golden Zhu character blossomed in the sunlight, as if it had come to life. Zhu Hongyang tilted his head and looked away from the flag. A different emotion grew. At this moment, he seemed to be the Zhu family's children, following in the footsteps of his ancestors, guarding the city of Daimingwu. Unconsciously stand straight, right hand clenched into a fist, close to the chest, raised his voice and shouted, "Unrivaled in the world, invincible on the battlefield, blood and tears, no regrets, even though I die." Fan Ernyang, Zhu Hongyue, Zhu Zhong, and Zhu Chao likewise stood up straight, their right hands stroking their chests, and followed Zhu Hongyang to shout in unison, "Unrivaled in the world, invincible on the battlefield, blood and tears, no regrets in spite of death." Chen Xiaobao, Mu Qingzhu, and Chao Jun couldn't help but stand straight and follow the chorus. "Unrivaled in the world, invincible on the frontier, blood and tears, no regrets despite death." Although there were less than 10 people, the chants spread far and wide. And surprisingly, there was a tragic aura swirling around, seemingly declaring war on the demonic wolves outside the city. Chapter 68, Firing the Cannon. The strange and awkward syllables spread all over Dimingwu City. Li Yaoming and the others looked strange because this was not Chinese and they could not understand it at all. Chao Hai had a frustrated look on his face, as he had not received the inheritance and could not understand the words either. At the end of the day, only one word remained in Zhu Hongyang's mouth: war. Perhaps it was the nature of a soldier. Perhaps it was the similar pronunciation of this word in both worlds. Li Yaoming understood it, and more than 1,000 warriors understood it. War. Li Yaoming stood up and shouted, war. Wei Lilong, Zhao Hongwei, Zhang Hu, and Qinan raised their arms and shouted, war. More than 1,000 fighters shouted in unison, war. Even the gray-haired Lu Song and Fu Mingli raised their arms and followed Wang Xinhai's loud cry, war. For a moment, there was only one voice left in Dimingwu City, war. Everyone was so excited that Zhu Hongyang came to his senses. He does not think that he is the king of the body. A shout. All the people respond. Even the military elite troops of the mood can easily mobilize. War? Why fight? For whom? There has never been a war without a reason, nor a war without a goal. In the end, this Dimingwu City defense battle, this close to 1,000 warriors, just Zhu Hongyang's mercenaries. There are oddities. There must be oddities. Zhu Hongyang shuddered. The psychic mantra slowly surfaced in his mind. The person who is a psychic is to communicate with the soul of heaven and earth aura. For my use, to strengthen my soul, the wind, hooked space, God royalty of all things, communicate with the soul, and divinely defend all things. Does this include controlling people's emotions? Looking at Fan Ernyang's calm and uncharacteristic pretty face, Zhu Hongyang suddenly calmed down. No matter what, Ernyang will never harm himself. Outside the city, the mournful howls of wolves rose and fell, seemingly responding to the cries within the city. Inside the city, on the contrary, gradually calmed down, dimming the broad walls of the city of Wuchang, set up hundreds of light and heavy machine guns, black holes in the muzzle pointing out of the city. Slender bazooka pointed diagonally to the sky. The aura of killing filled the air. A sliver of mortars were set up. The target was already tuned. This medium mortar with a maximum range of 6 kilometers was already able to cover the entire demon wolf pack. Zhao Hongwei was lecturing a few snipers and man-portable missile operators. Your target is the possible Wolf King. Sitting on a flashy wooden chair, Zhu Hongyang watched Li Yaoming eyeballing a watch, and couldn't help but let out a long breath. Ernyang, serve tea. On the milky white jade case, there was a teapot and a teacup, but no tea. Zhu Hongyang's words also made Lu Song and Fu Mingli, who were staring at the jade case, overjoyed. Watching Li Yaoming drinking Hui Chun tea every day had long made them greedy. Fan Ernyang smiled faintly, reached out and made a move. On a tall tree shaped like a willow tree below the plaza, a dozen leaves flew up in a brush, hovering in front of her, and then light blue points of light flashed, and all of them disappeared into the tree leaves. Then another milky white stone flew over, spinning a few times in the light blue light. An exquisite jade bottle was born. The leaves flew neatly into the jade bottle, slowly falling on the jade case. Originally, the spring return tea was refined like this. Eyesight. That kind of trees shaped like willow trees are everywhere in Dimingwu City. Outside the east and west city walls, as far as the eye can see, is also full of this kind of tree. Zhu Hongyang mouth straight twitching. Anyway, this thing is certainly not star wood, purple cloud wood, incense soul wood kind of upscale things. More like the streets are full of rags. But looking at Li Yaoming, Lu Song, Fu Mingli eyes shining appearance, Zhu Hongyang wisely chose to shut up. For cups of tea steaming hot on the jade case, only Zhu Hongyang did not. Fan Ernyang took out a pure black water cup and gently put in a nail cap-sized purple flower before filling it with hot water. With Li Yaoming and others, in addition to the freshness of the breath, in addition to no unusual spring tea, Zhu Hongyang this cup of tea due to the black cup of water. The color of the water cannot be seen, but the water vapor steam, but gradually condensed into a blooming flower. Fine petals overlapping thousands of layers. Vivid, and the color, actually purple. Li Yaoming put down his watch, picked up his own cup of spring tea, blew a breath, laughing and scolded, "You kid, there are good things also. Do not know filial piety to the old man." Zhu Hongyang na speechless, but Fan Ernyang lightly laughed. More than 60 years old. What kind of old man? Ha ha ha. Li Yaoming was embarrassed. Indeed, when he learned from Su Roland that this woman, who seemed to be in her 30s, was Zhu Hongyang's nanny, and was already over 120 years old, he was really shocked. In front of this person, he is really not qualified to say old. Fan Ernyang still explained, "With your physique, you can only withstand this." Li Yaoming swept his eyes over the large area of weed like cabbage against the mountain wall, and was speechless. Even the ginseng, snow lotus, and Ganoderma lucidum on Earth couldn't withstand it. Not to mention the good things of the sacred sky continent with its rich spiritual qi. It was really comparable to a life-altering poison. Zhu Hongyang asked doubtfully, Nyang, so I can drink this? Towards this young master who was as good as her own son. Fan Nyang revealed a hint of a doting look and softly said, originally, you couldn't, but young master you and the second young lady. Thinking of the kiss he had with Su Roland, not only was his leg injury fully healed, but his body seemed to undergo some sort of change, and he kicked Shin Xiaobao to the point of vomiting blood. Zhu Hongyang seemed to be enlightened. The mysterious power in the center of the eyebrow, causing Zhu Hongyang shuttle two worlds culprit, seems to be in the interaction with Su Roland released a little bit. If and the real lady in death exchanges a little? Thinking about it, Zhu Hongyang suddenly became hot. Fire! An explosive thunderous voice rang beside his ears, scaring the distracted Zhu Hongyang and almost jumping up. As the sun rose into the sky, Li Yaoming decisively grabbed the walkie-talkie and gave the order to attack. In fact, there is not much movement, 20 mortars only, cannot talk about the earth-shattering, 80mm mortar theoretical range of 6 kilometers. But according to this world's air density and other factors, Wei Lilong and others automatically adjusted to 4 kilometers. The first round of shelling was very elaborate. One was to test the adaptability of the mortar in this strange world. The other was to separate the wolves back and forth, forcing a small number of demonic wolves to rush towards the city wall to test the effectiveness of the light and heavy machine gun attacks. Seeing Zhu Hongyang looking worriedly at the place where the black smoke was rising, Li Yaoming smiled and comforted. As the saying goes, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you will win 100 battles. We know quite a lot about the demon wolves, but the demon wolves know nothing about us. They will only bump into the gun themselves. This battle, we are sure to win. Having said that, Li Yaoming still raised his binoculars and looked towards the place where the shells fell, but his hand shivered and the binoculars almost fell down. The shockwave of the explosion at best caused the huge-sized demon wolves to retreat a few steps, and the splattered shrapnel stuck in a few demon wolves. Although crimson bloodstains could be seen, those few demon wolves remained as if nothing had happened. Instead, bloodthirsty killing intent was revealed in their crimson eyes. Chapter 69, Reinforcements. We need more troops. Ow! A mournful wolf howl resounded through the heavens and earth, and for a while, the wolves outside the city responded. Brush, brush, brush. Countless black shadows surged, brazenly rushing towards Dimwu City before the second round of shelling arrived. The provocation strategy was successful, so successful that the demonic wolves came out on all three sides and rushed towards Dimingwu City with a murderous aura. As if at this moment, the aura that made them not dare to approach disappeared. The black torrent carried a monstrous aura, madly surging over, and in the blink of an eye, it had already approached 2,000 meters below the city. Wei Lilong, Zhang Hu, and Qinan shouted at the same time. Fire! Da-day-day-day! The heavy machine guns were the first to open fire, and a torrent of metal immediately filled every inch of space underneath Dimingwu City. This high and flat dual-purpose anti-aircraft machine gun had a theoretical range of 2,000 meters, and according to Su Roland's standard of scaling down the range by one-third, the optimal firing distance was 1,300 meters, but the three commanders were shocked into a cold sweat by the speed of the demon wolf. It was too fast. From the time the order was given to the time the gun was fired, the demon wolf was already at about 1,000 meters. Now they could only pray that the intensive fire coverage could effectively kill the demon wolves, otherwise it would be the end of the whole army. Countless pairs of scarlet eyes were staring at the city, just as Li Yaoming judged. The demon wolves didn't know what bullets were, and they wouldn't intentionally try to avoid them, and they were still charging towards them without fear of death. Da-day. More intensive gunfire rang out. This was the sound of a greater number of light machine guns firing. Even with the cooling ice beads with them, many of the soldiers' foreheads were still sweating, firing in advance. In any war on Earth, there was no precedent of such an intensive arrangement of light and heavy machine guns, and in the flood of bullets that covered the sky, blood splattered from time to time on the body of the demon wolves that didn't know how to dodge. As the demon wolves got closer to the city wall, the bullets became more powerful, and there were already unlucky demon wolves howling miserably and collapsing. Su Roland's judgment was very accurate. No matter how tough the demon wolf was, it was ultimately a body of flesh and blood. Ordinary bullets that relied on shrapnel to kill the target were far inferior to armor-piercing bullets that relied on high-temperature burns to achieve penetrating attacks. With a miserable howl, a demon wolf covered with countless bullet holes struggled and fell down. But no one cheered. Everyone was still holding their machine guns and firing frantically, because the fallen demon wolf was already less than 300 meters away from the city wall. Li Yaoming's face changed greatly. Such high-intensity continuous shooting. People can stand it, but the gun can't stand it. Many gun barrels are already red and close to being scrapped. These soldiers have not undergone formal battlefield training, although these soldiers are elite. But under the tension, They have long forgotten the rule that machine guns cannot be fired continuously for a long time. And strictly speaking, although these soldiers are able to use light and heavy machine guns, it is obvious that there is a considerable gap between them and the machine gunners who are specially trained, especially when it comes to the handling of some details. Many of the heavy machine guns had already begun to replace their spare barrels, and a small portion of the light machine guns were directly scrapped, resulting in a decrease in firepower density. Whoosh! A rocket armor-piercing bullet dragged out a long white smoke and shot out, hitting a demon wolf that had just jumped up, directly blowing the demon wolf into two pieces and spilling blood down the city. Although this demon wolf was already scarred and not far from death, no one dared to let it jump onto the city wall, so it could only waste a valuable armor-piercing rocket. It was quite sad to say that the rocket launcher was originally prepared for sniping the Wolf King, but unfortunately, it was limited by the pathetic 200 to 300 meter range, and now it could only be used as a large sniper rifle to make up for the holes that appeared in the defense line. Fishy blood and gore mixed with the smell of nitrous smoke filled the air, and more demon wolves fell down at a distance close to 50 meters, the distance at which the demon wolves jumped. Ow! A resounding wolf howl rang out, and the demon wolves finally went away like an ebbing tide, instantly retreating 4,000 meters away from the light and heavy machine gun attack range. The results of the battle were quickly summarized to Li Yaoming here, but it made Li Yaoming's face dark and ugly. In just 10 minutes of fierce battle, 1/5 of the ammunition reserve had been consumed, but the number of demon wolves killed was only a few hundred, compared to the total number of more than 8,000. It was simply maddening. And what built up the most credit was not the numerous light and heavy machine guns, but the 23mm machine guns set up in the two corner towers. Tungdi stood up. Li Yaoming paced back and forth. This battle result was greatly out of his expectation. Even if the injured demon wolves would still have a part of them dying from their injuries, the number of them eliminated in the first battle was hardly 1,000. Moreover, non-professional machine gunners, resulting in a high rate of damage to firearms. Just 10 minutes, scrapped light and heavy machine guns reached 1/3. Wait until the demon wolf knows to dodge. In accordance with its horrible speed, it is difficult to have the effect of the first time. The second charge, it is impossible to say that it will be able to charge the city wall. Wait, Li Yaoming suddenly thought of a fatal problem. Why would the demon wolf retreat? Shouldn't this kind of creatures be unafraid and fight their way forward until they are all played out? Moreover, not a single wolf king appeared in the first round of exchange. What did this mean? Li Yaoming's cold sweat came down. The earth grassland wolves were synonymous with cunning and ferociousness. Then what about the magic wolves that were spawned by such rich heaven and earth aura? If he wasn't limited by Zhu Hongyang's pitiful way of traveling between the two worlds, Li Yaoming had countless ways to eliminate the demonic wolves. For example, large caliber rockets, indiscriminate coverage attacks, such as bomber carpet bombing, or mobilizing tanks and armored vehicles in dense formation defense. But there was no if. Right now he could only rely on infantry and machine guns. Even grenades were useless. Once he let the demon wolves get close enough to throw a grenade, it also meant that there was no chance to throw a grenade, and it wasn't easy to determine how effective a grenade that relied mainly on fragmentation could be. Increase troops. Troops must be increased. At the same time increase the weapons. The 23mm caliber machine gun that performed well could be removed from the helicopter gunships, and the ones that could make it to the Special Operations Battalion in a short period of time were at least a few dozen in number. Special Service Battalion Conference Room has almost turned into an arms warehouse, taking into account the issue of confidentiality, as well as to avoid enemy satellite surveillance. Traveling to another world, naturally, it is not possible to do it in the open air, otherwise the disappearing soldiers in arms will cause an uproar. Xia Mingtang greeted Li Yaoming and Wang Xinhai, whose faces were grave, handing over his special confidential phone. Chief, the Ministry of National Defense has called 3 times to inquire, and the Generalissimo has also asked you to explain yourself immediately. Li Yaoming waved his hand. Win this battle first, mobilizing hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition, hundreds of light and heavy machine guns. It was simply impossible to hide. Even with Li Yaoming's status, he had to give an explanation to the top. But right now, Li Yaoming really couldn't care less, and directly ordered, continue to mobilize light and heavy machine guns with full force, and at the same time, order all the machine gunners of Group A Army. All of them rushed to the Special Service Battalion. Order all the armed helicopters of Group A Army to all arrive here within an hour. The more machine gun bullets the better. Order Ji Taijun to closely monitor the vicinity of the special duty camp. Anyone approaching with ill intentions can be shot down. Chapter 70 Human-Level Wolf King. Ow! The mournful wolf howls covered the sky. The temporary reinforcement of troops needed time, but the demon wolves wouldn't wait. Just as Zhu Hongyang returned to Earth with Li Yaoming to transfer troops, the second wave of attacks from the demon wolves had already swept in. However, this time, the soldiers have been much calmer. No longer a swarm of fire, But in the case of prediction of the speed of the demon wolf line, echelon attack, the formation of crossfire, in order to kill and injure the demon wolf as the goal, but more than the first time to take the results of the battle. But the consequence of this was that it was not possible to form the same intensity of fire coverage in all areas, and there would be some demon wolves approaching the jumping position. Whoosh! With a fishy odor that made people want to vomit. Even the smell of blood and smoke couldn't cover it up. A demon wolf jumped onto the city wall, oblivious to the scarlet blood dripping from countless bloody holes on its body, and slapped its paw on the heavy machine gun that was steaming hot. Clatter! The reddened gun body from continuous shooting was directly slapped into a pile of parts, and the boiling heat seemed to do no harm to the demon wolf. At the same time, the wolf's head poked out. The sharp teeth in its bloody mouth flashed with cold light, biting at the warrior holding the machine gun. At that speed, an ordinary person would not be able to avoid it. Just as the warrior closed his eyes in despair, a strong wind swept by. The white jade-like sword light flashed. The huge head of the demon wolf was chopped off in half, and blood spilled all over the warrior. With a yell, Zhu Hongyang kicked out. The huge body of the demon wolf spun and flew out, landing outside the city, and then pounced on another demon wolf that rushed up the city wall. The three experts Zhu Hongyang arranged to snipe the wolf king on the city wall were forced to strike earlier. Otherwise the task force battalion would have suffered at least over 100 casualties. Of course, the most strenuous is Zhu Hongyang on the east city wall. After all, her combat experience, compared to Zhu Zhongzhu, two military-trained warriors, is still too young. Speed and reaction, then the gap between the earth martial artists is even greater, and ordinary demon wolves, already comparable to martial artists. Zhu Zhongzhu a sword thing, Zhu Hongyang may also have to entangle one or two strokes. Even so, in Zhang Hu's eyes, this white-clothed girl is no less than a fairy who saves the suffering. Clang! Zhu Hongyang chopped her sword on a demonic wolf, and the cloud misty sword was directly bounced up. Ow! The sound of a wolf's howl rang out at close range, and several nearby warriors fainted with their ears covered, blood seeping out of their eyes, ears, mouths and noses. This wolf howl was no less than the sound of the sword chirping when Zhu Hongyang was exchanged at close range by Red Moon and the human martial artist. Zhu Hongyang had a mysterious power to protect his body. Although he didn't pass out, he was inevitably painted with a ghost makeup. Not to mention these ordinary fighters. Red Moon exclaimed, "Human-level Wolf King." There were almost no bullet marks on the oily black fur, and on the turned wolf head, a handful of golden hair was exceptionally dazzling. The crimson eyes flashed with ferocious aura, and the monstrous hostility made the nearby warriors feel a great pressure. The Wolf King slightly sidestepped. Poof poof poof. 3 large-caliber sniper bullets hit the body, but they were all bounced off. Shocked Li Yaoming, who had just returned to Daimingwu City to pick up the binoculars, his hand shook. Muttering, "The Wolf King is surprisingly terrifying like this." Fan Ernyang faintly said, "This is only the lowest level of Wolf King. You can understand it as a demon wolf that can cultivate and practice true qi." Li Yaoming sucked in a breath of cold air. A wolf king that can cultivate? In the legends of China, animals that could cultivate had a special name. Demons. Legend had it that demons cultivated to a certain level could take human form and spit out human words, and had a place in the Chinese immortal, demon, god, ghost and monster mythological system. Red Moon's complexion was grave. Currently she was still stuck at the peak of a martial artist, but this human-level wolf king was comparable to a human martial artist. Moreover, this was a magical beast, not a human, fierce and unafraid of death. Resistance to blows was still above that of an ordinary human martial artist. It was a great test for her. With a delicate shout, Yun Miao's sword turned into a ball of white light, chopping at the Wolf King. The Wolf King's body is huge but exceptionally flexible. Instantly meet up. Head, tail, claws and teeth are its weapons, and Red Moon battle into a mess. Zhao Hongwei with a few snipers, lying on the roof of the houses in the city, sweating. In their eyes, they could only see a mass of white light and a mass of black light entangled together, and could not find a chance to shoot. Ding! A clear sound that resonated through heaven and earth rang out. The cloud misty sword was dead against the Wolf King's sharp claws, and Red Moon staggered backward a dozen meters away. The left sleeve of her snow-white dress had already disappeared, and there were several shocking blood traces on her white jade-like skin. The right hand holding the Yun Miao sword was slightly trembling. Zhu Hongyue was in a bit of a mess, but her pretty face was still calm. Yun Miao's sword slightly raised. The spine of the sword, a green-black column of light, slowly extended, pointing at the Wolf King. The Wolf King's crimson eyes flashed with a trace of brutal teasing, slightly sidestepping its head, avoiding a sniper bullet that was shot towards its eyes, and steeply transforming into a wisp of black smoke. It pounced upwards, sword rising from the north. Red Moon shouted and met it. The cloud misty sword transformed into a several feet long white jade longsword. The greenish-black light pillar on the spine of the sword exuded a chilling aura, and wherever the sword chi passed through, a layer of cold ice unexpectedly condensed on the dark stone wall. The Shu family's dimming martial techniques supporting sword technique. The sword of the dimming martial divine sword techniques sword rising from the north dimming. Boom! The entire city wall trembled, and Red Moon's delicate body flew out backwards, blood crimson at the corner of her mouth as she fell heavily onto the city wall. A sword mark appeared on the top of the Wolf King's head. The flesh turned out. Scarlet blood kept flowing. The 4 wolf claws gripped the ground, leaving claw marks of more than 10 feet in length on the hard black stone. Obviously, although this Wolf King was heavily injured, it could not take its life. Ow! Tyrannical wolf howls sounded. The Wolf King's gaze turned to Red Moon, who struggled to stand up with his sword. His long black hairs stood up around his body, and he slowly forced his way over step by step. Red Moon took a deep breath. Yun Miao's sword slowly raised. Her pretty face was grave. She finally underestimated the toughness of the demon wolf. Ta-da-day. Intense bullets hit the Wolf King's abdomen. A warrior who had fallen on the city wall suddenly held a light machine gun and opened fire wildly at the Wolf King's abdomen. Ka! The 20-round magazine was exhausted in just a few seconds of work by pulling the trigger. Unfortunately, the bullets tinkled and fell all over the place, and the Wolf King's erected black fur calmed down, its tyrannical crimson eyes still staring at the Red Moon, and its feet still not stopping. Ah! The warrior suddenly threw away his machine gun and pounced on the Wolf King, holding his hind legs and dragging them backward. The Wolf King was completely enraged. Something like a mole cricket. It didn't bother, just disdained it. The thick and long wolf tail raised and brushed the back of that warrior. Puff! Fresh blood mixed with fragments of internal organs sprayed out from the warrior's mouth. How could an ordinary person who wasn't even considered a martial arts apprentice be able to withstand a blow from a human martial arts practitioner? But even though his sanity was already blurred, the warrior still clung onto the Wolf King's back leg. The Wolf King turned back, staring at the person who dared to offend it, and brushing, the wolf tail raised high and lashed down again, biming inverted suspension. Red Moon barely managed to leap up. The cloud misty sword transformed into a monstrous giant sword, the tip of which flashed with greenish-black sword aura, striking directly at the Wolf King's neck. Snort! The cloud misty sword stabbed in without any obstruction. The Wolf King howled miserably. His head swung back quickly and slammed heavily into Red Moon. Chapter 71 Baptism of the Heart. The so-called human-level expert, for a martial artist, was a person whose body's meridians were fully open and quenched to the extreme, and whose true chi was unobstructed, moisturizing the meridians, bones, and flesh, producing a qualitative change. This was also why martial artists could only drastically extend their lifespan after being promoted to human martial artist. And this kind of demon wolf, born with a strong physique, no less than an ordinary martial artist who was born with true chi, strong to the extreme, would also produce qualitative changes. Especially the Wolf King, who had to deal with the challenges of other demon wolves, was also thinking of upgrading all the time. The rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth gave the demonic wolves this opportunity, similar to the demonic beasts in the legends of China. Once they learned to gulp the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and absorb the essence of the sun and moon, this kind of demonic wolves would also produce something close to true chi within their bodies, equivalent to a human martial artist. That is, a human-level Wolf King that would cultivate with true chi, as described by Farmlord Yang. Although Hongyu has a superior gong method, but after all, the meridians have not yet fully opened. With the help of Yun Miao's sword can barely fight with the human-level Wolf King, but it is still too much of a struggle. And this niece arrogance is not small. Sword Up Biming rushed to the demon wolf's hardest head to go, is equal to their own short to attack the enemy's long, suffered a big loss. Fortunately, she adjusted in time. The second sword Biming upside down stabbed through the demon wolf's neck, but the demon wolf's deathbed counterattack is not trivial. If this is hit by a solid, not dead but also must be seriously injured. In between, Farmlord Yang's hand was already raised. A sniper bullet grazed Red Moon's cheek, and with a whoosh sound, it shot into the Wolf King's open mouth, causing a muffled sound. Far away on the roof, Zhao Hongwei wiped away the sweat on his forehead. This shot was already the best play of his peak state. The 12.7mm large caliber sniper bullet that could directly interrupt the human body. Although it might not be able to hit a human-level Wolf King, the powerful impact made the wolf's head rise high, giving Red Moon the opportunity to draw her sword and retreat. With her sword on the ground, Red Moon was panting slightly. Those two swords just now had exhausted her true chi. The Wolf King's body trembled a few times. Blood gushed out from his neck, finally collapsed to the ground with a bang, twitching a few times and remained motionless. Red Moon's gaze landed on the warrior holding the Wolf King's hind legs, and a complex look flashed across her pretty face. Being lashed twice by the Wolf King's tail, this warrior's tendons and bones were broken. His soul had already gone, leaving only a bloody remnant of his body, with a trace of perseverance remaining on that ordinary face. Red Moon did not recognize him, and did not have any relationship with him. Among the hundreds of Chinese soldiers, he was also just an ordinary warrior. Not the kind of person who makes people unforgettable at a glance, but it was this ordinary warrior who used his own life to buy her breathing time, creating an opportunity for her to kill the Wolf King with a sword. In order to protect her fourth brother, Red Moon believed that she would give her life as well, but for a stranger, she wasn't sure. Raising her eyes, due to the Wolf King's sneak attack to hold Red Moon back, at least a dozen demon wolves jumped onto the city. A dozen or so warriors died in heroic battles, but none of them retreated from the city walls and continued to fight bitterly without retreating. Those who were shooting at the outside of the city continued to keep firing. Those who were clearing out the demon wolves on the top of the city continued to clear out the demon wolves, and the sniping team at the back still calmly cooperated with the battle at the top of the city. All of these people had nothing to do with the Zhu family, but at this moment, they were all fighting for the rise of the Zhu family. At this moment, these ordinary people, with their lives and blood, with their unyielding and perseverance, won Red Moon's respect and brought a baptism to her somewhat simple mind. Taking a deep breath, Hongyu raised her Yun Miao sword and was about to charge up, when she suddenly heard Zhu Zhong's voice. "Fifth miss, go back and heal your wounds. Leave this place to me." Zhu Zhong, clad in iron armor, charged across the city walls, instantly clearing out the demonic wolves that had rushed up to the city's head, and wherever he passed, the demonic wolves were either cut off at the waist or split in half from head to tail. The toughness of an earth martial artist was displayed to the fullest at this moment. Zhu Hongyang, who had just entered Dimming Martial City carrying a machine gun, was shocked when he abruptly saw Red Moon, who had lost one of her sleeves. Her face was pale, and her arm was crisscrossed with blood marks. "Red Moon, are you alright?" At this moment, Zhu Hongyang's true feelings flowed out, causing a warm current to flow through Hongyu's heart. "It was all worth it." Fan Ernyang smiled faintly. "Fifth miss has gained a lot this time, one step closer to breakthrough. Let go of that word of demented. Standing on the ground can be a human martial artist." Zhu Hongyang put down his heart and turned his head to look at Li Yaoming. "Elderly, how is the situation?" Li Yaoming looked unsightly. Although the second wave of the demon wolf's attack had already retreated, the task force battalion had already lost its combat power. The 3 city walls, the machine guns that can still barely be used are now less than 100. Continuous firing, no matter how much cooling is done, it can't stop the barrels from deforming, and the excitation device is even scrapped in advance. The 2 machine guns in the corner tower have also become a pile of scrap metal in the overloaded battle. The bazooka can still be used, but the rockets have been exhausted. The man-portable missile launcher is still there, but only a few man-portable missiles. Long ago in the city wall when the crisis used up, the only ones with complete combat power were the snipers that acted as a reserve team, and there were plenty of bullets, but facing at least 6,000 demon wolves, it was like a drop in the bucket. In the second wave of the encounter, although the number of demon wolves killed exceeded 1,000, and one of the human-grade wolf kings was decapitated, the task force battalion was no longer without casualties. The western and southern city walls guarded by Earth-level experts only had a few unlucky warriors killed in action, but the eastern city wall guarded by Red Moon suffered heavy casualties. In the short time that Red Moon had been held back by the Wolf King, more than 30 warriors had died in battle, half of which were the elite of the mighty Tiger Special Warfare Team that Zhang Hu had single-handedly trained. Li Yaoming's heart was dripping blood. Wasn't this a bit of a big price to pay for a dude's trial? Looking at the corpses being carried down, sniffing the bloody breath mixed with nitrous smoke, Zhu Hongyang also fell silent. Born in the Earth world, don't blame him for superstitious belief in the power of guns, and don't blame him for fantasizing about a perfect all-around victory, because on Earth, humans are already the world's hegemony, and any animal can't become a climate. The toughness of the demon wolves was beyond the military's expectations, but the killing power of hot weapons was obviously not useless, and the close to 2,000 demon wolves that had been killed proved it. But this was still far from the end, as there were still more than 6,000 demon wolves outside the city, as no one knew if there would still be a steady stream of demon wolves arriving on the opposite side of the demon canyon. Li Yaoming looked straight at Fan Ernyang and asked in an astringent voice, "Is it worth it?" Fan Ernyang naturally understood the potential meaning of his words, and calmly said, "This is just the beginning. This place has already been targeted by the demonic beasts. There is no way for us to retreat, and an even bloodier battle is yet to come." Zhu Hongyang looked up brightly. Could it be that the situation that the old master faced back then would be reproduced? One must know that back then, there were dozens of heavenly martial artist heavenly spirit masters in Dimming Martial City, and more than 3,000 human martial artist earth martial artist elites. Now, leaving aside the old housekeeper who was a heavenly martial artist or not, there were only 3 earth-level experts in Dimming Martial City. How to fight? With heaven and man at war in his heart, his eyes retracted from the cloud-covered Devil's Canyon and landed on the battle flag that was fluttering in the wind. Zhu Hongyang seemed to have gone through a spiritual baptism as well. War. What conditions do you have? Just mention them. Chapter 72, The Emergence of Retreating Intention. Looking at Zhu Hongyang seems to have changed. Fan Ernyang smiled in relief. The young master ultimately has the Zhu family blood. As long as the bloodline is stimulated, the future of the Zhu family is expected to flourish. Li Yaming is also weighing the pros and cons. Is really a world that brings too much benefit, so big that all the battalion of the task force to die is worth it. Good. Let's just put up a fight. But I want martial arts secrets and psychic secrets. After Zhu Hongyang knew the harsh conditions of becoming a martial arts psychic, he knew that the so-called secret books were not as precious as he imagined. Not everyone could take a secret book and practice to become an expert, and nodded his head painfully. Okay, but the secret martial arts books of China, I want a copy too. Li Yaoming frowned. There was something odd. This guy agreed too quickly, but at this point, there was no time for careful consideration. The two quickly returned to Earth. One mobilized the nearest infantry regiment under Group A army to rush here, and one continued the grand project of ants moving. Outside the city, the demonic wolves for some reason also subsided, although the rising and falling howls are distracting, but perversely did not continue to attack the Daimingwu city. Wei Lilong directly commanded the soldiers to set up pots and stoves on the city wall, and made use of local ingredients. Crystal red fruits and bright green fresh cabbage became their dinner. It couldn't be helped. The personnel and equipment couldn't be moved over, let alone the logistical supplies. Stars twinkling on the dark blue canopy. Zhu Hongyang gasping for breath lying on the wide wooden chair. By Fan Ernyang for him to need the sore muscles. Suddenly recalled back to the scene that he saw on the star wooden seat. Couldn't help but ask, Ernyang, that one star, is it really a world that can be psychic? Fan Ernyang's hand lurched as she gently shook her head. Young master, every world has a sun, moon and stars. Do you think that the sun, moon and stars were created for this world? Or are the sun, moon and stars originally composed of countless worlds? Zhu Hongyang froze. Such a deep philosophical question. It is not something he can go deeper into. Put down this matter, and turned to ask suspiciously, Ernyang, obviously I feel much more energized. Why can I still only carry so much? Is quite strong. A foot can kick the special forces. Chen Xiaobao spit blood. Zhu Hongyang feel that he has the potential to be a bully. Carry 1,000 pounds of giant tripod is not want to. 500 or 600 pounds can still be dragged. But carrying arms, as long as more than 300 pounds, iron certainty play finished. Zhu Hongyang is puzzled. Fan Ernyang guffawed. Explained, although you can hold things, can be brought to and from the two worlds, but also depends on the psychic portal recognized how much. Nodding Zhu Hongyang's forehead, Fan Ernyang smiled dotingly. Do you know why we haven't taught you any feats these past few days? Zhu Hongyang froze. The original Zhu family's fourth young master was at least a martial artist, and what he learned was naturally the Zhu family's dimming martial technique, but he was a weakling, not to mention a martial artist apprentice. He was considered to be at the back of the pack among the ordinary people of Earth, although every time he goes to dimming martial city, he comes and goes in a hurry, but the old housekeeper or Fan Ernyang gives him a small stove. The problem is still not big. The least teaching some basic skills is still possible, but the two big brothers do not mention the matter of learning martial arts. On the contrary, Si Wenxiu, the first time she came to the sacred sky continent, Fan Ernyang not only cut her hair and washed her marrow, but also used the means of a psychic master to directly brand her with the basic fist of the mountain and river brocade technique brocade fist, so that Zhu Hongyang's husband would not be able to get beaten up if he was not careful. Of course, this does not mean that Si Wenxiu can take shortcuts. As usual, she needs to learn the words of the sacred sky continent, memorize the meridian points, piggybacking on the knowledge of medicine and blacksmithing skills, only with the assistance of psychic masters. This process is much easier, but Zhu Hongyang? Are the two big brothers really giving up on him completely, not even teaching him basic martial arts? That is certainly not the case. Disappointed in the fourth young master, but not so much, but the mysterious power in Zhu Hongyang's brow. The two big brothers cannot see through, especially the assassin attack that time. Whole human martial artist, actually even people with the sword. Was Zhu Hongyang brow purple star swallowed cleanly, so that the two big brothers do not dare to act rashly. To put it bluntly, Zhu Hongyang has the ability to travel between two worlds, but the power of the psychic portal, or that mysterious power within his brow, he has only mastered that little bit, and only allows him to carry a weight of less than 300 pounds. Fan Ernyang also knew nothing about this mysterious energy, and could not help Zhu Hongyang. Instead, this guy coveted Su Rolan, and could not help but inspire a little bit on both occasions, but this only made his body a little bit stronger, and did not have a little bit of use for him to carry items to and from the two worlds. Zhu Hongyang suddenly realized, reached out and pressed his brow, but there was nothing unusual about it, sighed, looked at the smoke-filled Devil's Canyon, and suddenly asked, Ernyang, why did the Devil's Wolves surround but not attack earlier? And even if they stormed the walls later on, they didn't swarm the city? If more than 8,000 demon wolves swarmed up, plus 70 to 80 human-level wolf kings. Needless to say, the first wave would be able to annihilate the entire Wu city, and there was no need for Zhu Hongyang to worry about whether to defend or fight. Fan Ernyang said meaningfully, "Young master, this magical beast is not just a kind of magical wolf, nor is it only human level." Zhu Hongyang suddenly shivered, inexplicably feeling the cold wind whooshing past. Back then, when the old master was defending Wu city, the Shu family army had 8 commanders, 24 generals, and 3,000 martial arts elites. What kind of a force was it? Why did the old master dare to say that the Zhu family army is unrivaled in the world and invincible on the frontier? Unless the 8 commanders and 24 generals were all heavenly martial artists or heavenly spirit masters. With the old master's cultivation of a heavenly martial artist at that time, being able to be ranked as one of the 8 marshals of the imperial dynasty, then it was conceivable that the entire sacred heavenly imperial dynasty wasn't filled with heavenly martial artists all over the place. Extrapolating from this, the Shu family army with more than 30 heaven-level experts, what kind of huge force should it be? 3,000 martial arts elites, daring to be called elites amongst a large number of martial arts. I'm afraid that human martial arts could only be at the bottom of the list, with earth martial arts being the backbone. But such a Zhu clan army, after the fierce battle with the magical beasts in the Demon Canyon, ended up with the 4 great commanders perishing in battle and 16 generals killed in action. The old housekeeper didn't say how many of the 3,000 martial artists died in the battle, but it must have been quite a few. At least more than half of the battle losses were there. Then how strong are the magical beasts? At least the heaven-level magical beasts must exist. Otherwise, why did the Zhu family army perish so many heaven-level experts? With Zhu Hongyang's current family foundation, even with the full support of the entire country of China, he would not be able to defend Wu city. Looking away from the warriors busily carrying weapons and setting up positions under the night, Zhu Hongyang muttered, "Wouldn't that be me victimizing them?" Seeing the hardships of the defense of Wu city, seeing the corpses of dozens of warriors who sacrificed their lives today, seeing the injured Red Moon, and after learning that the magical beasts are powerful and incessant, Zhu Hongyang's determination to fight wavered, and he had the intention of retreating. Perhaps, dragging the family to the north to migrate far away, is the most correct choice. Big deal. Never return to Earth for life. Chapter 73, Heavenly Thunder Rolling. If they were to choose one of the 2 worlds to live in for a long time, Zhu Hongyang and Si Wenxia would undoubtedly choose the sacred sky continent, because in the Earth world, they were also just small people at the bottom. It wasn't because they were young masters and young ladies over here, but this side could live a bit longer. But the 2 kids really don't think so. At least Zhu Qinghao prefers that world with internet and games. As for the question of how many years to live, it's not in the scope of the little teenager's consideration. Zhu Hongyang's side just moved his thoughts. Fan Ernyang already had a sense, gently shook her head and whispered, "Young master, it's too late." "Too late? What does it mean?" Fan Ernyang smiled bitterly and said, "Originally, Zhu Lao wanted to borrow the magical beasts to sharpen young master, but after he left, something changed." Zhu Hongyang was dumbfounded. If he had known that this was a test against him, then why did he still look for the military to borrow soldiers, exposing his biggest secret for nothing? But what exactly happened? Surprisingly, it made the always bland Fan Ernyang a bit gloomy. Fan Ernyang pointed in the direction of Devil's Canyon and whispered, "Weren't you just asking why the Devil's Wolves didn't surge up?" Zhu Hongyang nodded and abruptly thought of a possibility. His eyes widened. Could it be that there's a demonic beast more powerful than a human-level wolf king that's controlling the entire wolf pack? Fan Ernyang nodded faintly. Not bad. Regardless of whether it's a martial artist psychic, or a barbarian, demonic beast or magical beast, the ultimate goal of cultivation is the unity of heaven and man. A magical beast that can arrive at the heavenly level is no different from a human being, and now it's impossible to leave even if you want to. Cold winds were blowing at his back. The reason why the demonic wolves didn't rush up in a swarm, but were divided into batches to test the waters, was that there was a high-level demonic beast with superior intelligence controlling it behind the scenes. Could it be a heaven-level wolf king? Fan Ernyang lightly patted Zhu Hongyang's back. "Don't think nonsense. A magical beast that has reached the heavenly unity will not easily cross the Devil's Canyon. Go, before Zhu Lao comes back. We need help from over there." Zhu Hongyang was puzzled. Was the old butler that bullish? He can block the heavenly grade demon beasts when he comes back? After a moment of deliberation, Fan Ernyang still gave Zhu Hongyang some insight. The old housekeeper is the head of the 24 generals of the Zhu family back then, the heavenly thunder god general. Heavenly thunder rolling is Zhu Hongyang's feelings at this time. Heavy machine guns are generally also known as squad machine guns, usually with 2 machine gunners. Theoretically, a platoon of 3, a company of 9, a battalion of more than 20. But this thing from its birth has never had a full complement, and in modern times, As the mechanization of the troops increases, the number of equipment is still being cut down, and the number of professional machine gunners is also declining all the time. Li Yaoming mobilized nearby. The whole of a group army can give him to come up with more than 200 professional machine gunners, has been considered very face, together with the nearest infantry regiment. By the next day, the total strength within Daimingwu City had reached over 2,000 men, with the number of light and heavy machine guns reaching over 1,000, especially the number of machine guns removed from the helicopter gunships, reaching a staggering 30. At the same time, Li Yaoming urgently mobilized large-caliber 120mm caliber mortars to reach more than 100, which was also the heaviest weapon that Zhu Hongyang could move after dismantling. Of course, the chief commander of the battlefield is still Wei Lilong, the newly arrived infantry regiment commander Dynasty Tiger. Seeing the rank is not lower than his Zhang Huanqian and are willing to be the deputy, much less say anything more. When the sun rises, around Daimingwu City is instantly hot, the air seems to be sticky, the wolves are also perversely silent, and the heavy atmosphere weighs down the people's hearts and minds. On the altar, Zhu Hongyang and Li Yaoming couldn't sit still at all, looking at the battlefield with binoculars, but unfortunately, nothing could be seen on the side of the Devil's Canyon. Fan Ernyang is still wearing a long purple dress, quietly standing beside Zhu Hongyang. Wang Xinhai is wearing a steel helmet, also carrying a light machine gun in his hand, vigilantly looking around. Before the old housekeeper, a peak heavenly martial artist expert returned, guarding the Daimingwu City. Is Zhu Hongyang and Li Yaoming's new task? Unfortunately, the premise is that the Devil's Canyon opposite the heavenly magic beasts don't make a move. Not to mention Zhu Hongyang had no bottom in his heart. Even Fan Ernyang had no bottom in her heart, only that no one could peek through her worries. Suddenly, Devil's Canyon side of the clouds tossing, bursts of harsh hissing sound rushed to the sky, and the wolf howling sound is very different. New types of magical beasts appeared. Fan Ernyang, however, stared at the tumbling clouds and mumbled in a low voice. Still here? In the capital, in the general staff compound, inside an office, the tall and imposing Vice Chief Yang Xuanwu slapped heavily on his desk. Does he, Li Yaoming, want to rebel? In peacetime, even the military bigwigs, mobilized battalion-level combat units below, also need to pass the military region to give orders. For example, he took the liberty of mobilizing the Tigers to quietly capture Zhu Hongyang, but also only deployed 2 squads of dozens of people. Once a battalion-level and above combat unit is mobilized, it must be reported to the General Staff and the Ministry of National Defense for joint approval. Li Yaoming mobilized the Group A Army Special Forces Battalion, as well as a variety of light and heavy weapons, is still considered to play a ball, because the Special Forces Battalion on the surface did not leave the station, but then mobilized dozens of helicopter gunships, formed infantry regiments. Li Yaoming can later explain to the Commander-in-Chief and national leaders. These troops were mobilized but do not dare not report. So the news in the fastest speed in front of Yang Xuanwu. Tiger's Special Forces directly by Li Yaoming suppression. The Yang family opened the project manager position. Also failed to Zhu Hongyang to Wu Zhong. Coupled with this moment Li Yaoming crazy general behavior. Immediately let Yang Xuanwu smell a hint of unusual breath. Prepare the military airplane. I will personally go to Tushuai. With that, several military vehicles drove out of the compound and headed straight to a military airport on the outskirts. Inside a spacious and bright office, Chao Tianlong gazed at the water mist rising from his teacup and suddenly asked without a clue, Chao Jun Chao Hai lost contact? A lean man beside him nodded slightly. Yes, he has lost contact since that day. Chao Tianlong stood up, turned around the office a few times with his hands behind his back, and instructed, as we approach the New Year's Eve, it seems that I need to go and meet that daughter in person. On the New Year's Eve, it's not going to be lively without her. Find a better reason and I'll go to Hezhou in person. Immediately afterward, the Western Mountain Province was notified that Chao Tianlong, one of the 5 giants, was about to come for an inspection, and suddenly the entire Concordia state was busy. Underneath the Huaguo Mountain and River map, a radiant old man stared for a long time and exhaled a long breath. Li Yaoming will rebel? These people really dare to say that. The old man wearing a general's uniform on the side laughed. That old man has half a foot in Hades, but he actually came back to life and made such a big commotion. The old man laughed out loud. I have good wine, brewed by the hands of an old friend. Would he dare to come back for a sip? Chapter 74, Flying Magic Beast. In an antique building complex, inside the ancient colored living room, the old man with white hair slowly sipped his tea, and only when he put down his tea light, a middle-aged man next to him wearing an expensive suit that was out of place here spoke in a respectful voice. Master, it's been verified that old lady Guan and Li Yaoming are both in Tushuai, as well as Chao Tianlong and Yang Xuanwu are both running over there. The old man said breathlessly. The Fan family has been getting more and more prosperous over the past few years. She's happy to go and bring her great-granddaughter, but it's too boring to have less of her to talk to. Arrange for it to go down. I'm going to go and take a look at the great-granddaughter that she brags about all day long. More than 10 years have not left the capital of the old man of the Hua family. Suddenly traveled to Tushui, that little-known place. Suddenly alarmed a lot of people. But think about him and the old lady Guan entangled in a lifetime. Seems to be reasonable. Inside the plain and elegant hearse, there was no sad atmosphere. No mournful weeping, but rather a stream of people coming and going, vying for the huge family fortune left behind by the Xie family's old man after his unexpected death. A middle-aged man looked at his younger brother, who was 7 times similar to him, with an uneasy expression on his face. Most of the people who came to offer their condolences did not pay any attention to him, the eldest son of the Xie family, but instead exchanged pleasantries with his third brother. Turning his head, the middle-aged man whispered to his not-so-young but still gorgeous wife, "I don't care what method you use, trick that unfilial daughter back to me, or else we'll be kicked out of the capital." New Era District. Xie Danxiang wandered for a long time, finally put the key to the property, carrying the suitcase out of the gate. A luxurious Mercedes-Benz customized model drove noiselessly, picking her up and merging into the traffic. Zhu Hongyang in the Shangtian continent does not know, counted as his father-in-law Chao Tianlong, has already departed. Of course, whether to recognize this pro not in him, but in Su Rolan, climbed to the top of the city Zhao Hongwei also do not know. For him to preside over the betting Xie Laozi has been scattered to the west, carved in love with the love of Xie Danxiang, has returned to the capital. The two, whether there is still see each other one day, it is really not easy to say. At this moment, listening to the harsh chirping that rises up to the sky, everyone has a heavy face. Although the demon wolf was strong, its weaknesses had already been thoroughly researched. It was not invincible, but this newly appeared type of demon beast, it left people at a loss. The screams were mournful, but the sighs made people want to laugh a little, and it couldn't help but remind people of a famous poem of enlightenment. Goose goose goose, bending its neck to the sky, white fur floats on green water, red palm plucks clear waves, a snow-white plumage, neck slender, head red crown, feet red palm, walk up and waddle, appearance and the earth's white goose no difference, the only difference is the beak, not flat, but a long dark red beak, but not quite the length of a crane. Wasn't it cute at first glance? At least it was much better looking than the hideous demon wolf, but everyone is in a cold sweat, because this newly appeared magical beast, the same red eyes, exudes a monstrous hostile aura, and that body size, enough to be several times that of the Earth's white geese. At least the head is taller than a person. This is still a goose? Moreover, the world of magical beasts is the strongest is honored. Just look at the magical wolves obediently give way to the road, lying on both sides. Let this kind of magical beasts through. We know that this thing, more powerful than the magical wolves. Looking at the dense number of at least thousands of goose-type magical beasts, although they ran shakily, their speed was not slow. Wei Lilong was secretly glad that the magical wolves on the east and west sides did not take advantage of the opportunity to impact the city walls. Fire! Although the 120mm mortar was also a cannon, the weight itself was much lighter than the 75mm mountain cannon field cannon. It was the largest caliber artillery that could be dragged into the sacred sky continent by Zhu Hongyang after a simple decomposition. Boom! 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 Cannonballs exploded in the Great White Goose Demon Beast group, similar to the Demon Wolf's first attack on the city. These demon beasts didn't know how to dodge at all. Due to the change in caliber and density, this round of shelling was highly effective, killing at least hundreds of goose magical beasts. Zhu Hongyang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this guy was much better than the demonic wolves. However, the next moment, Zhu Hongyang face pumped up, close to a certain distance. These guys flew up, whoosh, whoosh. A few rockets' armor-piercing shells shot out, hitting a few large white geese, but it blew a few reckless magic beasts to pieces. But Li Yaoming and other military people, including Zhu Hongyang, a layman, knew that this was just that they did not know the power of rockets and did not deliberately dodge. Once these magical beasts deliberately avoided, these magical beasts that could fly at a speed no less than that of the red moon, wanted to hit near impossible. Newt! A mournful chirping sound rang out as the magical beasts hovering in the air swooped downwards, opening their mouths and spewing out a stream of flames. Although the soldiers fought back, with bullets, rockets, and man-portable missiles forming a curtain of bullets, they were unable to change anything. Wherever the flames went, they quickly burst into flames, and several ammo piles exploded in martyrdom, injuring many people in turn. Several fighters who were directly enveloped by the flames were instantly turned into ashes. Even the elite troops had a strong sense of powerlessness at this moment. Fan Ernyang sighed softly, her catkin danced rapidly, and in an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky above Mingwu City changed. The gusty winds danced about and the overcast clouds were dense, strangely turning into a light blue color as Fan Ernyang's mouth chanted in an obscure and unintelligible manner. Brush! the light blue clouds transformed into countless ice cones, suspended in the sky above Mingwu City. An infinite icy cold aura descended from the sky, and the entire Mingwu City instantly transformed from a hot summer into a chilly winter. Newt, countless goose-type magical beasts panicked. Even if they are no longer fearful of death, the fear of the might of heaven and earth is engraved in their bones. Desperately open wings scattered to escape. But the strange thing is, once left a distance from the Mingwu City, these just can soar in the sky of the beasts. Body cannot help but fall like a stone, can no longer fly up. There are even a few unlucky eggs, actually flying north, in the moment of leaving the Devil's Canyon, steeply turned into a flame, blown by the wind, did not leave a trace. Fan Ernyang pointed to the east of the city and shouted in a snappy voice, "Zhu Chao, kill it!" Zhu Chao let out a long whistle and killed towards the east of the city as countless demonic wolves and geese frantically pounced on him. This guy seemed like a tank, charging across under the siege of demonic beasts. The sharp claws and teeth of the demonic wolves crashed into the iron armor, emitting a tooth-achingly piercing sound, and couldn't injure him in the slightest. The flames spewed out by the devil goose. Before it could get close, it was blown away by the strong wind, and as long as the slender neck was grasped by Zhu Chao, it would be snapped off. Feeling Zhu Chao's heavenly aura, watching him punch and slash with his sword, and even rely on his iron armor to protect his body, his knees hit his chest, and kill a dozen or so magical beasts in a blink of an eye. Zhu Hongyang's chest seemed to have a trace of a different emotion growing in his chest. A great man should be like this. The sword across the world. God block kill God. Buddha block kill Buddha. Devil block destroy the devil. Chapter 75, This Damned Meteorite. Boom! There was a loud bang. Flames splashed everywhere, and Zhu Chao staggered backward several steps. A devil goose surrounded by flames showed up and gave a mournful honk as it desperately rushed towards the direction of Mingwu City. Fan Ernyang waved her hand, and the countless light blue ice cones suspended in the air turned in unison, their tips flashing with cold light pointing towards the east of the city. That devil goose suddenly had a footstep, scornfully looking towards the roiling ice cones, twisting its head to pounce on Zhu Chao. Unable to fly, its combat power was at least halved. Zhu Chao's long sword crossed his chest, and he muffled his voice. Shan Lianqian. A sword slashed out. Zhu Hongyang indistinctly saw countless mountain peaks cascading down, blasting and smashing into that flame-surrounded devil goose. At this moment, not only Zhu Hongyang, but even the military men also had a refreshment in their perception of martial artists and psychics. Heavenly and human unity. This word in China also has thousands of years of history. Countless masters can explain a lot of ordinary people simply do not understand the reasoning. From the top of the state to rule the country, down to the parents, can be found in the shadow of this word. But for martial artists and psychic masters, it is very simple, to be powerful until the power of heaven and earth is turned into one's own use. In fact, the scientific and technological means on earth, which can use electric energy, light energy, wind energy, nuclear energy and so on, seems to be a kind of power of heaven and earth. Even the heat energy obtained by burning oil and natural gas is also in this category. But Zhu Hongyang knew in his heart that there was an essential difference. Martial artist's psychic pursuit is the unity of man and heaven, melting in the world. Not only can borrow the power of heaven and earth for their own use, but also to achieve the goal of a strong themselves to extend their lives. Similar to the earth's legendary cultivation of immortality, cultivation of the category, the power of science and technology, is nothing more than the premise of conservation of energy, the conversion of one kind of energy into another kind of energy. There must be some loss, bringing the development of the same time there is bound to be regression, such as the environment is getting worse and worse, the human body is getting worse and worse, and inexplicably a variety of viruses more and more and more and so on. Doomsday theme of the game, film and television, novels, speculation more and more, in fact, has been the human subconscious wake-up call, which is very likely to happen in the future. However, it is not his turn to worry about a small person. At this moment, the more important thing is, can let Fan Ernyang like a great enemy of the magic goose? What level of magical beasts? Suddenly, the arm was gently held. Light fragrance came to his nose. Zhu Hongyang twisted his head to see, but it was Su Roland. These 2 days busy moving personnel supplies. Zhu Hongyang really forgets Su Roland. After all, the two get along with time is too short, not to the kind of 1 day not see like 3 autumns of the point, 2 days not seen, really did not think about her. At this time Su Roland changed a lavender dress, just that head of short hair, seems a little out of tune. Seeing Zhu Hongyang looked over, Su Roland smiled bashfully, Ernyang to Starwood as a guide, for me to configure the star celestial water, bathed for 48 hours, and now I'm already a psychic apprentice. Zhu Hongyang grinned. Si Wenxiu was now at least a martial apprentice, and Su Roland had also become a psychic apprentice. It seemed like he didn't have the slightest bit of status in front of the 2 women now. Boom boom boom. Successive explosions came from the outside of the city and smoke filled the air. When Zhu Hongyang looked over again, the battle had already ended. Zhu Chao was lying on his back on the ground. His body's iron armor was crumbling everywhere. A bloody hole in his thigh was still dripping blood. Even the huge sword that was like a doorplate was somewhat deformed by the flames. No need to ask. Can let Zhu Chao, this earth martial artist so wretched, can only be earth-level magic beast? And still the war power is limited magic beast. No wonder Farmlord didn't hesitate to use her big moves and shock the whole field, but also wanted to fight for Zhu Chao to have a chance to kill this magical beast. So it turned out that an earth-grade magical beast had gotten mixed in. Unfortunately, the Devil's Canyon was like a forbidden system. Any magical beasts couldn't take a step beyond it. The several magical beasts that tried to fly out of the Devil's Canyon but went up in smoke just now were proof of that. Although there are still remnants of energy from the meteorite that fell from the sky, enabling them to pass through the Devil's Canyon to reach Dimingwu City, they can only return to normal when they are extremely close to the altar that sealed the meteorite. Zhu Hongyang shuddered. It seems that this time, the devil beast suddenly surrounded Dimingwu City in a big way, and the target was precisely the meteorite that was sealed in Dimingwu City. By grabbing this meteorite, the magical beasts on the other side of the Devil's Canyon would be able to enter the sacred sky continent in a big way, without any more worries. This damn meteorite. Since guessing that his ability to travel between the two worlds was 80% related to this meteorite, Zhu Hongyang thought a lot. Why didn't the Zhu family army transport this meteorite far away before sealing it? The answer is probably that this meteorite, they simply cannot transport the Devil's Canyon, can only be sealed at the very edge of the place. Why has there been nothing wrong for so many years, but recently the speed of the gathering of the beasts is unusual? The answer is probably that Zhu Hongyang obtained the ability to travel between two worlds from the meteorite, and the energy fluctuation when the psychic portal was opened alerted the sensitive beasts. The old housekeeper's whimsical use of magical beasts to attack the city to sharpen Zhu Hongyang was really a wrong idea. Now, the military has already killed hundreds of warriors in battle, and the earth-level magical beasts have all shown up. Where is that heavenly thunder god general who can bring rolling thunder? The howls of the magical beasts rose and fell. The clouds and fog rolled up in the direction of the Devil's Canyon, and rows of magical beasts rushed over, but they did not directly impact the city walls, but instead jumped to the east and west sides of the city. Farmlord gazed at the tumbling clouds for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Young master, let all their people enter the dim martial hall." Li Yaoming sighed slightly. After seeing the true battle power of martial artists and psychic masters, he also knew that with a few more powerful magical beasts, all of these 1,000 people would have to be accounted for here. Picking up the walkie-talkie, Li Yaoming painfully gave the order, "All hands on deck, retreat to the dimming martial hall." Boom! The ground shook, and the third type of magical beast appeared in front of Zhu Hongyang's eyes, resembling a horse but not a horse, resembling a deer but not a deer. Its pale yellow fur was filled with purple-black spots and seemed to emit a faint millimeter of light. Stopped at a position 2,000 meters away from Mingwu City, the same crimson eyes seemed to see directly on the altar. Dimming Martial City had been completely surrounded, with thousands of demonic wolves and demonic geese in the east and west of the city, and thousands of newly appeared demonic beasts in the south of the city. Farmlord waved her hand and said, "I'm only afraid that this is the worst kind of outcome. All of you go to the Mingwu Hall to take shelter for a while." Zhu Hongyang was secretly aghast. The worst outcome would naturally be the heavenly grade demonic beasts crossing over the Devil's Canyon and arriving at the Dimming Martial City. How terrifying an expert arriving at the Celestial Unity Realm was, Zhu Hongyang didn't know, but from Farmlord, a peak Earth spiritist, he could also surmise a thing or two. After seeing Li Yaoming and Wang Xinhai enter the Dimming Martial Hall under the escort of the Zhu families for family generals, only 4 people remained on the altar: Zhu Hongyang, Zhu Hongyue, Farmlord and Su Roland. Zhu Hongyang was filled with worry. "Ernyang, can we really last until the old housekeeper returns?" Chapter 76, Heavenly Beast King. Farmlord said blandly, "It won't last. If necessary, I can only take you guys to leave first." Zhu Hongyang was shocked. Then he realized why only he, Hongyu and Su Roland were left on the altar. Once the heaven-level magical beasts came across the border, Farmlord didn't have any certainty and could only withdraw. Whether the others were dead or alive was probably not on her mind. Hongyu was the 5th young lady of the Zhu family recognized by Mr. and Mrs. Zhu Shiyuan, so naturally she would not abandon them. As for Su Roland, she is Zhu Hongyang's woman, and a psychic apprentice spawned by Farmlord's deployment of astral heavenly water. In Farmlord's eyes, she is also a woman and an apprentice, so she naturally won't let it go. Then what about the others? What about Zhu Zhongzhu Chao, the 4 newly accepted family generals, and the more than 1,000 people from the Chinese military? I swept over the city head, where a considerable number of heavy weapons were still piled up, such as dozens of machine guns, hundreds of mortars, and hundreds of heavy machine guns. Zhu Hongyang suddenly felt a little tightness in his chest, which meant that they would all become outcasts and be slaughtered by the magical beasts. Fan'er caressed the top of Zhu Hongyang's head, barely squeezing out a smile. Young master need not be overly concerned. Daiming Martial Hall has 3,000 martial arts essence protection. Idle beasts do not dare to step into a step. After a pause, Fan'er whispered, as long as we can return early, they will be fine. Unless, at the entrance of the dimming Martial Hall, Li Yaoming, surrounded by Wei Lilong, Zhao Hongwei, Zhang Hu, Qinan, and Dynasty Tiger, looked at the four figures on the altar in a distant manner, and said in a low voice, "It's because I'm a bit out of my depth." As early as when that girl displayed her means, she should have realized that everything in this world is not something we can meddle with. The crowd was silent and speechless, personally fighting against the magical beasts. The invincible hot weapons were not effective, although there was also a reason why the heavy equipment could not be dragged over, resulting in an incomplete battle. But these magical beasts were obviously not the most powerful existences in this world either. Thinking about Fan'er performance when she was on Earth, which kind of thermal weapon could pose a threat to her? Zhao Hongwei looked at the white-haired old chief who was somewhat demoralized and couldn't help but advise, "Chief, now it seems that they are really in trouble. This operation, gaining their friendship is the biggest gain." Li Yaoming was dumbfounded, unable to imagine that he was a handful of years old, but in turn, he was not as perceptive as this kid. Suddenly, the monstrous pressure covered the entire Mingwu city. A cadre of people standing at the entrance of the Mingwu palace was like a mountain pressing down on them, almost falling to the ground. Zhuzhong Zhuchao shouted. Both rushed out, want to take them back to the Mingwu hall, but instantly be pressed to the sword on the ground. Cannot move. In the plaque above the Ming Dynasty Martial Hall, the three big words of iron painting and silver hook suddenly emitted dark light, enveloping the door of the hall. Zhuzhong Zhuchao body light quickly dragged the military several people into the dimming martial arts hall, still palpitating. In the rolling clouds, three magical beasts slowly floated in the air. Unlike the other magical beasts that could only climb up that slope to arrive at the dimming martial city, these three guys flew out directly from the clouds. The image was very recognizable. It was the three types of magical beasts that appeared outside of Daimingwu City. In the center is exactly the last kind of magical beast that appeared. Like a horse is not a horse, like a deer is not a deer. Around the body yellowish fur, with irregular purple-black spots. On the left side was the kind of magical beast shaped like a white goose, and on the right side was the pitch-black magical wolf. Zhu Hongyang's eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle up. One heaven-level magical beast was enough for them to flee, and now there were actually three of them? Fan'er's fine eyebrows stood up. If there was only one heaven-level beast, she was confident to bring the young master and their whole body to retreat. Three well, twisting to escape and looking for death is no different. A thick and calm voice came out. This city, finally someone has come again. Is it the descendant of that bastard? The beast can talk? This is not really a monster in the Chinese legend? Zhu Hongyang was first shocked, then somewhat relieved. Sacred Heaven Continent's martial civilization. The inheritance has been tens of thousands of years. There is a complete vein, whether it is a martial artist or psychic. Are the more they practice the longer they live? Unlike the Chinese martial arts, practiced to full of dark wounds, but more short-lived than ordinary people. That is to say, this side of the sacred sky continent, cultivation is an all-round enhancement. Body, life expectancy, soul synchronized strengthening, can arrive at the realm of unity of heaven and man. Even if it is not a human being, then it is absolutely into the essence of the world. Will speak human language is not a rare thing. Fan'er waved her hand. A light blue shield emerged, protecting the four people, blandly returned. You guys, crossed the line. Ow. The demon wolf king tilted his head and howled. Crossed the border? It wasn't you who summoned us here? Fan'er's eyes lowered. When she lured the demonic wolves to surround the city, how could she have imagined that she would attract a heaven-level demonic beast? In the tens of thousands of years of history of the sacred sky continent, this Devil's Canyon that was more than 10,000 miles long, except for here in Dimingwu City back then, there had never been a precedent of a magical beast crossing the canyon to enter the sacred sky imperial dynasty. Back then, the Shu family army bloody battle in the city of Dimingwu, sealing the meteorite falling from the sky. Fan'er was not yet born. A lot of details are naturally not clear, but just now, Zhu Hongyang secretly cursed this damn meteorite, and his nearly bloodline-connected Fan'er instantly understand a lot of this matter. I guess the old housekeeper. The year of the Zhu family army, 24 generals of the first Tianlai God General, Zhu Zixing, really estimated wrong. The culprit of the demonic beast invasion back then was that heavenly meteorite, which was snatched out by the Zhu family army to the death, but they were unable to transport it out of the Devil's Canyon, so they only had to build an altar here and sealed it with the spirit sealing stone. cutting off the path for the demonic beasts to pass through the Devil's Canyon. Therefore, even though the old master Zhu Mingwu led the Zhu family's army to conquer the western barbarians, the thousands of miles of land in this vicinity was deserted, yet no magical beasts gathered. After the Zhu family's fourth young master was sent here, during his attempt at psychic channeling, he somehow stimulated meteorite energy and leapt to another world, seemingly turning into another person, along with decades of life experience. However, that bloodline and soul breath. But let Fan and Yang firmly believe, that is the past their own hand-raised children. This absolutely cannot be wrong. And, there is another world to do support. Zhu family rise hope is greater. Unfortunately, they all overlooked a crucial question. Zhu Hongyang, since he can use this energy to travel between the two worlds, then what about the Devil's Canyon's magical beasts? Thanks to the old housekeeper, he thought that it was just the residual energy from the meteorite back then that was causing trouble, and that only low-level demonic beasts could pass through, and that with him as the heavenly thunder god general, he could easily suppress it. Newt. Sharp chirps sounded like gold and stone. Back then, that kid refused to compromise. Dozens of beast kings bled in the canyon. What are you still saying? Kill them all. Cold and hard female voice but full of killing aura. Zhu Hongyang incredulously looked at the beast king that only looked like a big white goose. Kill them all? Fan and Yang cold snort. Catkin swinging. Can drag a moment is a moment. This side of the great commotion. Maybe the next moment, the old housekeeper will be able to come back with rolling thunder in the sky? The wind and clouds dance in the sky. All the spirits return to the Shenmei. Thousands and thousands of light green ice cones emerge, enveloping the whole of Daimingwu City in the sky. Chapter 77, Summoning the Stars. Ha ha ha. We still have to fight before we can talk properly. A thick and calm voice rang out, and the demonic beast in the center suddenly opened its mouth, while at the same time hanging in the air and standing up, blocking the stupidly moving demonic goose king and demonic wolf king. A hissing sound shook the heavens and the entire Daiming martial city trembled. Most of the people in the Mingwu hall directly fainted with their eyes rolled over. Only a few people standing beside Zhu Zhong and Zhu Chao stayed awake, but their heads were buzzing, and for a while they couldn't hear anything else but the hissing sound that echoed in the sky and the earth. On the altar, Zhu Hongyang and Su Rolan, even with Fan and Yang's protection, were shaken to the point of blackness and headaches. Heaven and earth cage. A purple-black cloud shrouded and instantly transformed into countless lines, weaving in and out, seemingly dividing every inch of space in the entire dimming martial city into a small grid of small grids that way. With a crash, thousands of ice cones shattered without a sound, turning into wisps of gas that dissipated between heaven and earth. Fan and Yang's pretty face turned pale, tilting her head back and spewing out a mouthful of blood. Her big move was forcibly broken by someone, and she immediately suffered a backlash, murmuring incredulously, "Heaven and earth cage? Impossible. Heaven and earth cage, in fact, is not as lofty as the name. The experts of the unity of heaven and man will use this move. It is just to use their own true chi or aura, forcibly controlling the heaven and earth aura of a certain space. Master's duel, control the surrounding heaven and earth aura, is equal to limit the strength of the other side. Can be invincible? Listen is not very cattle. In fact, this is a very rib skills. After all, a person's true chi again huge, and can control how much range? Fan and Yang lifted her leg and could run more than 10 miles, not to mention the heaven-level experts fighting. Really fight. Within a few hundred miles are estimated to be a battlefield. If you can control the aura of heaven and earth for hundreds of miles with just your true chi, the sacred sky continent is not a martial arts civilization but an immortal cultivation civilization. Therefore, heaven and earth cages were useless when heaven-level experts fought against each other. But against experts below the heaven level, was it necessary to use such a big move that consumed energy and effort? Fan and Yang was injured. The shield was broken. Zhu Hongyang suddenly faced the pressure of the three heaven-level magical beasts. His chest was like a boulder. He couldn't even breathe. An ordinary person, even if he is a novel writer, cannot prove how strong his resilience, cannot prove how profound his learning, and cannot prove how tough his spiritual will, whimsical ideas more, can pull a bit of cloudy, slightly stronger acceptance of new things. Probably Zhu Hongyang this amateur writer's all, or not so much as to mix the bottom of society, relying on mixing a bit of money to subsidize the family. Compared with the crossing army, his amateur writers, there is no strengths, dislike of the sky and the earth, do not serve, kill the immortal, kill the devil, smile proud of heaven and earth, the military horse, imperial map, hegemony, and so on. In fact, very far from him. Don't think that writing novels on how to drop, how to write in the book is one thing. Thrown to the murder scene, the same will be afraid. Thrown to the mountain of corpses in the sea of blood, the same will be afraid. Thrown to the blood of the steel knife, the same will be crying to find their mothers. It can be said that, on the resilience, on the strong will, in the drizzling Wu city of 1,000 Chinese warriors, casually pull one out. It is estimated that Zhu Hongyang, but there is no way. They are less than Zhu Hongyang of fortune, or protagonist aura. Right now Zhu Hongyang did not have a mom to look for, because Fan Yang looked shriveled up. Her mouth corners were bloodied crimson, and it was difficult to even say a word, because she was the one who carried most of the pressure, and she did not give up even now. That heavenly thunder rolling heavenly thunder god general. From the very beginning Zhu Hongyang had never trusted 100%, and now he couldn't count on it even more. Therefore, everything, only he to carry. Fortunately, after experiencing such a mysterious thing, the former small employee of the enterprise, amateur net article writer is not without a little change. With difficulty, Zhu Hongyang raised his head. Zhu Hongyang stared at the magical beast that looked like a horse and not a deer. Hissing and roaring, doesn't it just want a meteorite? Kill it. I'll give it to you. Otherwise I'll destroy it. The gazes of the three heaven-grade magical beasts landed on Zhu Hongyang at the same time. And there were no little cuties who had cultivated to this level. Could also tell that on the altar, although Fan Yang had the highest cultivation, this guy was the one in charge. But where did this guy come from to make them kill each other? Who is Zhu Hongyang going to kill? Of course it was the Beast King who looked at the cutest big white goose and let slip that he wanted to kill all of Daimingwu City. A teasing look appeared in the eyes of the three Beast Kings at the same time, and a cold, hard female voice rang out. Want to kill me? Fine. I'll give you this chance. Newt. With a long cry, the great white goose's wings danced rapidly, swooping down like an arrow, ignoring the dense and crisscrossing purple-black light. Zhu Hongyang trembled all over, his eyes tightly staring at the ever-approaching dark red-pointed beak. This scene, déjà vu, left hand tightly grasping Su Roland's hand, unknowingly already used full force, even if Su Roland is already a psychic apprentice. Hand was Zhu Hongyang pinch raw pain, but she did not dare to move, cannot move, also do not want to move. If you want to die, so die. The center of the brow throbbed violently, a faint purple aura bloomed. It seemed that something was going to drill out, but Zhu Hongyang could no longer care. Oddly awkward syllables rang out, word by word echoing between heaven and earth, grand and distant, ancient and thick, deep into the soul. The man who is a psychic is the one who uses his soul to communicate with the aura of heaven and earth, to use it for me, to strengthen my soul, to walk on the wind, to hook up with space, and to be a divine master of all things. Buzz! A dark purple star jumped out from Zhu Hongyang's brow, rapidly expanding. Surrounded by all the music is silent. The vast heavenly might filled every inch of space. Ahem! Heaven and earth conscience. Zhu Hongyang just want to open the spiritual portal. Strategic evasion. Really not want to escape. After all, since Zhu Hongyang was able to travel between the two worlds, he has not learned a single skill. Not as good as Si Wenxiu and Su Roland. Of course, the psychic mantra used to open the psychic portal doesn't count. Facing a critical situation at the moment, it was only right to amplify the skill. Only this time, instead of opening the spirit portal, it summoned a star. The celestial ranked demonic beast was very fast, and even after passing through the heaven and earth cage laid down by another celestial ranked demonic beast, it still came close to Zhu Hongyang when he had just finished reciting the psychic mantra. However, the moment the purple star appeared, this hostile beast king was chilled all over his body, forcing his body to stop, turning his head and fleeing into the distance. Buzz! Purple light bloomed. I don't know how wide the circle. Space seems to be confined. Everything seems to be frozen. Can't move. Seems like a horse is not a horse, seems like a deer is not a deer. King of the magical beasts to maintain a human standing position cannot move. The king of the magical wolves stiffly sideways head to look at the wolves outside of the city's action still. Fleeing from the big white goose wings spread no longer flap, as if instantly are transformed into a statue, but the panic-stricken eyes are covered with bottomless fear. Chapter 78, The Stargate. Faint purple aura seemed to pour out from the altar in a steady stream, injecting into Zhu Hongyang's body, and then into the suspended dark purple star, and even Fan Yang, Zhu Hongyue, and Su Roland were wrapped in a layer of faint purple aura. The dark purple star slowly rises, constantly getting bigger. As the body size grows, the color is also fading, until it finally turns into a lavender color. Zhu Hongyang also looked upwards as the star floated up. Could this be the meteorite that broke the mysterious power of Devil's Canyon? Fan Yang sensed Zhu Hongyang's thoughts, cried and laughed, and could not wait to knock his two brain adzes, whose meteorite can live in your heart of the eyebrow. At this moment, Fan Yang a little regret not earlier to Zhu Hongyang popularization point of cultivation common sense, but unfortunately at the moment in the star under the pressure, she can only see cannot move. However, although this scene in front of her is fantastic, but compared to the meteor shower that changed the entire sacred sky continent, or compared to the higher world seen by many psychics, it is nothing. At most, it was the Zhu family's fourth young master accidentally obtaining a new inheritance from the meteorite, because the inheritance of a martial arts psychic was brought about by that meteor shower. Meteors fall down. but it is not the meteorite. Zhu Hongyang did not know that he was the only one who could move, although he did not succeed in opening the psychic portal and returning to Earth to take refuge. But the Beast King's fatal attack was also successfully neutralized. He raised his hand and touched the center of his brow, but there was no abnormality, and he didn't know where the intense throbbing came from and why it disappeared. And then look up to see suspended in the sky, mighty and domineering purple star. Zhu Hongyang pondered. After the color of this thing became lighter, it really is similar to the psychic portal. The same lavender, the same complex pattern with a light pressure. The difference is that there is no light blue like a water curtain in the middle of the thing. Could it be possible to travel to other worlds through this? In addition to the Earth and the sacred sky continent, other worlds? Purple star trembled violently. Seems to be Zhu Hongyang, not tone of mind, also scared. Slowly evolved. Finally became Zhu Hongyang familiar appearance. Mauve halo on the complex arcane pattern densely covered. Exudes a vast heavenly might. In the center of a blue light curtain, as if the flow of living water. This thing is an enlarged version of the psychic portal. Only anything, after the big to the extreme, will let a person produce a sense of fear, even if Zhu Hongyang knew that this thing had something to do with him. But this is enough to swallow the whole of Daiming Martial City's psychic portal, also made his scalp a little numb. As if sensing his thoughts, the huge psychic portal gradually shrunk and began to slowly descend, targeting the Demon Goose King. The Demon Goose King instantly panicked, and although he couldn't move, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Save me! You guys save me!" Unfortunately, the other two Beast Kings were unable to protect themselves and could not help. The Devil's Canyon side was still covered in clouds and mist. It was unknown whether there were still heaven-level beasts that could come over. The only thing left in the entire Daimingwu city was the echoing of the changed tone of the female's voice. Seeing the halo approaching, the Demon Goose King finally collapsed. A good goose life at least several hundred years. It does not want to die here for no reason. Spare me. I will be your spirit pet. Please. I'm only over 100 years old. I don't want to die. The female voice with a crying tone made Zhu Hongyang confused as well. This guy was still a genius. How difficult it was to advance to a heaven-ranked expert. Just by looking at the old man's status, one could tell. The entire sacred sky continent is 20,000 miles north and south, and 15,000 miles east and west. And just that doesn't include the south of the Devil's Canyon, the east of the East Sea, the barbaric jungle where the barbarians reside, and the demonic beasts forests in the north. How many people were living in such a vast area? According to the standard of the Earth to project, how to multiply by 2, even if a discount, 10 billion people are always there. And this 10 billion people only one imperial dynasty, Shangtian Imperial Dynasty. Shangtian Imperial Dynasty on behalf of the Shangtian continent's high-end war power. Even if some of the experts did not enter the dynasty, there was ultimately a limited number of them. After all, the Sacred Sky Imperial Dynasty had stood on this land for tens of thousands of years. So, what level was the old master at in the Sacred Sky Imperial Dynasty? Marquis of Might, one of the 8 marshals of the Imperial Dynasty, commanding 8 million troops. In a world where martial civilization flourished, this wasn't something that could be achieved by charisma. It must be backed up by overwhelming strength. After subtracting some of the old men who are not in the world, Xu Mingmingwu's force ranking in the Holy Sky Imperial Dynasty can definitely enter the top 50, or even the top 10. Extrapolating from this, how many heavenly martial artists could there be in the entire Sacred Heaven Imperial Dynasty, and how many of them could be promoted to the heavenly ranks at the age of 100 or so? What's more, regardless of whether it was a magical beast or a demonic beast, the promotion process was twice as arduous compared to the human race. This great white goose, promoted to the heavenly rank Beast King at over 100 years old, was definitely a genius among geniuses. After Zhu Hongyang was confused, he was also a bit annoyed. At 100 years old, isn't that just like him? He didn't take part in that battle in the Demon Canyon back then at all? Then where did the evil mind come from? Speak clearly, why are you so vicious to kill all the people here? Or is it your nature to be cruel and good at killing? At the same time Zhu Hongyang opened his mouth, the halo stopped as if it had a spirit, and although it was less than a foot away from the white goose, it no longer moved. However, a heaven-level expert was after all a heaven-level expert. After the initial panic, it also seemed to be ashamed of its performance just now, closing its eyes tightly and no longer opening its mouth, only bunches of crystalline teardrops spilling down. Alas, a deep sigh came over, and the demonic Beast King, who still maintained his human standing position, opened his mouth. Descendant of the Zhu family, you finally control the Stargate. Just give us poor magical beasts a way out. Zhu Hongyang frowned. Gate of Stars? The name was quite graphic. The psychic portal would be true to its name if it was drawing on the energy of that meteorite. But to say that the rates were pitiful, that would be a bit of bull *******. The king of the beasts spoke with sadness. The reason why we are called beasts is because the south of the Devil's Canyon is an abandoned land, where it is contaminated by the devil's gas, and all the living beings only know how to kill, and only by killing constantly can they survive. The south of Devil Canyon was also a forbidden land for the sacred sky continent, where one could enter but not leave. History recorded that there were once 2 divine spirit masters who gathered hundreds of heavenly spirit masters to form a group to go on an expedition, and as a result, they lost track of it, and whether they were dead or alive was not known at all. The closest group of people to the Devil's Canyon who managed to come back alive was the remnants of the Zhu family army led by Zhu Mingwu back then, but they only rushed to the bottom of the Devil's Canyon to retrieve the meteorite, and did not dare to cross the Devil's Canyon. If the demon beast king hadn't lied, and the south of the canyon was an abandoned land contaminated by demonic chi, then the demon canyon instead seemed to be a barrier protecting the sacred sky continent. I don't see that you guys look like you're madly addicted to killing either. Ha! Only knowing that killing can unite the heavens and the earth? The 3 beast kings simultaneously revealed unbearable looks, and even the great white goose, who had tightly closed its eyes and waited for death, opened its eyes with a lifeless look. Chapter 79, Collecting tens of thousands of demonic beasts. There is no human race in the Forsaken Land. There are only magical beasts all over the place, influenced by the demonic gas. Birth is the starting point of killing. One cannot help it. If you are lucky enough to survive until you are promoted to a heavenly level demonic beast, you can barely maintain a few points of clarity. But when you are in the killing field, how can you stay out of it? When the meteorite fell into the Devil's Canyon, the Stargate opened. The beasts through the Stargate even arrived in the sacred sky continent. This land is not contaminated by magic, so that already can maintain a little bit of clarity of the heaven-level beasts are ecstatic. If they can migrate here, they will be able to lead their respective communities to live freely and get rid of the never-ending killings. Thus, a chance event turned into an organized invasion. Unfortunately, the sacred sky continent is owned by the Lord. Even though the border-guarding generals of the sacred sky royal dynasty fled in anticipation, there was still Zhu Mingwu who raised his arm and martial artists gathered to form the Zhu family army to fight against the demonic beasts. After decades of fighting, the end result is that the Zhu family army attacked the bottom of the Devil's Canyon, snatched the meteorite that fell from the sky, built up the Mingwu city, and sealed the passage of the Devil's Canyon. As for that big white goose, the reason why she hated Dimming Martial City so much was precisely because her father, the White Bird clan's heavenly class beast king, was severely injured in this battle, retreated to the Forsaken Land, and died in a fight after decades of hard work. Zhu Hongyang sighed deeply. All living things are born with a spirit, but unfortunately, no matter which world they are in, they are all struggling to survive. In countless novels, no matter whether you cross into the world of immortals, demons, gods and Buddhas, or cross into other worlds, or even cross into the ancient times, between the lines, summed up in just 2 words, live. Is it wrong for a beast to seek a piece of land that is not contaminated by demonic energy to survive? That's right. Is it wrong for Zhu Mingwu to defend his country against the invasion of the beasts? That's right. The eyes slowly swept over the city. The total number of tens of thousands of 3 kinds of beasts without exception, all prostrate on the ground, trembling with fear. Even if the demonic nature has not been removed, it is still difficult to resist the brilliant heavenly power. Beasts that are contaminated by demonic gas are called demonic beasts. Beasts that cultivate on their own are called demonic beasts. Beasts raised by humans are called spirit beasts. But the beast cultivation is slow. Open spirit wisdom is even more difficult. Often need a lot of resources piled up, and these resources, enough to cultivate several experts. Therefore, except for the great clans with long-lasting inheritance who chose strange breeds to feed, no one went to raise spirit beasts. This was also the reason why that big white goose, in a moment of desperation, opened its mouth in exchange for being willing to become a spirit pet in exchange for living. Zhu Hongyang withdrew his gaze and looked at Fan Ernyang. Fan Ernyang softly said, "Young master, it can be promised. 3 heaven-grade magical beasts the royal family might not even be able to take them out." Zhu Hongyang was silent. He didn't care about spiritual pets or anything. Adding a few more beloved ones was a priority, and the current unhealthy trend of keeping pets in society makes him shudder. What dog father cat master pooper scooper? Let him instinctively some resistance to raise any pet, let alone 3 heaven-level magical beasts. After a long time, Zhu Hongyang slowly said, "Swear to join the Zhu family army and never betray. You can live, otherwise you'd better go to hell." This is also a little bit of Zhu Hongyang's mind. The old housekeeper is a heavenly martial artist, but Zhu Hongyang still holds wariness of him. If he can collect 3 heavenly level magical beasts at his side, he is not afraid of what he can do. The big white goose blinked its eyes. This seemed much better than the conditions she initiated. At that time, after she rushed to say that she would like to be a spirit pet, she had actually regretted it. But this ending was not bad. Neither did she have to return to the Forsaken Land and live those dark days of killing more than one person, nor did she have to die in confusion. Although becoming a member of the Zhu clan army was not so free, but it was already the best outcome. Newt, a raw female voice rang out. My White Swan clan voluntarily joins the Zhu family army and will never betray. As the words fell, a pillar of lavender light shot out from within the psychic teleportation gate, enveloping the great white goose. The great white goose's body trembled violently, and wisps of black gas escaped from its body, being turned into nothingness by the purple light. The naked eye can see the great white goose has undergone tremendous changes. Feathers more white as snow, a root as if transparent. Tail feathers extend, a lot of red crown on top of the head is more colorful. The dark red tip of the beak color becomes lighter. Hidden signs of becoming white. The only thing that has not changed is that the pair of red palms. At the same time, by the vast heavenly might pressure prostrate thousands of white swan. Body at the same time dissipates silk black gas, although there is no other change. But the red light in the eyes gradually dispersed. Back to normal. Newt. The clear chirping sound resounded intensively, and it was no longer a mournful sound, but was full of joy and pleasure. The other two beast kings looked at the greatly changed White Swan clan with horror. The dream of expelling the demonic chi from their bodies had actually been reached so easily? To know, even if they can settle down in the sacred sky continent, want to completely get rid of the body of the devil, at least have to dozens of hundreds of years of work, those low-ranking magical beasts, but also may not be able to do a lifetime. But now, by taking an oath, the big problem of the entire clan was solved? My demon wolf clan voluntarily joins the Zhu family army and will never betray. I, the earth-splitting beast clan, voluntarily join the Zhu family army and will never betray. The two beast kings scrambled to terrorize the oath first, lest Zhu Hongyang would back out. The void trembled, the vast heavenly might descended, and purple light streaked across. Demon Wolf King did not change much, only the black fur seems to be even blacker. It seems that even the light can be trapped. On the contrary, Zhu Hongyang for the first time know the name of the cracked beast king. Covered with purple and black spots all converge to the four hooves go up. Instantly four hooves into purple and black. Covered with yellowish fur color slightly deepened. Looks more like a four hooves on the carbon of the yellow Pegasus. But cracked beast or something. Hard to hear dead. I have to say, these three beast kings are also quite smart. Directly swearing in the name of the clan. Both showing loyalty, but also using countless little brothers to support their position. Harvest 3 heaven-level beast king, plus tens of thousands of all kinds of magical beasts. Especially there will fly thousands, even if Zhu Hongyang is just a small person. This moment is also a little complacent. Then Zhu Hongyang looked toward the Devil's Canyon. Although the immediate beasts attacked the city, perfect solution. But this passage must be blocked. He does not want to play a heartbeat from time to time. Heart with the idea turn. The huge psychic portal slowly floating in the air. The naked eye can see a number of purple light from the canyon clouds shot out. Into the purple aura. Rumbling muffled sound came. The Devil Canyon clouds tumbling upward steam. In the blink of an eye approaching the southern wall of the city of Dimingwu before stopping, originally prostrate on the slope of thousands of cracked beasts and demon wolves. I do not know when to appear in the western part of the city. Get it? Now there's no need to worry about the safety of Dimingwu city anymore. The north is against the mountain wall, which is the north side of the Devil Canyon. The south is bordered by the Devil Canyon. The west side has a city gate road leading to the sacred sky continent, and the only thing left on the east side is a piece of mountain forest that is not shrouded in clouds and mists. Anyway, the sacred sky royal dynasty has already given up this 1,000 miles of land, shutting its doors. Zhu Hongyang is the emperor of the land here. Retrieve the gaze, look at still maintain the original action cannot move the beast. Zhu Hongyang some dumbfounded. This large size of the tunneling door how to take back? Chapter 80, The Three Great Commanders. Shuttle 2 worlds, open the spirit portal. Zhu Hongyang through. He will disappear. Now this is done. How come it does not disappear? Looking to Fan Yang for help, but saw Fan Yang's speechless expression. Young master, why don't you die of stupidity? Zhu Hongyang closed his eyes and silently recited the psychic mantra, trying to communicate with the psychic portal. The next moment, a rumbling sound came. The huge psychic portal contracted dramatically, turned into a meteor, and directly into Zhu Hongyang's brow. The purple light that originally surged out from within the altar also shrunk back, and Fan Yang, Zhu Hongyue, and Su Roland were suddenly light and able to move. The vast heavenly might disappeared into thin air. The mysterious power that had imprisoned everything vanished, and even the power that the earth-splitting Beast King had initially blocked off with the heaven and earth prisoner cage followed suit and collapsed. The consequence was that the entire dimming martial city shook, and except for a few places, the whole thing was like the end of days. The tall city wall collapsed in half. Except for the dimming martial hall and the backyard, the other houses all collapsed. To say that it was collapsed is a good sound. In fact, almost all of them were turned into dust. Trying to find a fist-sized piece of debris or not. Even the various weapons and ammunitions left on the city walls didn't leave a trace. The entire layer of the cabbage growing ground, which was bigger than a soccer field, had disappeared, and now there was not an inch of grass left. The last thing that was intact was the small square where the altar was located, but the green stone steps into the city were all crumbled, and at first glance it seemed like it was floating there suspended in the air. Zhu Hongyang opened his eyes to see this mess and wanted to cry. As he and the sacred sky continent fit deeper and deeper, inexplicably the stronger the sense of belonging to the Zhu family. All this in front of him, inexplicably led him some heartache. The ruins of the ancestors of the Zhu family, intact in the war with the demonic beasts, after more than 100 years of abandonment is still the same, but single-handedly destroyed in his hands. The three beast kings got free and landed under the altar, and were about to go up to pay their respects to the new master, when a great pressure came from the sky. Brush, brush, brush. 3 clusters of light descended from the sky and stopped right in front of them. A group like ink, black helmet, black armor, black cloak, face covered with black face armor, hand heavy sword black as if there is no sharp edge, but the cold murderous aura that comes from the face, so that the cracked beast king cannot help but shrink their necks, cautiously take a step back. A group like fire, red helmet, red armor, red cloak, face covered with a large red face armor, a body red halberd, like a burning fire dragon. Let the white swan beast king pupils tighten, neck feathers are up. A group such as the moon, yellow helmet, yellow armor, yellow cloak, face covered with a face armor shaped like a full moon, long-handled golden melon hammer seems to be holding a round moon, coupled with that round body type, as if the heavenly full moon fell on earth, but that heavy as a mountain of momentum, so that the opposite side of the demon wolf king as a great enemy, even with the heavenly level of the beast's strong body, cannot be subjected to a hammer. Zhu Hongyang looked at this scene in shock, not knowing what to do. A clear and cold female voice sounded. "Don't worry, family master. Reinforcements are on the way." Seemingly in response to her, a rumbling sound rang out on the left side. Zhu Hongyang looked to the west in response to the sound, and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Black armor, spears such as forests, austere murderous aura rushing skyward, steep mountain road, all over the armored soldiers, no less than 10,000 at first glance. Fortunately, that fluttering war flag, and the square in the center of the big flag is exactly the same. The middle of the large golden Zhu character, Zhu Hongyang can still recognize. The rift beasts, white swans, and demon wolves gathered on the west side of the city were suddenly in a mess, slowly retreating towards the city wall. Drink! 10,000 people shouted in unison. The sky shook and the ground moved. The spears were flat and sharp, as if they were about to launch a charge in the next moment. On the square, 3 people in full body armor also slowly raised their weapons in their hands. The powerful aura surprisingly pressed the 3 beast kings did not even dare to open their mouths in distraction. Zhu Hongyang immediately anxious. Brother not hesitate to borrow troops from the military, and tossed out such a big commotion. It is not easy to subdue these tens of thousands of magical beasts. Don't be this group of people who suddenly popped out to kill all of them. Stop! Stop! The city fell silent. Countless gazes looked towards the altar. The current head of the Zhu family, Zhu Hongyang's image at this time, a bit shabby, in order to facilitate the handling of supplies. At the moment he is wearing a camouflage suit without rank identification, and soldiers wear camouflage handsome different. Zhu Hongyang is wearing a military uniform. He does not have that temperament, that ordinary face. After life grinding, and often years in the construction site drifting, already cannot see a trace of vitality, but there are a few points of middle-aged uncle of the vicissitudes and disheveled. In short, the wise and heroic god horse. Zhu Hongyang simply do not touch. Star power contraction in the center of the eyebrow also did not give him a little charisma bonus. Anyway, in the limelight, he is still that playboy young master. The clear and cold female voice sounded again, with a strong dissatisfaction. What is the family head's intention? At this time, Zhu Hongyang also came back to his senses somewhat, oddly surveying the army outside the city, and finally his gaze landed on the 3 generals under the altar. Zhu family fell, according to the old housekeeper in Fan Ernyang's words, only left at that time less than 10 people in the city of Daimingwu. Then where did these tens of thousands of elite army come from? Unrivaled in the world, invincible on the frontier, with blood and tears, although death without regrets, given the name of the 4 great commanders unrivaled, invincible, without tears, without regrets. These 3 in front of me, facing the heaven-level magical beasts are still taking the initiative to take action. It can be seen that at least it is also a heavenly martial artist. Zhu Wuxuan? Zhu Hongyang asked tentatively. Humph. The clear and cold female voice hummed lightly, but was forced to answer due to her status. Please forgive the last general's armor and the strong enemy on his side. He can't pay his respects to the family head. When he kills this demonic beast, he will come back to meet you. Zhu Hongyang froze. Zhu Wuxuan, the head of the 4 great commanders, was actually a female general, and it was that black-armored general. It was all because of the wide cloak that covered her figure. Then with a jolt in his body, Zhu Hongyang hurriedly drank. Don't kill. That's a magical beast, that young master I just subdued. The 3 generals trembled in disbelief. When the old housekeeper was leaving, he had instructed them to keep an eye on the movements of dimming Martial City and not to make a move until it was absolutely necessary. However, when the monstrous aura of the heavenly grade demonic beast came, they hurriedly raised their army and rushed here. But it was as if this place was sealed, and even if they exerted all their strength, they couldn't get in. After a long time, they could come in, but they happened to see 3 heaven-level magical beasts rushing towards the altar, and they were suddenly shocked out of a cold sweat, and rushed forward to intercept them, but they were shocked to hear that the master of the family had already subdued these tens of thousands of magical beasts. Is it really not a dream? The 3 great commanders swept their gazes from the 3 beast kings and then landed on the ordinary magical beasts outside the city. The heaven-level beast kings might be able to conceal their own aura, but those ordinary magical beasts knew it at a glance. In the end, the 3 generals put away their weapons, turned to face the altar, bowed and stroked their chests, and drank in unison. Zhu Wushuang, Zhu Wutian, Zhu Wutian, Zhu Wutian have met the family master. The 4 great commanders of the Zhu family army had arrived at 3 of them. Zhu Hongyang glanced at Fan Ernyang and smiled bitterly. Ernyang, you've hidden so much from me. Chapter 81, I have a million troops. Fan Ernyang smiled faintly. This is just where it's at. The surprise or shock is still to come. Young master, it's better to settle these beasts first, clean up the mess and rebuild Dimingwu City. Zhu Hongyang's gaze turned to the 3 great beast kings, and he coughed dryly. Still don't know the names of the 3 of you? The 3 great beast kings looked at each other and prostrated themselves on the ground in unison, with the earth-splitting beast king as the representative opening his mouth to reply. A magical beast, how can I have a name? I still ask the family master to give me a name. These guys were indeed smart. Seeing the movements of Zhu Wushuang and the others, they immediately slipped down the pole, giving face to Zhu Hongyang. With the 3 major commanders of the Zhu family army here, the waist pole also hardened a lot. Zhu Hongyang immediately came to the bad taste, pondering for a moment slowly said, fade away from the devil, regain a new life. Why don't I change the name for you guys? Demon wolf is not good to hear. Wolf whistles the world knows. In the future you are tsunami wolves, with wolf as the last name. You this wolf king, then the name wolf tsunami. The white swan is the phoenix, also known as the snow phoenix. From now on you will be the white phoenix clan, with phoenix as your surname. Phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens. You, the phoenix king, will be named Phoenix 9, cracked earth beast or something. It's too hard to hear, since your bodies are like gold. From now on you'll be known as the golden beasts, with yellow as your surname. You beast king, you'll be called golden. Put. Su Roland couldn't help but cover her mouth and laughed. This person deserves to be a novel writer. He can really make things up. Seeing the countless gazes looking over in an instant, Su Roland's heart flinched as she put away her smile and lowered her eyelids. When the leader was speaking, what she hated the most was this kind of behavior. At this moment, Zhu Hongyang was not that little person on earth. At this moment, he was the master of tens of thousands of magical beasts, the supreme leader of the 10,000 plus army outside the city. Of course, looking at her in Zhu Hongyang entangled arms, no one will be insensitive to blame her. The 3 beast king even more do not dare to find trouble. Zhu Hongyang also did not take it personally and commanded, you guys gather your clansmen together for the time being and wait for the arrangements in the east of the city. The 3 beast kings left to gather those ordinary magical beasts. Only then did Zhu Hongyang look at the 3 major commanders. You guys settle the generals and station them in the west side of the city temporarily. Zhu Wushuang, you come up. Zhu Wushuang, who was wearing a golden yellow battle armor, wordlessly clasped his fists, leaped up and flew in the air towards the military formation on the west side of the city. Zhu Wushuang straightened the cloak on his body and did not show off his skills. Step by step, he stepped on the stone steps to ascend the altar, leaving only the crimson-armored Zhu Wushuang in place. Zhu Hongyang thought about it and waved at Zhu Wutir. You come up too. At this point, Zhu Hongyang felt sore and weak, pulling Su Roland to sit on that wide wooden chair. Only then did he realize that Su Roland's white and tender little hand had already been ravaged by him and was red and swollen. So he hurriedly let go of her hand and smiled apologetically at her. Su Roland looked at Zhu Wushuang and Zhu Wulian, who stood sullenly across the jade case, inexplicably a little panicked. Feeling as if she was sitting on pins and needles, she forced herself to stand up and retreated to the back to stand side by side with Hongyu. The aura of a heavenly martial artist was not something that Su Roland, who had just become a psychic apprentice, could withstand. Zhu Hongyang also did not force. Now his mindset is somewhat transformed, especially facing the Zhu family, already accustomed to this state of affairs. In exchange for Zhu Zhong Zhu Chao, I am afraid that he would have already knelt on one knee. Deliberating for a moment, Zhu Hongyang slowly asked, "How is Chengyun?" Zhu Wushhuang's voice was clear and cold. Without a trace of emotion, Zhu Lao took the young master to the Jade Fire Cave to build his foundation. Xu Wuyu personally escorted him. It will take about a few more days. Foundation building? Casting the foundation of martial arts? Zhu Qingyun was only 6 years old. Theoretically the best age to start practicing martial arts, but she didn't know the language of the sacred sky continent, much less what meridians and acupoints were. So how could she build the foundation of martial arts? Little young master? This sentence from Zhu Wushhuang's mouth, according to the lofty character of the celestial martial artist, must have seen Qing Yun and recognized. Only then will be so addressed, assuming that the Zhu family direct line is still alive. Wada let her call this playboy fourth young master as the head of the family. I'm afraid that is not even possible. Zhu Hongyang again blunt, at this time also vaguely guessed the old housekeeper's mind. This is to put him aside, directly cultivate the next generation. At that time, when I saw Zhu Qinghao, the eyes shine. Qing Yun accidentally injured. Zhu Hongyang intended to be sent to the Shangtian continent this side of the healing, to ensure that her delicate little face does not leave scars, but was the old housekeeper directly pulled to the Jade Fire Cave Foundation, with a cold snort. Although Zhu Hongyang couldn't possibly be jealous of her own daughter, she was extremely dissatisfied with this practice of the old housekeeper. Zhu family is not at all in ruins. At least the 4 great commanders, 4 heavenly martial artists, tens of thousands of iron armor elites outside the city. How can not see the appearance of ruin? Even this force for Zhu Hongwu Zhu Hongbaiyus may not be defeated and died. You say that such a Zhu family is considered to be down and out? But the old housekeeper, in order to train Zhu Hongyang, hid all this, coldly watched Zhu Hongyang jumping up and down, borrowed elite troops from the Chinese military, and moved a large number of arms like ants. In order to this trial, the Chinese military sacrificed more than 100 soldiers. Most of the arms also in the square heaven and earth cage was broken into dust, which makes Zhu Hongyang more or less a little guilty. But the result? When it came to the critical time, this old man patted his butt and left. Although he left Zhu Wu Shuang, Zhu Wu Tier, Zhu Wu regret 3 generals, but Zhu Hongyang if there is no golden finger, I'm afraid that has long been cool. The great man once said, the barrel of a gun inside the power. This family power is the same. Although the old housekeeper is not so disloyal to the Zhu family, but the military power must be recovered. As for the old housekeeper, since the Qing Yun's so hard, then feel free to go as a tutor. Good. Zhu Hongyang could not do anything else, but he was good at brainstorming, and instantly had a plan in his mind. Of course, he also had to make sure that these Zhu family members really listened to him. Gazing at Zhu Wushhuang, his dark face armor covering his face, only his eyes flickered with a clear and cold light, Zhu Hongyang slowly asked, "Can I trust you guys?" Thud. Zhu Wushhuang Zhu Wutier's right fist simultaneously pounded on the chest armor, making a dull sound. Live as a member of the Zhu family, die as a ghost of the Zhu family. Zhu Hongyang breathed a sigh of relief. These two still didn't think much of him, but at least they wouldn't disobey his orders. Of course if he destroyed his own foundation, they might not listen because there was a new successor. Then let's talk about the current state of the Zhu family army. Zhu Wushhuang seemed to be a little hesitant. After all, the true state of the Zhu family army, the old housekeeper hid it very well. The dead Zhu Hanwu Zhu Hongba didn't know anything about it. Zhu Hongyang Zhu Hongyuan not to mention. Even Fan Ernyang also had a half understanding of it. Fan Ernyang smiled bashfully. Sister Wushhuang, the young master is not what he used to be. Otherwise tens of thousands of magical beasts wouldn't be willing to pay their respects. Just tell me straight. Thinking about the bizarre scene just now, with 3 heaven-level magical beasts not much weaker than her prostrating themselves to be sealed, Zhu Wushhuang also felt that whether they had all misjudged the young master? Hesitating for a moment, Zhu Wushhuang slowly said, nowadays, the Zhu family army has 1,000,000 soldiers. With a buzzing sound in his head, Zhu Hongyang almost fainted. I have 1,000,000 troops? Chapter 82, The Worldly and Cold Sex Controversy. Not only was Zhu Hongyang stunned, even Fan Ernyang revealed an unbelievable expression. Zhu Hongyue was so shocked that her sandalwood mouth slightly opened and closed, and Su Rolan even screamed out in shock. Zhu Wushhuang, however, ignored their reactions and said to herself, apart from our 4 commanders, only 6 junior generals have been cultivated so far, with more than 15,000 earth martial artists, 230,000 human martial artists, and the rest of the people are all martial artists. Zhu Hongyang sucked in a mouthful of cold air. 6 junior generals, meaning another 6 heavenly martial artists, but there were only 10 heavenly martial artists in 1,000,000 army, a ratio of 1 in 100,000. It was evident how difficult it was to reach the realm of heavenly and human unity. Earth martial artist more than 10,000 people, is also almost 1 in 10,000 standard. Can be seen such as Zhu Zhong Zhu Chao. That kind of earth martial artist is not a cabbage everywhere. As for human martial artists, not to mention, like the last time to assassinate his kind of standard. Shu family army are in the tens of thousands. Speaking of that, Zhu Hongyang instantly remembered another question. Since millions of troops were secretly protecting Dimming Martial City, how could a mere few human martial artists sneak in and still successfully launch an assassination on him? What was the origin of those assassins last time? Fan Ernyang pursed her lips, knowing that she couldn't hide it. She simply said painfully, those were the dead soldiers sent out by the Anping king in conjunction with a few families, led by a heavenly martial artist, dozens of earthly martial artists, and hundreds of human martial artists, which we intentionally put in to test young master. Zhu Hongyang grinned. Sure enough, a thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. Shu family is no longer down and out. There will not be only a few human martial artists to deliver the food. The others don't need to be asked to know. Probably buried where to use as fertilizer. But Zhu Hongyang finally know the black hand behind the scenes. Anping Wang. This seems to be a noble no real power of the title. Title although high but only because of a good tire. Born in the royal family. Why dare with the hands of the military power of the wishes of the family to go against? Fan Ernyang explained in a low voice, Anping Wang is today's Runwu emperor's grandfather's generation, has always been the first of the imperial dynasty's honored families, and the Marquis of Weiwu is the pride of the civilian grassroots origin martial artists. Understand, this is the otherworldly version of the family of the cold family of the struggle. The history of China's similar drama staged countless times. Immediately Zhu Hongyang thought of another question. We are secretly hiding millions of soldiers here, and the imperial dynasty doesn't know anything about it? As one of the 8 marshals of the imperial dynasty, the old man is in charge of the army of the imperial dynasty, while the Zhu family army, belonging to the Zhu family's private army, there are a few thousand people nothing, but to accumulate to the scale of a million, can be a little bit scary. Shu Wushwang proudly said, from the old man is still alive. We are rebuilding the Zhu family army, the orphans of the war-dead generals, disabled retired generals, and even some of them in the name of war death, quietly converge here. Took more than 100 years. Only this million soldiers. Zhu Hongyang mouth corner straight twitching. Masterstroke. Is indeed a masterstroke. The old master has long been planning behind the scenes. It seems that at that time he has already perceived the danger. Just in the end was not able to escape that robbery. Become a victim of the fight between the world's families and cold family. Millions of soldiers how much does it cost to keep them? Not to mention food and drink. Do you need resources to practice martial arts? Do you need resources to practice martial arts? Do you need to build weapons and armor? Do you want to breed horses? Thinking about it, Zhu Hongyang's heart panicked and couldn't help but ask, can we afford to feed so many soldiers? Shu Wushwang wore a face armor that did not show his expression. His cool voice remained emotionless. This 1,000 miles of land, the dynasty does not want it. We want it. Nowadays, there are more than 3 million survivors of fallen soldiers and more than 4 million slaves in this 1,000 miles of land, together with us pretending to be bandits and plundering across the states from time to time. It's enough to raise 1 million soldiers again. Zhu Hongyang was dumbfounded, killing and setting fire to the gold belt. The original Zhu family army is how to raise soldiers. Fan Ernyang seems to sense Zhu Hongyang's thoughts, slightly smiled and said, young master, when the old master grassroots started, is not going to harm the civilian population. They called plunder, is to plunder those corrupt officials or government warehouses and treasuries, and incidentally practice. Zhu Hongyang then breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, only the soldiers who have seen blood are male soldiers. Those who have not seen blood are bear soldiers. 3 million people, 4 million slaves, feed a million army. In fact, this ratio put aside to a country, has long been playing collapse, but put aside to a large estate, such as South America's large slave owners' estate, the ratio is even more exaggerated, not at all called a thing. Of course, the slaves here are not the Zhu family's domestic slaves, but real slaves, who will not have the opportunity to cultivate millions of soldiers, thousands of miles of land. Zhu Hongyang suddenly wanted to look at his own soldiers, look at his own territory. As the supreme leader, always do not show up is not called a thing. Where is that million army now? Shu Wushwang coldly said. The head of the family was relegated to this place, in order to prevent the imperial dynasty from taking the opportunity to snoop. The million army is hidden 300 miles east of Dimingwu city. 300 miles? A bit far, but not to go and take a look, and in the meantime implement the plans in his heart. Zhu Hongyang was only afraid that he would not have the heart to do anything else. Take me to see the Zhu family's majestic soldiers. Zhu Hongyue and Su Rolan immediately responded positively. I'll go too. Shu Wushwang raised her head, her cool eyes behind her face armor gazing at Zhu Hongyang for a moment, then turned to Fan Ernyang, seeing her nodding her head before she muffled her voice. Good. Leaving behind the almost ruined Mingwu city, forgetting that thousands of warriors from the Hua kingdom were blocked by Zhu Zhongzhu Chao in the Mingwu hall and could not get out, Zhu Hongyang took Fan Ernyang, Zhu Hongyue, Su Rolan, and rode on the volunteered Fengjiu, and sped straight to the temporary residence of the Zhu family army. After getting rid of the devil's chi in his body, Fengjiu really left the Devil's Canyon without any obstacles, and soared on the sky of the sacred sky continent with his wings lifted. 300 miles. On Earth, the highway to 2 to 3 hours, take the plane at most 20 minutes. Zhu Hongyang subconsciously thought it was very far, but after riding the Fengjiu, this Beast King special aircraft, Zhu Hongyang only know 300 miles away. For the heavenly masters, although it is not a matter of lifting the leg, but it is not really a long distance. This is Zhu Hongyang's first time to leave Daimingwu City, or rather to leave the Devil's Canyon, to appreciate the scenery of the sacred sky continent. The mountains and waters are bright and graceful. North of Daimingwu City is a hilly area with rolling hills. Compared to the earth, there is only one feature: the vegetation is too dense, and you can't see any gaps between the flowers, plants and trees, flying in the blue sky above. Although Fan Yang true chi protection, there is still a clear wind. Infinite fresh breath let a person refreshing, then dimming the city of martial arts broader than countless times the field of vision. Make Zhu Hongyang heart chest for a smooth. Thousands of miles of land is a look. Zhu Hongyang of course cannot see, but he is really in love with this place. Can and see Wenxiu, Su Roland end of the old man here, but also not in vain this life. Unfortunately, according to the average age of the sacred sky continent, he can only be considered a small boy, to 20 years old as the adult standard, then translated is 60 years old. Even according to the sacred sky continent, family disciples do not have the ability to marry at the age of 50. There are still a few years short of it.